Brian W. Aldiss, Total Environment. In many ways, Brian W. Aldiss was the enfant terrible of the late 50s, exploding into the science fiction world and shaking it up with the ferocious verve and pyrotechnic verbal brilliance of stories like Poor Little Warrior, Outside, The New Father Christmas, But Who Can Replace a Man, A Kind of Artistry, and Old Hundredth, and with a somber beauty and unsettling poetic vision, in the main, of a world where mankind signally has not triumphantly conquered the universe, as the Campbellian dogma of the time insisted that he would, of his classic novels Starship and The Long Afternoon of Earth, Non-Stop and Hothouse, respectively, in Britain. All this made him one of the most controversial writers of the day, and some years later he became one of the most controversial figures of the New Wave era as well, shaking up the SF world of the mid-60s in an even more dramatic and drastic fashion with the ferociously Joycean Acid Head War stories that were later melded into Barefoot in the Head, with the irreverent Cryptozoic, and with his surrealistic anti-novel Report on Probability A. But Aldiss has never been willing to work any one patch of ground for very long. By 1976 he had worked his way through two controversial British mainstream bestsellers, The Hand-Reared Boy and A Soldier Erect, and the strange transmuted Gothic of Frankenstein Unbound, and gone on to produce a lyrical masterpiece of science fantasy, The Malaysia Tapestry, perhaps his best book and certainly one of the best novels of the 70s. Ahead in the decade of the 80s was the monumental accomplishment of his Heliconia trilogy, Heliconia Spring, Heliconia Summer, and Heliconia Winter, and by the end of that decade only the grumpiest of reactionary critics could deny that Aldiss was one of the true giants of the field, a figure of artistic complexity and amazing vigor, as much on the cutting edge in the 90s as he had been in the 50s. As is clearly demonstrated by the compelling novella that follows, Total Environment, a story that was decades ahead of its time when it was first published in 1968, and a story whose conceptual audaciousness, razor-sharp irony, and somber intensity of vision would put it on the cutting edge even today, a fascinating and oddly unsettling look at an attempt to create a wholly new kind of human being. The Long Afternoon of Earth won a Hugo Award in 1962, The Saliva Tree won a Nebula Award in 1965, and Aldiss's novel Starship won the Prix Jules Verne in 1977. He took another Hugo Award in 1987 for his critical study of science fiction, Trillion-Year Spree, written with David Wingrove. His other books include An Island Called Moreau, Greybeard, Enemies of the System, A Rude Awakening, Life in the West, Forgotten Life, and Dracula Unbound. His short fiction has been collected in Space, Time, and Nathaniel, Who Can Replace a Man, New Arrivals, Old Encounters, Galaxies Like Grains of Sand, and Seasons in Flight. His many anthologies include Space Opera, Space Odysseys, Evil Earths, the Penguin Science Fiction Omnibus, and with Harry Harrison, Decade the 1940s, Decade the 1950s, and Decade the 1960s. His latest books include the collection At the Polof Too Far and the novel Remembrance Day, and Bury My Heart at W. H. Smith's, a memoir. Upcoming is a new novel, Burnell's Travels, and a collection of poems, Home Life with Cats. He lives with his family in Oxford. 1. What's that poem about caverns measureless to man? Thomas Dixit asked. His voice echoed away among the caverns, the question unanswered. Peter Crawley, walking a pace or two behind him, said nothing, lost in a reverie of his own. It was over a year since Dixit had been imprisoned here. He had taken time off from the resettlement area to come and have a last look round before everything was finally demolished. In these great concrete workings men still moved, Indian technicians mostly, carrying instruments, often with their own headlights. Cables trailed everywhere, but the desolation was mainly an effect of the constant abrasion all surfaces had undergone. People had flowed here like water in a subterranean cave, and their corporate life had flowed similarly, hidden, forgotten. Dixit was powerfully moved by the thought of all that life. He, almost alone, was the man who had plunged into it and survived. Old angers stirring in him, he turned and spoke directly to his companion. "What a monument to human suffering! They should leave this place standing as an everlasting memorial to what happened." The white man said, "The Delhi government refuses to entertain any such suggestion. I see their point of view, but I also see that it would make a great tourist attraction." "Tourist attraction? Man, is that all it means to you?" Crawley laughed. "As ever, you're too touchy, Thomas. I take this whole matter much less lightly than you suppose. Tourism just happens to attract me more than human suffering." They walked on side by side. They were never able to agree. The battered faces of flats and houses, now empty, once choked with humanity, stood on either side, doors gaping open like old men's mouths in sleep. The spaces seemed enormous. The shadows and echoes that belonged to those spaces seemed to continue indefinitely. Yet before, there had scarcely been room to breathe here. "I remember what your buddy, Senator Burns, said," Crawley remarked. "He showed how both East and West have learned from this experiment. Of course, the social scientists are still working over their findings. Some startling formulae for social groups are emerging already. But the people who lived and died here were fighting their way towards control of the universe of the ultra-small, and that's where the biggest advances have come. They were already developing power over their own genetic material. Another generation, and they might have produced the ultimate in automatic human population control. Anestrus, where too close proximity to other members of the species leads to reabsorption of the embryonic material in the female. Our scientists have been able to help them there, and geneticists predict that in another decade— Yes, all that I grant you. Progress is wonderful." He knew he was being impolite. These things were important, of revolutionary importance to a crowded Earth, but he wished he walked these eroded passageways alone. Undeniably, India had learned too, just as Peter Crawley claimed. For Hinduism had been put to the test here, and had shown its terrifying strengths and weaknesses. In these mazes people had not broken under deadly conditions, nor had they thought to break away from their destiny. Dharma, duty, had been stronger than humanity, and this revelation was already changing the thought and fate of 1/6 of the human race. He said, "Progress is wonderful, but what took place here was essentially a religious experience." Crawley's brief laugh drifted away into the shadows of a great gaunt stairwell. "I'll bet you didn't feel that way when we sent you in here a year ago." What had he felt then? He stopped and gazed up at the gloom of the stairs. All that came to him was the memory of that appalling flood of life, and of the people who had been a part of it, whose brief years had evaporated in these caverns, whose feet has endlessly trodden these warren ways, these lugubrious decks, these crumbling flights. 2. The concrete steps climbed up into darkness. The steps were wide, and countless children sat on them, listless, resting against each other. This was an hour when activity was low, and even small children hushed their cries for a while. Yet there was no silence on the steps. Silence was never complete there. Always in the background the noise of voices, voices and more voices. Never silence. Shamim was aged, so she preferred to run her errands at this time of day, when the crowds thronging total environment were less. She dawdled by a sleepy cellar of life objects at the bottom of the stairs, picking over the little artifacts and exclaiming now and again. The hawker knew her, knew she was too poor to buy, did not even press her to buy. Shamim's oldest daughter, Malti, waited for her mother by the bottom step. Malti and her mother were watched from the top of the steps. A light burned at the top of the steps. It had burned there for 25 years, safe from breakage behind a strong mesh. But dung and mud had recently been thrown at it, covering it almost entirely, and so making the top of the stairway dark. A furtive man called Narayan Farad crouched there and watched, a shadow in the shadows. A month ago, Shamim had had an illegal operation in one of the pokey rooms off Grand Balcony on her deck. The effects of the operation were still with her. Under her plain cotton sari, her thin, dark old body was bent. Her share of life stood lower than it had been. Malty was her second oldest daughter, a meek girl who had not been conceived when the total environment experiment began. Even meekness had its limits. Seeing her mother dawdle so needlessly, Malty muttered impatiently and went on ahead, climbing the infested steps, anxious to be home. Extracts from Thomas Dixit's report to Senator Jacob Burns back in America. To lend variety to the habitat, the environment has been divided into 10 decks, each deck 5 stories high, which allows for an occasional pocket-sized open space. The architecture has been varied somewhat on each deck. On one deck, a sort of blown-up Indian village is presented. On another, the houses are large and appear separate, although sandwiched between decks. I need not add they are hopelessly overcrowded now. On most decks, the available space is packed solid with flats. Despite this attempted variety, a general Bowdlerization of both Eastern and Western architectural styles, and the fact that everything has been constructed out of concrete, or parastyrene for economy's sake, has led to a dreadful sameness. I cannot imagine anywhere more hostile to the spiritual values of life. The shadow and the shadows moved. He glanced anxiously up at the light, which also housed a spy eye. There would be a warning out, and sprays would soon squirt away the muck he had thrown at the fitting, but for the moment he could work unobserved. Narayan bared his old teeth as Malty came up the steps towards him, treading among the sprawling children. She was too old to fetch a really good price in the slave market, but she was still strong. There would be no trouble in getting rid of her at once. Of course he knew something of her history, even though she lived on a different deck from him. Malty. He called her name at the last moment as he jumped out on her. Old though he was, Narayan was quick. He wore only his dhoti, arms flashing, interlocking round hers, one good, powerful wrench to get her off her feet, now running fast, fearful, up the rest of the steps, moving even as he clamped one hand over her mouth to cut off her cry of fear. Clever old Narayan. The stairs mount up and up in the 4 corners of the total environment, linking deck with deck. They are now crude things of concrete and metal, since the plastic covers have long been stripped from them. These stairways are the weak points of the tiny empires, transient and brutal, that form on every deck. They are always guarded, though guards can be bribed. Sometimes gangs or unions take over a stairway, either by agreement or bloodshed. Shamim screamed, responding to her daughter's cry. She began to hobble up the stairs as fast as she could, tripping over infant feet, drawing a dagger out from under her sari. It was a plastic dagger, shaped out of a piece of the environment. She called Malty, called for help as she went. When she reached the landing, she was on the top floor of her deck, the 9th, where she lived. Many people were here, standing, squatting, thronging together. They looked away from Shamim, people with blind faces. She had so often acted similarly herself when others were in trouble. Gasping, she stopped and stared up at the roof of the deck, blue-dyed to simulate sky, cracks running irregularly across it. The steps went on up there, up to the top deck. She saw legs, yellow soles of feet disappearing, faces staring down at her hostile. As she ran toward the bottom of the stairs, the watchers above threw things at her. A shard hit Shamim's cheek and cut it open. With blood running down her face, she began to wail. Then she turned and ran through the crowds to her family room. I've been a month just reading through the microfiles. Sometimes a whole deck becomes unified under a strong leader. On Deck 9, for instance, unification was achieved under a man called Ulhas. He was a strong man and a great show-off. That was a while ago, when conditions were not as desperate as they are now. Ulhas could never last the course today. Leaders become more despotic as environment decays. The dynamics of unity are such that it is always insufficient for a deck simply to stay unified. The young men always need to have their aggressions directed outwards. So the leader of a strong deck always sets out to tyrannize the deck below or above, whichever seems to be the weaker. It is a miserable state of affairs. The time generally comes when, in the midst of a raid, a counter-raid is launched by one of the other decks. Then the raiders return to carnage and defeat. and another paltry empire tumbles. It is up to me to stop this continual degradation of human life. As usual, the family room was crowded. Although none of Shamim's own children were here, there were grandchildren, including the lame granddaughter Shirin, and 6 great-grandchildren, none of them more than 3 years old. Shamim's third husband, Gita, was not in. Safe in the homely squalor of the room, Shamim burst into tears, while Shirin comforted her and endeavored to keep the little ones off. "Gita is getting food. I will go and fetch him," Shirin said. When UHDRE, UDRA, Ultra High Density Research Establishment, became operative 25 years ago, all the couples selected for living in the total environment had to be under 20 years of age. Before being sealed in, they were inoculated against all diseases. There was plenty of room for each couple then. They had whole suites to themselves, and the best of food, plus no means of birth control. That's always been the main pivot of the UDRA experiment. Now that first generation has aged severely. They are old people pushing 45. The whole life cycle has speeded up. Early puberty, early senescence. The second and third generations have shown remarkable powers of adaptation. A fourth generation is already toddling. Those toddlers will be reproducing before their years attain double figures, if present trends continue, are allowed to continue. Gita was younger than Shamim, a small, wiry man who knew his way around. No hero, he nevertheless had a certain style about him. His life object hung boldly round his neck on a chain, instead of being hidden, as were most people's life objects. He stood in the line for food, chattering with friends. Gita was good at making alliances. With a bunch of his friends he had formed a little union to see that they got their food back safely to their homes, so they generally met with no incident in the crowded walkways of Deck 9. The balance of power on the deck was very complex at the moment. As a result, comparative peace reigned, and might continue for several weeks if the strong man on top deck did not interfere. Food delivery grills are fixed in the walls of every floor of every deck. 2 gongs sound before each delivery. After the second one, hatches open and steaming food pours from the grills. Hills of rice tumble forward, flavored with meat and spices. Chapatis fall from a separate slot. As the men run forward with their containers, holy men are generally there to sanctify the food. Great supply elevators roar up and down in the heart of the vast tower, tumbling out rations at all levels. Alcohol also was supplied in the early years. It was discontinued when it led to trouble, which is not to say that it is not secretly brewed inside the environment. The UDRA food ration has been generous from the start and has always been maintained to the same level per head of population, although, as you know, the food is now 95% factory-made. Nobody would ever have starved had it been shared out equably inside the tower. On some of the decks, some of the time, it is still shared out fairly. One of Gita's sons, Jamsu, had seen the kidnapper Narayan making off to top deck with the struggling Malti. His eyes gleaming with excitement, he sidled his way into the queue where Gita stood and clasped his father's arm. Jamsu had something of his father in him, always lurked where numbers made him safe, rather than run off as his brothers and sisters had run off, to marry and struggle for a room or a space of their own. He was telling his father what had happened when Shirin limped up and delivered her news. Nodding grimly, Gita said, "Stay with us, Shirin, while I get the food." He scooped his share into the family pail. Jamsu grabbed a handful of rice for himself. "It was a dirty, wizened man from top deck called Narayan Farad," Jamsu said, gobbling. "He is one of the crooks who hangs about the shirt-tails of—" He let his voice die. "You did not go to Malti's rescue. Shame on you," Shirin said. "Jamsu might have been killed," Gita said, as they pushed through the crowd and moved towards the family room. "They're getting so strong on top deck," Jamsu said. "I hear all about it. We mustn't provoke them or they may attack. They say a regular army is forming round—" Shirin snorted impatiently. "You great babe! Go ahead and name the man." "It's Prahlad Patel, whose very name you dare not mention, isn't it? Is he a god or something, for Siva's sake? You're afraid of him even from this distance, aren't you?" "Don't bully the lad," Gita said. Keeping the peace in his huge mixed family was a great responsibility, almost more than he could manage. As he turned into the family room, he said quietly to Jamsu and Shirin, "Malti was a favorite daughter of Shamim's, and now is gone from her. We will get our revenge against this Narayan Farad. You and I will go this evening, Jamsu, to the holy man Vasiftar. He will even up matters for us, and then perhaps the great Patel will also be warned." He looked thoughtfully down at his life object. "Tonight," he told himself, "I must venture forth alone, and put my life in jeopardy for Shamim's sake." Prahlad Patel's union has flourished and grown until he now rules all the top deck. His name is known and dreaded, we believe, 3 or 4 decks down. He is the strongest, yet in some ways, curiously, the most moderate, ruler in total environment at present. Although he can be brutal, Patel seems inclined for peace. Of course, the bugging does not reveal everything. He may have plans which he keeps secret, since he is fully aware that the bugging exists. But we believe his interests lie in other directions than conquest. He is only about 19, as we reckon years, but already grey-haired, and the sight of him is said to freeze the muscles to silence in the lips of his followers. I have watched him over the bugging for many hours since I agreed to undertake this task. Patel has one great advantage in total environment. He lives on the 10th deck, at the top of the building. He can, therefore, be invaded only from below, and the 9th deck offers no strong threats at present, being mainly oriented round an influential body of holy men, of whom the most illustrious is one Vasiftar. The staircases between decks are always trouble spots. No deck ruler was ever strong enough to withstand attack from above and below. The staircases are also used by single troublemakers, thieves, political fugitives, prostitutes, escaping slaves, hostages. Guards can always be bribed, or favor their multitudinous relations, or join the enemy for one reason or another. Patel, being on the top deck, has only 4 weak points to watch for, rather than 8. Vasiftar was amazingly holy and amazingly influential. It was whispered that his life object was the most intricate in all environment, but there was nobody who would lay claim to having set eyes upon it. Because of his reputation, many people on Gita's deck, yes, and from farther away, sought Vasiftar's help. A stream of men and women moved always through his room, even when he was locked in private meditation and far away from this world. The holy man had a flat with a balcony that looked out onto mid-deck. Many relations and disciples lived there with him, so that the rooms had been elaborately and flimsily divided by screens. All day the youngest disciples twittered like birds upon the balconies as Vasiftar held court, discussing among themselves the immense wisdom of his sayings. All the disciples, all the relations, loved Vasiftar. There had been relations who did not love Vasiftar, but they had passed away in their sleep. Gita himself was a distant relation of Vasiftar's, and came into the holy man's presence now with gifts of fresh water and a long piece of synthetic cloth, enough to make a robe. Vasiftar's brow and cheeks were painted with white to denote his high caste. He received the gifts of cloth and water graciously, smiling at Gita in such a way that Gita, and behind him Jamsu, took heart. Vasiftar was 13 years old, as the outside measured years. He was sleekly fat from eating much and moving little. His brown body shone with oils. Every morning young women massaged and manipulated him. He spoke very softly, husbanding his voice so that he could scarcely be heard for the noise in the room. "It is a sorrow to me that this woe has befallen your stepchild Malti," he said. "She was a good woman, although infertile." "She was raped at a very early age, disrupting her womb, dear Vasiftar. You will know of the event. Her parents feared she would die. She could never bear issue. The evil shadowed her life. Now this second woe befalls her." "I perceive that Malti's role in the world was merely to be a companion to her mother. Not all can afford to purchase who visit the bazaar." "There are bazaars on every floor, crowding down the corridors and balconies, and a chief one on every deck. The menfolk choose such places to meet and chatter even when they have nothing to trade. Like everywhere else, the bazaars are crowded with humanity, down to the smallest who can walk, and sometimes even those carry naked smaller brothers clamped tight to their backs. The bazaars are great centres for scandal. Here also are our largest screens. They glow behind their safety grills, beaming in special programs from outside, our outside world that must seem to have but faint reality as it dashes against the thick, securing walls of environment and percolates through to the screens. Below the screens, uncheckable and fecund, life goes teeming on, with all its injury. Humbly, Gita on his knees said, "If you could restore Malti to her mother Shamim, who mourns her, you would reap all our gratitude, dear Vasiftar. Malti is too old for a man's bed, and on top deck all sorts of humiliations must await her." Vasiftar shook his head with great dignity. "You know I cannot restore Malti, my kinsman. How many deeds can be ever undone? As long as we have slavery, so long must we bear to have the ones we love enslaved. You must cultivate a mystical and resigned view of life, and beseech Shamim always to do the same." "Shamim is more mystical in her ways than I, never asking much, always working, praying. That is why she deserves better than this misery." Nodding in approval of Shamim's behavior as thus revealed, Vasiftar said, "That is well. I know she is a good woman. In the future lie other events which may recompense her for this sad event." Jamsu, who had managed to keep quiet behind his father until now, suddenly burst out, "Uncle Vasiftar, can you not punish Narayan Farad for his sin in stealing poor Malti on the steps? Is he to be allowed to escape to Patel's deck, there to live with Malti and enjoy—" "Shh, son!" Gita looked in agitation to see if Jamsu's outburst had annoyed Vasiftar. But Vasiftar was smiling blandly. "You must know, Jamsu, that we are all creatures of the Lord Siya, and without power. No, do not pout. I also am without power in his hands. To own one room is not to possess the whole mansion. But—" It was a long and heavy but. When Vasiftar's thick eyelids closed over his eyes, Gita trembled, for he recalled how, on previous occasions when he had visited his powerful kinsman, Vasiftar's eyelids had descended in this fashion while he deigned to think on a problem, as if he shut out all the external world with his own potent flesh. "Narayan Farad shall be troubled by more than his conscience." As he spoke, the pupils of his eyes appeared again, violet and black. They were looking beyond Gita, beyond the confines of his immediate surroundings. "Tonight he shall be troubled by evil dreams." "The night visions!" Gita and Jamsu exclaimed in fear and excitement. Now Vasiftar swiveled his magnificent head and looked directly at Gita, looked deep into his eyes. Gita was a small man. He saw himself as a small man within. He shrank still further under that irresistible scrutiny. "Yes, the night visions," the holy man said. "You know what that entails, Gita. You must go up to top deck and procure Narayan's life object. Bring it back to me, and I promise Narayan shall suffer the night visions tonight. Though he is sick, he shall be cured." 3. The women never cease their chatter as the lines of supplicants come and go before the holy men, their marvellous resignation in that hateful prison. If they ever complain about more than the small circumstances of their lives, if they ever complain about the monstrous evil that has overtaken them all, I never heard of it. There is always the harmless talk that relieves petty nervous anxieties, talk that relieves the almost noticed pressures on the brain. The women's talk practically drowns the noise of their children. But most of the time it is clear that total environment consists mainly of children. That's why I want to see the experiment closed down. The children would adapt to our world. It is mainly on this fourth generation that the effects of the population glut show. Whoever rules the decks, it is the babes, the endless babes, tottering, laughing, staring, piddling, tumbling, running, the endless babes to whom the environment really belongs. And their mothers, for the most part, are women who, at the same age, and in a more favoured part of the globe, would still be virginally at school. many only just entering their teens. Narayan Farad wrapped a blanket round himself and huddled in his corner of the crowded room. Since it was almost time to sleep, he had to take up his hired space before one of the loathed Dasguptas stole it. Narayan hated the Dasgupta family, its lick-spittle men, its shrill women, its turbulent children, the endless babes who crawled, the bigger ones with nervous diseases, who thieved and ran and jeered at him. It was the vilest family on top deck, according to Narayan's oft-repeated claims. He tolerated it only because he felt himself to be vile. He succeeded at nothing to which he turned his hand. Only an hour ago, pushing through the crowds, he had lost his life object from his pocket, or else it had been stolen. But he dared not even consider that possibility. Even his desultory kidnapping business was a failure. This bitch he had caught this morning, Malti. He had intended to rape her before selling her, but had become too nervous once he had dragged her in here, with a pair of young Dasguptas laughing at him. Nor had he sold the woman well. Patel had beaten down his price, and Narayan had not the guts to argue. Maybe he should leave this deck and move down to one of the more chaotic ones. The middle decks were always more chaotic. 6 was having a slow, 3-sided war even now, which should make 5 a fruitful place, with hordes of refugees to batten on. And what a fool to snatch so old a girl, practically an old woman. Through narrowed eyes, Narayan squatted in his corner, acid flavors burning his mouth. Even if his mind would rest and allow him to sleep, the Dasgupta Bob was still too lively for any real relaxation. That old Dasgupta now, he was like a rat, totally without self-restraint, not a proper Hindu at all, doing the act openly with his own daughters. There were many men like that in total environment, men who had nothing else in life. Dirty swine. Lucky dogs. Narayan's daughters had thrown him out many months ago when he tried it. Over and over his mind ran on his grievances, but he sat collectedly, prodding off with one bare foot the nasty little brats who crawled at him, and staring at the screen flickering on the wall behind its protective mesh. He liked the screens, enjoyed viewing the madness of outside. What a world it was out there! All that heat, and the necessity for work, and the complication of life. The sheer bigness of the world. He couldn't stand that, would not want it under any circumstances. He did not understand half he saw. After all, he was born here. His father might have been born outside, whoever his father was, but no legends from outside had come down to him, only the distortions in the general gossip and the stuff on the screens. Now that he came to reflect, people didn't pay much attention to the screens any more. Even he didn't. But he could not sleep. Blearily he looked at images of cattle ploughing fields, fields cut into dice by the dirty grills before the screens. He had already gathered vaguely that this feature was about changes in the world today. "Are giving way to this," said the commentator above the rumpus in the Dasgupta room. The children lived here like birds. Racks were stacked against the walls, and on these rickety contraptions the many little Dasguptas roosted. Food factories automated against danger of infection. Yak, 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 then. Beef tissue culture growing straight into plastic distribution packs. Shots of some great interior place somewhere, with meat growing out of pipes, extruding itself into square packs, dripping with liquid, looking rather ugly. Was that the shape of cows now, or something? Outside must be a hell of a scaring place, then. As new factory food at last spells hope for India's future in the— Yak, yak, yak from the kids. Once their sleep racks had been built across the screen, but one night the whole shaky edifice collapsed, and 3 children were injured. None killed, worse luck. Patel should have paid more for that girl. Nothing was as good as it had been. Why, once on a time they used to show sex films on the screens. Really filthy stuff that got even Narayan excited. He was younger then. Really filthy stuff, he remembered, and pretty girls doing it. But it must be a long time since that was stopped. The screens were dull now. People gave up watching. Uneasily, Narayan slept, propped in the corner under his scruffy blanket. Eventually, the whole scruffy room slept. The documentaries and other features piped into environment are no longer specially made by Udra teams for internal consumption. When the UN made a major cut in Udra's annual subsidy 8 years ago, the private TV studio was one of the frills that had to be axed. Now we pipe in old programs bought off major networks. The hope is that they will keep the wretched prisoners in environment in touch with the outside world, but this is clearly not happening. The degree of comprehension between inside and outside grows markedly less on both sides, on an exponential curve. As I see it, a great gulf of isolation is widening between the two environments, just as if they were sailing away from each other into different space-time continua. I wish I could think that the people in charge here, Crawley especially, not only grasped this fact, but understood that it should be rectified immediately. Shamim could not sleep for grief. Gita could not sleep for apprehension. Jamsu could not sleep for excitement. Vasifdar did not sleep. Vasifdar shut his sacred self away in a cupboard, brought his lids down over his eyes, and began to construct, within the vast spaces of his mind, a thought pattern corresponding to the matrix represented by Narayan Farad's stolen life object. When it was fully conceived, Vasifdar began gently to inset a little evil into one edge of the thought pattern. Narayan slept. What roused him was the silence. It was the first time total silence had ever come to total environment. At first he thought he would enjoy total silence, but it took on such weight and substance. Clutching his blanket, he sat up. The room was empty, the screen dark. Neither thing had ever happened before, could not happen. And the silence! Dear Siva, some terrible monkey god had hammered that silence out in darkness and thrown it out like a shield into the world, rolling over all things. There was a ringing quality in the silence, a gong. No, not a gong. Footsteps. It was footsteps. Oh, Lord Siva, do not let it be footsteps. Total environment was empty. The legend was fulfilled that said total environment would empty one day. All had departed except for poor Narayan, and this thing of the footsteps was coming to visit him in his defenseless corner. It was climbing up through the cellars of his existence. Soon it would emerge. Trembling convulsively, Narayan stood up, clutching the corner of the blanket to his throat. He did not wish to face the thing. Wildly he thought, could he bear it best if it looked like a man, or if it looked nothing like a man? It was death, for sure, but how would it look? Only death, his heart fluttered. Only death could arrive this way. His helplessness. Nowhere to hide. He opened his mouth, could not scream, clutched the blanket, felt that he was wetting himself as if he were a child again. Swiftly came the image, the infantile, round-bellied, cringing, puny, his mother black with fury, her great white teeth gritting as she smacked his face with all her might, spitting. It was gone, and he faced the gong, like death again, alone in the great dark tower, in the arid air vibrations of its presence. He was shouting to it, demanding that it did not come. But it came. It came with majestic sloth, like the heartbeats of a fetid slumber, came in the door, pushing darkness before it. It was like a human, but too big to be human. And it wore Malty's face, that sickeningly innocent smile with which she had run up the steps. No, that was not it. Oh, he fell down onto the wet floor. It was nothing like that woman, nothing at all. Cease impossibilities! It was a man, his ebony skull shining, terrible and magnificent, stretching out, grasping, confident. Narayan struck out of his extremity and fell forward. Death was another indelible smack in the face. One of the roosting Dasguptas blubbered and moaned as the man kicked him, woke for a moment, saw the screen still flickering meaninglessly and reassuringly, saw Narayan tremble under his blanket, tumbled back into sleep. It was not till morning that they found it had been Narayan's last tremble. I know I am supposed to be a detached observer. No emotions, no feelings, but scientific detachment is the attitude that has led to much of the inhumanity inherent in environment. How do we, for all the bugging devices, hope to know what ghastly secret nightmares they undergo in there? Anyhow, I am relieved to hear you are flying over. It is tomorrow I am due to go into environment myself. 4. The central offices of Udra were large and repulsive. At the time when they and the Total Environment Tower had been built, the Indian government would not have stood for anything else. Poured cement and rough edges was what they wanted to see, and what they got. From a window in the office building, Thomas Dixit could see the indeterminate land in one direction, and the gigantic T.E. Tower in the other, together with the shanty town that had grown between the foot of the tower and the other Udra buildings. For a moment he chose to ignore the project organizer behind him and gaze out at what he could see of the table-flat lands of the great Ganges Delta. He thought, "It's as good a place as any for man to project his power fantasies. But you are a fool to get mixed up in all this, Thomas." Even to himself, he was never just Tom. "I am being paid, well paid, to do a specific job. Now I am letting woolly humanitarian ideas get in the way of action. Essentially, I am a very empty man. No center. Father Bengali, mother English, and live all my life in the States. I have excuses. Other people accept them. Why can't I?" Sighing, he dwelt on his own unsatisfactoriness. He did not really belong to the West, despite his long years there, and he certainly did not belong to India. In fact, he thought he rather disliked India. Maybe the best place for him was indeed the inside of the Environment Tower. He turned impatiently and said, "I'm ready to get going now, Peter." Peter Crawley, the special project organizer of Udra, was a rather austere Bostonian. He removed the horn-rimmed glasses from his nose and said, "Right. Although we have been through the drill many times, Thomas, I have to tell you this once again before we move. The entire—" Yes, I know, Peter. You don't have to cover yourself. This entire organization might be closed down if I make a wrong move. Please take it as read." Without indignation, Crawley said, "I was going to say that we are all rooting for you. We appreciate the risks you are taking. We shall be checking you everywhere you go in there through the bugging system." "And whatever you see, you can't do a thing." "Be fair. We have made arrangements to help." "I'm sorry, Peter." He liked Crawley, and Crawley's decent reserve. Crawley folded his spectacles with a snap, inserted them in a leather slipcase, and stood up. "The UN, not to mention subsidiary organizations like the WHO and the Indian government, have their knife into us, Thomas. They want to close us down and empty environment. They will do so unless you can provide evidence that forms of extrasensory perception are developing inside the environment. Don't get yourself killed in there. The previous men we sent in behaved foolishly and never came out again." He raised an eyebrow and added dryly, "That sort of thing gets us a bad name, you know." "Just as the blue movies did a while ago." Crawley put his hands behind his back. "My predecessor here decided that immoral movies piped into environment would help boost the birth rate there. Whether he was right or wrong, world opinion has changed since then as the spectre of world famine has faded. We stopped the movies 8 years ago, but they have long memories of the UN, I fear. They allow emotionalism to impede scientific research." "Do you never feel any sympathy for the thousands of people doomed to live out their brief lives in the tower?" They looked speculatively at each other. "You aren't on our side any more, Thomas, are you? You'd like your findings to be negative, wouldn't you, and have the UN close us down?" Dixit uttered a laugh. "I'm not on anyone's side, Peter. I'm neutral. I'm going into environment to look for the evidence of ESP that only direct contact may turn up. What else direct contact will turn up, neither of us can say as yet." "But you think it will be misery. And you will emphasize that at the inquiry after your return." "Peter, let's get on with it, shall we?" Momentarily, Dixit was granted a clear picture of the two of them standing in this room. He saw how their bodily attitudes contrasted. His attitudes were rather slovenly. He held himself rather slump-shouldered. He gesticulated to some extent, too much. He was dressed in threadbare tunic and shorts, ready to pass muster as an inhabitant of environment. Crawley, on the other hand, was very upright, stiff and smart in his movements, hardly ever gestured as he spoke. His dress was faultless. And there was no need to be awed by or envious of Crawley. Crawley was encased in inhibition, afraid to feel, signaling his aridity to anyone who cared to look out from their own self-preoccupation. Crawley, moreover, feared for his job. "Let's get on with it, as you say." He came from behind his desk. "But I'd be grateful if you would remember, Thomas, that the people in the tower are volunteers, or the descendants of volunteers. When Udra began a quarter-century ago, back in the mid-1970s, only volunteers were admitted to the total environment. 500 young married Indian couples were admitted, plus whatever children they had. The tower was a refuge then, free from famine, immune from all disease. They were glad, heartily glad, to get in, glad of all that environment provided and still provides. Those who didn't qualify rioted. We have to remember that. India was a different place in 1975. It had lost hope. One crisis after another, one famine after another, crops dying, people starving, and yet the population spiraling up by 1 million every month. But today, thank God, that picture has largely changed. Synthetic foods have licked the problem. We don't need the grudging land any more. And at last the Hindus and Muslims have got the birth control idea into their heads. It's only now, when a little humanity is seeping back into this death bowl of a subcontinent, that the UN dares complain about the inhumanity of Udra. Dixit said nothing. He felt that this potted history was simply angled towards Crawley's self-justification. The ideas it represented were real enough, heaven knew, but they had meaning for Crawley only in terms of his own existence. Dixit felt pity and impatience as Crawley went on with his narration. "Our aim here must be unswervingly the same as it was from the start. We have evidence that nervous disorders of a special kind produce extrasensory perceptions, telepathy and the rest, and maybe kinds of ESP we do not yet recognize. High-density populations with reasonable nutritional standards develop particular nervous instabilities, which may be akin to ESP spectra. The ultra-high-density research establishment was set up to intensify the likelihood of ESP developing. Don't forget that. The people in environment are supposed to have some ESP. That's the whole point of the operation, right? Sure, it is not humanitarian. We know that. But that is not your concern. You have to go in and find evidence of ESP, something that doesn't show over the bugging. Then Udra will be able to continue." Dixit prepared to leave. "If it hasn't shown up in a quarter of a century—" "It's in there, I know it's in there. The failure's in the bugging system. I feel it coming through the screens at me. Some mystery we need to get our hands on. If only I could prove it. If only I could get in there myself." "Interesting," Dixit thought. "You'd have to be some sort of a voyeur to hold Crawley's job, forever spying on the wretched people." "Too bad you have a white skin, eh?" he said lightly. He walked towards the door. It swung open, and he passed into the corridor. Crawley ran after him and thrust out a hand. "I know how you feel, Thomas. I'm not just a stuffed shirt, you know, not entirely void of sympathy. Sorry if I was needling you. I didn't intend to do so." Dixit dropped his gaze. "I should be the one to apologize, Peter. If there's anything unusual going on in the tower, I'll find it. Never worry." They shook hands without wholly being able to meet each other's eyes. 5. Leaving the office block, Dixit walked alone through the sunshine toward the looming tower that housed Total Environment. The concrete walk was hot and dusty underfoot. The sun was the one good thing that India had, he thought, that burning, beautiful sun, the real ruler of India, whatever petty tyrants came and went. The sun blazed down on the tower. Only inside did it not shine. The uncompromising outlines of the tower were blurred by pipes, ducts, and shafts that ran up and down its exterior. It was a building built for looking into, not out of. Some time ago, in the bad years, the welter of visual records gleaned from environment used to be edited and beamed out on global networks every evening. But all that had been stopped as conditions inside environment deteriorated, and public opinion in the democracies, who were subsidizing the grandiose experiment, turned against the exploitation of human material. A monitoring station stood by the tower walls. From here a constant survey on the interior was kept. Facing the station were the jumbles of merchants' stalls, springing up to cater for tourists, who persisted even now that the tourist trade was discouraged. 2 security guards stepped forward and escorted Dixit to the base of the tower. With ceremony he entered the shade of the entry elevator. As he closed the door, germicides sprayed him, ensuring that he entered environment without harboring dangerous microorganisms. The elevator carried him up to the top deck. This plan had been settled some while ago. The elevator was equipped with double steel doors. As it came to rest, a circuit opened, and a screen showed him what was happening on the other side of the doors. He emerged from a dummy air-conditioning unit behind a wide pillar. He was in Patel's domain. The awful weight of human overcrowding hit Dixit with its full stink and noise. He sat down at the base of the pillar and let his senses adjust. And he thought, I was the wrong one to send. I've always had this inner core of pity for the sufferings of humanity. I could never be impartial. I've got to see that this terrible experiment is stopped. He was at one end of a long balcony onto which many doors opened. A ramp led down at the other end. All the doorways gaped, although some were covered by rugs. Most of the doors had been taken off their hinges to serve as partitions along the balcony itself, partitioning off overspill families. Children ran everywhere, their tinkling voices and cries the dominant note in the hubbub. Glancing over the balcony, Dixit took in a dreadful scene of swarming multitudes, the anonymity of congestion. To sorrow for humanity was not to love its prodigality. Dixit had seen this panorama many times over the bugging system. He knew all the staggering figures, 1,500 people in here to begin with, and by now some 75,000 people, a large proportion of them under 4 years of age. But pictures and figures were pale abstracts beside the reality they were intended to represent. The kids drove him into action at last by playfully hurling dirt at him. Dixit moved slowly along, carrying himself tight and cringing in the manner of the crowd about him, features rigid, elbows tucked into the ribs, mutatis mutandis. It was Crawley's inhibited attitude. Even the children ran between the legs of their elders in that guarded way. As soon as he had left the shelter of his pillar, he was caught in a stream of chattering people, all jostling between the rooms and the stalls of the balcony. They moved very slowly. Among the crowd were hawkers, and salesmen pressed their wares from the pitiful balcony hovels. Dixit tried to conceal his curiosity. Over the bugging he had had only distant views of the merchandise offered for sale. Here were the strange models that had caught his attention when he was first appointed to the Udra project. A man with orange goat eyes, in fact probably no more than 13 years of age, but here a hardened veteran, was at Dixit's elbow. As Dixit stared at him, momentarily suspicious he was being watched, the goat-eyed man merged into the crowd, and to hide his face, Dixit turned to the nearest salesman. In only a moment he was eagerly examining the wares, forgetting how vulnerable was his situation. All the strange models were extremely small. This Dixit attributed to shortage of materials, wrongly as it later transpired. The biggest model the salesman possessed stood no more than 2 inches high. It was made, nevertheless, of a diversity of materials, in which many sorts of plastics featured. Some models were simple, and appeared to be little more than an elaborate tugra, or monogram, which might have been intended for an elaborate piece of costume jewelry. Others, as one peered among their interstices, seemed to afford a glimpse of another dimension. All possessed eye-teasing properties. The merchant was pressing Dixit to buy. He referred to the elaborate models as life objects. Noticing that one in particular attracted his potential customer, he lifted it delicately and held it up, a miracle of craftsmanship, perplexing, outre, giving Dixit somehow as much pain as pleasure. He named the price. Although Dixit was primed with money, he automatically shook his head. Too expensive. "See, master, I show you how this life object works." The man fished beneath his scrap of loincloth and produced a small perforated silver box. Flipping it open, he produced a live woodlouse and slipped it under a hinged part of the model. The insect, in its struggles, activated a tiny wheel. The interior of the model began to rotate, some sets of minute planes turning in counterpoint to others. This life object belonged to a very religious man, master. In his fascination, Dixit said, Are they all powered? No, master, only special ones. This was perfect model from Dalcush Pancioli. Last generation, master, all the way from third deck. Very, very fine, and masterful workmanship of first quality. I have also still better one worked by a body louse, if you care to see. By reflex, Dixit said, Your prices are too high. He absolved himself from the argument that brewed, slipping away through the crowd with the merchant calling after him. Other merchants shouted to him, sensing his interest in their wares. He saw some beautiful work, all on the tiniest scale, and not only life objects, but amazing little watches with millisecond hands, as well as second hands. In some cases the millisecond was the largest hand. In some the hour hand was missing, or was supplemented by a day hand, and the watches took many extraordinary shapes, tetrachysahedrons and other elaborate forms, until their format merged with that of the life objects. Dixit thought approvingly. The clock and watch industry fulfills a human need for exercising elaborate skill and accuracy, while at the same time requiring a minimum of materials. These people of total environment are the world's greatest craftsmen. Bent over one curious watch that involved a color change, he became suddenly aware of danger. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw the man with the unpleasant orange eyes about to strike him. Dixit dodged without being able to avoid the blow. As it caught him on the side of his neck, he stumbled and fell under the milling feet. 6. Afterwards, Dixit could hardly say that he had been totally unconscious. He was aware of hands dragging him, of being partly carried, of the sound of many voices, of the name Patel repeated. And when he came fully to his senses, he was lying in a cramped room, with a guard in a scruffy turban standing by the door. His first hazy thought was that the room was no more than a small ship's cabin. Then he realized that, by indigenous standards, this was a large room for only one person. He was a prisoner in total environment. A kind of self-mocking fear entered him. He had almost expected the blow, he realized, and he looked eagerly about for the bug-eye that would reassure him his Udra friends outside were aware of his predicament. There was no sign of the bug-eye. He was not long in working out why. This room had been partitioned out of a larger one, and the bugging system was evidently shut in the other half. Whether deliberately or accidentally, he had no way of knowing. The guard had bobbed out of sight. Sounds of whispering came from beyond the doorway. Dixit felt the pressure of many people there. Then a woman came in and closed the door. She walked cringingly and carried a brass cup of water. Although her face was lined, it was possible to see that she had once been beautiful and perhaps proud. Now her whole attitude expressed the defeat of her life. And this woman might be no more than 18. One of the terrifying features of environment was the way, right from the start, confinement had speeded life processes and abridged life. Involuntarily, Dixit flinched away from the woman. She almost smiled. "Do not fear me, sir. I am almost as much a prisoner as you are. Equally, do not think that by knocking me down you can escape. I promise you there are 50 people outside the door, all eager to impress Prahlad Patel by catching you, should you try to get away." "So I'm in Patel's clutches," he thought. Aloud he said, "I will offer you no harm. I want to see Patel. If you are captive, tell me your name, and perhaps I can help you." As she offered him the cup and he drank, she said shyly, "I do not complain, for my fate might have been much worse than it is. Please do not agitate Patel about me, or he may throw me out of his household. My name is Malti." "Perhaps I may be able to help you and all your tribe soon. You are all in a form of captivity here, the great Patel included, and it is from that I hope to deliver you." Then he saw fear in her eyes. "You really are a spy from outside?" she breathed. "But we do not want our poor little world invaded. You have so much. Leave us our little." She shrank away and slipped through the door, leaving Dixit with a melancholy impression of her eyes, so burdened in their shrunken gaze. The babble continued outside the door. Although he still felt sick, he propped himself up and let his thoughts run on. "You have so much. Leave us our little." All their values had been perverted. Poor things, they could know neither the smallness of their own world nor the magnitude of the world outside. This dung-heap had become to them all there was of beauty and value. 2 guards came for him, mere boys. He could have knocked their heads together, but compassion moved him. They led him through a room full of excited people. Beyond their glaring faces, the screen flickered pallidly behind its mesh. Dixit saw how faint the image of outside was. He was taken into another partitioned room. 2 men were talking. The scene struck Dixit with peculiar force, and not merely because he was at a disadvantage. It was an alien scene. The impoverishment of even the richest furnishings, the clipped and bastardized variety of Hindi that was being talked, reinforced the impression of strangeness. And the charge of Patel's character filled the room. There could be no doubt who was Patel. The plump, cringing fellow wringing his hands and protesting was not Patel. Patel was the stocky, white-haired man with a heavy lower lip and high forehead. Dixit had seen him in this very room over the bugging system. But to stand captive, awaiting his attention, was an experience of an entirely different order. Dixit tried to analyze the first fresh impact Patel had on him, but it was elusive. It was difficult to realize that, as the outside measured years, Patel could not be much more than 19 or 20 years of age. Time was impacted here, jellified under the psychic pressures of total environment. Like the hieroglyphics of that new relativity, detailed plans of the environment hung large on one wall of this room, while figures and names were chalked over the others. The room was the nerve center of Top Deck. He knew something about Patel from the Udra records. Patel had come up here from the 7th deck. By guile as well as force, he had become ruler of Top Deck at an early age. He had surprised Udra observers by abstaining from the usual forays of conquest into other floors. Patel was saying to the cringing man, "Be silent! You try to obscure the truth of argument. You have heard the witnesses against you. During your period of watch on the stairs, you were bribed by a man from 9th deck, and you let him through here." "Only for a mere 17 minutes, Sir Patel." "I am aware that such things happen every day, wretched Raital. But this fellow you let through stole the life object belonging to Narayan Farad, and in consequence Narayan Farad died in his sleep last night. Narayan was no more important than you are, but he was useful to me, and it is in order that he be revenged." "Anything you say, Sir Patel." "Be silent, wretched Raital." Patel watched Raital with interest as he spoke, and he spoke in a firm, reflective voice that impressed Dixit more than shouting would have done. "You shall revenge Narayan, Raital, because you caused his death. You will leave here now. You will not be punished. You will go, and you will steal the life object belonging to that fellow from whom you accepted the bribe. You will bring that life object to me. You have 1 day to do so. Otherwise my assassins will find you wherever you hide, be it even down on deck 1. "Oh, yes, indeed, Sir Patel. All men know—" Raital was bent almost double as he uttered some face-saving formula. He turned and scurried away as Patel dismissed him. Strength, thought Dixit. Strength and also cunning. That is what Patel radiates. An elaborate and cutting subtlety. The phrase pleased him, seeming to represent something actual that he had detected in Patel's make-up. An elaborate and cutting subtlety. Clearly it was part of Patel's design that Dixit should witness this demonstration of his methods. Patel turned away, folded his arms, and contemplated a blank piece of wall at close range. He stood motionless. The guards held Dixit still, but not so still as Patel held himself. This tableau was maintained for several minutes. Dixit found himself losing track of the normal passage of time. Patel's habit of turning to stare at the wall, and it did not belong to Patel alone, was an uncanny one that Dixit had watched several times over the bugging system. It was that habit, he thought, which might have given Crawley the notion that ESP was rampant in the tower. It was curious to think of Crawley here. Although Crawley might at this moment be surveying Dixit's face on a monitor, Crawley was now no more than a hypothesis. Malty broke the tableau. She entered the room with a damp cloth on a tray, to stand waiting patiently for Patel to notice her. He broke away at last from his motionless survey of the wall, gesturing abruptly to the guards to leave. He took no notice of Dixit, sitting in a chair, letting Malty drape the damp cloth round his neck. The cloth had a fragrant smell to it. "The towel is not cool enough, Malty, or damp enough. You will attend me properly at my morning session, or you will lose this easy job." He swung his gaze, which was suddenly black and searching, onto Dixit to say, "Well, spy, you know I am lord here. Do you wonder why I tolerate old women like this about me when I could have girls young and lovely to fawn on me?" Dixit said nothing, and the self-styled lord continued, "Young girls would merely remind me by contrast of my advanced years. But this old bag, whom I bought only yesterday, this old bag is only just my junior, and makes me look good in contrast. You see, we are masters of philosophy in here, in this prison universe. We cannot be masters of material wealth like you people outside." Again Dixit said nothing, disgusted by the man's implied attitude to women. A swinging blow caught him unprepared in the stomach. He cried and dropped suddenly to the floor. "Get up, spy," Patel said. He had moved extraordinarily fast. He sat back again in his chair, letting Malty massage his neck muscles. 7. As Dixit staggered to his feet, Patel said, "You don't deny you are from outside?" "I did not attempt to deny it. I came from outside to speak to you." "You say nothing here until you are ordered to speak. Your people, you outsiders, you have sent in several spies to us in the last few months. Why?" Still feeling sick from the blow, Dixit said, "You should realize that we are your friends rather than your enemies, and our men emissaries rather than spies." "Pah! You are a breed of spies. Don't you sit and spy on us from every room? You live in a funny little dull world out there, don't you? So interested in us that you can think of nothing else? Keep working, Malty. Little spy, you know what happened to all the other spies your spying people sent in?" "They died," Dixit said. "Exactly. They died. But you are the first to be sent to Patel's deck. What different thing to death do you expect here?" "Another death will make my superiors very tired, Patel. You may have the power of life and death over me. They have the same over you, and over all in this world of yours. Do you want a demonstration?" Rising, flinging the towel off, Patel said, "Give me your demonstration." "Must do," Dixit thought. Staring in Patel's eyes, he raised his right hand above his head and gestured with his thumb. "Pray they are watching, and thank God this bit of partitioned room is the bit with a bugging system." Tensely, Patel stared, balanced on his toes. Behind his shoulder, Malty also stared. Nothing happened. Then a sort of shudder ran through environment. It became slowly audible as a mixture of groan and cry. Its cause became apparent in this less crowded room when the air began to grow hot and foul. So Dixit's signal had got through. Crawley had him under survey, and the air-conditioning plant was pumping in hot carbon dioxide through the respiratory system. "You see, we control the very air you breathe," Dixit said. He dropped his arm, and slowly the air returned to normal, although it was at least an hour before the fright died down in the passages. Whatever the demonstration had done to Patel, he showed nothing. Instead, he said, "You control the air. Very well. But you do not control the will to turn it off permanently. And so you do not control the air. Your threat is an empty one, spy. For some reason you need us to live. We have a mystery, don't we?" "There is no reason why I should be anything but honest with you, Patel. Your special environment must have bred special talents in you. We are interested in those talents, but no more than interested." Patel came closer and inspected Dixit's face minutely, rather as he had recently inspected the blank wall. Strange angers churned inside him. His neck and throat turned a dark mottled color. Finally he spoke. "We are the center of your outside world, aren't we? We know that you watch us all the time. We know that you are much more than interested. For you, we here are somehow a matter of life and death, aren't we?" This was more than Dixit had expected. 4 generations, Patel, 4 generations have been incarcerated in environment. His voice trembled. 4 generations. And despite our best intentions, you are losing touch with reality. You live in one relatively small building on a sizable planet. Clearly, you can only be of limited interest to the world at large. Malty! Patel turned to the slave girl. Which is the greater, the outer world or ours? She looked confused, hesitated by the door, as if longing to escape. The outside world was great, master, but then it gave birth to us, and we have grown and are growing and are gaining strength. The child now is almost the size of the father. So my stepfather's son Jamsu says, and he is a clever one. Patel turned to stare at Dixit, a haughty expression on his face. He made no comment, as if the words of an ignorant girl were sufficient to prove his point. All that you and the girl say only emphasizes to me how much you need help, Patel. The world outside is a great and thriving place. You must allow it to give you assistance through me. We are not your enemies. Again the choleric anger was there, powering Patel's every word. What else are you, spy? Your life is so vile and pointless out there, is it not? You envy us because we are superseding you. Our people, we may be poor. You may think of us as in your power, but we rule our own universe. And that universe is expanding and falling under our control more every day. Why, our explorers have gone into the world of the ultra-small. We discover new environments, new ways of living. By your terms, we are scientific peasants, perhaps, but I fancy we have ways of knowing the trade routes of the blood and the eternities of cell change that you cannot comprehend. You think of us all as captives, eh? Yet you are captive to the necessity of supplying our air and our food and water. We are free. We are poor, yet you covet our riches. We are spied on all the time, yet we are secret. You need to understand us, yet we have no need to understand you. You are in our power, spy. Certainly not in one vital respect, Patel. Both you and we are ruled by historical necessity. This environment was set up 25 of our years ago. Changes have taken place not only in here, but outside as well. The nations of the world are no longer prepared to finance this project. It is going to be closed down entirely, and you are going to have to live outside. Or, if you don't want that, you'd better cooperate with us and persuade the leaders of the other decks to cooperate. Would threats work with Patel? His hooded and oblique gaze bit into Dixit like a hook. After a deadly pause, he clapped his hands once. 2 guards immediately appeared. "Take the spy away," said Patel. Then he turned his back. A clever man, Dixit thought. He sat alone in the cell and meditated. It seemed as if a battle of wits might develop between him and Patel. Well, he was prepared. He trusted to his first impression, that Patel was a man of cutting subtlety. He could not be taken to mean all that he said. Dixit's mind worked back over their conversation. The mystery of the life objects had been dangled before him, and Patel had taken care to belittle the outside world. Funny, dull little world, he had called it. He had made Malty advance her primitive view that environment was growing, and that had fitted in very well with his brand of boasting, which led to the deduction that he had known her views beforehand, yet he had bought her only yesterday. Why should a busy man, a leader, bother to question an ignorant slave about her views of the outside world, unless he were starved for information of that world, obsessed with it? Yes, Dixit nodded to himself. Patel was obsessed with outside and tried to hide that obsession, but several small contradictions in his talk had revealed it. Of course it might be that Malty was so generally representative of the thousands in environment that her misinformed ideas could be taken for granted. It was as well, as yet, not to be too certain that he was beginning to understand Patel. Part of Patel's speech made sense, even superficially. These poor devils were exploring the world of the ultra-small. It was the only landscape left for them to map. They were human, and still burning inside them was that unquenchable human urge to open new frontiers. So they knew some inward things. Quite possibly, as Crawley anticipated, they possessed a system of ESP upon which some reliance might be placed, unlike the wildly fluctuating telepathic radiations which circulated in the outside world. He felt confident, fully engaged. There was much to understand here. The bugging system, elaborate and overused, was shown to be a complete failure. The Watchers had stayed external to their problem. It remained their problem, not their life. What was needed was a whole team to come and live here, perhaps a team on every deck, anthropologists and so on. Since that was impossible, then clearly the people of environment must be released from their captivity. Those that were unwilling to go far afield should be settled in new villages on the Ganges plain, under the wide sky. And there, as they adapted to the real world, observers could live among them, learning with humility of the gifts that had been acquired at such cost within the thick walls of the Total Environment Tower. As Dixit sat in meditation, a guard brought a meal in to him. He ate thankfully and renewed his thinking. From the little he had already experienced, the ghastly pressures on living space, the slavery, the aberrant modes of thought into which the people were being forced, the harshness of the petty rulers, he was confirmed in his view that this experiment in anything like its present form must be closed down at once. The UN needed the excuse of his adverse report before they moved. They should have it when he got out. And if he worded the report carefully, stressing that these people had many talents to offer, then he might also satisfy Crawley and his like. He had it in his power to satisfy all parties when he got out. All he had to do was get out. The guard came back to collect his empty bowl. "When is Patel going to speak with me again?" The guard said, "When he sends for you to have you silenced forever." Dixit stopped composing his report, and thought about that instead. 8. Much time elapsed before Dixit was visited again, and then it was only the self-effacing Malty who appeared, bringing him a cup of water. "I want to talk to you," Dixit said urgently. No, I cannot talk. He will beat me. It is the time when we sleep, when the old die. You should sleep now, and Patel will see you in the morning." He tried to touch her hand, but she withdrew. "You are a kind girl, Malty. You suffer in Patel's household." "He has many women, many servants. I am not alone." "Can you not escape back to your family?" She looked at the floor evasively. "It would bring trouble to my family. Slavery is the lot of many women. It is the way of the world." "It is not the way of the world I come from." Her eyes flashed. "Your world is of no interest to us." Dixit thought, after she had gone, "She is afraid of our world." Rightly. He slept little during the night. Even barricaded inside Patel's fortress, he could still hear the noises of environment, not only the voices, almost never silent, but the gurgle and sob of pipes in the walls. In the morning he was taken into a larger room where Patel was issuing commands for the day to a succession of subordinates. Confined to a corner, Dixit followed everything with interest. His interest grew when the unfortunate guard Raital appeared. He bounded in and waited for Patel to strike him. Instead, Patel kicked him. "You have performed as I ordered yesterday?" Raital began at once to cry and wring his hands. "Sir Patel, I have performed as well as and better than you demanded, incurring great suffering and having myself beaten downstairs where the people of Ninth Deck discovered me marauding. You must invade them, sir, and teach them a lesson that in their insolence they so dare to mock your faithful guards, who only do those things—" "Silence, you dog-devourer! Do you bring back that item which I demanded of you yesterday?" The wretched guard brought from the pocket of his tattered tunic a small object, which he held out to Patel. "Of course I obey, Sir Patel. To keep this object safe when the people caught me, I swallow it whole, sir, into the stomach for safekeeping, so that they would not know what I am about. Then my wife gives me sharp medicine, so that I vomit it safely again to deliver to you." "Put the filthy thing down on that shelf there. You think I wish to touch it when it has been in your worm-infested belly, slave?" The guard did as he was bid, and abased himself. "You are sure it is the life object of the man who stole Narayan Farad's life object, and nobody else's?" "Oh, indeed, Sir Patel. It belongs to a man called Gita, the very, very same who stole Narayan's life object, and tonight you will see he will die of night visions." "Get out!" Patel managed to catch Raital's buttocks with a swift kick as the guard scampered from the room. A queue of people stood waiting to speak with him, to supplicate and advise. Patel sat and interviewed them, in the main showing a better humour than he had shown his luckless guard. For Dixit this scene had a curious interest. He had watched Patel's morning audience more than once, standing by Crawley's side in the Udra monitoring station. Now he was a prisoner, waiting uncomfortably in the corner of the room, and the whole atmosphere was changed. He felt the extraordinary intensity of these people's lives. The emotions compressed, everything vivid. Patel himself wept several times as some tale of hardship was unfolded to him. There was no privacy. Everyone stood round him, listening to everything. Short the lives might be, but those annihilating spaces that stretch through ordinary lives, the spaces through which one glimpses uncomfortable glooms and larger poverties, if not presences more sour and sinister, seemed here to have been eradicated. The total environment had brought its people's total involvement. Whatever befell them, they were united, as were bees in a hive. Finally a break was called. The unfortunates who had not gained Patel's ear were turned away. Malty was summoned and administered the damp towel treatment to Patel. Later he sent her off and ate a frugal meal. Only when he had finished it and sat momentarily in meditation did he turn his brooding attention to Dixit. He indicated that Dixit was to fetch down the object Rytal had placed on a shelf. Dixit did so, and put the object before Patel. Staring at it with interest, he saw it was an elaborate little model, similar to the ones for sale on the balcony. "Observe it well," Patel said. "It is the life object of a man. You have these," he gestured vaguely, "outside?" "No." "You know what they are?" "No." "In this world of ours, Mr. Dixit, we have many holy men. I have a holy man here under my protection. On the deck below is one very famous holy man, Vasif Dariji. These men have many powers. Tonight I shall give my holy man this life object, and with it he will be able to enter the being of the man to whom it belongs, for good or ill, and in this case for ill, to revenge a death with a death." Dixit stared at the little object, a three-dimensional maze constructed of silver and plastic strands, trying to comprehend what Patel was saying. "This is a sort of key to its owner's mind?" No, not a key, and not to his mind. It is well, we do not have a scientific word for it, and our word would mean nothing to you, so I cannot say what. It is, let us say, a replica, a substitute for the man's being. Not his mind, his being. In this case, a man called Gita. You are very interested, aren't you? Everyone here has one of these? Down to the very poorest and even the older children. A sage works in conjunction with a smith to produce each individual life object. But they can be stolen, and then an ill-intentioned holy man can use them to kill the owner. So why make them? I don't understand. Smiling, Patel made a small movement of impatience. What you discover of yourself you record. That is how these things are made. They are not trinkets. They are a man's record of his discovery of himself. Dixit shook his head. If they are so personal, why are so many sold by street traders as trinkets? Men die. Then their life objects have no value, except as trinkets. They are also popularly believed to bestow, well, personality value. There also exist large numbers of forgeries which people buy because they like to have them simply as decorations. After a moment, Dixit said, So they are innocent things, but you take them and use them for evil ends. I use them to keep a power balance. A man of mine called Narayan was silenced by Gita of Ninth Deck. Never mind why. So tonight I silence Gita to keep the balance. He stopped and looked closely at Dixit so that the latter received a blast of that enigmatic personality. He opened his hand and said, still observing Dixit, Death sits in my palm, Mr. Dixit. Tonight I shall have you silenced also, by what you may consider more ordinary methods. Clenching his hands tightly together, Dixit said, You tell me about the life objects, and yet you claim you are going to kill me. Patel pointed up to one corner of his room. There are eyes and ears there, while your ever-hungry spying friends suck up the facts of this world. You see, I can tell them, I can tell them so much, and they can never comprehend our life. All the important things can never be said, so they can never learn. But they can see you die tonight, and that they will comprehend. Perhaps then they will cease to send spies in here." He clapped his hands once for the guards. They came forward and led Dixit away. As he went back to his cell, he heard Patel shouting for Malty. 9. The hours passed in steady gloom. The UN, the Udra, would not rescue him. The Environment Charter permitted intervention by only one outsider at a time. Dixit could hear, feel the vast, throbbing life of the place going on about him, and was shaken by it. He tried to think about the life objects. Presumably, Crawley had overheard the last conversation and would know that the holy men, as Patel called them, had the power to kill at a distance. There was the ESP evidence Crawley sought. Telecide, or whatever you called it, and the knowledge helped nobody, as Patel himself observed. It had long been known that African witch-doctors possessed similar talents, to lay a spell on a man and kill him at a distance. But how they did it had never been established, nor indeed had the fact ever been properly assimilated by the West, eager though the West was for new methods of killing. There were things one civilization could not learn from another. The whole business of life objects, Dixit perceived, was going to be such a matter, endlessly fascinating, entirely insoluble. He thought, returning to his cell, and told himself, "Patel still puzzles me. But it is no use hanging about here being puzzled. Here I sit, waiting for a knife in the guts. It must be night now. I've got to get out of here." There was no way out of the room. He paced restlessly up and down. They brought him no meal, which was ominous. A long while later the door was unlocked and opened. It was Malty. She lifted one finger as a caution to silence and closed the door behind her. "It's time for me?" Dixit asked. She came quickly over to him, not touching him, staring at him. Though she was an ugly and despondent woman, beauty lay in her time-haunted eyes. "I can help you escape, Dixit. Patel sleeps now, and I have an understanding with the guards here. Understandings have been reached to smuggle you down to my own deck, where perhaps you can get back to the outside where you belong. This place is full of arrangements, but you must be quick. Are you ready?" "He'll kill you when he finds out." She shrugged. "He may not. I think perhaps he likes me. Prahlad Patel is not inhuman, whatever you think of him." "No, but he plans to murder someone else tonight. He has acquired some poor fellow's life object and plans to have his holy man kill him with night visions, whatever they are." She said, "People have to die. You are going to be lucky. You will not die, not this night." "If you take that fatalistic view, why help me?" He saw a flash of defiance in her eyes. "Because you must take a message outside for me." "Outside? To whom?" "To everyone there. Everyone who greedily spies on us here and would spoil this world. Tell them to go away and leave us and let us make our own world. Forget us. That is my message. Take it. Deliver it with all the strength you have. This is our world, not yours." Her vehemence, her ignorance, silenced him. She led him from the room. There were guards on the outer door. They stood rigid with their eyes closed, seeing no evil, and she slid between them, leading Dixit and opening the door. They hurried outside, onto the balcony, which was still as crowded as ever, people sprawling everywhere in the disconsolate gestures of public sleep. With the noise and chaos and animation of daytime fled, total environment stood fully revealed for the echoing prison it was. As Malty turned to go, Dixit grasped her wrist. "I must return," she said. "Get quickly to the steps down to 9th deck, the near steps. That's 3 flights to go down, the interdeck flight guarded. They will let you through. They expect you." "Malty, I must try to help this other man who is to die. Do you happen to know someone called Gita?" She gasped and clung to him. "Gita?" "Gita of the 9th deck. Patel has Gita's life object, and he is to die tonight." "Gita is my stepfather, my mother's 3rd husband. A good man. Oh, he must not die for my mother's sake." "He's to die tonight. Malty, I can help you and Gita. I appreciate how you feel about outside, but you are mistaken. You would be free in a way you cannot understand. Take me to Gita, and we'll all 3 get out together." Conflicting emotions chased all over her face. "You are sure Gita is to die?" "Come and check with him to see if his life object is gone." Without waiting for her to make a decision, in fact, she looked as if she were just about to bolt back into Patel's quarters, Dixit took hold of her and forced her along the balcony, picking his way through the piles of sleepers. Ramps ran down from balcony to balcony in long zigzags. For all its multitudes of people, even the ramps had been taken up as dosses by whole swarms of urchins. Total environment seemed much larger than it had when one looked in from the monitoring room. He kept peering back to see if they were being followed. It seemed to him unlikely that he would be able to get away. But they had now reached the stairs leading down to Deck 9. Oh, well, he thought, corruption he could believe in. It was the universal Oriental system whereby the small man contrived to live under oppression. As soon as the guards saw him and Malty, they all stood and closed their eyes. Among them was the wretched Raital, who hurriedly clapped palms over eyes as they approached.
"I must go back to Patel,"
Malty gasped. "Why, you know he will kill you," Dixit said. He kept tight hold of her thin wrist. "All these witnesses to the way you led me to safety? You can't believe he will not discover what you are doing? Let's get to Gita quickly." He hustled her down the stairs. There were Deck 9 guards at the bottom. They smiled and saluted Malty and let her by. As if resigned now to doing what Dixit wished, she led him forward, and they picked their way down a ramp to a lower floor. The squalor and confusion were greater here than they had been above, the slumbers more broken. This was a deck without a strong leader, and it showed. He must have seen just such a picture as this over the bugging in the air-conditioned comfort of the Udra offices, and remained comparatively unmoved. You had to be among it to feel it. Then you caught also the aroma of environment. It was pungent in the extreme. As they moved slowly down among the huddled figures abased by fatigue, he saw that a corpse burned slowly on a woodpile. It was the corpse of a child. Smoke rose from it in a leisurely coil until it was sucked into a wall vent. A mother squatted by the body, her face shielded by one skeletal hand. "It is the time when the old die," Malty had said of the previous night, and the young had to answer that same call. This was the Indian way of facing the inhumanity of environment, with their age-old acceptance of suffering. Had one of the white races been shut in here to breed to intolerable numbers, they would have met the situation with a general massacre. Dixit, a half-caste, would not permit himself to judge which response he most respected. Malty kept her gaze fixed on the worn concrete underfoot as they moved down the ramp past the corpse. At the bottom she led him forward again without a word. They pushed through the sleazy ways, arriving at last at a battered doorway. With a glance at Dixit, Malty slipped in and rejoined her family. Her mother, not sleeping, crouched over a washbowl, gave a cry, and fell into Malty's arms. Brothers and sisters and half-brothers and half-sisters and cousins and nephews woke up, squealing. Dixit was utterly brushed aside. He stood nervously, waiting, hoping, in the corridor. It was many minutes before Malty came out and led him to the crowded little cabin. She introduced him to Shamim, her mother, who curtsied and rapidly disappeared, and to her stepfather, Gita. The little wiry man shooed everyone out of one corner of the room and moved Dixit into it. A cup of wine was produced and offered politely to the visitor. As he sipped it, he said, "If your stepdaughter has explained the situation, Gita, I'd like to get you and Malty out of here, because otherwise your lives are worth very little. I can guarantee you will be extremely kindly treated outside." With dignity, Gita said, "Sir, all this very unpleasant business has been explained to me by my stepdaughter. You are most good to take this trouble, but we cannot help you." "You, or rather Malty, have helped me. Now it is my turn to help you. I want to take you out of here to a safe place. You realize you are both under the threat of death. You hardly need telling that Prahlad Patel is a ruthless man." "He is very, very ruthless, Gita said unhappily. "But we cannot leave here. I cannot leave here. Look at all these little people who are dependent on me. Who would look after them if I left?" "But if your hours are numbered?" "If I have only 1 minute to go before I die. Still I cannot desert those who depend on me." Dixit turned to Malty. "You, Malty, you have less responsibility. Patel will have his revenge on you. Come with me and be safe." She shook her head. "If I came, I would sicken with worry for what was happening here, and so I would die that way." He looked about him hopelessly. The blind interdependence bred by this crowded environment had beaten him, almost. He still had one card to play. "When I go out of here, as go I must, I have to report to my superiors. They are the people who really order everything that happens here. They supply your light, your food, your air. They are like gods to you with the power of death over everyone on every deck, which perhaps is why you can hardly believe in them. They already feel that total environment is wrong, a crime against your humanity. I have to take my verdict to them. My verdict, I can tell you now, is that the lives of all you people are as precious as lives outside these walls. The experiment must be stopped. You all must go free. You may not understand entirely what I mean, but perhaps the wall screens have helped you grasp something. You will all be looked after and rehabilitated. Everyone will be released from the decks very soon. So you can both come with me and save your lives, and then in perhaps only a week you will be reunited with your family. Patel will have no power then. Now think over your decision again for the good of your dependents, and come with me to life and freedom." Malty and Gita looked anxiously at each other and went into a huddle. Shamim joined in, and Jamsu, and Lame Shirin, and more of the tribe, and a great jangle of excited talk swelled up. Dixit fretted nervously. Finally silence fell. Gita said, "Sir, your intentions are plainly kind. But you have forgotten that Malty charged you to take a message to outside. Her message was to tell the people there to go away, and let us make our own world. Perhaps you do not understand such a message, and so cannot deliver it. Then I will give you my message, and you can take it to your superiors." Dixit bowed his head. "Tell them, your superiors, and everyone outside who insists on watching us and meddling in our affairs, tell them that we are shaping our own lives. We know what is to come, and the many problems of having such a plenty of young people, but we have faith in our next generation. We believe they will have many new talents we do not possess, as we have talents our fathers did not possess. We know you will continue to send in food and air, because that is something you cannot escape from. We also know that in your hidden minds you wish to see us all fail and die. You wish to see us break, to see what will happen when we do. You do not have love for us. You have fear and puzzlement and hate. We shall not break. We are building a new sort of world. We are getting clever. We would die if you took us out of here. Go and tell that to your superiors and to everyone who spies on us. Please leave us to our own lives over which we have our own commands." There seemed nothing Dixit could say in answer. He looked at Malty, but could see she was unyielding, frail and pale and unyielding. This was what Udra had bred, complete lack of understanding. He turned and went. He had his key. He knew the secret place on each deck where he could slip away into one of the escape elevators. As he pushed through the grimy crowds, he could hardly see his way for tears. 10. It was all very informal. Dixit made his report to a board of 6 members of the Udra administration, including the special project organizer Peter Crawley. 2 observers were allowed to sit in, a grand lady who represented the Indian government, and Dixit's old friend Senator Jacob Burns, representing the United Nations. Dixit delivered his report on what he had found and added a recommendation that a rehabilitation village be set up immediately, and the environment wound down. Crawley rose to his feet and stood rigid as he said, "By your own words, you admit that these people of environment cling desperately to what little they have. However terrible, however miserable that little may seem to you, they are acclimatized to what they have. They have turned their backs to the outside world and don't want to come out." Dixit said, "We shall rehabilitate them, re-educate them, find them local homes where the intricate family patterns to which they are used can still be maintained, where they can be helped back to normality." "But by what you say, they would receive a paralyzing shock if confronted with the outside world and its gigantic scale." "Not if Patel still led them." A mutter ran along the board. Its members clearly thought this an absurd statement. Crawley gestured despairingly, as if his case were made, and sat down, saying, "He's the sort of tyrant who causes the misery in environment." "The one thing they need when they emerge to freedom is a strong leader they know. Gentlemen, Patel is our good hope. His great asset is that he is oriented towards outside already." "Just what does that mean?" one of the board asked. "It means this. Patel is a clever man. My belief is that he arranged that Malty should help me escape from his cell. He never had any intention of killing me. That was a bluff to get me on my way. Little, oppressed Malty was just not the woman to take any initiative. What Patel probably did not bargain for was that I should mention Gita by name to her, or that Gita should be closely related to her. But because of their fatalism, his plan was in no way upset. "Why should Patel want you to escape?" Implicit in much that he did and said, though he tried to hide it, was a burning curiosity about outside. He exhibited facets of his culture to me to ascertain my reactions, testing for approval or disapproval, I'd guess, like a child. Nor does he attempt to attack other decks, the time-honored sport of environment tyrants. His attention is directed inwardly on us. Patel is intelligent enough to know that we have real power. He has never lost the true picture of reality, unlike his minions. So he wants to get out. He calculated that if I got back to you, seemingly having escaped death, I would report strongly enough to persuade you to start demolishing Total Environment immediately. "Which you are doing," Crawley said. "Which I am doing. Not for Patel's reasons, but for human reasons, and for utilitarian reasons also, which will perhaps appeal more to Mr. Crawley. Gentlemen, you were right. There are mental disciplines in environment the world could use, of which perhaps the least attractive is telecide. Udra has cost the public millions on millions of dollars. We have to recoup by these new advances. We can only use these new advances by studying them in an atmosphere not laden with hatred and envy of us. In other words, by opening that black tower." The meeting broke up. Of course, he could not expect anything more decisive than that for a day or two. Senator Burns came over. "Not only did you make out a good case, Thomas. History is with you. The world's emerging from a bad period, and that dark tower, as you call it, is a symbol of the bad times, and so it has to go." Inwardly, Dixit had his qualifications to that remark, but they walked together to the window of the boardroom and looked across at the great rough bulk of the Environment Building. "It's more than a symbol. It's as full of suffering and hope as our own world. But it's a man-made monster. It must go." Burns nodded. "Don't worry, it'll go. I feel sure that the historical process, that blind evolutionary thing, has already decided that Udra's day is done. Stick around. In a few weeks you'll be able to help Maltese family rehabilitate. And now I'm off to put in my 2 cents worth with the chairman of that board." He clapped Dixit on the back and walked off. Inside, he knew lights would be burning, and those thronging feet padding across the only world they knew. Inside there, babies would be born this night, and men die of old age and night visions. Outside, monsoon rain began to fall on the wide Indian land. Frederik Pohl, The Merchants of Venus. Frederik Pohl broke into the professional SF world in 1939 as the 19-year-old editor of 2 SF magazines, Astonishing Stories and Super Science Stories, and ever since has been one of the genre's major shaping forces, as writer, editor, agent, and anthologist. On the editorial side of the slate, Pohl founded SF's first continuing original anthology series, the famous Star Series, which lasted from 1953 to 1960. Was the editor of the Galaxy group of magazines from 1960 to 1969, during which time he won 3 consecutive Best Professional Magazine Hugos for Worlds of If, Galaxy's sister magazine, and served throughout the mid-70s as a consulting SF editor for Bantam, where he was responsible for the buying of such novels as Delaney's Dahlgren and Russ's The Female Man. He was science fiction's first important literary agent, and as such played a vital role in encouraging publishing houses such as Ballantine to develop the first category science fiction book lines in the early 50s. As a writer, Pohl first came to prominence with a series of novels written in collaboration with the late C.M. Kornbluth, including The Space Merchants, one of the most famous SF novels of the 50s, Gladiator at Law, a book that comes to seem less and less like a satire every time you turn on your television set. Search the Sky, and Wolfebane, perhaps the best of the Pohl-Kornbluth novels, and decades ahead of its time in its depiction of humans forced to function as plug-in component parts in an organic alien computer. Pohl was relatively quiet as a writer throughout the last half of the 60s, but came strongly out of a slump in the early 70s, producing work a quantum jump better than most of his previous solo work. The effect of the sudden appearance of such powerful Pohl stories as The Gold at the Starbow's End, The Merchants of Venus, Man Plus, for which he won a Nebula Award, and most especially Gateway, for which he won both the Nebula and the Hugo, and which is widely regarded as one of the best novels of the 70s, was almost to make it appear as if a totally new writer had made a dramatic debut. Pohl, whose solo work had tended to be somewhat undervalued until then, he was widely, and unfairly, considered to be the junior partner in the Pohl-Kornbluth collaborations, and had even been accused of riding on Kornbluth's coat-tails, was suddenly doing work that placed him at the very forefront of the SF writers of the day. And that's where he stayed ever since. In 1992, for instance, not content to rest on his laurels, he published two of his most powerful novellas to date, Outnumbering the Dead and Stopping at Slow Year. And Stopping at Slow Year is on the 1993 final Hugo ballot. The brilliant novella that follows, The Merchants of Venus, marked the first appearance of Pohl's enigmatic alien race, the Heechee, who later became central to Gateway and its several sequels. An expanded and reworked version of the novella appears in the final book in the series, The Gateway Trip, but I think that it stands excellently on its own as an individual piece as well. Although it's a landmark, the story, which, to me anyway, announced the appearance of the new Pohl, it's no mere historical artifact, but instead a story that is still passionately alive, and one which, even when viewed from the unforgiving perspective of the 90s, has lost none of its power, intelligence, anger, and fierce ingenuity. In addition to his editing Hugos, he is the only person ever to have won the Hugo both as writer and as editor. Frederik Pohl also won a Hugo for a story called The Meeting, completed by Pohl from an incomplete Kornbluth draft, after Kornbluth's death, and another for Fermi and Frost, the American Book Award, and the French Prix Apollo, and in 1993 was honored with the prestigious Grand Master Nebula for Lifetime Achievement. His many other books include the novels A Plaque of Pythons, Slave Ship, JEM, Beyond the Blue Event Horizon, Heechee Rendezvous, The Coming of the Quantum Cats, The World at the End of Time, and The Gateway Trip. The collections The Best of Frederik Pohl, The Gold at the Starbow's End, The Years of the City, Critical Mass, in collaboration with Kornbluth, In the Problem Pit, and Pole Stars, and an autobiography, The Way the Future Was. His most recent books are a non-fiction book in collaboration with the late Isaac Asimov, Our Angry Earth, and a new novel, Mining the Ort. 1. My name, Audie Walters. My job, air body driver. My home, on Venus, in a Heechee hut most of the time, wherever I happen to be when I feel sleepy otherwise. Until I was 25, I lived on Earth, in Amarillo Central mostly. My father, a deputy governor of Texas. He died when I was still in college, but he left me enough dependency benefits to finish school, get a master's in business administration, and pass the journeyman examination for a clerk typist. So I was set up for life. But after I tried it for a few years, I discovered I didn't like the life I was set up for. Not so much for the conventional reasons. I don't mind smog suits, can get along with neighbors even when there are 800 of them to the square mile, tolerate noise, can defend myself against the hood kids. It wasn't Earth itself I didn't like. It was what I was doing on Earth I didn't like, and so I sold my UOPWA journeyman's card, mortgaged my pension accrual, and bought a one-way ticket to Venus. Nothing strange about that. What every kid tells himself he's going to do, really. But I did it. I suppose it would have been all different if I'd had a chance at real money. If my father had been full governor instead of a civil service client. If the dependency benefits had included unlimited Medicare. If I'd been at the top instead of in the middle, squeezed both ways. It didn't happen that way, so I opted out by the pioneer route and wound up hunting terry marks at the spindle. Everybody has seen pictures of the spindle, the Colosseum, and Niagara Falls. Like everything worth looking at on Venus, the spindle was a Heechee leftover. Nobody had ever figured out what the Heechee wanted with an underground chamber 300 meters long and spindle-shaped. But it was there, so we used it. It was the closest thing Venus had to a Times Square or a Champs-Élysées. All terry tourists head for it first. That's where we fleeced them. My air-body rental business is reasonably legitimate, not counting the fact that there really isn't much worth seeing on Venus that wasn't left there below the surface by the Heechee. The other tourist traps in the spindle are reasonably crooked. Terrys don't mind, although they must know they're being taken. They all load up on Heechee prayer fans and doll heads and those paperweights of transparent plastic in which a contoured globe of Venus swims in a kind of orange-brown snowstorm of make-believe fly ash, blood diamonds, and fire pearls. None of them are worth the price of their mass charge back to Earth. But to a tourist who can get up the price of passage in the first place, I don't suppose that matters. To people like me, who can't get the price of anything, the tourist traps matter a lot. We live on them. I don't mean we draw our disposable income from them. I mean that they are how we get the price of what to eat and where to sleep, and if we don't have the price, we die. There aren't too many ways of earning money on Venus. The ones that might produce real money, winning a lottery, striking it rich in the Heechee diggings, blundering into a well-paying job, that kind of thing, are all real long shots. For bread and butter, everybody on Venus depends on terry tourists. And if we don't milk them dry, we've had it. Of course, there are tourists and tourists. They come in 3 varieties. The difference between them is celestial mechanics. There's the quick and dirty kind. On Earth, they're just well-to-do. They come every 26 months at Hohmann orbit time, riding the minimum energy circuit from Earth. Because of the critical times of a Hohmann orbit, they never can stay more than 3 weeks on Venus. So they come on the guided tours, determined to get the most out of the $250,000 minimum cabin fare their rich grandparents had given them for a graduation present, or they'd saved up for a second honeymoon, or whatever. The bad thing about them is that they don't have much money, since they'd spent it all on fares. The nice thing about them is that there are a lot of them. While they're on Venus, all the rental rooms are filled. Sometimes they'd have 6 couples sharing a single partitioned cubicle, 2 pairs at a time, hot-bedding 8-hour shifts around the clock. Then people like me would hold up in Heechee huts on the surface and rent out our own below-ground rooms, and maybe make enough money to live a few months. But you couldn't make enough money to live until the next Hohmann orbit time, so when the Class 2 tourists came along, we cut each other's throats over them. They were medium rich, what you might call the poor millionaires, the ones whose annual income was barely in 7 figures. They could afford to come in powered orbits, taking 100 days or so for the run, instead of the long, slow Hohmann drift. The price ran $1 million and up, so there weren't nearly as many of them, but they came every month or so at the times of reasonably favorable orbital conjunctions. They also had more money to spend. So did the other medium-rich ones who hit us 4 or 5 times in a decade, when the ballistics of the planets had sorted themselves out into a low-energy configuration that allowed 3 planets to come into an orbit that didn't have much higher energy cost than the straight Earth-Venus run. They'd hit us first, if we were lucky, then go on to Mars. If it was the other way around, we got the leavings. The leavings were never very much. But the very rich, the very rich, they came as they liked, in orbital season or out. When my tipper on the landing pad reported the Yuri Gagarin under private charter, my money nose began to quiver. It was out of season for everybody except the very rich. The only question on my mind was how many of my competitors would be trying to cut my throat for its passengers while I was cutting theirs. Air-body rental takes a lot more capital than opening a prayer fan booth. I'd been lucky in buying my air-body cheap when the fellow I worked for died. I didn't have too many competitors, and a couple of them were U.S. for repairs. A couple more had kited off on Heechee diggings of their own. So actually I had the Gagarin's passengers, whoever they were, pretty much to myself. assuming they could be interested in taking a trip outside the Hichi tunnels. I had to assume they would be interested, because I needed the money very much. I had this little liver condition, you see. It was getting pretty close to total failure. The way the doctors explained it to me, I had like 3 choices. I could go back to Earth and linger a while on external prostheses, or I could get up the money for a transplant. Or I could die. 2. The name of the fellow who had chartered the Gagarin was Boyce Cochinor. Age apparently 40. Height 2 meters. Ancestry Irish-American-French. He was the kind of fellow who was used to command. I watched him come into the spindle as though it belonged to him, and he was getting ready to sell it. He sat down in Sub Vastra's imitation Paris Boulevard Hichi sidewalk cafe. "Scotch," he said, and Vastra hurried to pour John Begg over supercooled ice and handed to him, all crackling with cold and numbing to the lips. "Smoke," he said, and the girl who was travelling with him instantly lit a cigarette and passed it to him. "Crummy-looking joint?" he said, and Vastra fell all over himself to agree. I sat down next to them, well, not at the same table, I mean. I didn't even look at them, but I could hear what they said. Vastra didn't look at me either, but of course he had seen me come in and knew I had my eye on them. But I had to let his number 3 wife take my order, because Vastra wasn't going to waste any time on me when he had a chartership Terry at his table. "The usual," I said to her, meaning straight awk, in a tumbler of soft drink. "And a copy of your briefing," I added more softly. Her eyes twinkled at me over her flirtation veil. Cute little vixen. I patted her hand in a friendly way, and left a rolled-up bill in it. Then she left. The Terry was inspecting his surroundings, including me. I looked back at him, polite but distant, and he gave me a sort of quarter-nod and turned back to Subhash Vastra. "Since I'm here," he said, "I might as well go along with whatever action there is. What's to do here?" Sub grinned widely, like a tall, skinny frog. "Whatever you wish, sir. Entertainment. In our private rooms we have the finest artists of 3 planets. Notch dancers, music, fine comedians." "We've got plenty of that in Cincinnati. I didn't come to Venus for a nightclub act." He wouldn't have known it, of course, but that was a good move. Sub's private rooms were way down the list of night spots on Venus, and the top of the list wasn't much. "Of course, sir. Then perhaps you would like to consider a tour?" Cochinor shook his head. "What's the point? Does any of it look any different than the space pad we came in on right over our heads?" Vastra hesitated. I could see him calculating second-order consequences in his head, measuring the chance of the Terry going for a surface tour against what he might get from me as a commission. He didn't look my way. Honesty won out. That is, honesty reinforced by a quick appraisal of Cochinor's gullibility. "Not much different, no, sir," he admitted. "Pretty hot and dry on the surface, at least for the next 1,000 kilometers. But I wasn't thinking of the surface." "What then?" "The Hichi Warren, sir. There are many miles just below this settlement. A guide could be found." "Not interested," Cochinor growled. "Not in anything that close." "Sir?" "If a guide can lead us through them," Cochinor explained, "that means they've all been explored. Which means they've been looted. What's the fun of that?" "Of course," said Vastra immediately. "I see what you're driving at, sir." He looked noticeably happier, and I could feel his radar reaching out to make sure I was listening, though he didn't look in my direction at all. "To be sure," he said, "there is always the chance of finding new digs, sir, provided one knows where to look. Am I correct in assuming that this would interest you?" A third of Vastra's house brought me my drink and a thin powder-faxed slip of paper. 30%, I whispered to her. "Tell Sub. Only no bargaining. No getting anybody else to bid." She nodded and winked. She'd been listening too, and she was as sure as I that this Terry was firmly on the hook. It had been my intention to nurse the drink as long as I could, but prosperity loomed before me. I was ready to celebrate. I took a long, happy swallow. But the hook didn't have a barb. Unaccountably, the Terry shrugged. "Waste of time, I bet," he grumbled. "I mean, really. If you knew where to look, why wouldn't you have looked there already, right?" "Mister!" cried Subhash Vastra.
But there are hundreds of tunnels not explored, thousands, and in them, who knows, treasures beyond price.
Cochineur shook his head. "Skip it," he said. "Bring us another drink, and see if you can't get the ice cold this time." Somewhat shaken, I put down my drink, half turned away to hide my hand from the Terrys, and looked at the facsimile copy of Sub's report on them to see if it could tell me why Cochineur had lost interest. It couldn't. It did tell me a lot, though. The girl with Cochineur was named Dorotha Kiefer. She had been traveling with him for a couple of years now, this being their first time off Earth. There was no indication of any marriage, or any intention of it, at least on his part. She was in her early 20s, real age not simulated by drugs and transplants. Cochineur himself was well over 90. He did not, of course, look anywhere near that. I'd watched him come over to the table, and he moved lightly and easily, for a big man. His money came from land and petro-foods. According to the synoptic on him, he had been one of the first oil millionaires to switch over from selling oil as fuel for cars and heating plants to food production, growing algae in the crude that came out of his wells and selling the algae in processed form for human consumption. So he'd stopped being a mere millionaire and turned into something much bigger. And that accounted for the way he looked. He'd been on full medical, with extras. The report said his heart was titanium and plastic. His lungs had been transplanted from a 20-year-old killed in a copter crash. His skin, muscles, and fats, not to mention his various glandular systems, were sustained by hormones and cell builders at what had to be a cost of well over $1,000 a day. To judge by the way he stroked the girl sitting next to him, he was getting his money's worth. He looked and acted no more than 40 at most, except perhaps for the look of his pale blue, diamond-bright, weary and disillusioned eyes. What a lovely mark! I swallowed the rest of my drink and nodded to the third for another. There had to be a way to get him to charter my air body. All I had to do was find it. Outside the rail of Vastra's Café, of course, half the spindle was thinking exactly the same thoughts. This was the worst of the low season. The Homan crowd was still 3 months in the future. All of us were beginning to run low on money. My liver transplant was just a little extra incentive. Of the 100 maze runners I could see out of the corner of my eye, 99 needed to cut in on this rich tourist's money as much as I did, just for the sake of staying alive. We couldn't all do it. 2 of us, 3, maybe even half a dozen could score enough to make a real difference. No more than that. And I had to be one of these few. I took a deep swallow of my second drink, tipped Vastra's third lavishly and conspicuously, and turned idly around until I was facing the Terrys dead on. The girl was talking with a knot of souvenir vendors, looking interested and uncertain.
"Boys,"
she said over her shoulder. "Yeah?"
"What's this thing for?"
He bent over the rail and peered. "Looks like a fan," he said.
"Heechee, prayer fan, right," cried the dealer.
I knew him, Booker Alamang, an old-timer in the spindle.
"Found it myself, miss. It'll grant your every wish. Letters every day from people reporting miraculous results."
"Sucker bait," grumbled Cochineur. "Buy it if you want."
"But what does it do?"
He laughed raucously. "What any fan does, it cools you down." And he looked at me, grinning. I finished my drink, nodded, stood up, and walked over to the table. "Welcome to Venus," I said. "May I help you?" The girl looked at Cochineur for approval before she said,
"I thought this was very pretty."
"Very pretty," I agreed. "Are you familiar with the story of the Heechis?" Cochineur pointed to a chair. I sat and went on. "They built these tunnels about 250,000 years ago. They lived here for a couple of centuries, give or take a lot. Then they went away again. They left a lot of junk behind, and some things that weren't junk. Among other things, they left a lot of these fans. Some local con man like BG here got the idea of calling them prayer fans and selling them to tourists to make wishes with." Alamang had been hanging on my every word, trying to guess where I was going. "You know it's right," he said. "But you two are too smart for that kind of come-on," I added. "Still, look at the things. They're pretty enough to be worth having even without the story." "Absolutely," cried Alamang.
See how this one sparkles, miss? And the black and grey crystal, how nice it looks with your fair hair."
The girl unfurled the crystalline one. It came rolled like a diploma, only cone-shaped. It took just the slightest pressure of the thumb to keep it open, and it really was very pretty as she waved it gently. Like all the He-Chi fans, it weighed only about 10 grams, and its crystalline lattice caught the lights from the luminous He-Chi walls, as well as the fluorescents and gas tubes we maze runners had installed, and tossed them all back in iridescent sparks.
"This fellow's name is Booker Gary Alamang," I said. "He'll sell you the same goods as any of the others, but he won't cheat you as much as most of them."
Cautioneur looked at me dourly, then beckoned Sub Vastra for another round of drinks.
"All right," he said. "If we buy, we'll buy from you, Booker Gary Alamang. But not now."
He turned to me.
"And what do you want to sell me?"
"Myself and my air body, if you want to go looking for new tunnels. We're both as good as you can get."
"How much?"
$1 million, I said immediately. "All found." He didn't answer at once, though it gave me some pleasure to notice that the price didn't seem to scare him. He looked as pleasant, or anyway as unangrily bored, as ever.
"Drink up,"
he said, as Vastra and his third served us, and gestured with his glass to the spindle.
"Know what this was for?"
he asked.
"You mean why the He-Chis built it?"
"No. They were pretty small, so it wasn't for headroom, and it was entirely empty when it was found." He gazed tolerantly at the busy scene, balconies cut into the sloping sides of the spindle with eating and drinking places like Vastra's, rows of souvenir booths, most of them empty at this idle season. But there were still a couple of hundred maze rats around, and the number had been quietly growing all the time Cautioneur and the girl had been sitting there.
He said, "It's not much to see, is it? A hole in the ground and a lot of people trying to take my money away from me?"
I shrugged. He grinned again.
"So why did I come, eh? Well, that's a good question, but since you didn't ask it, I don't have to answer it. You want $1 million. Let's see, $100K to charter an air body, $180 or so to rent equipment per week. 10 days minimum, 3 weeks a safer guess. Food, supplies, permits, another $50K. So we're up to close to $700,000, not counting your own salary and what you give our host here as his cut for not throwing you off the premises. Right, Walters?"
I had a little difficulty in swallowing the drink I had been holding to my mouth, but I managed to say,
"Close enough, Mr. Cautioneur."
I didn't see any point in telling him that I already owned the equipment, as well as the air body, although I wouldn't have been surprised to find out that he knew that, too.
"You've got a deal, then, and I want to leave as soon as possible, which should be about this time tomorrow."
"Fair enough," I said, and got up, avoiding Sub Vastra's thunder-stricken expression. I had some work to do, and a little thinking. He'd caught me off base, which is a bad place to be when you can't afford to make a mistake. I knew he hadn't missed my calling him by name. That was all right. He'd known that I had checked him out immediately, but it was a little surprising that he had known mine. 3. The first thing I had to do was double-check my equipment. The second was go to the local, validate a contract, and settle up with Sub Vastra. The third was see my doctor. The liver hadn't been giving me much trouble for a while, but then I hadn't been drinking grain alcohol for a while. It took about an hour to make sure that everything we would need for the expedition was IS, with all the spare parts I might reasonably fear needing. The quackery was on my way to the Union office, so I stopped in there first. It didn't take long. The news was no worse than I had been ready for. Dr. Morius studied the readout from his instruments carefully. It turned out to be $150 worth of carefully, and expressed the guarded hope that I would survive 3 weeks away from his office, provided I took all the stuff he gave me and wandered no more than usual from his dietary restrictions. "And when I get back?" I asked. "About the same, Audie," he said cheerily. "Total collapse in, maybe 90 more days." He patted his fingertips. "I hear you've got a live one," he added. "Want me to book you for a transplant?" "How live did you hear he was?" I asked. "Oh, the price is the same in any case," he told me good-humoredly. $200K, plus the hospital, anesthesiologist, pre-op psychiatrist, pharmaceuticals. You've already got the figures." I did. and I knew that with what I might make from Caucheneur, plus what I had put away, plus a small loan on the air-body, I could just about meet it. Leaving me broke when it was over, but, of course, alive. "Go ahead," I said. 3 weeks from tomorrow." And I left him looking mildly pleased, like a Burmese hydro-rice man watching another crop being harvested. Dear Daddy, why hadn't he sent me through medical school instead of giving me an education? It would have been nice if the Hichi had been the same size as human beings instead of being about 40% shorter. In the smaller tunnels, like the one that led to the local 88 office, I had to half-crouch all the way. The deputy organizer was waiting for me. He had one of the few good jobs that didn't depend on the tourists, or at least not directly. He said, "Subhash Vastra's been on the line. He says you agreed to 30%, and besides you forgot to pay your bar bill to the third of his house." "Admitted both ways." "And you owe me a little too, Audie. 300 for a powder-fax copy of my report on your pigeon, 100 for validating your contract with Vastra, and if you want guides papers, 1,600 for that." I gave him my credit card, and he checked the total out of my account into the locals. Then I signed and card-stamped the contract he'd drawn up. Vastra's 30% would not be on the whole $1 million gross, but on my net. Even so, he might make as much out of it as I would, at least in liquid cash, because I'd have to pay off all the outstanding balances on equipment and loans. The factors would carry a man until he scored, but then they wanted to get paid. They knew how long it might be until he scored again. "Thanks, Audie," said the deputy, nodding over the signed contract. "Anything else I can do for you?" "Not at your prices," I told him. You're putting me on. Boys Caucheneur and Dorothy Kiefer, Earth, Ohio, traveling SV Yuri Gagarin, Odessa Registry, chartered. No other passengers?" "No other passengers," he repeated, quoting from the synoptic report he'd furnished. "Why, you'll be a rich man, Audie, if you work this pigeon right." "That's more than I ask," I told him. "All I want is to be a living one." But it wasn't entirely true. I did have some little hope, not much, not enough to talk about, and in fact I'd never said a word about it to anyone, that I might be coming out of this rather better than merely alive. There was, however, a problem. See, in the standard guide's contract and air-body leasing terms, I get my money, and that's all I get. If we take a mark like Caucheneur on a hunt for new Hichi tunnels and he finds something valuable, marks have, you know, not often, but enough to keep them hopeful, then it's his. We just work for him. On the other hand, I could have gone out by myself any time and prospected, and then anything I found would be all mine. Obviously, anybody with any sense would go by himself if he thought he was really going to find anything. But in my case, that wasn't such a good idea. If I staked myself to a trip and lost, I hadn't just wasted time and maybe $50K in supplies and wear and tear. If I lost, I was dead. I needed what I would make out of Caucheneur to stay alive. Whether we found anything interesting or not, my fee would take care of that. Unfortunately for my peace of mind, I had a notion that I knew where something very interesting might be found, and my problem was that, as long as I had an all-rights contract with Caucheneur, I couldn't afford to find it. The last stop I made was in my sleeping room. Under the bed, keystoned into the rock, was a guaranteed break-proof safe that held some papers I wanted to have in my pocket from then on. When I came down onto Venus for the first time, it wasn't scenery that interested me. I wanted to make my fortune. I didn't see much of the surface of Venus then, or for nearly 2 years after that. You don't see much in the kind of spacecraft that can land on Venus. A 20,000 millibar surface pressure means you need something a little more rugged than the bubble ships that go to the Moon or Mars or farther out. And there's not much tolerance in the design for putting unnecessary windows into the hull. It didn't matter much, because anywhere except near the poles there's not much you can see. Everything worth seeing on Venus is in Venus, and all of it once belonged to the Hichis. Not that we know much about the Hichis. We don't even rightly know their name. Hichi is how somebody once wrote down the sound that a fire pearl makes when you stroke it, and as that's the only sound anybody knows that's connected with them, it got to be a name. The hesperologists don't know where the Heechis came from, although there are some markings on scraps of stuff that the Heechis used for paper that seem to be a star chart, faded, incomplete, pretty much unrecognizable. If we know the exact position of every star in the galaxy 250,000 years ago, we might be able to locate them from that, I suppose, assuming they came from this galaxy. There are no traces of them anywhere else in the solar system, except maybe in Phobos. The experts still fight about whether the honeycomb cells inside the Martian moon are natural or artifacts, and if they're artifacts, they're no doubt Heechie. But they don't look much like ours. I wonder sometimes what they wanted. Escaping a dying planet? Political refugees? Tourists that had a breakdown between somewhere and somewhere, and hung around just long enough to make whatever they had to make to get themselves going again? I used to think that they'd maybe come by to watch human beings evolving on Earth, sort of stepfathers beaming over the growing young race. But we couldn't have been much to watch at that time, halfway between the Australopithecines and the Cro-Magnards. But though they packed up nearly everything when they left, leaving behind only empty tunnels and chambers, there were a few scraps here and there that either weren't worth taking along or were overlooked. All those prayer fans, enough empty containers of one kind or another to look like a picnic ground at the end of a hard summer, some trinkets and trifles. I guess the best known of the trifles is the anisokinetic punch, the carbon crystal that transmits a blow at a 90-degree angle. That made somebody a few billion just by being lucky enough to find one, and smart enough to analyze and duplicate it. But all we've ever found is junk. There must have been good stuff worth 1,000,000 times as much as those sweepings. Did they take all the good stuff with them? Nobody knew. I didn't know either, but I did think I knew something that had a bearing on it. I thought I knew where the last Heechie ship had taken off from, and it wasn't near any of the explored diggings. I didn't kid myself. I knew that wasn't a guarantee of anything, but it was something to go on. Maybe when that last ship left they were getting impatient, and maybe not as thorough in cleaning up behind themselves. And that was what being on Venus was all about. What other possible reason was there for being there? The life of a maze rat was marginal at best. It took 50,000 a year to stay alive. If you had less than that, you couldn't pay air tax, capitation tax, water assessment, or even a subsistence-level bill for food. If you wanted to eat meat more than once a week, and demanded a cubicle of your own to sleep in, it cost more than that. Guides papers cost a week's life. When any of us bought them, we were gambling that week's cost of living against the chance of a big enough strike, either from the Terry tourists or from what we might find, to make it possible to get back to Earth, where no one starved, no one died for lack of air, no one was thrust out into the high-pressure incinerator that was Venus's atmosphere. Not just to get back to Earth. To get back in the style every maze rat had set himself as a goal when he headed sunward in the first place, with money enough to live the full life of a human being on full medical. That was what I wanted. The big score. 4. Not by accident, the last thing I did that night was to visit the Hall of Discoveries. The third of Vastra's house winked at me over her flirtation veil and turned to her companion, who looked around and nodded. I joined them. "Hello, Mr. Walters," she said. "I thought I might find you here," I said, which was no more than the truth, since Vastra's third had promised to guide her this way. I didn't know what to call her. Miss Kiefer was accurate. Mrs. Cochineur was diplomatic. I got around it by saying, "Since we'll be seeing a lot of each other, how about getting on to first names?" "Audie, is it?" I gave her a 12-tooth smile. "Swede on my mother's side, old Texan on my father's. Name's been in his family a long time, I guess." The Hall of Discoveries is meant to get Terry prospects hotted up. There's a little of everything in it, from charts of the worked diggings and a full-scale Mercator map of Venus to samples of all the principal finds. I showed her the copy of the anisokinetic punch, and the original solid-state piezophone that had made its discoverer almost as permanently rich as the guy who found the punch. There were about a dozen fire pearls, quarter-inch jobbies, behind armor glass on cushions, blazing away with their cold, milky light. "They're pretty," she said. "But why all the protection? I saw bigger ones lying on a counter in the spindle without anybody even watching them."
"That's a little different, Dorothy," I told her. "These are real." She laughed out loud. It was a very nice laugh. No girl looks beautiful when she's laughing hard, and girls who worry about looking beautiful don't do it. Dorothy Kiefer looked like a healthy, pretty girl having a good time, which, when you come down to it, is about the best way for a girl to look. She did not, however, look good enough to come between me and a new liver, so I took my mind off that aspect of her and put it on business. "The little red marbles over there are blood diamonds," I told her. "They're radioactive and stay warm, which is one way you can tell the real one from a fake. Anything over about 3 centimeters is a fake. A real one that big generates too much heat, square cube law, you know, and melts."
"So the ones your friend was trying to sell me
are fakes, right?"
She nodded, still smiling. "What about what you were trying to sell us, Audie? Real or fake?"
The third of Vastra's house had discreetly vanished, and there was nobody else in the Hall of Discoveries but me and the girl. I took a deep breath and told her the truth. Not the whole truth, maybe, but nothing but the truth. "All this stuff," I said, "is what came out of 100 years of digging, and it's not much. The punch, the piezophone, and 2 or 3 other gadgets that we can make work, a few busted pieces of things that they're still studying, and some trinkets. That's all."
She said, "That's the way I heard it. And one more thing. None of the discovery dates on these things is less than 50 years old."
She was smart and better informed than I had expected. "And the conclusion," I agreed, "is that the planet has been mined dry. You're right on the evidence. The first diggers found everything that was to be found so far."
"You think there's more?"
"I hope there's more. Look. Item. The tunnels. You see they're all alike. The blue walls perfectly smooth, the light coming from them that never varies, the hardness. How do you suppose they were made?"
"I don't know."
"Neither do I, or anybody else. But every Heechee tunnel is the same, and if you dig into them from the outside, you find the basic substrate rock, then a boundary layer that's sort of half wall stuff and half substrate, then the wall. Conclusion: the Heechees didn't dig the tunnels and then line them. They had something that crawled around underground like an earthworm, leaving these tunnels behind. And one other thing. They overdug. That's to say, they dug tunnels they didn't need, lots of them, going nowhere, never used for anything. Does that suggest anything to you?"
"It must have been cheap and easy," she guessed.
I nodded. "So it was probably a machine, and there really ought to be at least one of them somewhere on this planet to find. Next item, the air. They breathed oxygen like we do, and they must have got it from somewhere. Where?"
"Why, there's oxygen in the atmosphere."
"Sure. About 0.5%, and better than 95% carbon dioxide. And somehow they managed to get that 0.5% out of the mixture cheaply and easily. Remember those extra tunnels they filled? Along with enough nitrogen or some other inert gas, and they're present in only trace amounts, to make a breathing mixture. How? Why, I don't know. But if there's a machine that did it, I'd like to find that machine. Next item, aircraft. The Heechee flew around the surface of Venus at will.
"So do you, Audie. Aren't you a pilot?"
"Sure, but look at what it takes. Surface temperature of 270 C and not enough oxygen to keep a cigarette going. So my air body has 2 fuel tanks, one for hydrocarbons, one for oxidants. And did you ever hear of a fellow named Carnot?"
"Old-time scientist, was he? The Carnot cycle?"
"Right again. That was the 3rd time she'd surprised me." I noted cautiously. "The Carnot efficiency of an engine is expressed by its maximum temperature. The heat of combustion, let's say, over the temperature of its exhaust. Well, but the temperature of the exhaust can't be less than the temperature of what it flows into. Otherwise, you're not running an engine, you're running a refrigerator. And you've got that 270 ambient air temperature, so you have basically a lousy engine. Any heat engine on Venus is lousy. Did you ever wonder why there are so few air bodies around? I don't mind. It helps to have something close to a monopoly. But the reason is they're so damn expensive to run."
"And the Heechees did it better?"
"I think they did."
She laughed again, unexpectedly and once more very attractively. "Why, you poor fellow," she said in good humour. "You're hooked on the stuff you sell, aren't you? You think that some day you're going to find the mother tunnel and pick up all this stuff." Well, I wasn't too pleased with the way things were going. I'd arranged with Vastress Third to bring the girl here, away from her boyfriend, so I could pick her brains in private. It hadn't worked out that way. The way it was working out, she was making me aware of her as a person, which was a bad development in itself, and worse than that, making me take a good look at myself. I said after a minute, "You may be right, but I'm sure going to give it a good try." "You're angry, aren't you?" "No," I said, lying, "but maybe a little tired. And we've got a long trip tomorrow, so I'd better take you home, Miss Kiefer." 5. My air-body lay by the space pad and was reached the same way the space pad was reached. Elevator to the surface lock, a tractor cab to carry us across the dry, tortured surface of Venus, peeling under the 300-kilometer-an-hour wind. Normally I kept it under a foam housing, of course. You don't leave anything free and exposed on the surface of Venus if you want to keep it intact, not even if it's made of chrome steel. I'd had the foam stripped free when I checked it out and loaded supplies that morning. Now it was ready. I could see it from the bull's-eye ports of the crawler, through the green-yellow murk outside. Caucheneur and the girl could have seen it too if they'd known where to look, but they might not have recognized it. Caucheneur screamed in my ear, "You and Dory have a fight?" "No fight," I screamed back. "Don't care if you did. You don't have to like each other, just do what I want you to do." He was silent a moment, resting his throat. "Jesus, what a wind!" "Zephyr," I told him. I didn't say any more. He would find out for himself. The area around the space pad is a sort of natural calm area, by Venusian standards. Orographic lift throws the meanest winds up over the pad, and all we get is a sort of confused back eddy. The good part is that taking off and landing are relatively easy. The bad part is that some of the heavy metal compounds in the atmosphere settle out on the pad. What passes for air on Venus has layers of red mercuric sulfide and mercurous chloride in the lower reaches, and when you get above them to those pretty fluffy clouds, you find some of them are hydrochloric and hydrofluoric acid. But there are tricks to that, too. Navigation over Venus is 3D. It's easy enough to proceed from point to point. Your transponders will link you to the radio range and map your position continuously onto the charts. What's hard is to find the right altitude, and that's why my air-body and I were worth $1 million to Caucheneur. We were at the air-body, and the telescoping snout from the crawler was poking out to its lock. Caucheneur was staring out the bull's-eye. "No wings!" he shouted, as though I was cheating him. "No sails or snow chains either," I shouted back. "Get aboard if you want to talk. It's easier in the air-body." We climbed through the little snout. I unlocked the entrance, and we got aboard without much trouble. We didn't even have the kind of trouble that I might have made myself. You see, an air-body is a big thing on Venus. I was damn lucky to have been able to acquire it, and, well, I won't beat around the bush. You could say I loved it. Mine could have held 10 people without equipment. With what Sub-Vastra's purchasing department had sold us and Local 88 had certified as essential aboard, it was crowded with just the 3 of us. I was prepared for sarcasm, at least, but Caucheneur merely looked around long enough to find the best bunk, strode over to it, and declared it his. The girl was a good sport, and there I was, left with my glands all charged up for an argument, and no argument. It was a lot quieter inside the air-body. You could hear the noise of the wind right enough, but it was only annoying. I passed out earplugs, and with them in place the noise was hardly even annoying. "Sit down and strap up," I ordered, and when they were stowed away I took off. At 20,000 millibars, wings aren't just useless, they're poison. My air-body had all the lift it needed built into the seashell-shaped hull. I fed the double fuels into the thermojets. We bounced across the reasonably flat ground around the space pad. It was bulldozed once a week, which is how come it stayed reasonably flat. And we were zooming off into the wild yellow-green yonder. A moment later, the wild brown-gray yonder, after a run of no more than 50 meters. Cautioneur had fastened his harness loosely for comfort. I enjoyed hearing him yell as he was thrown about. It didn't last. At the 1,000-meter level I found Venus's semi-permanent atmospheric inversion, and the turbulence dropped to where I could take off my belt and stand. I took the plugs out of my ears and motioned to Cautioneur and the girl to do the same. He was rubbing his head where he'd bounced into an overhead chart rack, but grinning a little. "Pretty exciting," he admitted, fumbling in his pocket. Then he remembered to ask, "Is it all right if I smoke?" "They're your lungs." He grinned more widely. "They are now," he agreed, and lit up. "Say, why didn't you give us those plugs while we were in the tractor?" There is, as you might say, a tide in the affairs of guides where you either let them flood you with questions and spend the whole time explaining what that funny little dial means, or you go on to do your work and make your fortune. What it came down to was I going to come out of this liking Cautioneur and his girlfriend or not? If I was, I should try to be civil to them. More than civil. Living, the three of us, for 3 weeks in a space about as big as an apartment kitchenette meant everybody would have to work real hard at being nice to everybody else, and as I was the one who was being paid to be nice, I should be the one to set an example. On the other hand, the Cautioneurs of the world are sometimes just not likable. If that was going to be the case, the less talk the better. I should slide questions like that off with something like, "I forgot." But he hadn't actually been unpleasant, and the girlfriend had actually tried to be friendly. I said, "Well, that's an interesting thing. You see, you hear by differences in pressure. While we were taking off, the plugs filtered out part of the sound, the pressure waves, but when I yelled at you to belt up, the plugs passed the overpressure of my voice, and you understood it. However, there's a limit. Past about 120 decibels, that's a unit of sound." Cautioneur growled, "I know what a decibel is." "Right. Past 120, the eardrum just doesn't respond anymore. So in the crawler, it was too loud. With the plugs, you wouldn't have heard anything." Dorothy had been listening while she repaired her eye makeup. "What was to hear?" "Oh," I said, "nothing, really, except, well—" Then I voted to think of them as friends, at least for the time being. "Except in the case of an accident. If we'd had a gust, that crawler could have flipped right over. Or sometimes solid objects come flying over the hills and into you before you know it. Or—" She was shaking her head. "I understand. Lovely place we're visiting, boys." "Yeah. Look," he said. "Who's flying this thing?" I got up and activated the virtual globe. "That's what I was just coming to. Right now it's on autopilot, heading in the general direction of this quadrant down here. We have to pick out a specific destination." "That's Venus?" the girl asked. "It doesn't look like much." "Those lines are just radio range markers. You won't see them looking out the window. Venus doesn't have any oceans, and it isn't cut up into nations, so making a map of it isn't quite like what you'd expect on Earth. The bright spot is us. Now look, I overlaid the radio range grid and the contour colors with mascon markings. Those blobby circles are mascons. You know what a mascon is?" "A concentration of mass. A lump of heavy stuff," offered the girl. "Fine. Now look at the known Heechee digs. I phased them in as golden patterns." "They're all in the mascons," Dorothy said at once. Cautioneur gave her a look of tolerant approval. "Not all. Look over here. This little one isn't, and this one. But damn near all. Why? I don't know. Nobody knows. The mass concentrations are mostly older, denser rock, basalt and so on, and maybe the Heechee found it easier to dig in. Or maybe they just liked it. In my correspondence with Professor Hegromet back on Earth, in the days when I didn't have a dying liver in my gut and took an interest in abstract knowledge, we had kicked around the possibility that the Heechee digging machines would only work in dense rock, or rock of a certain chemical composition. But I wasn't prepared to discuss that with them. "See over here, where we are now?" I rotated the virtual globe slightly by turning a dial. "That's the big digging we just came out of. You can see the shape of the spindle. It's a common shape, by the way. You can see it in some of the others if you look, and there are digs where it doesn't show on these tracings, but it's there if you're on the spot. That particular mass-con where the spindle is called Serendip. It was discovered by accident by a geological team operating on Venus, which makes it a hesperological team. They were drilling out core samples and hit the Hichi digs. Now, these other digs in the northern high latitudes, you see, are all in one bunch of associated mass-cons. They connect through interventions of less dense rock, but only where absolutely necessary. Caucheneur said sharply, "They're north, and we're going south. Why?" It was interesting that he could read the navigation instruments, but I didn't say so. I only said, "They're no good. They've been probed." "They look even bigger than the spindle." "Hell of a lot bigger, right? But there's nothing much in them, or anyway not much chance that anything in them is in good enough shape to bother with. Subsurface fluids filled them up 100,000 years ago, maybe more. A lot of good men have gone broke trying to pump and excavate them without finding anything. Ask me. I was one of them." "I didn't know there was any liquid water on Venus or under it," Caucheneur objected. "I didn't say water, did I? But as a matter of fact, some of it was, or anyway a sort of oozy mud. Apparently water cooks out of the rocks and has a transit time to the surface of some thousands of years before it seeps out, boils off, and cracks to hydrogen and oxygen and gets lost. In case you didn't know it, there's some under the spindle. It's what you were drinking and what you were breathing." The girl said, "Boyce, this is all very interesting, but I'm hot and dirty. Can I change the subject for a minute?" Caucheneur barked. It wasn't really a laugh. "Subliminal prompting. Walters, you agree? And a little old-fashioned prudery, too, I expect. What she really wants to do is go to the bathroom." Given a little encouragement from the girl, I would have been mildly embarrassed for her, but she only said, "If we're going to live in this thing for 3 weeks, I'd like to know what it offers." I said, "Certainly, Miss Kiefer." "Dorothy. Dory, if you like it better." "Sure, Dory. Well, you see what we've got. 5 bunks. They partition to sleep 10 if wanted, but we don't want. 2 shower stalls. They don't look big enough to soap yourself in, but they are if you work at it. 3 chemical toilets. Kitchen over there. Well, pick the bunk you like, Dory. There's a screen arrangement that comes down when you want it for changing clothes and so on, or just if you don't want to look at the rest of us for a while." Caucheneur said, "Go on, Dory, do what you want to do. I want Walters to show me how to fly this thing anyway." It wasn't a bad start. I've had some real traumatic times, parties that came aboard drunk and steadily got drunker, couples that fought every waking minute and got together only to hassle me. This one didn't look bad at all, apart from the fact that it was going to save my life for me. There's not much to flying an airbody, at least as far as making it move the way you want it to is concerned. In Venus's atmosphere, there's lift to spare. You don't worry about things like stalling out. And anyway, the autonomic controls do most of your thinking for you. Caucheneur learned fast. It turned out he had flown everything that moved on Earth and operated one-man submersibles as well. He understood as soon as I mentioned it to him that the hard part of pilotage was selecting the right flying level and anticipating when you'd have to change it. But he also understood that he wasn't going to learn that in 1 day, or even in 3 weeks. "What the hell, Walters," he said cheerfully enough. "At least I can make it go where I have to, in case you get caught in a tunnel or shot by a jealous husband." I gave him the smile his pleasantry was worth, which wasn't much. "The other thing I can do," he said, "is cook. Unless you're really good at it?" "No, I thought not. Well, I paid too much for this stomach to fill it with hash, so I'll make the meals. That's a little skill Dory never got around to learning. Same with her grandmother. Most beautiful woman in the world, but had the idea that was all there was to it." I put that aside to sort out later. He was full of little unexpected things, this 90-year-old young athlete. He said, "All right, now while Dory's using up all the water in the shower, not to worry, it all recycles. Anyway, while she's cleaning up, finish your little lecture on where we're going." "Right." I spun the virtual globe a little. The bright spot that was us had moved a dozen degrees already. "See that cluster where our track intersects those grid marks?" "Yeah. 5 big mass cons close together, and no diggings indicated. Is that where we're going?
In a general sense, yes.
Why, in a general sense?
Well, I said, there's one little thing I didn't tell you. I'm assuming you won't jump salty over it, because then I'll have to get salty too and tell you should have taken the trouble to learn more about Venus before you decided to explore it.
He studied me appraisingly for a moment. Dorry came quietly out of the shower in a long robe, her hair in a towel, and stood near him watching.
"It depends on what you didn't tell me," he said.
"There's a no trespassing sign on most of those mass-cons," I said. I activated the pilotage chart overlay, and bright cherry-red warning lines sprang up all around the cluster.
"That's the South Polar Security Area," I said. "That's where the defense boys keep the missile range and the biggest part of their weapons development areas, and we're not allowed to enter."
He said harshly,
"But there's only a little piece of one mass-con that isn't off-limits."
"And that's where we're going," I said. 6. For a man more than 90 years old, Boy's cautioneur was spry. I don't mean just healthy-looking. Full medical will do that for you, because you just replace whatever wears out or begins to look shop-worn and tatty. You cannot, however, very well replace the brain, so what you usually see in the very rich old ones is a bronzed, strong body that shakes and hesitates and drops things and stumbles. About that, cautioneur had been very lucky. He was going to be wearing company for 3 weeks. He'd insisted I show him how to pilot the air body. When I decided to use a little flight time to give the cooling system a somewhat premature 1,000-hour check, he helped me pull the covers, check the refrigerant levels, and clean the filters. Then he decided to cook us lunch. The girl took over as my helper while I restowed some of the supplies to get the autosonic probes out. At the steady noise level of the inside of an air body, our normal conversational voices wouldn't carry to cautioneur, less than 3 meters away, and I thought of pumping her about him. I decided against it. What I didn't know was just curiosity. I knew he was paying me the price of a new liver already. I didn't need to know what he and the girl thought about when they thought about each other. So our conversation was along the lines of how the probes would fire charges and time the echoes, and what the chances were of finding something really good.
Well, what are the chances of winning a sweepstakes?
Bad for any individual who buys a ticket, but there's always one winner somewhere. And what had made me come to Venus in the first place? I mentioned my father's name, but she'd never heard of him. Too young, for one thing, no doubt. And she was born and bred in southern Ohio, where cautioneur had worked as a kid, and to which he'd returned as a billionaire. He'd been building a new processing center there, and it had been a lot of headaches. Trouble with the unions, trouble with the banks, bad trouble with the government. So he'd decided to take a few months off and loaf. I looked over to where he was stirring up a sauce and said,
"He loafs harder than anybody else I ever saw."
"He's a work addict. I imagine that's how he got rich in the first place." The air body lurched, and I dropped everything to jump for the controls. I heard cautioneur howl behind me, but I was busy locating the right transit level. By the time I had climbed 1,000 meters and reset the autopilot, he was rubbing his wrist and glowering at me. "Sorry," I said. He said dourly, "I don't mind your scalding the skin off my arm. I can always buy more skin, but you nearly made me spill the gravy." I checked the virtual globe. The bright marker was 2/3 of the way to our destination. "Is it about ready?" I asked. "We'll be there in an hour." For the first time he looked startled. "So soon? I thought you said this thing was subsonic." "I did. You're on Venus, Mr. Cautioneur. At this level, the speed of sound is maybe 5,000 kilometers an hour." He looked thoughtful, but all he said was, "Well, we can eat any minute." Later, he said, while we were finishing up, "I think maybe I don't know as much about this planet as I might. If you want to give us the usual guide's lecture, we'll listen." I said, "Well, you pretty much know the outlines. Say, you're a great cook, Mr. Cautioneur. I packed all these provisions, but I don't even know what this is I'm eating." "If you come to my office in Cincinnati," he said, "you can ask for Mr. Cautioneur, but while we're living in each other's armpits, you might as well call me Boyce. And if you like it, why aren't you eating it?" The answer was because it might kill me, but I didn't want to get into a discussion that might lead to why I needed his fee so badly. I said, "Doctor's orders have to lay off the fats pretty much for a while. I think he thinks I'm putting on too much weight." Cautionor looked at me appraisingly, but only said, "The lecture?" "Well, let's start with the most important part," I said, carefully pouring coffee. "While we're in the air body, you can do what you like, walk around, eat, drink, smoke if you got 'em, whatever. The cooling system is built for more than 3 times as many people, plus their cooking and appliance loads, with a safety factor of 2. Air and water, more than we need for 2 months. Fuel, enough for 3 round trips and some maneuvering. If anything went wrong, we'd yell for help, and somebody would come and get us in a couple of hours at most. Probably it would be the defense boys, and they have supersonic bodies. The worst thing would be if the hull breached and the whole Venusian atmosphere tried to come in. If it happened fast, we'd be dead. It never happens fast, though. We'd have time to get in the suits, and we can live in them for 30 hours. Long before that, we'd be picked up." "Assuming, of course, that nothing went wrong with the radio at the same time," said Cautionor. "Right. You can get killed anywhere if enough accidents happen at once." He poured himself another cup of coffee, tipped a little brandy into it, and said, "Go on." "Well, outside the air body, it's a little more tricky. You've only got the suit, and its useful life, as I say, is only 30 hours. It's a question of refrigeration. You can carry all the air and water you want, and you don't have to worry about food, but it takes a lot of compact energy to get rid of the diffuse energy all around you. It takes fuel for the cooling systems, and when that's gone, you better be back in the air body. Heat isn't the worst way to die. You pass out before you begin to hurt. But the end result is you're dead. The other thing is you want to check your suit every time you put it on. Pressure it up and watch the gauge for leaks. I'll check it too, but don't rely on me. It's your life. And the faceplates are pretty strong. You can drive nails with them without breaking them, but they can be broken if hit hard enough against a hard enough surface. That way you're dead too." Dory said quietly, "One question. Have you ever lost a tourist?" "No." But then I added, "Others have. 5 or 6 get killed every year." "I don't mind odds like that," said Cautionor. "Actually, that wasn't the lecture I was asking for, Audie. I mean, I certainly want to hear how to stay alive, but I assume you would have told us all this before we left the ship anyway. What I really wanted to know was how come you picked this particular mascon to prospect." This old geezer with a muscle-beach body was beginning to bother me. He had a disturbing habit of asking the questions I didn't want to answer. There was a reason why I had picked this site. It had to do with about 5 years of study, a lot of digging, and about $250,000 worth of correspondence, at space mail rates, with people like Professor Hegromet back on Earth. But I didn't want to tell him all of my reasons. There were about a dozen sites that I really wanted to explore. If this happened to be one of the payoff places, he would come out of it richer than I would. That's what the contracts you sign say. 40% to the charterer, 25% to the guide, the rest to the government, and that should be enough for him. If it happened not to pay off, I didn't want him taking some other guy to one of the others I'd marked. So I only said, "Call it an informed guess. I promised you a good shot at a tunnel that's never been opened, and I hope to keep my promise. And now let's get the food put away. We're within 10 minutes of where we're going." With everything strapped down and ourselves belted up, we dropped out of the relatively calm layers into the big winds again. We were over the big south-central massif, about the same elevation as the lands surrounding the spindle. That's the elevation where most of the action is on Venus. Down in the lowlands and the deep rift valleys, the pressures run 50,000 millibars and up. My air body wouldn't take any of that for very long, and neither would anybody else's, except for a few of the special research and military types. Fortunately, the Heechee didn't care for the lowlands either. Nothing of theirs has ever been located much below 20 bar. Doesn't mean it isn't there, of course. Anyway, I verified our position on the virtual globe and on the detail charts, and deployed the autosonic probes. The winds threw them all over the place as soon as they dropped free. It doesn't much matter where they go, within broad limits, which is a good thing. They dropped like javelins at first, then flew around like straws until the little rockets cut in, and the ground-seeking controls fired them to the ground. Every one embedded itself properly. You aren't always that lucky, so it was a good start. I verified their position on the detail charts. It was close enough to an equilateral triangle, which is about how you want them. Then I opened the scanning range and began circling around.
"Now what?"
bellowed Koshinoor. I noticed the girl had put the earplugs back, but he wasn't willing to miss a thing.
"Now we wait for the probes to feel around for Hichi tunnels. It'll take a couple of hours."
While I was talking, I brought the air body down through the surface layers. Now we were being thrown around. The buffeting got pretty bad, and so did the noise. But I found what I was looking for, a surface formation like a blind arroyo, and tucked us into it with only one or two bad moments. Koshinoor was watching very carefully, and I grinned to myself. That was where pilotage counted, not en route or at the prepared pads around the spindle. When he could do that, he could get along without somebody like me. Our position looked all right, so I fired 4 hold-downs, tethered stakes with explosive heads that opened out into the ground. I winched them tight, and all of them held. That was also a good sign. Reasonably pleased with myself, I opened the belt catches and stood up. "We're here for at least a day or 2, I said. "More if we're lucky. How did you like the ride?" The girl was taking the earplugs out now that the protecting walls of the arroyo had cut the thundering down to a mere constant scream. "I'm glad I don't get airsick," she said. Koshinoor was thinking, not talking. He was studying the control board while he lit another cigarette. Dorothy said, "One question, Audie. Why couldn't we stay up where it's quieter?"
"Fuel? I carry about 30 hours, full thrust. But that's it. Is the noise bothering you?" She made a face. "You'll get used to it. It's like living next to a spaceport. At first you wonder how anybody stands the noise for a single hour. After you've been there a week, you miss it if it stops." She moved over to the bullseye and gazed pensively out at the landscape. We'd crossed into the night portion, and there wasn't much to see but dust and small objects whirling through our external light beams. "It's that first week that I'm worried about," she said. I flicked on the probe readout. The little percussive heads were firing their slap charges and measuring each other's sounds, but it was too early to see anything. The screen was barely beginning to build up a shadowy pattern, more holes than detail. Koshinoor finally spoke. "How long until you can make some sense out of that?" he demanded. Another point. He didn't ask what it was. "Depends on how close and how big anything is. You can make a guess in an hour or so, but I like all the data I can get. 6 or 8 hours, I'd say. There's no hurry." He growled. "I'm in a hurry, Walters. Keep that in mind." The girl cut in. "What should we do, Audie? Play three-handed bridge?" "Whatever you want, but I'd advise some sleep. I've got pills if you want them. If we do find anything, and remember, if we hit on the first try, it's just 100 to 1 luck. We'll want to be wide awake for a while." "All right," said Dorothy, reaching out for the spanspools. But Koshinoor demanded, "What about you?" "Pretty soon. I'm waiting for something." He didn't ask what. Probably, I thought, because he already knew. I decided that when I did hit my bunk, I wouldn't take a sleepy pill right away. This Koshinoor was not only the richest tourist I had ever guided, he was one of the best informed, and I wanted to think about that for a while. What I was waiting for took almost an hour to come. The boys were getting a little sloppy. They should have been after us before this. The radio buzzed and then blared. "Unidentified vessel at 1350748 and 725154. Please identify yourself and state your purpose." Koshinoor looked up inquiringly from his gin game with the girl. I smiled reassuringly. "As long as they're saying please, there's no problem," I told him, and opened the transmitter. "This is Pilot Audie Walters, Airbody Papa Tear 91, out of the Spindle. We are licensed and have filed approved flight plans. I have 2 Terry tourists aboard, purpose recreational exploration." "Acknowledge. Please wait," blared the radio. The military always broadcasts at maximum gain. Hangover from drill sergeant days, no doubt. I turned off the microphone and told my passengers, "They're checking our flight plan. Not to worry about." In a moment, the defense communicator came back, loud as ever. "You are 11.4 kilometers, bearing 183 degrees from terminator of a restricted area. Proceed with caution. Under military regulations 17 and 18, sections—" I cut in. "I know the drill. I have my guide's license and have explained the restrictions to the passengers."
"Acknowledged," blared the radio. "We will keep you under surveillance. If you observe vessels or parties on the surface, they are our perimeter teams. Do not interfere with them in any way. Respond at once to any request for identification or information." The carrier buzz cut off. Caucheneur said, "They act nervous." "No, they're used to seeing us around. They've got nothing else to do, that's all." Doré said hesitantly, "Audie, you told them you'd explained the restrictions to us. I don't remember that part." "Oh, I explained them all right. We stay out of the restricted area, because if we don't, they'll start shooting. That is the whole of the law." 7. I sat awake up for 4 hours, and the others heard me moving around and got up too. Doré fetched us coffee from the warmer, and we stood drinking it and looking at the patterns the computer had traced. I took several minutes to study them, although it was clear enough at first look. There were 8 major anomalies that could have been Heechee warrens. One was almost right outside our door. We wouldn't even have to move the air body to dig for it. I showed them the anomalies one by one. Caucheneur just looked at them thoughtfully. Dorotha asked after a moment, "You mean all of these are unexplored tunnels?" "No, wish they were. But, 1, any or all of them could have been explored by someone who didn't go to the trouble of recording it. 2, they don't have to be tunnels. They might be fracture faults or dikes or little rivers of some kind of molten material that ran out of somewhere and hardened and got covered over 1 billion years ago. The only thing we know for sure so far is that there probably aren't any unexplored tunnels in this area except in those 8 places." "So what do we do?" "We dig, and then we see what we've got." Caucheneur said, "Where do we dig?" I pointed right next to the bright delta of our air body. "Right here." "Because it's the best bet?" "Well, not necessarily." I considered what to tell him, and decided the truth was the best. "There are 3 that look like better bets than the others. Here, I'll mark them." I keyed the chart controls, and the best-looking traces immediately displayed letters, A, B, and C. A runs right under the arroyo here, so we'll dig it first. "Those 3 because they're the brightest?" I nodded, somewhat annoyed at his quickness, although it was obvious enough. "But C over here is the brightest of the lot. Why don't we dig that first?" I chose my words carefully. "Because we'd have to move the air body, and because it's on the outside perimeter of the survey area. That means the results aren't as reliable as they are for this one right under us. But those aren't the most important reasons. The most important reason is that C is on the edge of the line our itchy-fingered friends are telling us to stay away from." Caucheneur laughed incredulously. "You mean you're telling me that if you find a real, untouched Heechee tunnel, you'll stay out of it just because some soldier tells you it's a no-no?" I said, "The problem doesn't arise just yet. We have 7 anomalies to look at that are legal. Also, the military will be checking us from time to time, particularly in the next day or 2. Caucheneur insisted. "All right. Suppose we check them and find nothing. What do we do then?" I shook my head. "I never borrow trouble. Let's check the legal ones." "But suppose—" "Damn it, Boyce, how do I know?" He gave it up then, but winked at Doré and chuckled. "What did I tell you, honey? He's a bigger bandit than I am." For the next couple of hours we didn't have much time to talk about theoretical possibilities, because we were too busy with concrete facts. The biggest fact was an awful lot of hot, high-speed gas that we had to keep from killing us. My own hot suit was custom-made, of course, and only needed the fittings and tanks to be checked. Boyce and the girl had rental units. They'd paid top dollar for them, and they were good, but good isn't perfect. I had them in and out of them a dozen times, checking the fit and varying tensions until they were as right as I could get them. There's a lot of heat and pressure to keep out when you go about the surface of Venus. The suits were laminated 12-ply, with 9 degrees of freedom at the essential joints. They wouldn't fail. That wasn't what I was worried about. What I was worried about was comfort, because a very small itch or rub can get serious when there's no way to stop it. But finally they were good enough for a first trial, and we all huddled in the lock and exited onto the surface of Venus. We were still dark side, but there's so much scatter from the sun that it doesn't get really dark more than a quarter of the time. I let them practice walking around the air body, leaning into the wind, bracing themselves against the hold-downs in the side of the ship, while I got ready to dig. I hauled out our first instant igloo, dragged it into position, and ignited it. As it smouldered, it puffed up like the children's toy that used to be called a Pharaoh's serpent, producing a light, tough ash that grew up around the digging site and joined in a seamless dome at the top. I'd already emplaced the digging torch and the crawl-through lock. As the ash grew, I manhandled the lock to get a close union and got a perfect join first time. Dory and Cochenour stayed out of the way when they caught sight of my waving arm, but hung together, watching through their triple-vision plugs. I keyed on the radio. "You want to come in and watch me start it up?" I shouted. Inside the helmets, they both nodded their heads. "Come on, then," I yelled, and wiggled through the crawl lock. I signed for them to leave it open as they followed me in. With the three of us and the digging equipment in it, the igloo was even more crowded than the air body. They backed away as far as they could get, bent against the arc of the igloo wall, while I started up the augers, checked they were vertical, and watched the first castings spiral out. The foam igloo absorbs more sound than it reflects. Even so, the din inside the igloo was a lot worse than in the howling winds outside. When I thought they'd seen enough to satisfy them for the moment, I waved them out of the crawl-through, followed, sealed it behind us, and led them back into the air body. "So far, so good," I said, twisting off the helmet and loosening the suit. "We've got about 40 meters to go, I think. Might as well wait in here as out there." "How long is that?" "Maybe an hour. You can do what you like. What I'm going to do is take a shower. Then we'll see how far we've got." That was one of the nice things about having only 3 people aboard. We didn't have to worry about water discipline very much. It's astonishing how a quick wet-down revives you after coming out of a hot suit. When I'd finished mine, I felt ready for anything. I was even prepared to eat some of Boyce Cochenour's gourmet cookery, but fortunately it wasn't necessary. The girl had taken over the kitchen, and what she laid out was simple, light, and reasonably non-toxic. On cooking like hers, I might be able to survive long enough to collect my charter fee. It crossed my mind for a moment to wonder what made her do it, and then I thought, of course, she'd had a lot of practice. With all the spare parts in Cochenour, no doubt he had dietary problems far worse than mine. Well, not worse, exactly, in the sense that I didn't think he was quite as likely to die of them. According to the autosonic probes, the highest point of the tunnel I had marked A, or of whatever it was that had seemed like tunnels to their shock waves, was close to the little blind valley in which I'd tied it down. That was very lucky. It meant that we might very possibly be right over the Heechie's own entrance. The reason that was lucky was not that we would be able to use it the way the Heechie had used it. There wasn't much chance that its mechanisms would have survived 250,000 years, much of it exposed to surface wind, ablation, and chemical corrosion. The good part was that if the tunnel had surfaced here, it would be relatively easy to bore down to it. Even 250,000 years doesn't produce really hard rock, especially without surface water to dissolve out solids and produce compact sediments. Up to a point, it turned out pretty much the way I had hoped. What was on the surface was little more than ashy sand, and the augers chewed it out very rapidly. Too rapidly. When I went back into the igloo, it was filled almost solid with castings, and I had a devil of a job getting to the machines to switch the auger over to pumping the castings out through the crawl lock. It was a dull, dirty part of the job, but it didn't take long. I didn't bother to go back into the air body. I reported what was happening over the radio to Boyce and the girl, staring out the ports at me. I told them I thought we were getting close. But I didn't tell them exactly how close. Actually, we were only a meter or two from the indicated depth of the anomaly, so close that I didn't bother to pump out all of the castings. I just made enough room to maneuver around, then redirected the augers. And in 5 minutes the castings were beginning to come up with the pale blue glimmer that was the sign of a Heechie tunnel. 8. About 10 minutes after that, I keyed on my helmet transmitter and shouted, "Boyce, Dory, we've hit a tunnel." Either they were sitting around in their suits, or they dressed faster than any maze rat. I unsealed the crawl-through and wiggled out to help them, and they were already coming out of the air body, staggering against the wind over to me. They were both yelling questions and congratulations, but I stopped them. "Inside," I ordered. "See for yourself." As a matter of fact, they didn't have to go that far. They could see the color as soon as they knelt to enter the crawl-through. I followed and sealed the lock behind me. The reason for that is simple enough. As long as the tunnel isn't breached, it doesn't matter what you do. But the interior of a heat sheet tunnel that has remained inviolate is at a pressure only slightly above Earth normal. Without the sealed dome, the minute you crack the casing, you let the whole 20,000 millibar atmosphere of Venus pour in, heat and ablation and all. If the tunnel is empty, or if what's in it is simple, sturdy stuff, there might not be any harm. But if you hit the jackpot, you can destroy in half a second what has waited for 250,000 years. We gathered around the shaft, and I pointed down. The augers had left a clean shaft, about 70 centimeters by a little over 100, with rounded ends. At the bottom you could see the cold blue glow of the outside of the tunnel, only pocked and blotched by the loose castings I hadn't bothered to get out. "Now what?" demanded Boyce. His voice was hoarse with excitement, which was, I guessed, natural enough. "Now we burn our way in." I backed my clients away as far as they could get, pressed against the remaining heap of castings, and unlimbered the fire jets. I'd already hung sheer legs over the shaft, and they went right down on their cable with no trouble until they were a few centimeters above the round of the tunnel. Then I fired them up. You wouldn't think that anything a human being might do would change the temperature of the surface of Venus, but those fire drills were something special. In the small space of the igloo, the heat flamed up and around us, and our hot suit cooling systems were overloaded in seconds. Dory gasped. "Oh, I think I'm going to—" Cautioneer grabbed her. "Faint if you want to," he said fiercely, "but don't get sick. Walters, how long does this go on?" It was as hard for me as it was for them. Practice doesn't get you used to something like standing in front of a blast furnace with the doors off the hinges. "Maybe a minute," I gasped. "Hold on. It's all right." It actually took a little more than that, maybe 90 seconds. My suit telltales were shouting alarm for more than half of the time. But they were built for these overloads, and as long as we didn't cook, the suits wouldn't take any permanent harm. Then we were through. A half-meter circular section sagged, fell at one side, and hung there. I turned off the fire jets, and we all breathed hard for a couple of minutes while the suit coolers gradually caught up with the load. "Wow," said Dorothy. "That was pretty rough." I looked at Cautioneer. In the light that splashed up out of the shaft, I could see he was frowning. I didn't say anything. I just gave the jets another 5-second burn to cut away the rest of the circular section, and it fell free into the tunnel. We could hear it clatter against the floor. Then I turned on my helmet radio. "There's no pressure differential," I said. The frown didn't change, nor did he speak. "Which means this one has been breached," I went on. "Let's go back to the air body and take a break before we do anything else." Dorothy shrieked. "Audie, what's the matter with you? I want to go down there and see what's inside." Cautioneer said bitterly, "Shut up, Dory. Don't you hear what he's saying? This one's a dud." Well, there's always the chance that a breached tunnel opened up to a seismological invasion, not a maze rat with a cutting torch, and if so, there might be something worthwhile in it anyway. And I didn't have the heart to kill all Dorothy's enthusiasm with one blow. So we did swing down the cable one by one into the heat sheet dig and look around. It was wholly bare, as most of them are, as far as we could see. That wasn't actually very far, for the other thing wrong with a breached tunnel is that you need pretty good equipment to explore it. With the overloads they'd already had, our suits were all right for a couple hours, but not much more than that. And when we tramped about half a mile down the tunnel without finding a thing, they were both willing to tramp back and return to the air body. We cleaned up and made ourselves something to drink. Even squandering more of the water reserves on showers didn't do much for our spirits. We had to eat, but Cautioneer didn't bother with his gourmet exhibition. Silently, Dorothy threw tabs into the radar oven, and we fed gloomily on emergency rations. "Well, that's only the first one," she said at last, determined to be sunny about it. "And it's only our second day." Cautioneer said, "Shut up, Dory. The one thing I'm not is a good loser. He was staring at the probe trace. "Walters, how many tunnels are unmarked but empty, like this one?" "How can I answer a question like that? If they're unmarked, there's no record of them." "So those traces don't mean anything. We might dig one a day for the next 3 weeks and find every one a dud." I nodded. "We surely might, boys." He looked at me alertly. "And?" "And that's not the worst part of it. I've taken parties out to dig who would have gone mad with joy to open even a breached tunnel. It's perfectly possible to dig every day for weeks and never hit a real Heechee tunnel at all. Don't knock it. At least you got some action for your money." "I told you, Walters, I'm not a loser. Second place is no good." He thought for a minute, then barked, "You picked this spot. Did you know what you were doing?" Did I? The only way to answer that question would be to find a live one, of course. I could have told him about the months of studying records from the first landings on. I could have mentioned how much trouble I went to and how many regulations I broke to get the military survey reports, or how far I'd traveled to talk to the defense crews who'd been on those early digs. I might have let him know how hard it had been to locate old Jeroloman Hegromet, now teaching exotic archaeology back in Tennessee, and how many times we'd corresponded. But all I said was, "The fact that we found one tunnel shows I knew my business as a guide. That's all you paid for. It's up to you if we keep looking or not." He looked at his thumbnail, considering. The girl said cheerfully, "Buck up, boys. Look at all the other chances we've got. And even if we miss, it'll still be fun telling everybody about it back in Cincinnati." He didn't even look at her, just said, "Is there any way to tell whether a tunnel has been breached or not without going inside?" "Sure," I said. "You can tell by tapping the outside shell. You can hear the difference in the sound." "But you have to dig down to it first." "Right." We left it at that, and I got back into my hot suit to strip away the now useless igloo so that we could move the drills. I didn't really want to discuss it any more because I didn't want him to ask a question that I might want to lie about. I try the best I can to tell the truth, because it's easier to remember what you've said that way. On the other hand, I'm not fanatic about it, and I don't see that it's any of my business to correct a mistaken impression. For instance, obviously, Cochenour and the girl had the impression that I hadn't bothered to sound the tunnel casing because we'd already dug down to it and it was just as easy to cut in. But of course I had tested it. That was the first thing I did as soon as the drill got down that far. And when I heard the high-pressure thunk, it broke my heart. I had to wait a couple of minutes before I could call them to tell them that we'd reached the outer casing. At that time I had not quite faced up to the question of just what I would have done if it had turned out that the tunnel had not been breached. 9. Cochenour and Dory Kiefer were maybe the 50th or 60th party I'd taken on a Heechee dig, and I wasn't surprised that they were willing to work like coolies. I don't care how lazy and bored they start out, by the time they actually come close to finding something that belonged to an almost completely unknown alien race, left there when the closest thing to a human being on Earth was a slope-browed, furry little beast killing other beasts with antelope bones, they begin to burn with exploration fever. So they worked hard, and drove me hard, and I was as eager as they, maybe more so, as the days went past and I found myself rubbing my right side, just under the short ribs, more and more of the time. The military boys overflew us half a dozen times in the first few days. They didn't say much, just formal requests for identification, which they already well knew, then away. Regulations say if you find anything, you're supposed to report it right away. Over Cochenour's objections, I reported finding that first breached tunnel, which surprised them a little, I think. And that's all we had to report. Site B was a pegmatite dike. The other two fairly bright ones, that I called D and E, showed nothing at all when we dug, meaning that the sound reflections had probably been caused by nothing more than invisible interfaces in layers of rock or ash or gravel. I vetoed trying to dig C, the best-looking of the bunch. Cochenour gave me a hell of an argument about it, but I held out. The military was still looking in on us every now and then, and I didn't want to get any closer to their perimeter than we already were. I half promised that if we didn't have any luck elsewhere in the Mascons, we'd sneak back to sea for a quick dig before returning to the spindle, and we left it at that. We lifted the air body, moved to a new position, and set out a new pattern of probes. By the end of the second week, we had dug 9 times and come up empty every time. We were getting low on igloos and probes. We'd run out of tolerance for each other completely. Cochonur had turned sullen and savage. I hadn't planned on liking the man much when I first met him, but I hadn't expected him to be as bad as that. Considering that it had to be only a game with him, with all his money, the extra fortune he might pick up by discovering some new Heechee artifacts couldn't have meant anything but extra points on a score pad. He was playing for blood. I wasn't particularly graceful myself, for that matter. The plain fact was that the pills from the quackery weren't helping as much as they should. My mouth tasted like rats had nested in it. I was getting headaches, and I was beginning to knock things over. See, the thing about the liver is that it sort of regulates your internal diet. It filters out poisons. It converts some of the carbohydrates into other carbohydrates that you can use. It patches together amino acids into proteins. If it isn't working, you die. The doctor had been all over it with me, and I could visualize what was going on inside me, the mahogany-red cells dying and being replaced by clusters of fat and yellowish matter. It was an ugly kind of picture. The ugliest part was that there wasn't anything I could do about it. Only go on taking pills, and they wouldn't work past a matter of a few days more. Liver, bye-bye. Hepatic failure, hello. So we were a bad bunch. Cochonur was a bastard because it was his nature to be a bastard, and I was a bastard because I was sick and desperate. The only decent human being aboard was the girl. She did her best, she really did. She was sometimes sweet and often even pretty, and she was always ready to meet the power people, Cochonur and me, more than halfway. It was clearly tough on her. She was only a kid. No matter how grown-up she acted, she just hadn't been alive long enough to grow a defense against concentrated meanness. Add in the fact that we were all beginning to hate the sight and sound and smell of each other, and in an air body you get to know a lot about how people smell. There wasn't much joy on Venus for Dory Kiefer. Or for any of us, especially after I broke the news that we were down to our last igloo. Cochonur cleared his throat. He sounded like a fighter plane jockey blowing the covers off his guns in preparation for combat, and Dory attempted to head him off with a diversion. "Oddie," she said brightly, "you know what I think we could do? We could go back to that site that looked good near the military reservation." It was the wrong diversion. I shook my head. "No." "What the hell do you mean, no?" rumbled Cochonur, revving up for battle. "What I said, no. That's a desperation trick, and I'm not that desperate." "Authors," he snarled, "you'll be desperate when I tell you to be desperate. I can still stop payment on that check." "No, you can't. The union won't let you. The regulations are very clear about that. You pay up unless I disobey a lawful directive. You can't make me do anything against the law, and going inside the military reservation is extremely against the law." He shifted over to Cold War. "No," he said softly, "you're wrong about that. It's only against the law if a court says it is, after we do it. You're only right if your lawyers are smarter than my lawyers. Honestly, Walters, I pay my lawyers to be the smartest there are." The difficult part was that he was even more right than he knew he was, because my liver was on his side. I couldn't spare time for arbitration because without his money and my transplant, I wouldn't live that long. Dory, listening with her bird-like look of friendly interest, got between us again. "Well, then how about this? We just put down here. Why don't we wait and see what the probes show? Maybe we'll hit something even better than that Trace C." "There isn't going to be anything good here," he said without looking at her. "Why, Boyce, how do you know that? We haven't even finished the soundings." He said, "Look, Dora, listen close one time and then shut up. Walters is playing games. You see where we are now?" He brushed past me and tapped out the program for a full map display, which somewhat surprised me because I didn't know he knew how. The chart sprang up with virtual images of our position, the shafts we'd already cut, the great irregular edge of the military reservation overlaid on the plot of mass cons and navigation aids. "You see? We're not even in the high-density mass areas now. Is that true, Walters? We've tried all the good locations and come up dry?" I said, "You're partly right, Mr. Cochonur, but I'm not playing games. This site is a good possibility. You can see it on the map. We're not over any Mascon, that's true, but we're right between two of them that are located pretty close together. Sometimes you find a dig that connects two complexes, and it has happened that the connecting passage was closer to the surface than any other part of the system. I can't guarantee we'll hit anything here, but it's not impossible.
Just damn unlikely.
Well, no more unlikely than anywhere else. I told you a week ago you got your money's worth the first day just finding any Heechee tunnel at all, even a spoiled one. There are maze rats in the spindle who went 5 years without seeing that much. I thought for a minute.
I'll make a deal with you, I said. I'm listening.
We're down here, and there's at least a chance we can hit something. Let's try. We'll deploy the probes and see what they turn up. If we get a good trace, we'll dig it. If we don't, then I'll think about going back to Trace C.
Think about it, he roared.
Don't push me, Consinor. You don't know what you're getting into. The military reservation is not to be fooled with. Those boys shoot first and ask later, and there aren't any policemen or courts on Venus to even ask them questions.
I don't know,
he said after a moment. No, I said, you don't, Mr. Consinor, and that's what you're paying me for. I do know.
Yes, he agreed. You probably do, but whether you're telling me the truth about what you know is another question.
Hegromet never said anything about digging between Mascons. And then he looked at me with a completely opaque expression, waiting to see whether I would catch him up on what he had just said. I didn't respond. I gave him an opaque look back. I didn't say a word. I only waited to see what would come next. I was pretty sure that it would not be any sort of explanation of how he happened to know Hegromet's name, or what dealings he had had with the greatest Earthside authority on Heechee diggings. And it wasn't.
Put out your probes, and we'll try it your way one more time, he said at last.
I plopped the probes out, got good penetration on all of them, started firing the noisemakers. I sat watching the first build-up of lines on the scan as though I expected them to carry useful information. They couldn't, of course, but it was a good excuse to think privately for a moment. Consinor needed to be thought about. He hadn't come to Venus just for the ride, that was clear. He had known he was going to be sinking shafts after Heechee digs before he ever left Earth. He had briefed himself on the whole bit, even to handling the instruments on the airbody. My sales talk about Heechee treasures had been wasted on a customer whose mind had been made up to buy at least half a year earlier, and tens of millions of miles away. All that I understood, but the more I understood, the more I saw that I didn't understand. What I really wanted was to give Consinor a quarter and send him to the movies for a while so I could talk privately to the girl. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to send him. I managed to force a yawn, complain about the boredom of waiting for the probe traces to build up, and suggest a nap. Not that I would have been real confident he wasn't lying there with his ears flapping, listening to us. It didn't matter. Nobody acted sleepy but me. All I got out of it was an offer from Dory to watch the screen and wake me if anything interesting turned up. So I said the hell with it, and went to sleep myself. It was not a good sleep, because lying there, waiting for it, gave me time to notice how truly lousy I felt, and in how many ways. There was a sort of permanent taste of bile in the back of my mouth, not so much as though I wanted to throw up, as it was as though I just had. My head ached, and I was beginning to see ghost images wandering fuzzily around my field of vision. When I took my pills, I didn't count the ones that were left. I didn't want to know. I'd set my private alarm for 3 hours, thinking maybe that would give Consinor time to get sleepy and turn in, leaving the girl up and about and perhaps conversational. But when I woke up, there was Consinor cooking himself an herb omelette with the last of our sterile eggs. "You were right, Walters," he grinned. "I was sleepy. Had a nice little nap. Ready for anything now. Want some eggs?" Actually, I did want them, but of course I didn't dare eat them. So I glumly swallowed what the quackery had allowed me to have and watched him stuff himself. It was unfair that a man of 90 could be so healthy that he didn't have to think about digestion, while I was— well, there wasn't any profit in that kind of thinking. So I offered to play some music, and Dory picked Swan Lake, and I started it up. And then I had an idea and headed for the tool lockers. They needed checking. The auger heads were about due for replacement, and I knew we were low on spares. And the other thing about the tool lockers was that they were as far from the galley as you could get and stay inside the air body, and I hoped Dory would follow me. And she did.
"Need any help, Audie?"
"Glad to have it," I said. "Here, hold these for me. Don't get the grease on your clothes." I didn't expect her to ask me why they had to be held. She didn't. She only laughed.
"Grease? I don't think I'd even notice it, dirty as I am. I guess we're all about ready to get back to civilization."
Cautioneur was frowning over the probe trace and paying us no attention. I said, "Meaning which kind of civilization, the spindle or Earth?" What I had in mind was to start her talking about Earth, but she went the other way.
"Oh, the spindle, Audie. I thought it was fascinating, and we really didn't get to see much of it. And the people, like that Indian fellow who ran the cafe. The cashier was his wife, wasn't she?"
"One of them. She's the #1 wife. The waitress was #3, and he has another one at home with the kids. There are 5 of them, all 3 wives involved." But I wanted to go in the other direction, so I said, "It's pretty much the same as on Earth. Vastra would be running a tourist trap in Benares if he wasn't running one here, and he wouldn't be here if he hadn't shipped out with the military and terminated here. I'd be guiding in Texas, I suppose, if there's any open country left to guide in, maybe up along the Canadian River. How about you?" All the time I was picking up the same 4 or 5 tools, studying the serial numbers and putting them back. She didn't notice.
"How do you mean?"
"Well, what did you do before you came here?"
"Oh, I worked in Boyce's office for a while."
That was encouraging. Maybe she'd remember something about his connection with Professor Hegramet. "What were you, a secretary?"
"Something like that. Boyce let me handle—" "Oh, what's that?"
That was an incoming call on the radio. That was what that was. "So go answer," snarled Cautioneur from across the air body. I took it on the ear-jack. Since that is my nature, there isn't any privacy to speak of in an air body, and I want what little crumbs of it I can find. It was the base calling, a comm sergeant I knew named Little Knees. I signed in irritably, regretting the chance to pump Dorotha about her boss.
"A private word for you, Audie," said Sergeant Little Knees. "Got your sahib around?"
Little Knees and I had exchanged radio chatter for a long time, and there was something about the cheerfulness of the tone that bothered me. I didn't look at Cautioneur, but I knew he was listening. Only to my side, of course, because of the ear-jack. "In sight but not receiving," I said. "What have you got for me?"
"Just a little news bulletin," the sergeant purred. "It came over the SynSat net a couple of minutes ago. Information only. That means we don't have to do anything about it, but maybe you do, honey."
"Standing by," I said, studying the plastic housing of the radio. The sergeant chuckled.
"Your sahib's charter captain would like to have a word with him when found. It's kind of urgent, 'cause the captain is righteously kissed off."
"Yes, Space," I said. "Your signal's received. Strength 10.
The sergeant made an amused noise again, but this time it wasn't a chuckle, it was a downright giggle. "The thing is," she said, "is check for the charter fee bounced. Want to know what the bank said? You'd never guess. Insufficient funds, that's what they said."
The pain under my right lower ribs was permanent, but right then it seemed to get a lot worse. I gritted my teeth. Sergeant Little Knees," I croaked, "can you, verify that estimate?"
"Sorry, honey," she buzzed sympathetically in my ear, "but there's no doubt in the world. Captain got a credit report on him, and it turned up NG. When your customer gets back to the spindle, there'll be a make-good warrant waiting for him."
"Thank you for the synoptic report," I said hollowly. "I will verify departure time before we take off." And I turned off the radio and gazed at my rich billionaire client. "What the hell's the matter with you, Walters?" he growled. But I wasn't hearing his voice. I was hearing what the happy fellow at the quackery had told me. The equations were unforgettable. Cash equals new liver plus happy survival. No cash equals total hepatic failure plus death. And my cash supply had just dried up. 10. When you get a really big piece of news, you have to let it trickle through your system and get thoroughly absorbed before you do anything about it. It isn't a matter of seeing the implications. I saw them right away, you bet. It's a matter of letting the system reach an equilibrium state. So I puttered for a minute. I listened to Tchaikovsky. I made sure the radio switch was off, so as not to waste power. I checked the synoptic plot. It would have been nice if there had been something to show, but the way things were going there wouldn't be, of course, and there wasn't. A few pale echoes were building up, but nothing with the shape of a Heechee dig, and nothing very bright. The data was still coming in, but there was no way for those feeble plots to turn into the mother lode that could save us all, even broke bastard Cauchenour. I even looked out at as much of the sky as I could to see how the weather was. It didn't matter, but some of the high white calomel clouds were scudding among the purples and yellows of the other mercury halides. It was beautiful, and I hated it. Cauchenour had forgotten about his omelette and was watching me thoughtfully. So was Dory, still holding the augers in their grease-paper wrap. I grinned at her. "Pretty," I said, referring to the music. The Auckland Philharmonic was just getting to the part where the little swans come out arm in arm and do a fast, bouncy pas de quatre across the stage. It has always been one of my favorite parts of Swan Lake. "We'll listen to the rest of it later," I said, and snapped it off. "All right," snarled Cauchenour. "What's going on?" I sat down on an igloo pack and lit a cigarette, because one of the adjustments my internal system had made was to calculate that we didn't have to worry much about coddling our oxygen supply any more. I said, "There's a question that's bothering me, Cauchenour. How did you get on to Professor Hegromet?" He grinned and relaxed. "Is that all that's on your mind? I checked the place out before I came. Why not?" "No reason, except that you let me think you didn't know a thing." He shrugged. "If you had any brains, you'd know I didn't get rich by being stupid. You think I'd come a umpty million miles without knowing what I was coming to?" "No, you wouldn't, but you did your best to make me think you would." "No matter. So you dug up somebody who could point you to whatever was worth stealing on Venus, and somebody steered you to Hegromet. Then what? Did he tell you I was dumb enough to be your boy?" Cauchenour wasn't quite as relaxed, but he wasn't aggressive either. He said, "Hegromet told me you were the right guy to find a virgin tunnel. That's all, except briefing on the Heechee and so on. If you hadn't come to us, I would have come to you. You just saved me the trouble." I said, a little surprised, "You know, I think you're telling me the truth. Except you left out one thing. It wasn't the fun of making more money that you were after. It was just money, right? Money that you needed." I turned to Dorothy, standing frozen with the augers in her hand. "How about it, Dory? Did you know the old man was broke?" Putting it that way was not too smart. I saw what she was about to do just before she did it, and jumped off the igloo. I was a little too late. She dropped the augers before I could get them from her, but fortunately they landed flat and the blades weren't chipped. I picked them up and put them away. She had answered the question well enough. I said, "I see you didn't know. Tough on you, doll. His check to the captain of the Gagarin is still bouncing, and I would imagine the one he gave me isn't going to be much better. I hope you got it in furs and jewels, and my advice to you is to hide them before the creditors want them back." She didn't even look at me. She was only looking at Cauchenour, whose expression was all the confirmation she needed. I don't know what I expected from her, rage or reproaches or tears. What she did was whisper, "Oh, boys, I'm so sorry." And she went over and put her arm around him. I turned my back on them because I didn't like looking at him. The strapping 90-year-old buck on full medical had turned into a defeated old man. For the first time he looked all of his age, and maybe a little more. The mouth half open, trembling, the straight back stooped, the bright blue eyes watering. She stroked him and crooned to him. I looked at the synoptic web again for lack of anything better to do. It was about as clear as it was going to get, and it was empty. We had nearly a 50% overlap from our previous soundings, so I could tell that the interesting-looking scratches at one edge were nothing to get excited about. We'd checked them out already. They were only ghosts. There was no rescue there. Curiously, I felt kind of relaxed. There is something tranquilizing about the realization that you have nothing much left to lose. It puts things in a different perspective. I don't mean to say that I had given up completely. There were still things I could do. They might not have anything to do with prolonging my life, but the taste in my mouth and the pain in my gut weren't letting me enjoy life very much anyway. I could, for instance, write Audie Walters off. Since only a miracle could keep me from dying in a matter of days, I could accept the fact that I wasn't going to be alive a week from now, and use what time I had for something else. What else? Well, Dory was a nice kid. I could fly the air body back to the spindle, turn Courseneur over to the gendarmes, and spend my last day or so introducing her around. Vastra or BG would help her get organized. She might not even have to go into prostitution or the rackets. The high season wasn't that far off, and she would do well with a little booth of prayer fans and Heechee lucky pieces for the Terry tourists. Maybe that wasn't much, even from her point of view, but it was something. Or I could fling myself on the mercy of the quackery. They might let me have the new liver on credit. The only reason I had for thinking they wouldn't was that they never had. Or I could open the 2 fuel valves and let them mix for 10 minutes or so before hitting the igniter. The explosion wouldn't leave much of the air body or us, and nothing at all of our problems. Oh, hell, I said. Buck up, Courseneur, we're not dead yet. He looked at me for a minute. He patted Dory's shoulder and pushed her away gently enough. He said, I will be soon enough. I'm sorry about all this, Dorothy. And I'm sorry about your check, Walters. I expect you needed the money. You have no idea. He said with difficulty, Do you want me to explain? I don't see that it makes any difference, but yes, out of curiosity, I do. I let him tell me, and he did it steadily and succinctly. I could have guessed. A man his age is either very, very rich or dead. He was only quite rich. He'd kept his industries going on what was left after he siphoned off the costs of transplant and treatment, calciphylaxis and prosthesis, protein regeneration here, cholesterol flushing there, $1 million for this, $100 grand a week for that. Oh, it went, I could see that. You just don't know, he said, what it takes to keep a 100-year-old man alive until you try it. I corrected him automatically. 90, you mean? No, not 90, and not even 100. I think it's at least 110, and it could be more than that. Who counts? You pay the doctors, and they patch you up for a month or two. You wouldn't know. Oh, wouldn't I just, I said, but not out loud. I let him go on, telling about how the federal inspectors were closing in, and he skipped Earth to make his fortune all over again on Venus. But I wasn't listening any more. I was writing on the back of a navigation form. When I was finished, I passed it over to Courseneur. Sign it, I said. What is it? Does it matter? You don't have any choice, do you? But it's a release from the all rights section of our charter agreement. You acknowledge you have no claim, that your check's rubber, and that you voluntarily waive your ownership of anything we find in my favor. He frowned. What's this bit at the end? That's where I give you 10% of anything we do find, if we do find anything. That's charity, he said, but he was signing. I don't mind charity, especially since, as you point out, I don't have any choice. But I can read that web as well as you can, Walters, and there's nothing on it to find. No, I said, folding the paper and putting it in my pocket. But we're not going to dig here. That trace is bare as your bank account. What we're going to do is dig Trace C. I lit another cigarette and thought for a minute. I was wondering how much to tell them of what I had spent 5 years finding out and figuring out, schooling myself not even to hint at it to anyone else. I was sure in my mind that nothing I said would make a difference, but the words didn't want to say themselves anyway. I made myself say, You remember Subhash Vastra, the fellow who ran the trap where I met you? He came to Venus with the military. He was a weapons specialist. There's no civilian career for a weapons specialist, so he went into the cafe business when they terminated him, but he was pretty big at it in the service. Dory said, Do you mean
there are Heechee weapons on the reservation?
No. Nobody has ever found a Heechee weapon. But they found targets. It was actually physically difficult for me to speak the next part, but I got it out. Anyway, Sub Vastra says they were targets. The higher brass wasn't sure, and I think the matter has been pigeonholed on the reservation by now. But what they found was triangular pieces of Heechee wall material. That blue, light-emitting stuff they lined the tunnels with. There were dozens of them, and they all had a pattern of radiating lines. Sub said they looked like targets to him. And they had been drilled through by something that left the holes chalky as talc. Do you know anything that would do that to Heechee wall material?
Dory was about to say she didn't, but Cauchenour interrupted her.
That's impossible, he said flatly. Right, that's what the brass said. They decided it had to be done in the process of fabrication, for some Heechee purpose we'll never know. But Vastra says not. He says they looked exactly like the paper targets from the firing range under the reservation. The holes weren't all in the same place. The lines looked like scoring markers. That's evidence he's right. Not proof, but evidence. And you think you can find the gun that made those holes where we marked Trace C? I hesitated. I wouldn't put it that strongly. Call it a hope. But there is one more thing. These targets were turned up by a prospector nearly 40 years ago. He turned them in, reported his find, went out looking for more, and got killed. That happened a lot in those days. No one paid much attention until some military types got a look at them, and that's how come the reservation is where it is. They spotted the site where he'd reported finding them, staked out everything for 1,000 kilometers around, and labeled it all off-limits. And they dug and dug, turned up about a dozen Heechee tunnels, but most of them bare and the rest cracked and spoiled. Then there's nothing there, growled Cauchenour, looking perplexed. There's nothing they found, I corrected him. But in those days prospectors lied a lot. He reported the wrong location for the find. At the time he was shacked up with a young lady who later married a man named Alamang, and her son is a friend of mine. He had a map. The right location, as near as I can figure, the navigation marks weren't what they are now, is right about where we are now, give or take some. I saw digging marks a couple of times, and I think they were his. I slipped the little private magnetofiche out of my pocket and put it into the virtual map display. It showed a single mark, an orange X. That's where I think we might find the weapon, somewhere near that X. And as you can see, the only undug indication there is good old Trace C. Silence for a minute. I listened to the distant outside howl of the winds, waiting for them to say something. Dory was looking troubled. "I don't know if I like trying to find a new weapon," she said. It's like bringing back the bad old days again." I shrugged. Cauchenour, beginning to look more like himself again, said, "The point isn't whether we really want to find a weapon, is it? The point is that we want to find an untapped Heechee dig for whatever is in it. But the soldiers think there might be a weapon somewhere around, so they aren't going to let us dig, right? They'll shoot us first and ask questions later. Wasn't that what you said?" "That's what I said." "So how do you propose to get around that little problem?" he asked. If I were a truthful man, I would have said I wasn't sure I could. Looked at honestly, the odds were we would get caught and very likely shot. But we had so little to lose, Cauchenour and I, that I didn't think that important enough to mention. I said, "We try to fool them. We send the air body off, and you and I stay behind to do the digging. If they think we're gone, they won't be keeping us under surveillance, and all we have to worry about is being picked up on a routine perimeter search."
"Audie!" cried the girl. "If you and Boyce stay here... But that means I have to take the air body, and I can't fly this thing."
"No, you can't. But you can let it fly itself." I rushed on. "Oh, you'll waste fuel, and you'll get bounced around a lot, but you'll get there on autopilot. It'll even land you at the spindle. Not necessarily easily or well." I closed my mind to the thought of what an automatic landing might do to my one and only air body. She would survive it, though. 99 chances out of 100. "Then what?" Cauchenour demanded. There were big holes in the plan at this point, but I closed my mind to them too. Dory looks up my friend B.G. Alamang. I'll give you a note to give him with all the coordinates and so on, and he'll come and pick us up. With extra tanks, we'll have air and power for maybe 48 hours after you leave. That's plenty of time for you to get there, find BG, and give him the message, and for him to get back. If he's late, of course, we're in trouble. If we don't find anything, we've wasted our time. But if we do—" I shrugged. "I didn't say it was a guarantee," I added. "I only said it gave us a chance." Dory was quite a nice person, considering her age and her circumstances, but one of the things she lacked was self-confidence. She had not been trained to it. She had been getting it as a prosthesis from Korcheneur most recently. I suppose before that from whoever preceded Korcheneur in her life. At her age, maybe her father. That was the biggest problem, persuading Dory she could do her part. "It won't work," she kept saying. "I'm sorry. It isn't that I don't want to help. I do, but I can't. It just won't work." Well, it would have. Or at least I think it would have. In any event, we never got to try it. Between us, Korcheneur and I did get Dory to agree to give it a try. We packed up what little gear we'd put outside, flew back to the ravine, landed, and began to set up for the dig. But I was feeling poorly, thick, headachy, clumsy, and I suppose Korcheneur had his own problems. Between the two of us, we managed to catch the casing of the drill in the exit port while we were offloading it, and while I was jocking it one way from above, Korcheneur pulled the other way from beneath, and the whole thing came down on top of him. It didn't kill him, but it gouged his suit and broke his leg, and that took care of my idea of digging Tracy with him. 11. The suit leg had been ruptured through 8 or 10 plies, but there was enough left to keep the air out, if not the pressure. The first thing I did was check the drill to make sure it wasn't damaged. It wasn't. The second thing was to fight Korcheneur back into the lock. That took about everything I had, with the combined weight of our suits and bodies, getting the drill out of the way, and my general physical condition. But I managed it. Dory was great. No hysterics, no foolish questions. We got him out of the suit and looked him over. He was unconscious. The leg was compounded, with bone showing through. He was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and he had vomited inside his helmet. All in all, he was about the worst-looking 100-and-some-year-old man you'll ever see. Live one, anyway. But he hadn't taken enough heat to cook his brain. His heart was still going. Well, whoever's heart it had been in the first place, I mean. It was a good investment, because it pumped right along. The bleeding stopped by itself, except from the nasty business on the leg. Dory called the military reservation for me, got Eve Littleknees, was put right through to the base surgeon. He told me what to do. At first he wanted me to pack up and bring Korcheneur right over, but I vetoed that. I said I wasn't in shape to fly, and it would be too rough a ride. Then he gave me step-by-steps, and I followed it easily enough, reduced the fracture, packed the gash, closed the wound with surgical Velcro and meat glue, sprayed a bandage all around, and poured on a cast. It took about an hour, and Korcheneur would have come too while we were doing it, except I gave him a sleepy needle. So then it was just a matter of taking pulse and respiration and blood pressure readings to satisfy the surgeon, and promising to get him back to the spindle shortly. When the surgeon was through, still annoyed at me for not bringing Korcheneur over, Sergeant Littleknees came back on. I could tell what was on her mind. Honey? How did it happen?" "A great big Heechee came up out of the ground and bit him," I said. "I know what you're thinking, and you've got an evil mind. It was just an accident." "Sure," she said. "Okay, I just wanted you to know I don't blame you a bit." And she signed off. Dory was cleaning Korcheneur up as best she could. Pretty profligate with the water reserves, I thought. I left her to it while I made myself some coffee, lit a cigarette, and sat and thought. By the time Dory had done what she could for Korcheneur, then cleaned up the worst of the mess and begun to do such important tasks as repairing her eye makeup, I had thought up a dandy. I gave Korcheneur a wake-up needle, and Dory patted him and talked to him while he got his bearings. She was not a girl who carried a grudge. I did, a little. I got him up to try out his muscles faster than he really wanted to. His expression told me that they all ached. They worked all right, though. He was able to grin. "Old bones," he said. "I knew I should have gone for the recalciphylaxis. That's what happens when you try to save a buck." He sat down heavily. The legs stuck out in front of him. He wrinkled his nose. "Sorry to have messed up your nice clean air, buddy," he added. You want to clean yourself up?" He looked surprised. "Well, I think I'd better pretty soon." "Do it now. I want to talk to you both." He didn't argue, just held out his hand, and Dory took it. He stumped, half-hopped toward the clean-up. Actually, Dory had done the worst of it, but he splashed a little water on his face and swished some around in his mouth. He was pretty well recovered when he turned around to look at me. "All right, what is it? Are we giving up?" I said no. We'll do it a different way. Dory cried, "He can't, Audie. Look at him. And the condition his suit's in, he couldn't last outside an hour, much less help you dig." "I know that, so we'll have to change the plan. I'll dig by myself. The two of you will slope off in the air body." "Oh, brave man," said Cautioneur flatly. "Who are you kidding? It's a two-man job." I hesitated. Not necessarily. Lone prospectors have done it before, although the problems were a little different. I admit it'll be a tough 48 for me, but we'll have to try it. One reason. We don't have any alternative. "Wrong," said Cautioneur. He patted Dory's rump. "Solid muscle, that girl. She isn't big, but she's healthy. Takes after her grandmother. Don't argue, Walters. Just think a little bit. It's as safe for Dory as it is for you, and with the two of you, there's a chance we might luck in. By yourself, no chance at all." For some reason, his attitude put me in a bad temper. "You talk as though she didn't have anything to say about it." "Well," said Dory, sweetly enough, "come to that, so do you. I appreciate your wanting to make things easy for me, Audie, but honestly, I think I could help. I've learned a lot, and if you want the truth, you look a lot worse than I do." I said with all the sneer I could get into my voice, "Forget it. You can both help me for an hour or so while I get set up. Then we'll do it my way. No arguments. Let's get going." That made two mistakes. The first was that we didn't get set up in an hour. It took more than two, and I was sweating sick, oily sweat before we finished. I really felt bad. I was past hurting or worrying about it. I just thought it a little surprising every time my heart beat. Dory did more muscle work than I did, strong and willing as promised, and Cautioneur checked over the instruments and asked a couple of questions when he had to make sure he could handle his part of the job, flying the air body. I took 2 cups of coffee heavily laced with my private supply of gin, and smoked my last cigarette for a while, meanwhile checking out with a military reservation. Eve Littleknees was flirtatious, but a little puzzled. Then Dory and I tumbled out of the lock and closed it behind us, leaving Cautioneur strapped in the pilot's seat. Dory stood there for a moment, looking forlorn, but then she grabbed my hand, and the two of us lumbered to the shelter of the igloo we'd already ignited. I had impressed on her the importance of being out of the wash of the twin-fuel jets. She was good about it, flung herself flat and didn't move. I was less cautious. As soon as I could judge from the flare that the jets were angled away from us, I stuck my head up and watched Cautioneur take off in a sleet of heavy metal ash. It wasn't a bad take-off. In circumstances like that, I define bad as total demolition of the air body and the death or maiming of one or more persons. He avoided that, but the air body skittered and slid wildly as the gusts caught it. It would be a rough ride for him, going just the few 100 kilometers north that would take him out of detection range. I touched Dory with my toe, and she struggled up. I slipped the talk cord into the jack on her helmet. Radio was out because of possible perimeter patrols that we wouldn't be able to see. "Change your mind yet?" I asked. It was a fairly obnoxious question, but she took it nicely. She giggled. I could tell that because we were faceplate to faceplate, and I could see her face shadowed inside the helmet. But I couldn't hear what she was saying until she remembered to nudge the voice switch, and then what I heard was, "Romantic, just the two of us." Well, we didn't have time for that kind of chit-chat. I said irritably, "Let's quit wasting time. Remember what I told you. We have air, water, and power for 48 hours. Don't count on any margin. 1 or 2 of them might hold out a little longer, but you need all 3 to stay alive. Try not to work too hard. The less you metabolize, the less your waste system has to handle. If we find a tunnel and get in, maybe we can eat some of those emergency rations over there, provided it's unbreached and hasn't heated up too much in 250,000 years. Otherwise, don't even think about food. As for sleeping, forget—" "Now who's wasting time? You told me all this before." But she was still cheery. So we climbed into the igloo and started work. The first thing we had to do was clear out some of the tailings that had already begun to accumulate where we left the drill going. The usual way, of course, is to reverse and redirect the augers. We couldn't do that. It would have meant taking them away from cutting the shaft. We had to do it the hard way, namely, manually. It was hard, all right. Hot suits are uncomfortable to begin with. When you have to work in them, they're miserable. When the work is both very hard physically and complicated by the cramped space inside an igloo that already contains 2 people and a working drill, it's next to impossible. We did it anyhow, having no choice. Cautioneur hadn't lied. Doré was as good as a man. The question was whether that was going to be good enough. The other question, which was bothering me more and more every minute, was whether I was as good as a man. The headache was really pounding at me, and I found myself blacking out when I moved suddenly. The quackery had promised me 3 weeks before acute hepatic failure, but that hadn't been meant to include this kind of work. I had to figure I was on plus time already. That is a disconcerting way to figure. Especially when 10 hours went by and I realized that we were down lower than the soundings had shown the tunnel to be, and no luminous blue tailings were in sight. We were drilling a dry hole. Now, if we had had the air body close by, this would have been an annoyance. Maybe a big annoyance, but not a disaster. What I would have done was get back in the air body, clean up, get a good night's sleep, eat a meal, and recheck the trace. We were digging in the wrong place. All right, next step is to dig in the right place. Study the terrain, pick a spot, ignite another igloo, start up the drills and try again. That's what we would have done. But we didn't have any of those advantages. We didn't have the air body. We had no chance for sleep or food. We were out of igloos. We didn't have the trace to look at, and I was feeling lousier every minute. I crawled out of the igloo, sat down in the next thing there was to the lee of the wind, and stared at the scudding yellow-green sky. There ought to be something to do, if I could only think of it. I ordered myself to think. Well, let's see. Could I maybe uproot the igloo and move it to another spot? No, I could break it loose all right with the augers, but the minute it was free the winds would catch it, and it would be goodbye, Charlie. I'd never see that igloo again. Plus, there would be no way to make it gas-tight anyway. Well, then, how about drilling without an igloo? Possible, I judged. Pointless, though. Suppose we did hit lucky and hole in. Without an igloo to lock out those 20,000 millibars of hot gas, we'd destroy the contents anyway. I felt a nudge on my shoulder and discovered that Doré was sitting next to me. She didn't ask any questions, didn't try to say anything at all. I guess it was all clear enough without talking about it. By my suit chronometer, 15 hours were gone. That left 30-some before Cautioneur would come back and get us. I didn't see any point in spending it all sitting there, but on the other hand, I didn't see any point in doing anything else. Of course, I thought, I could always go to sleep for a while. And then I woke up and realized that that was what I had been doing. Doré was asleep beside me. You may wonder how a person can sleep in the teeth of a south polar thermal gale. It isn't all that hard. All it takes is that you be wholly worn out and wholly despairing. Sleeping isn't just to knit the ravelled sleeve. It is a good way to shut the world off when the world is too lousy to face, as ours was. But Venus is the last refuge of the Puritan ethic. Crazy. I knew I was as good as dead, but I felt I had to be doing something. I eased away from Doré, made sure her suit was belted to the hold-tight ring at the base of the igloo, and stood up. It took a great deal of concentration for me to be able to stand up, which was almost as good as keeping care out of sleep. It occurred to me that there still might be 8 or 10 live Heechis in the tunnel, and maybe they'd heard us knocking and opened up the bottom of the shaft for us. So I crawled into the igloo to see. I peered down the shaft to make sure. No, they hadn't. It was still just a blind hole that disappeared into dirty, dark invisibility at the end of the light from my headlamp. I swore at the Heechis, who hadn't helped us out, and kicked some tailings down the shaft on their non-existent heads. The Puritan ethic was itching me, and I wondered what I ought to do. Die? Well, yes, but I was doing that fast enough. Something constructive. I remembered that you always ought to leave a place the way you found it. So I hauled up the drills on the 8-to-1 winch and stowed them neatly. I kicked some more tailings down the useless hole to make a place to sit, and I sat down and thought. I mused about what we had done wrong, as you might think about a chess puzzle. I could still see the trace in my mind. It was bright and clear, so there was definitely something there. It was just tough that we'd lucked out and missed it. How had we missed it? After some time I thought I knew the answer to that. People like Doré and Cochenour have an idea that a seismic trace is like one of those underground maps of downtown Dallas, with all the sewers and utility conduits and water pipes marked, so you just dig where it says and you find what you want. It isn't exactly like that. The trace comes out as a sort of hazy approximation. It is built up hour by hour by measuring the echoes from the pinger. It looks like a band of spiderweb shadows, much wider than an actual tunnel and very fuzzy at the edges. When you look at it, you know that somewhere in the shadows there's something that makes them. Maybe it's a rock interface or a pocket of gravel. Hopefully it's a Heechee dig. Whatever it is, it's there somewhere, but you don't just know where exactly. If a tunnel is 20 meters wide, which is a fair average for a Heechee connecting link, the shadow trace is sure to look like 50, and maybe 100. So where do you dig? That's where the art of prospecting comes in. You have to make an informed guess. Maybe you dig in the exact geometrical center, as far as it is given you to see where the center is. That's the easiest way. Maybe you dig where the shadows are densest, which is the way the half-smart prospectors do, and that works almost half the time. Or maybe you do what I did and try to think like a Heechee. You look at the trace as a whole and try to see what points they might have been trying to connect. Then you plot an imaginary course between them, where you would have put the tunnel if you had been the Heechee engineer in charge, and you dig somewhere along there. That's what I had done, but evidently I had done wrong. In a fuzzy-brained sort of way, I began to think I saw what I'd done. I visualized the trace. The right place to dig was where I had set the air body down, but of course I couldn't set up the igloo there because the air body was in the way. So I'd set up about 10 yards upslope. I was convinced that 10 yards was what made us miss. I was pleased with myself for figuring it out, although I couldn't see that it made a lot of practical difference. If I'd had another igloo, I would have been glad to try again, assuming I could hold out that long. But that didn't mean much because I didn't have another igloo. So I sat on the edge of the dark shaft, nodding sagaciously over the way I had solved the problem, dangling my legs and now and then sweeping tailings in. I think that was part of a kind of death wish, because I know I thought, now and then, that the nicest thing to do would be to jump in and pull the tailings down over me. But the Puritan ethic didn't want me to do that. Anyway, it would have solved only my own personal problem. It wouldn't have done anything for old Doré Kiefer, snoring away outside in a thermal hurricane. I then began to wonder why I was worrying about Doré. It was a pleasant enough subject to be thinking about, but sort of sad. I went back to thinking about the tunnel. The bottom of the shaft couldn't be more than a few yards away from where we had bottomed out empty. I thought of jumping down and scraping away with my bare gloves. It seemed like a good idea. I'm not sure how much was whimsy and how much the fantasy of a sick man, but I kept thinking how nice it would be if there were Heechee still in there. And when I scratched into the blue wall material, I could just knock politely, and they'd open up and let me in. I even had a picture of what they looked like, sort of friendly and godlike. It would have been very pleasant to meet a Heechee, a live one that could speak English. Heechee, what did you really use those things we call prayer fans for? I could ask him. Or, Heechee, have you got anything that will keep me from dying in your medicine chest? Or, Heechee, I'm sorry we messed up your front yard, and I'll try to clean it up for you. I pushed more of the tailings back into the shaft. I had nothing better to do, and who could tell, maybe they'd appreciate it. After a while I had it half full, and I'd run out of tailings, except for the ones that were pushed outside the igloo, and I didn't have the strength to go after them. I looked for something else to do. I reset the augers, replaced the dull blades with the last sharp ones we had, pointed them in the general direction of a 20-degree offset angle down slope, and turned them on. It wasn't until I noticed that Dory was standing next to me, helping me steady the augers for the first yards of cut, that I realized I had made a plan. Why not try an offset cut? Did we have any better chance? We did not. We cut. When the drills stopped bucking and settled down to chew into the rock, and we could leave them, I cleared a space at the side of the igloo and shoved tailings out for a while. Then we just sat there and watched the drills spit rock chips into the old shaft. It was filling up nicely. We didn't speak. Presently I fell asleep again. I didn't wake up until Dory pounded on my head. We were buried in tailings, but they weren't just rock. They glowed blue, so bright they almost hurt my eyes. The augers must have been scratching at the Heechee wall liner for hours. They had actually worn pits into it. We looked down, and we could see the round, bright blue eye of the tunnel wall staring up at us. She was a beauty, all ours. Even then we didn't speak. Somehow I managed to kick and wriggle my way through the drift to the crawl-through. I got the lock closed and sealed after kicking a couple of cubic meters of rock outside. Then I began fumbling through the pile of refuse for the flame drills. Ultimately I found them, somehow. Ultimately I managed to get them shipped and primed. I fired them and watched the bright pot of light that bounced out of the shaft and made a pattern on the igloo roof. Then there was a sudden short scream of gas, and a clatter as the loose fragments at the bottom of the shaft dropped free. We had cut into the Heechee tunnel. It was unbreached and waiting for us. Our beauty was a virgin. We took her maidenhead with all love and reverence, and entered into her. 12. I must have blacked out again, and when I realized where I was on the floor of the tunnel. My helmet was open. So were the side zips of my hot suit. I was breathing stale, foul air that had to be 250,000 years old, and smelled every minute of it. But it was air. It was denser than Earth's normal and a lot more humid, but the partial pressure of oxygen was about the same. It was enough to live on, in any case. I was proving that by breathing it and not dying. Next to me was Dory Kiefer. The blue Heechee wall light didn't flatter her complexion. At first I wasn't sure she was breathing. But in spite of the way she looked, her pulse was going, her lungs were functioning, and when she felt me poking at her, she opened her eyes. "We made it," she said. We sat there, grinning foolishly at each other, like Halloween masks in the blue Heechee glow. To do anything more than that, just then, was quite impossible. I had my hands full just comprehending the fact that I was alive. I didn't want to endanger that odds-against precarious fact by moving around. But I wasn't comfortable, and after a moment I realized that I was very hot. I closed up my helmet to shut out some of the heat, but the smell inside was so bad that I opened it up, figuring the heat was better. Then it occurred to me to wonder why the heat was only unpleasant instead of instantly fatal. Energy transport through a Heechee wall material surface is very slow, but not 250,000 years slow. My sad old brain ruminated that thought around for a while and came up with a conclusion. At least until quite recently, some centuries or thousands of years maybe, this tunnel had been kept cool. Automatic machinery, of course, I thought sagely. Wow! That by itself was worth finding. Broken down or not, it would be worth a lot of fortunes. And that made me remember why we were there in the first place, and I looked up the corridor and down to see what treasures were waiting there for us. When I was a school kid in Amarillo Central, my favorite teacher was a crippled lady named Miss Stevenson, and she used to tell us stories out of Bullfinch and Homer. She spoiled a whole weekend for me with a story of one Greek fellow who wanted to be a god. He was king of a little place in Lydia, but he wanted more, and the gods let him come to Olympus, and he had it made, until he fouled up. I forget how. It had something to do with a dog, and some nasty business about tricking the gods into eating his own son. Whatever it was, they gave him solitary confinement for eternity, standing neck-deep in a cool lake in hell and unable to drink. The fellow's name was Tantalus, and in that Heechee tunnel I had a lot in common with him. The treasure trove was there, all right, but we couldn't reach it. We hadn't hit the main tunnel, but a sort of angled teletube detour in it, and it was blocked at both ends. We could peer past half-closed gates into the main shaft. We could see Heechee machines and irregular mounds of things that might once have been containers, now rotted, with their contents on the floor. But we hadn't the strength to get at them. It was the suits that made us so clumsy. With them off, we might have been able to slip through, but then would we have the strength to put them back on again in time to meet Cautioneur? I doubted it. I stood there with my helmet pressed to the gate, feeling like Alice peering into her garden without the bottle of drink-me, and then I thought about Cautioneur again, and checked the time. It was 46 hours and some odd minutes since he had left us. He was due back any time. And if he came back while we were here, and opened the crawl-through to look for us, and was careless about the seal at both ends, 20,000 millibars of poison gas would hammer in on us. It would kill us, of course, but besides that it would damage the Virgin Tunnel. The corrosive scouring of that implosion of gas might wreck everything. "We have to go back," I told Dory, showing her the time. She smiled. "Temporarily," she said, and turned and led the way. After the cheerful blue glow of the Heechee Tunnel, the igloo was cramped and miserable, and what was worse was that we couldn't even stay inside it. Cautioneur probably would remember to lock in and out of both ends of the crawl-through, but he might not. I couldn't take that chance. I tried to think of a way of plugging the shaft, maybe by pushing all the tailings back in again, but although my brain wasn't working very well, I could see that was stupid. So we had to wait outside in the breezy Venusian weather, and not too much later either. The little watch dial next to my life support meters, all running well into the red now, showed that Cautioneur should in fact have arrived by now. I pushed Dory into the crawl-through, squeezed in with her, locked us both through, and we waited. We waited a long time, Dory bent over the crawl-through and me leaning beside her, holding on to her and the tie-down clips. We could have talked, but I thought she was either unconscious or asleep from the way she didn't move, and anyway it seemed like an awful lot of work to plug in the phone jack. We waited longer than that, and still Cautioneur didn't come. I tried to think things through. There could have been a number of reasons for his being late. He could have crashed. He could have been challenged by the military. He could have got lost. But there was another possibility that made more sense than all of them. The time dial told me he was nearly 5 hours late now, and the life support meters told me we were right up against the upper maximum for power, near it for air, well past it for water. If it hadn't been for breathing the Heechee gases for a while, we would have been dead by then, and Cautioneur didn't know about that. He had said he was a bad loser. He had worked out an endgame maneuver, so he wouldn't have to lose. I could see him as clearly as though I were in the air body with him, watching his own clocks, cooking himself a light lunch, and playing music, while he waited for us to die. That was no frightening thought. I was close enough to it for the difference to be pretty much a technicality, and tired enough of being trapped in that foul hot suit to be willing to accept almost any deliverance. But the girl was involved, and the one tiny little rational thought that stayed in my half-poisoned brain was that it was unfair for Cautioneur to kill us both. Me, yes. Her, no. I beat on her suit until she moved a little, and after some time managed to make her move back into the crawl-through. There were two things Cautioneur didn't know. He didn't know we'd found breathable air, and he didn't know we could tap the drill batteries for additional power. In all the freaked-out fury of my head, I was still capable of that much consecutive thought. We could surprise him if he didn't wait much longer. We could stay alive for a few hours yet, and then when he came to find us dead and see what prize we had won for him, he would find me waiting. And so he did. It must have been a terrible shock to him when he entered the igloo with a monkey-wrench in his hand and leaned over me, and found that I was still alive and able to move where he had expected only a well-done roast of meat. The drill caught him right in the chest. I couldn't see his face, but I guess at his expression. Then it was only a matter of doing 4 or 5 impossible things. Things like getting Dory up out of the tunnel and into the air body. Like getting myself in after her and sealing up and setting a course. All these impossible things, and one other. That was harder than all of them, but very important to me. I totaled the air body when we landed. But we were strapped in and suited up, and when the ground crews came to investigate, Dory and I were still alive. 13. They had to patch me and rehydrate me for 3 days before they could even think about putting my new liver in. In the old days they would have kept me sedated the whole time, but of course they kept waking me up every couple of hours for some feedback training on monitoring my hepatic flows. I hated it because it was all sickness and pain and nagging from Dr. Morius and the nurses, and I could have wished for the old days back again, except, of course, that in the old days I would have died. But by the 4th day I hardly hurt at all, except when I moved, and they were letting me take my fluids by mouth instead of the other way. I realized I was going to be alive for a while, and looked upon my surroundings and found them good. There's no such thing as a season in the spindle, but the quackery is all sentimental about tradition and ties with the mother planet. They were playing scenes of fleecy white clouds on the wall panels, and the air from the ventilator ducts smelled of green leaves and lilac. "Happy spring," I said to Dr. Morius. "Shut up," he said, shifting a couple of the needles that pincushioned my abdomen and watching the telltales. He pursed his lips, pulled out a couple of needles, and said, "Well, let's see, Walters. We've taken out the splenovenal shunt. Your new liver is functioning well, although you're not flushing wastes through as fast as you ought to. We've got your ion levels back up to something like a human being, and most of your tissues have a little moisture in them again. Altogether," he scratched his head, "yes, in general I would say you're alive, so presumably the operation was a success." "Don't be a funny doctor," I said. "When do I get out of here?" "Like right now?" he asked thoughtfully. "We could use the bed. Got a lot of paying patients coming in." Now, one of the advantages of having blood in my brain instead of the poison soup it had been living on was that I could think reasonably clearly. So I knew right away that he was kidding me. I wouldn't have been there if I hadn't been a paying patient, one way or another, and though I couldn't imagine how, I was willing to wait a while to find out. Anyway, I was more interested in getting out. They packed me up in wet sheets and rolled me through the spindle to Sub Vastra's place. Dory was there before me, and the third of Vastra's house fussed over us both, lamb broth and that flat, hard bread they like, before tucking us in for a good long rest. There was only the one bed, but Dory didn't seem to mind, and anyway, at that point, the question was academic. Later on, not so academic. After a couple days of that, I was up and as good as I ever was. By then I had found out who paid my bill at the quackery. For about a minute I had hoped it was me, quickly filthy rich from the spoils of our tunnel, but I knew that was impossible. We could have made money only on the sly, and we were both too near dead when we got back to the spindle to conceal anything. So the military had moved in and taken everything, but they had shown they had a heart. Atrophied and flinty, but a heart. They had gone into the dig while I was still getting glucose enemas in my sleep, and had been pleased enough with what they found to decide that I was entitled to some sort of finder's fee. Not much, to be sure, but enough to save my life. It turned out to be enough to pay off the loosely secured checks I'd written to finance the expedition, and surgical fee, and hospital costs, and just about enough left over to put a down payment on a Heechee hut of our own. For a while it bothered me that they wouldn't tell me what they'd found. I even tried to get Sergeant Littleknees drunk when she was in the spindle on furlough. But Dory was right there, and how drunk can you get one girl when another girl is right there watching you? Probably Eve Littleknees didn't know anyhow. Probably no one did, except a few weapons specialists. But it had to be something because of the cash award, and most of all because they didn't prosecute for trespass on the military reservation. And so we get along, the two of us, or three of us. Dory turned out to be good at selling fire pearls to the Terry tourists, especially when her pregnancy began to show. She kept us in eating money until the high season started, and by then I found I was a sort of celebrity, which I parlayed into a bank loan and a new airbody. And so we're doing well enough. I've promised that I'll marry her if our kid turns out to be a boy, but as a matter of fact I'm going to do it anyway. She was a great help, especially with my own private project back there at the dig. She couldn't have known what I wanted to bring back Cossenauer's body for, but she didn't argue, and sick and wretched as she was, she helped me get it into the airbody lock. Actually, I wanted it very much. It's not actually a new liver, of course. Probably it's not even second-hand. Heaven knows where Caucheneur bought it, but I'm sure it wasn't original equipment with him. But it works. And bastard though he was, I kind of liked him in a way, and I don't mind at all the fact that I've got a part of him with me, always.
Gene Wolfe, The Death of Dr. Island. Gene Wolfe made his first sale in 1965. By 1970 he was a regular in Damon Knight's Orbit anthologies with stories such as Trip Trap, The Encounter, and Pohl's Treehouse, and had published his first novel, Operation Aries, in retrospect his weakest book. Little that he had done to date had attracted any attention, and there was little to indicate that a new giant of the form was about to loom above the literary horizon, someone who would be instrumental in establishing the new cutting edge of science fiction in the years ahead. And yet that was exactly what was about to happen. As the decade progressed, Wolfe's work seemed to undergo a quantum leap in sophistication and intensity, and he went on to produce much of the really superior short fiction of the 70s, pieces such as the extraordinary The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Hero as Werewolf, 7 American Nights, Alien Stones, The Eye-Flash Miracles, Tracking Song, and The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories, among many others, as well as one of the decade's best novels, the brilliant 1975 novel Peace, which, published almost anonymously as a mainstream hardback in a plain tan dust cover, sank without arousing a single ripple. In spite of this lush outpouring of talent, Wolfe remained severely underappreciated throughout most of the decade, although he did take a Nebula Award for the story that follows, The Death of Dr. Island. And as late as 1978 or 1979, book editors were telling me that Wolfe had no real audience and no future as a mass-market author, something that would later be proven to be untrue. Perhaps all this was because Wolfe was strongly identified with Orbit in the early 70s, and as Orbit was the major American recipient for the spleen of the reactionary backlash that developed early in the decade, his reputation probably suffered from the association, as would the reputations of Joanna Russ, Kate Wilhelm, R.A. Lafferty, and several other frequent Orbit contributors. Wolfe and Russ became bugbears to the conservatives in much the same way that Heinlein had become a bugbear to the New Wavers, and Wolfe in particular was loathed and pointed at as an example of the kind of non-rigorous, scientifically illiterate, custard-headed intellectuals that the reactionaries saw hiding under every bed. This was very ironic, since as a professional engineer and an editor for many years of the trade publication Plant Engineering, Wolfe was probably more conversant with the hard sciences than many of his detractors, and much of his work shows a fine understanding of technology and a concern for the intricacies of its workings. Wolfe finally established his reputation with his landmark The Book of the New Sun novel series at the beginning of a new decade, one of the true masterworks of science fiction, and there are few serious critics today who would deny that Wolfe is one of the best writers working in, or out of, the genre in the 90s. All of which should have been as evident in 1973 as it is today, especially to anyone reading the complex, lyrical, and scary novella that follows, a child's eye view of a strange and frightening high-tech world where the walls are full of watching eyes, and the stakes for even the simplest of actions can be life itself. Gene Wolfe was born in New York and grew up in Houston, Texas. Individual volumes of his monumental The Book of the New Sun series have won the Nebula Award, the World Fantasy Award, and the John W. Campbell Memorial Award, and he also won a Nebula Award for his novella The Death of Dr. Island. His other books include Peace, The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Devil in a Forest, Soldier of the Mist, Free Live Free, Soldier of Arete, There Are Doors, Castleview, Pandora by Holly Hollander, and The Earth of the New Sun. His short fiction has been collected in The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories, Gene Wolfe's Book of Days, The Wolfe Archipelago, the recent World Fantasy Award-winning collection Stories from the Old Hotel, and Endangered Species. His most recent books are Nightside the Long Sun and Lake of the Long Sun, the start of a new series. I have desired to go where springs not fail, to fields where flies no sharp and sighted hail,
and a few lilies blow. And I have asked to be where no storms come, where the green swell is in the heavens dumb, and out of the swing of the sea. Gerard Manley Hopkins. A grain of sand, teetering on the brink of the pit, trembled and fell in. The ant-lion at the bottom angrily flung it out again. For a moment there was quiet. Then the entire pit, and a square metre of sand around it, shifted drunkenly, while two cocoanut palms bent to watch. The sand rose, pivoting at one edge, and the scarred head of a boy appeared. A stubble of brown hair threatened to erase the marks of the sutures. With dilated eyes hypnotically dark, he paused, his neck just where the ant-lions had been. Then, as though goaded from below, he vaulted up and onto the beach, turned, and kicked sand into the dark hatchway from which he had emerged. It slammed shut. The boy was about 14. For a time he squatted, pushing the sand aside and trying to find the door. A few centimetres down his hands met a gritty, solid material which, though neither concrete nor sandstone, shared the qualities of both, a sand-filled organic plastic. On it he scraped his fingers raw, but he could not locate the edges of the hatch. Then he stood and looked about him, his head moving continually as the heads of certain reptiles do, back and forth with no pauses at the terminations of the movements. He did this constantly, ceaselessly, always, and for that reason it will not often be described again, just as it will not be mentioned that he breathed. He did, and as he did, his head, like a rearing snake's, turned from side to side. The boy was thin and naked as a frog. Ahead of him the sand sloped gently down towards sapphire water. There were coconuts on the beach, and seashells, and a scuttling crab that played with the finger-high edge of each dying wave. Behind him there were only palms and sand for a long distance, the palms growing ever closer together as they moved away from the water, until the forest of their columniated trunks seemed architectural, like some palace maze, becoming, as it progressed, more and more draped with creepers and lianas with green, scarlet, and yellow leaves, the palms interspersed with bamboo and deciduous trees dotted with flaming orchids, until almost at the limit of his sight the whole ended in a spangled wall, whose predominant colour was black-green. The boy walked toward the beach, then down the beach, until he stood in knee-deep water as warm as blood. He dipped his fingers and tasted it. It was fresh, with no hint of the disinfectants to which he was accustomed. He waded out again and sat on the sand about 5 meters up from the high-water mark, and after 10 minutes, during which he heard no sound but the wind and the murmuring of the surf, he threw back his head and began to scream. His screaming was high-pitched, and each breath ended in a gibbering, ululant note, after which came the hollow iron gasp of the next indrawn breath. On one occasion he had screamed in this way, without cessation, for 14 hours and 22 minutes, at the end of which a nursing nun, with an exemplary record stretching back 17 years, had administered an injection without the permission of the attending physician. After a time the boy paused, not because he was tired, but in order to listen better. There was still only the sound of the wind in the palm fronds and the murmuring surf, yet he felt that he had heard a voice. The boy could be quiet as well as noisy, and he was quiet now, his left hand sifting white sand as clean as salt between its fingers, while his right tossed tiny pebbles like beach-glass beads into the surf. "Hear me," said the surf. "Hear me, hear me." "I hear you," the boy said. "Good," said the surf, and it faintly echoed itself. "Good, good, good." The boy shrugged. "What shall I call you?" asked the surf. "My name is Nicholas Kenneth Devore." Nick. The boy stood, and turning his back on the sea, walked inland. When he was out of sight of the water, he found a coconut palm growing sloped and angled, leaning and weaving among its companions like the plume of an ascending jet blown by the wind. After feeling its rough exterior with both hands, the boy began to climb. He was inexpert, and climbed slowly and a little clumsily, but his body was light and he was strong. In time he reached the top, and disturbed the little brown plush monkeys there, who fled chattering into other palms, leaving him to nestle alone among the stems of the fronds and the green coconuts. "I am here also," said a voice from the palm. "Ah," said the boy, who was watching the tossing sapphire sky far over his head.
"I will call you Nicholas."
The boy said, "I can see the sea."
"Do you know my name?"
The boy did not reply. Under him the long, long stem of the twisted palm swayed faintly.
"My friends all call me Dr. Island."
"I will not call you that," the boy said.
"You mean that you are not my friend?"
A gull screamed.
"But you see, I take you for my friend. You may say that I am not yours, but I say that you are mine. I like you, Nicholas, and I will treat you as a friend."
"Are you a machine or a person or a committee?" the boy asked.
"I am all those things and more. I am the spirit of this island, the tutelary genius."
"Bullshit."
"Now that we have met, would you rather I leave you alone?"
Again the boy did not reply.
"You may wish to be alone with your thoughts. I would like to say that we have made much more progress today than I anticipated. I feel that we will get along together very well."
After 15 minutes or more, the boy asked, "Where does the light come from?" There was no answer. The boy waited for a time, then climbed back down the trunk, dropping the last 5 meters and rolling as he hit in the soft sand. He walked to the beach again and stood staring out at the water. Far off he could see it curving up and up, the distant combers breaking in white foam until the sea became white-flecked sky. To his left and his right the beach curved away, bending almost infinitesimally until it disappeared. He began to walk, then saw, almost at the point where perception was lost, a human figure. He broke into a run. A moment later he halted and turned around. Far ahead another walker, almost invisible, strode the beach. Nicholas ignored him. He found a coconut and tried to open it, then threw it aside and walked on. From time to time fish jumped, and occasionally he saw a wheeling sea-bird dive. The light grew dimmer. He was aware that he had not eaten for some time, but he was not in the strict sense hungry, or rather he enjoyed his hunger now in the same way that he might, at another time, have gashed his arm to watch himself bleed. Once he said, "Dr. Island," loudly as he passed a coconut palm, and then later began to chant, "Dr. Island, Dr. Island, Dr. Island," as he walked until the words had lost all meaning. He swam in the sea, as he had been taught to swim in the great quaternary treatment tanks on Callisto to improve his coordination, and spluttered and snorted until he learned to deal with the waves. When it was so dark he could see only the white sand and the white foam of the breakers, and he drank from the sea and fell asleep on the beach, the right side of his taut, ugly face relaxing first, so that it seemed to sleep even while the left eye was open and staring, his head rolling from side to side, the left corner of his mouth preserving, like a death mask, his characteristic expression, angry, remote, tinged with that inhuman quality which is found nowhere but in certain human faces. When he woke it was not yet light, but the night was fading to a gentle grey. Headless, the palms stood like tall ghosts up and down the beach, their tops lost in fog and the lingering dark. He was cold. His hands rubbed his sides. He danced on the sand and sprinted down the edge of the lapping water in an effort to get warm. Ahead of him a pinpoint of red light became a fire, and he slowed. A man who looked about 25 crouched over the fire. Tangled black hair hung over this man's shoulders, and he had a sparse beard. Otherwise he was as naked as Nicholas himself. His eyes were dark and large and empty, like the ends of broken pipes. He poked at his fire, and the smell of roasting fish came with the smoke. For a time Nicholas stood at a distance, watching. Saliva ran from a corner of the man's mouth, and he wiped it away with one hand, leaving a smear of ash on his face. Nicholas edged closer until he stood on the opposite side of the fire. The fish had been wrapped in broad leaves and mud, and lay in the center of the coals. "I'm Nicholas," Nicholas said. "Who are you?" The young man did not look at him, had never looked at him. "Hey, I'd like a piece of your fish." "Not much." "All right." The young man raised his head, looking not at Nicholas, but at some point far beyond him. He dropped his eyes again. Nicholas smiled. The smile emphasized the disjointed quality of his expression, his mouth's uneven curve. "Just a little piece?" Is it about done?" Nicholas crouched, imitating the young man, and as though this were a signal, the young man sprang for him across the fire. Nicholas jumped backward, but the jump was too late. The young man's body struck his and sent him sprawling on the sand. Fingers clawed for his throat. Screaming, Nicholas rolled free into the water. The young man splashed after him. Nicholas dove. He swam under water, his belly almost grazing the wave-rippled sand until he found deeper water. Then he surfaced, gasping for breath, and saw the young man, who saw him as well. He dove again, this time surfacing far off in deep water. Treading water, he could see the fire on the beach and the young man when he returned to it, stamping out of the sea in the early light. Nicholas then swam until he was 500 meters or more down the beach, then waded into shore and began walking back toward the fire. The young man saw him when he was still some distance off, but he continued to sit, eating pink-tinted tidbits from his fish, watching Nicholas. "What's the matter?" Nicholas said, while he was still a safe distance away. "Are you mad at me?" From the forest, birds warned, "Be careful, Nicholas." "I won't hurt you," the young man said. He stood up, wiping his oily hands on his chest, and gestured toward the fish at his feet. "You want some?" Nicholas nodded, smiling his crippled smile. "Come, then." Nicholas waited, hoping the young man would move away from the fish, but he did not. Neither did he smile in return.
"Nicholas," the little waves at his feet whispered, "this is Ignacio."
"Listen," Nicholas said, "is it really all right for me to have some?"
Ignacio nodded, unsmiling. Cautiously Nicholas came forward. As he was bending to pick up the fish, Ignacio's strong hands took him. He tried to wrench free, but was thrown down, Ignacio on top of him. "Please!" he yelled. "Please!" Tears started into his eyes. He tried to yell again, but he had no breath. The tongue was being forced, thicker than his wrist, from his throat. Then Ignacio let go and struck him in the face with his clenched fist. Nicholas had been slapped and pummeled before, had been beaten, had fought, sometimes savagely, with other boys. But he had never been struck by a man as men fight. Ignacio hit him again, and his lips gushed blood. He lay a long time on the sand beside the dying fire. Consciousness returned slowly. He blinked, drifted back into the dark, blinked again. His mouth was full of blood, and when at last he spit it out onto the sand, it seemed a soft flesh, dark and polymerized in strange shapes. His left cheek was hugely swollen, and he could scarcely see out of his left eye. After a time he crawled to the water. A long time after that he left it and walked shakily back to the ashes of the fire. Ignacio was gone, and there was nothing left of the fish but bones. "Ignacio is gone," Dr. Island said with lips of waves. Nicholas sat on the sand, cross-legged. "You handled him very well." "You saw us fight?" "I saw you. I see everything, Nicholas." "This is the worst place," Nicholas said. He was talking to his lap. "What do you mean by that?" "I've been in bad places before, places where they hit you or squirted big hoses of ice water that knocked you down, but not where they would let someone else—" "Another patient?" asked a wheeling gull. "Do it." "You were lucky, Nicholas. Ignacio is homicidal." "You could have stopped him." "No, I could not. All this world is my eye, Nicholas, my ear and my tongue. But I have no hands." "I thought you did all this." "Men did all this." I thought you kept it going." "It keeps itself going, and you, all the people here, direct it." Nicholas looked at the water. "What makes the waves?" "The wind and the tide." "Are we on Earth?" "Would you feel more comfortable on Earth?" "I've never been there. I'd like to know." "I am more like Earth than Earth now is, Nicholas. If you were to take the best of all the best beaches of Earth and clear them of all the poisons and all the dirt of the last 3 centuries, you would have me." "But this isn't Earth?" There was no answer.
Nicholas walked around the ashes of the fire until he found Ignacio's footprints. He was no tracker, but the depressions in the soft beach sand required none. He followed them, his head swaying from side to side as he walked, like the sensor of a mine detector. For several kilometers, Ignacio's trail kept to the beach. Then, abruptly, the footprints swerved, wandered among the coconut palms, and at last were lost on the firmer soil inland. Nicholas lifted his head and shouted, "Ignacio! Ignacio!" After a moment he heard a stick snap, and the sound of someone pushing aside leafy branches. He waited. "Mum?" A girl was coming toward him, stepping out of the thicker growth of the interior. She was pretty, though too thin, and appeared to be about 19. Her hair was blonde where it had been most exposed to sunlight, darker elsewhere. "You've scratched yourself," Nicholas said. "You're bleeding." "I thought you were my mother," the girl said. She was a head taller than Nicholas. "Been fighting, haven't you? Have you come to get me?" Nicholas had been in similar conversations before, and normally would have preferred to ignore the remark, but he was lonely now. He said, "Do you want to go home?" "Well, I think I should, you know." "But do you want to?" "My mum always says if you've got something on the stove you don't want to burn. She's quite a good cook. She really is. Do you like cabbage with bacon?" "Have you got anything to eat?" "Not now. I had a thing a while ago." "What kind of thing?" "A bird." The girl made a vague little gesture, not looking at Nicholas. "I'm a memory that has swallowed a bird." "Do you want to walk down by the water?" They were moving in the direction of the beach already. "I was just going to get a drink. You're a nice tot." Nicholas did not like being called a tot. He said, "I set fire to places." "You won't set fire to this place. It's been nice the last couple of days, but when everyone is sad, it rains." Nicholas was silent for a time. When they reached the sea, the girl dropped to her knees and bent forward to drink, her long hair falling over her face until the ends trailed in the water, her nipples, then half of each breast, in the water. "Not there," Nicholas said. "It's sandy because it washes the beach so close. Come on out here." He waded out into the sea until the lapping waves nearly reached his armpits, then bent his head and drank. "I never thought of that," the girl said. "Mum says I'm stupid. So does Dad. Do you think I'm stupid?" Nicholas shook his head. "What's your name?" "Nicholas Kenneth Devore. What's yours?" "Diane. I'm going to call you Nicky. Do you mind?" "I'll hurt you while you sleep," Nicholas said. "You wouldn't." "Yes, I would. At St. John's, where I used to be, it was 0G most of the time, and a girl there called me something I didn't like, and I got loose one night and came into her cubicle while she was asleep and nulled her restraints, and then she floated around until she banged into something, and that woke her up, and she tried to grab, and then that made her bounce all around inside, and she broke 2 fingers in her nose and got blood all over. The attendants came, and one told me they didn't know then I did it. When he came out, his white suit was like polka-dot red all over because wherever the blood drops had touched him, they soaked right in." The girl smiled at him, dimpling her thin face. "How did they find out it was you?" "I told someone, and he told them." "I bet you told them yourself." "I bet I didn't." Angry, he waded away, but when he had stalked a short way up the beach, he sat down on the sand, his back toward her. "I didn't mean to make you mad, Mr. Devore." "I'm not mad." She was not sure for a moment what he meant. She sat down beside and a trifle behind him, and began idly piling sand in her lap. Dr. Island said, "I see you've met." Nicholas turned, looking for the voice. "I thought you saw everything." "Only the important things, and I have been busy on another part of myself. I am happy to see that you two know one another. Do you find you interact well?" Neither of them answered. "You should be interacting with Ignacio. He needs you." "We can't find him," Nicholas said. "Down the beach to your left until you see the big stone, then turn inland, about 500 meters." Nicholas stood up, and, turning to his right, began to walk away. Diane followed him, trotting until she caught up. "I don't like," Nicholas said, jerking a shoulder to indicate something behind him.
"Ignacio?"
"The doctor." "Why do you move your head like that? Didn't they tell you?" "No one told me anything about you." "They opened it up," Nicholas touched his scars, "and took this knife and cut all the way through my corpus
callosum," muttered a dry palm frond.
"Corpus callosum," finished Nicholas. "See, your brain is like a walnut inside. There are the two halves, and then right down in the middle, a kind of thick connection of meat from one to the other. Well, they cut that." "You're having a bit of fun with me, aren't you?" "No, he isn't," a monkey who had come to the waterline to look for shellfish told her. "His cerebrum has been surgically divided. It's in his file." It was a young monkey, with a trusting face full of small, ugly beauties. Nicholas snapped, "It's in my head." Diane said, "I'd think it would kill you or make you an idiot or something. They say each half of me is about as smart as both of us were together. Anyway, this half is the me that talks." "There are two of you now?" "If you cut a worm in half and both parts are still alive, that's two, isn't it? What else would you call us? We can't ever come together again."
"But I'm talking to just one of you."
"We both can hear you."
"Which one answers?"
Nicholas touched the right side of his chest with his right hand. "Me. I do. They told me it was the left side of my brain. That one has the speech centers, but it doesn't feel that way. The nerves cross over coming out, and it's just the right side of me. I talk. Both my ears hear for both of us, but out of each eye we only see half and half. I only see what's on the right of what I'm looking at, and the other side, I guess, only sees the left, so that's why I keep moving my head. I guess it's like being a little bit blind. You get used to it." The girl was still thinking of his divided body. She said, "If you're only half, I don't see how you can walk." "I can move the left side a little bit, and we're not mad at each other. We're not supposed to be able to come together at all, but we do, down through the legs and at the ends of the fingers and then back up. Only I can't talk with my other side because he can't, but he understands."
"Why did they do it?"
Behind them, the monkey, who had been following them, said, "He had uncontrollable seizures."
"Did you?"
the girl asked. She was watching a seabird swooping low over the water and did not seem to care. Nicholas picked up a shell and shied it at the monkey, who skipped out of the way. After half a minute's silence, he said, "I had visions."
"Ooh, did you?"
"They didn't like that. They said I would fall down and jerk around horrible, and sometimes I guess I would hurt myself when I fell, and sometimes I'd bite my tongue and it would bleed. But that wasn't what it felt like to me. I wouldn't know about any of those things until afterward. To me it was like I had gone way far ahead, and I had to come back. I didn't want to." The wind swayed Diane's hair, and she pushed it back from her face.
"Did you see things that were going to happen?" she asked.
"Sometimes."
"Really? Did you?"
"Sometimes."
"Tell me about it. When you saw what was going to happen."
"I saw myself dead. I was all black and shrunk up like the dead stuff they cut off in the Pontic Gardens, and I was floating and turning like in water, but it wasn't water, just floating and turning out in space, in nothing. And there were lights on both sides of me, so both sides were bright but black, and I could see my teeth because the stuff," he pulled at his cheeks, "had fallen off there, and they were really white."
"That hasn't happened yet."
"Not here."
"Tell me something you saw that happened."
"You mean like somebody's sister was going to get married, don't you? That's what the girls where I was mostly wanted to know. Or were they going to go home? Mostly it wasn't like that."
"But sometimes it was?"
"I guess."
"Tell me one."
Nicholas shook his head. "You wouldn't like it. Anyway, it wasn't like that. Mostly it was lights like I never saw any place else, and voices like I never heard any other time, telling me things there aren't any words for. Stuff like that. Only now I can't ever go back. Listen, I wanted to ask you about Ignacio."
"He isn't anybody,"
the girl said. "What do you mean, he isn't anybody? Is there anybody here besides you and me and Ignacio and Dr. Island?"
"Not that we can see or touch."
The monkey called,
There are other patients, but for the present, Nicholas, for your own well-being as well as theirs, it is best for you to remain by yourselves. It was a long sentence for a monkey. What's that about? If I tell you, will you tell me about something you saw that really happened? All right. Tell me first. There was this girl where I was. Her name was Maya. They had, boys and girls' dorms, but you saw everybody in the rec room and the dining hall and so on, and she was in my psychodrama group. Her hair had been black and shiny as the lacquered furniture in Dr. Hong's rooms, her skin white like the mother of pearl, her eyes long and narrow, making him think of cat's eyes, and darkly blue. She was 15, or so Nicholas believed, maybe 16. "I'm going home," she told him. It was psychodrama, and he was her brother, younger than she, and she was already at home. But when she said this, the floating ring of light that gave them the necessary separation from the small doctor and patient audience ceased, by instant agreement, to be Maya's mother's living room, and became a visiting lounge. Nicholas Jerry said, "Hey, that's great. Hey, I got a new bike. When you come home, you want to ride it?" Maureen, Maya's mother, said, "Maya, don't. You'll run into something and break your teeth, and you know how much they cost." "You don't want me to have any fun." "We do, dear, but nice fun. A girl has to be so much more careful. Oh, Maya, I wish I could make you understand, really, how careful a girl has to be." Nobody said anything, so Nicholas Jerry filled in with, "It has a 3-bladed prop, and I'm going to tape streamers to them with little weights at the ends, and when I go down old 37B passageway, look out, here comes that old coleslaw grater." "Like this," Maya said, and held her legs together and extended her arms to make a 3-bladed bike prop or a crucifix. She had thrown herself into a spin as she made the movement, and revolved slowly, stage center, red shorts, white blouse, red shorts, white blouse, red shorts, no shoes. Diane asked, "And you saw that she was never going home? She was going to hospital instead? She was going to cut her wrist there? She was going to die?" Nicholas nodded. "Did you tell her?" "Yes," Nicholas said. "No." "Make up your mind. Didn't you tell her? Now don't get mad." "Is it telling when the one you tell doesn't understand?" Diane thought about that for a few steps, while Nicholas dashed water on the hot bruises Ignacio had left upon his face. "If it was plain and clear, and she ought to have understood. That's the trouble I have with my family." "What is?" "They won't say things. Do you know what I mean? I just say, look, just tell me what I'm supposed to do. Tell me what it is you want. But it's different all the time. My mother says, 'Diane, you ought to meet some boys.' You can't go out with him. Your father and I have never met him. We don't even know his family at all. Douglas, there's something I think you ought to know about Diane. She gets confused. Sometimes we've had her to doctors. She's been in a hospital. Try—" "Not to get excited," Nicholas finished for her. "Were you listening? I mean, are you from the Trojan planets? Do you know my mother?" "I only live in these places," Nicholas said. "That's for a long time. But you talk like other people." "I feel better now that I'm with you. You're really nice. I wish you were older." "I'm not sure I'm going to get much older." "It's going to rain. Feel it?" Nicholas shook his head. "Look!" Diane jumped, bunny rabbit clumsy, 3 meters into the air. "See how high I can jump? That means people are sad and it's going to rain. I told you." "No, you didn't." "Yes, I did, Nicholas." He waved the argument away, struck by a sudden thought. "You ever been to Callisto?" The girl shook her head, and Nicholas said, "I have. That's where they did the operation. It's so big the gravity's mostly from natural mass, and it's all domed in with a whole lot of air in it." "So?" "And when I was there, it rained. There was a big trouble at one of the generating piles, and they shut it down, and it got colder and colder until everybody in the hospital wore their blankets, just like Amarins in books. And they locked the switches off on the heaters in the bathrooms, and the nurses and the comm screen told you all the time it wasn't dangerous. They were just rationing power to keep from blacking out the important stuff that was still running. And then it rained, just like on Earth. They said it got so cold the water condensed in the air, and it was like the whole hospital was right under a shower bath. Everybody on the top floor had to come down because it rained right on their beds, and for 2 nights I had a man in my room with me that had his arm cut off in a machine. But we couldn't jump any higher, and it got kind of dark." "It doesn't always get dark here," Diane said. "Sometimes the rain sparkles. I think Dr. Island must do it to cheer everyone up."
"No," the waves explained. "Or at least not in the way you mean, Diane."
Nicholas was hungry and started to ask them for something to eat, then turned his hunger in against itself, spat on the sand, and was still.
"It rains here when most of you are sad," the waves were saying, "because rain is a sad thing to the human psyche. It is that sadness, perhaps because it recalls to unhappy people their own tears, that palliates melancholy."
Diane said, "Well, I know sometimes I feel better when it rains."
"That should help you to understand yourself. Most people are soothed when their environment is in harmony with their emotions, and anxious when it is not. An angry person becomes less angry in a red room, and unhappy people are only exasperated by sunshine and birdsong. Do you remember? And missing thee I walk unseen on the dry smooth-shaven green, to behold the wandering moon riding near her highest noon, like one that had been led astray through the heaven's wide pathless way?"
The girl shook her head. Nicholas said, "No, did somebody write that?" And then, "You said you couldn't do anything." The waves replied,
"I can't, except talk to you."
"You make it rain."
"Your heart beats. I sense its pumping even as I speak. Do you control the beating of your heart?"
"I can stop my breath."
"Can you stop your heart? Honestly, Nicholas?"
"I guess not."
"No more can I control the weather of my world, stop anyone from doing what he wishes, or feed you if you are hungry. With no need of volition on my part, your emotions are monitored and averaged, and our weather responds. Calm and sunshine for tranquility, rain for melancholy, storms for rage, and so on. This is what mankind has always wanted."
Diane asked, "What is?"
"That the environment should respond to human thought. That is the core of magic and the oldest dream of mankind. And here, on me, it is fact."
"So that we'll be well?" Nicholas said angrily. "You're not sick."
Dr. Island said, "So that some of you, at least, can return to society."
Nicholas threw a seashell into the water as though to strike the mouth that spoke. "Why are we talking to this thing?" "Wait, Tot, I think it's interesting." "Lies and lies."
Dr. Island said, "How do I lie, Nicholas?"
"You said it was magic."
"No, I said that when humankind has dreamed of magic, the wish behind that dream has been the omnipotence of thought. Have you never wanted to be a magician, Nicholas, making palaces spring up overnight, or riding an enchanted horse of ebony to battle with the demons of the air?"
"I am a magician. I have preternatural powers, and before they cut us in two—" Diane interrupted him. "You said you averaged emotions when you made it rain."
"Yes."
"Doesn't that mean that if one person was really terribly sad, he'd move the average so much he could make it rain all by himself? Or whatever? That doesn't seem fair."
The waves might have smiled. "That has never happened. But if it did, Diane, if one person felt such deep emotion, think how great her need would be. Don't you think we should answer it?"
Diane looked at Nicholas, but he was walking again, his head swinging, ignoring her as well as the voice of the waves. "Wait," she called. "You said I wasn't sick. I am, you know." "No, you're not." She hurried after him. "Everyone says so, and sometimes I'm so confused, and other times I'm boiling inside, just boiling. Mum says if you've got something on the stove you don't want to have burn, you just have to keep one finger on the handle of the pan, and it won't. But I can't. I can't always find the handle, or remember." Without looking back, the boy said, "Your mother is probably sick. Maybe your father, too, I don't know. But you're not. If they'd just let you alone, you'd be all right. Why shouldn't you get upset having to live with two crazy people?" "Nicholas!" She grabbed his thin shoulders. "That's not true." "Yes, it is." "I am sick. Everyone says so." "I don't. So everyone just means the ones that do. Isn't that right? And if you don't either, that will be two. It can't be everyone then." The girl called, "Doctor,
Dr. Island!
Nicholas said, "You aren't going to believe that, are you?"
Dr. Island, is it true?
Is what true, Diane?
What he said. Am I sick?
Sickness, even physical illness, is relative, Diane, and complete health is an idealization, an abstraction, even if the other end of the scale is not.
You know what I mean.
You are not physically ill.
A long blue comber curled into a line of hissing spray, reaching infinitely along the sea to their left and right.
As you said yourself a moment ago, you are sometimes confused and sometimes disturbed.
He said if it weren't for other people, if it weren't for my mother and father, I wouldn't have to be here.
Diane.
Well, is that true or isn't it?
Most emotional illness would not exist, Diane, if it were possible in every case to separate oneself, in thought as well as circumstance, if only for a time.
Separate oneself?
Did you ever think of going away, at least for a time?
The girl nodded, then, as though she were not certain Dr. Island could see her, said,
Often, I suppose. Leaving the school and getting my own compartment somewhere. Going to Achilles. Sometimes I wanted to so badly.
Why didn't you?
They would have worried. And anyway, they would have found me and made me come home.
Would it have done any good if I, or a human doctor, had told them not to?
When the girl said nothing, Nicholas snapped, You could have locked them up.
They were functioning, Nicholas. They bought and sold. They worked and paid their taxes.
Diane said softly,
It wouldn't have done any good anyway, Nicholas. They are inside me. Diane was no longer functioning. She was failing every subject at the university she attended, and her presence in her classes when she came disturbed the instructors and the other students. You were not functioning either, and people of your own age were afraid of you.
That's what counts with you, then, functioning.
If I were different from the world, would that help you when you got back into the world?
You were different. Nicholas kicked the sand. Nobody ever saw a place like this.
You mean that reality to you is metal corridors, rooms without windows, noise?
Yes.
That is the unreality, Nicholas. Most people have never had to endure such things. Even now, this, my beach, my sea, my trees, is more in harmony with most human lives than your metal corridors. And here I am your social environment, what individuals call they. You see, sometimes if we take people who are troubled back to something like me, to an idealized, natural setting, it helps them.
Come on, Nicholas told the girl. He took her arm, acutely conscious of being so much shorter than she.
A question, murmured the waves. If Diane's parents had been taken here instead of Diane, do you think it would have helped them?
Nicholas did not reply.
We have treatments for disturbed persons, Nicholas, but at least for the time being we have no treatment for disturbing persons.
Diane and the boy had turned away, and the waves hissing and slapping ceased to be speech. Gulls wheeled overhead, and once a red and yellow parrot fluttered from one palm to another. A monkey running on all fours like a little dog approached them, and Nicholas chased it, but it escaped. I'm going to take one of those things apart some day, he said, and pull the wires out.
Are we going to walk all the way round?
Diane asked. She might have been talking to herself.
Can you do that? Oh, you can't walk all around Dr. Island. It would be too long. And you can't get there anyway. But we could walk until we get back to where we started. We're probably more than halfway now.
Are there other islands you can't see from here? The girl shook her head.
I don't think so. There's just this one big island in this satellite, and all the rest is water.
Then if there's only the one island, we're going to have to walk all around it to get back to where we started. What are you laughing at?
Look down the beach as far as you can. Never mind how it slips off to the side. Pretend it's straight.
I don't see anything.
Don't you? Watch.
Diane leaped into the air, 6 meters or more this time, and waved her arms. It looks like there's somebody ahead of us, way down the beach.
Uh-huh. Now look behind.
Okay, there's somebody there, too. Come to think of it, I saw someone on the beach when I first got here. It seemed funny to see so far, but
I guess I thought they were other patients. Now I see 2 people.
They're us. That was probably yourself you saw the other time, too. There are just so many of us to each strip of each, and Dr. Island only wants certain ones to mix, so the space bends around. When we get to one end of our strip and try to step over, we'll be at the other end. How did you find out? Dr. Island told me about it when I first came here.
The girl was silent for a moment, and her smile vanished.
Listen, Nicholas. Do you want to see something really funny?
Nicholas asked, "What?" As he spoke, a drop of rain struck his face.
You'll see. Come on, though. We have to go into the middle instead of following the beach, and it will give us a chance to get under the trees and out of the rain.
When they had left the sand and the sound of the surf, and were walking on solid ground under green-leaved trees, Nicholas said, "Maybe we can find some fruit." They were so light now that he had to be careful not to bound into the air with each step. The rain fell slowly around them in crystal spheres.
"Maybe," the girl said doubtfully. "Wait, let's stop here."
She sat down where a huge tree sent 20-meter wooden arches over dark, mossy ground.
"Want to climb up there and see if you can find us something?"
"All right," Nicholas agreed. He jumped and easily caught hold of a branch far above the girl's head. In a moment he was climbing in a green world with the rain pattering all around him. He followed narrowing limbs into leafy wildernesses where the cool water ran from every twig he touched, and twice found the empty nests of birds, and once a slender snake, green as any leaf, with a head as long as his thumb. But there was no fruit.
"Nothing," he said,
when he dropped down beside the girl once more.
"That's all right. We'll find something."
He said, "I hope so," and noticed that she was looking at him oddly, then realized that his left hand had lifted itself to touch her right breast. It dropped as he looked, and he felt his face grow hot. He said, "I'm sorry."
"That's all right."
"We like you. Over there, he can't talk, you see. I guess I can't talk either."
"I think it's just you, in 2 pieces. I don't care."
"Thanks." He had picked up a leaf, dead and damp, and was tearing it to shreds, first his right hand tearing, while the left held the leaf, then turnabout.
"Where does the rain come from?"
The dirty flakes clung to the fingers of both.
Where does the rain come from? I mean, it isn't because it's colder here now, like on Callisto. It's because the gravity's turned down some way, isn't it?" "From the sea. Don't you know how this place is built?"
Nicholas shook his head.
"Didn't they show it to you from the ship when you came? It's beautiful. They showed it to me. I just sat there and looked at it, and I wouldn't talk to them, and the nurse thought I wasn't paying any attention, but I heard everything. I just didn't want to talk to her. It wasn't any use."
"I know how you felt."
"But they didn't show it to you?"
"No. On my ship they kept me locked up because I burned some stuff. They thought I couldn't start a fire without an igniter, but if you have electricity in the wall sockets, it's easy. They had a thing on me, you know." He clasped his arms to his body to show how he had been restrained. "I bit one of them, too. I guess I didn't tell you that yet. I bite people. They locked me up, and for a long time I had nothing to do, and then I could feel us dock with something, and they came and got me and pulled me down a regular companionway for a long time, and it just seemed like a regular place. Then they stuck me full of tranquil sea. I guess they didn't know it doesn't hardly work on me at all, with a pneumogun, and lifted a kind of door thing and shoved me up."
"Didn't they make you undress?"
"I already was. When they put the ties on me, I did things in my clothes, and they had to take them off me. It made them mad." He grinned unevenly. "Does tranquil sea work on you? Or any of that other stuff?"
"I suppose they would, but then I never do the sort of thing you do anyway."
"Maybe you ought to."
"Sometimes they used to give me medication that was supposed to cheer me up. Then I couldn't sleep, and I walked and walked, and ran into things and made a lot of trouble for everyone. But what good does it do?"
Nicholas shrugged. "Not doing it doesn't do any good either. I mean, we're both here. My way, I know I've made them jump. They shoot that stuff in me, and I'm not mad any more, but I know what it is, and I just think what I would do if I were mad, and I do it. And when it wears off, I'm glad I did."
"I think you're still angry somewhere deep down."
Nicholas was already thinking of something else. "This island says Ignacio kills people." He paused. "What does it look like?"
"Ignacio?"
"No, I've seen him. Dr. Island."
"Oh, you mean when I was in the ship. The satellite's round, of course, and all clear except where Dr. Island is, so that's a dark spot. The rest of it's tempered glass, and from space you can't even see the water." "That is the sea up there, isn't it?" Nicholas asked, trying to look up at it through the tree leaves and the rain. "I thought it was when I first came." "Sure. It's like a glass ball, and we're inside, and the water's inside too, and it just goes all around up the curve." "That's why I could see so far out on the beach, isn't it? Instead of dropping down from you like on Callisto, it bends up so you can see it." The girl nodded. "And the water lets the light through, but filters out the ultraviolet. Besides, it gives us thermal mass, so we don't heat up too much when we're between the sun and the bright spot." "Is that what keeps us warm, the bright spot?" Diane nodded again. "We go around in 10 hours, you see, and that holds us over it all the time." "Why can't I see it, then?" "It ought to look like Sol does from the belt, only bigger. But there's just a shimmer in the sky even when it's not raining." "The waves diffract the light and break up the image. You'd see the focus, though, if the air weren't so clear." "Do you know what the focus is?"
Nicholas shook his head.
"We'll get to it pretty soon after this rain stops. Then I'll tell you."
"I still don't understand about the rain." Unexpectedly, Diane giggled.
"I just thought. Do you know what I was supposed to be while I was going to school?"
"Quiet," Nicholas said.
"No, silly. I mean what I was being trained to do, if I graduated and all that. I was going to be a teacher with all those cameras on me and tots from everywhere watching and popping questions on the two-way. Jolly time. Now I'm doing it here, only there's no one but you."
"You mind?"
"No, I suppose I enjoy it."
There was a black and blue mark on Diane's thigh, and she rubbed it pensively with one hand as she spoke.
"Anyway, there are 3 ways to make gravity. Do you know them? Answer, clerk."
"Sure. Acceleration, mass, and synthesis."
"That's right. Motion and mass are both bendings of space, of course, which is why Zeno's paradox doesn't work out that way, and why masses move toward each other, what we call falling, or at least try to. And if they're held apart, it produces the tension we perceive as a force and call weight and all that rot. So naturally, if you bend the space direct, you synthesize a gravity effect, and that's what holds all that water up against the translucent shell. There's nothing like enough mass to do it by itself."
"You mean," Nicholas held out his hand to catch a slow-moving globe of rain, "that this is water from the sea?"
"Right-ho, up on top. Do you see the temperature differences in the air make the winds, and the winds make the waves and surf you saw when we were walking along the shore? When the waves break, they throw up these little drops, and if you watch, you'll see that even when it's clear, they go up a long way sometimes. Then if the gravity is less, they can get away altogether, and if we were on the outside, they'd fly off into space. But we aren't. We're inside, so all they can do is go across the center, more or less, until they hit the water again, or Dr. Island."
"Dr. Island said they had storms sometimes, when people got mad."
"Yes, lots of wind, and so there's lots of rain, too. Only the rain then is because the wind tears the tops off the waves, and you don't get light like you do in a normal rain."
"What makes so much wind?"
"I don't know. It happens somehow."
They sat in silence, Nicholas listening to the dripping of the leaves. He remembered then that they had spun the hospital module finally to get the little spheres of clotting blood out of the air. Maya's blood was building up in the grills of the purification intake ducts, spotting them black, and someone had been afraid they would decay there and smell. He had not been there when they did it, but he could imagine the droplets settling, like this in the slow spin. The old psychodrama group had already been broken up, and when he saw Maureen or any of the others in the rec room, they talked about good old days. It had not seemed like good old days then, except that Maya had been there.
Diane said, "It's going to stop."
"It looks just as bad to me."
"No, it's going to stop. See, they're falling a little faster now, and I feel heavier."
Nicholas stood up. "You rested enough yet? You want to go on?"
"We'll get wet."
He shrugged.
"I don't want to get my hair wet, Nicholas. It'll be over in a minute."
He sat down again. "How long have you been here?"
"I'm not sure."
"Don't you count the days?"
"I lose track a lot."
"Longer than a week?"
"Nicholas, don't ask me, all right?"
"Isn't there anybody on this piece of Dr. Island except you and me and Ignacio?"
"I don't think there was anyone but Ignacio before you came." Who is he?" She looked at him. "Well, who is he? You know me, us, Nicholas Kenneth Devore, and you're Diane who?" "Phillips." "And you're from the Trojan planets, and I was from the outer belt, I guess, to start with. What about Ignacio? You talk to him sometimes, don't you? Who is he?" "I don't know. He's important." For an instant, Nicholas froze. "What does that mean?" "Important." The girl was feeling her knees, running her hands back and forth across them. "Maybe everybody's important." "I know you're just a tot, Nicholas, but don't be so stupid. Come on, you wanted to go. Let's go now. It's pretty well stopped." She stood, stretching her thin body, her arms over her head. "My knees are rough. You made me think of that. When I came here they were still so smooth, I think. I used to put a certain lotion on them, because my dad would feel them in my hands and elbows, too. And he'd say if they weren't smooth, nobody'd ever want me. Mum wouldn't say anything, but she'd be cross after, and they used to come and visit, so I kept a bottle in my room, and I used to put it on. Once I drank some."
Nicholas was silent.
"Aren't you going to ask me if I died?" She stepped ahead of him, pulling aside the dripping branches. "See here, I'm sorry I said you were stupid." "I'm just thinking," Nicholas said. "I'm not mad at you. Do you really know anything about him?" "No, but look at it." She gestured. "Look around you. Someone built all this."
"You mean it cost a lot?"
"It's automated, of course, but still. Well, the other places where you were before, how much space was there for each patient? Take the total volume and divide it by the number of people there."
"Okay, this is a whole lot bigger, but maybe they think we're worth it."
"Nicholas."
She paused.
"Nicholas, Ignacio is homicidal. Didn't Dr. Island tell you?"
"Yes."
"And you're 14 and not very big for it, and I'm a girl. Who are they worried about?"
The look on Nicholas's face startled her. After an hour or more of walking, they came to it. It was a band of withered vegetation, brown and black and tumbling, and as straight as if it had been drawn with a ruler.
"I was afraid it wasn't going to be here," Diane said. "It moves around whenever there's a storm. It might not have been in our sector any more at all."
Nicholas asked, "What is it?"
"The focus. It's been all over, but mostly the plants grow back quickly when it's gone."
"It smells funny. Like the kitchen in a place where they wanted me to work in the kitchen once."
"Vegetables rotting, that's what that is. What did you do?"
"Nothing. Put detergent in the stuff they were cooking."
"What makes this?" "The bright spot. See, when it's just about overhead, the curve of the sky and the water up there make a lens. It isn't a very good lens. A lot of the light scatters, but enough is focused to do this. It wouldn't fry us if it came past right now, if that's what you're wondering, because it's not that hot. I've stood right in it. But you want to get out in a minute."
"I thought it was going to be about seeing ourselves down the beach." Diane seated herself on the trunk of a fallen tree.
"It was, really. The last time I was here it was further from the water, and I suppose it had been there a long time because it had cleared out a lot of the dead stuff. The sides of the sector are nearer here, you see. The whole sector narrows down like a piece of pie. So you could look down the focus either way and see yourself nearer than you could on the beach. It was almost as if you were in a big, big room with a looking-glass on each wall, or as if you could stand behind yourself. I thought you might like it."
"I'm going to try it here," Nicholas announced, and he clambered up one of the dead trees while the girl waited below. But the dry limbs creaked and snapped beneath his feet, and he could not get high enough to see himself in either direction. When he dropped to the ground beside her again, he said, "There's nothing to eat here either, is there?"
"I haven't found anything."
Dr. Island wouldn't just let us starve, would he?"
"I don't think he could do anything. That's the way this place is built. Sometimes you find things, and I've tried to catch fish, but I never could. A couple of times Ignacio gave me part of what he had, though. He's good at it. I bet you think I'm skinny, don't you? But I was a lot fatter when I came here."
"What are we going to do now?"
"Keep walking, I suppose, Nicholas. Maybe go back to the water."
"Do you think we'll find anything?"
From a decaying log, insect stridulations called, "Wait."
Nicholas asked, "Do you know where anything is?"
"Something for you to eat? Not at present. But I can show you something much more interesting, not far from here, than this clutter of dying trees. Would you like to see it?" Diane said, "Don't go, Nicholas."
"What is it?"
"Diane, who calls this the focus, calls what I wish to show you the point. Nicholas asked Diane. "Why shouldn't I go?" "I'm not going. I went there once anyway." "I took her," Dr. Island said, "and I'll take you. I wouldn't take you if I didn't think it might help you." "I don't think Diane liked it." "Diane may not wish to be helped. Help may be painful, and often people do not. But it is my business to help them if I can, whether or not they wish it." "Suppose I don't want to go?" "Then I cannot compel you, you know that. But you will be the only patient in this sector who has not seen it, Nicholas, as well as the youngest. Both Diane and Ignacio have, and Ignacio goes there often." "Is it dangerous?" "No. Are you afraid?" Nicholas looked questioningly at Diane. "What is it? What will I see?" She had walked away while he was talking to Dr. Island, and was now sitting cross-legged on the ground about 5 meters from where Nicholas stood, staring at her hands. Nicholas repeated, "What will I see, Diane?" He did not think she would answer. She said, "A glass. A mirror." "Just a mirror?" "You know how I told you to climb the tree here? The point is where the edges come together. You can see yourself, like on the beach, but closer." Nicholas was disappointed. "I've seen myself in mirrors lots of times." Dr. Island, whose voice was now in the sighing of the dead leaves, whispered, "Did you have a mirror in your room, Nicholas, before you came here?" "A steel one." "So that you could not break it?" "I guess so. I threw things at it sometimes, but it just got puckers in it." Remembering dimpled reflections, Nicholas laughed. "You can't break this one, either." "It doesn't sound like it's worth going to see." "I think it is." "Diane, do you still think I shouldn't go?" There was no reply. The girl sat staring at the ground in front of her. Nicholas walked over to look at her and found a tear had washed a damp trail down each thin cheek, but she did not move when he touched her. "She's catatonic, isn't she?" he said. A green limb just outside the focus nodded. "Catatonic schizophrenia." "I had a doctor once that said those names, like that. They didn't mean anything." The doctor had been a therapy robot, but a human doctor gave more status. Robots' patients sat in doorless booths, 2.5 hours a day for Nicholas, an hour and a half in the morning, an hour in the afternoon, and talked to something that appeared to be a small, friendly food freezer. Some people sat every day in silence, while others talked continually, and for such patients as these the attendants seldom troubled to turn the machines on. He meant cause and treatment. He was correct. Nicholas stood looking down at the girl's streaked brown blonde head. "What is the cause? I mean for her." "I don't know." "And what's the treatment?" "You are seeing it." "Will it help her?" "Probably not." "Listen, she can hear you. Don't you know that? She hears everything we say." "If my answer disturbs you, Nicholas, I can change it. It will help her if she wants to be helped. If she insists on clasping her illness to her, it will not." "We ought to go away from here," Nicholas said uneasily. "To your left you will see a little path, a very faint one, between the twisted tree and the bush with the yellow flowers." Nicholas nodded and began to walk, looking back at Diane several times. The flowers were butterflies, who fled in a cloud of color when he approached them, and he wondered if Dr. Island had known. When he had gone 100 paces and was well away from the brown and rotting vegetation, he said, "She was sitting in the focus." "Yes." "Is she still there?" "Yes." "What will happen when the bright spot comes?" "Diane will become uncomfortable and move, if she is still there." "Once in one of the places I was in, there was a man who was like that, and they said he wouldn't get anything to eat if he didn't get up and get it. They weren't going to feed him with a nose tube any more. And they didn't, and he died. We told them about it, and they wouldn't do anything, and he starved to death right there, and when he was dead, they rolled him off onto a stretcher and changed the bed and put somebody else there." "I know, Nicholas. You told the doctors at St. John's about all that, and it is in your file. But think. Well, men have starved themselves, yes, to death, to protest what they felt were political injustices. Is it so surprising that your friend killed himself in the same way to protest what he felt as a psychic injustice?" "He wasn't my friend." "Listen, did you really mean it when you said the treatment she was getting here would help Diane if she wanted to be helped?" "No." Nicholas halted in mid-stride. "You didn't mean it? You don't think it's true?" "No. I doubt that anything will help her."
I don't think you ought to lie to us.
Why not? If by chance you become well, you will be released, and if you are released, you will have to deal with your society, which will lie to you frequently. Here, where there are so few individuals, I must take the place of society. I have explained that.
Is that what you are?
Society surrogate? Of course. Who do you imagine built me? What else could I be?
The doctor.
You have had many doctors, and so has she. Not one of them has benefited you much.
I'm not sure you even want to help us.
Do you wish to see what Diane calls the point?
I guess so.
Then you must walk. You will not see it standing here.
Nicholas walked, thrusting aside leafy branches and dangling creepers wet with rain.
The jungle smelled of the life of green things.
There were ants on the tree trunks and dragonflies with hot red bodies and wings as long as his hands. "Do you want to help us?" he asked after a time.
"My feelings toward you are ambivalent, but when you wish to be helped, I wish to help you."
The ground sloped gently upward, and as it rose became somewhat more clear. The big trees a trifle farther apart, the underbrush spent in grass and fern. Occasionally there were stone outcrops to be climbed, and clearings open to the tumbling sky. Nicholas asked, "Who made this trail?"
"Ignacio. He comes here often."
"He's not afraid, then? Diane's afraid."
"Ignacio is afraid, too, but he comes."
"Diane says Ignacio is important."
"Yes."
"What do you mean by that? Is he important? More important than we are?"
"Do you remember that I told you I was the surrogate of society? What do you think society wants, Nicholas?"
"Everybody to do what it says."
"You mean conformity?" "Yes, there must be conformity, but something else, too. Consciousness."
"I don't want to hear about it."
"Without consciousness, which you may call sensitivity if you are careful not to allow yourself to be confused by the term, there is no progress. A century ago, Nicholas, mankind was suffocating on earth. Now it is suffocating again. About half of the people who have contributed substantially to the advance of humanity have shown signs of emotional disturbance."
"I told you I don't want to hear about it. I asked you an easy question. Is Ignacio more important than Diane and me? And you won't tell me." "I've heard all this you're saying. I've heard it 50, maybe 100 times from everybody, and it's lies. It's the regular thing, and you've got it written down on a card somewhere to read out when anybody asks. Those people you talk about that went crazy, they went crazy because they were advancing humanity, or whatever you call it. People kicked them out of their rooms because they couldn't pay, and while they were getting thrown out, you were making other people rich that had never done anything in their whole lives except think about how to get that way."
"Sometimes it is hard, Nicholas, to determine before the fact, or even at the time, just who should be honored."
"How do you know if you've never tried?"
"You asked if Ignacio was more important than Diane or yourself. I can only say that Ignacio seems to me to hold a brighter promise of a full recovery, coupled with a substantial contribution to human progress."
"If he's so good, why did he crack up?"
"Many do, Nicholas. Even among the inner planets, space is not a kind environment for mankind. And our space, trans-Martian space, is worse. Any young person here, anyone like yourself or Diane who would seem to have a better-than-average chance of adapting to the conditions we face, is precious."
"Or Ignacio."
"Yes, or Ignacio. Ignacio has a tested IQ of 210, Nicholas. Diane's is 120. Your own is 95.
"They never took mine."
"It's on your records, Nicholas."
"They tried to, and I threw down the helmet and it broke. Sister Carmela, she was the nurse, just wrote down something on the paper and sent me back."
"I see. I will ask for a complete investigation of this, Nicholas."
"Sure."
"Don't you believe me?"
"I don't think you believed me."
"Nicholas, Nicholas."
The long tongues of grass, now beginning to appear beneath the immense trees, sighed.
"Can't you see that a certain measure of trust between the two of us is essential?"
"Did you believe me?"
"Why do you ask? Suppose I were to say I did. Would you believe that?"
"When you told me I had been reclassified."
"You would have to be retested, for which there are no facilities here."
"If you believed me, why did you say retested? I told you I haven't ever been tested at all, but anyway you could cross out the 95.
It's impossible for me to plan your therapy without some estimate of your intelligence, Nicholas, and I have nothing with which to replace it.
The ground was sloping up more sharply now, and in a clearing the boy halted and turned to look back at the leafy film, like algae over a pool, beneath which he had climbed, and at the sea beyond. To his right and left his view was still hemmed with foliage, and ahead of him a meadow on edge, like the square of sand through which he had come, though he did not think of that, dotted still with trees, stretched steeply toward an invisible summit. It seemed to him that under his feet the mountainside swayed ever so slightly. Abruptly he demanded of the wind, "Where's Ignacio?"
"Not here. Much closer to the beach."
"And Diane?"
"Where you left her. Do you enjoy the panorama?"
"It's pretty, but it feels like we're rocking."
"We are. I am moored to the temper-glass exterior of our satellite by 200 cables, but the tide and the currents none the less impart a slight motion to my body. Naturally, this movement is magnified as you go higher."
"I thought you were fastened right onto the hull. If there's water under you, how do people get in and out?"
"I am linked to the main airlock by a communication tube. To you, when you came, it probably seemed an ordinary companionway."
Nicholas nodded and turned his back on leaves and sea and began to climb again.
"You are in a beautiful spot, Nicholas. Do you open your heart to beauty?"
After waiting for an answer that did not come, the wind sang,
"The mountain wooded to the peak, the lawns and winding glades high up like ways to heaven, the slender cocoa's drooping crown of plumes, the lightning flash of insect and of bird, the lustre of the long convolvuluses that coiled around the stately stems, and ran even to the limit of the land, the glows and glories of the broad belt of the world, all these he saw." Does this mean nothing to you, Nicholas?
"You read a lot, don't you?"
"Often, when it is dark, everyone else is asleep, and there is very little else for me to do."
"You talk like a woman. Are you a woman?"
"How could I be a woman?"
"You know what I mean. Except when you were talking mostly to Diane, you sounded more like a man."
"You haven't said yet you think me beautiful."
"You're an Easter egg."
"What do you mean by that, Nicholas?"
"Never mind."
He saw the egg as it had hung in the air before him, shining with gold and covered with flowers. "Eggs are dyed with pretty colors for Easter, and my colors are beautiful. Is that what you mean, Nicholas?"
His mother had brought the egg on visiting day, but she could never have made it. Nicholas knew who must have made it. The gold was that very pure gold used for shielding delicate instruments. The clear flakes of crystallized carbon that dotted the egg's surface with tiny stars could only have come from a laboratory high-pressure furnace. How angry he must have been when she told him she was going to give it to him.
"It's pretty, isn't it, Nicky?"
It hung in the weightlessness between them, turning very slowly with the memory of her scented gloves.
"The flowers are meadowsweet, fraxinella, lily of the valley, and moss rose. Though I wouldn't expect you to recognize them, darling."
His mother had never been below the orbit of Mars, but she pretended to have spent her girlhood on Earth. Each reference to the lie filled Nicholas with inexpressible fury and shame. The egg was about 20 centimeters long, and it revolved, end over end. In some small fraction more than 8 of the pulse beats he felt in his cheeks. Visiting time had 23 minutes to go.
"Aren't you going to look at it?"
"I can see it from here." He tried to make her understand. "I can see every part of it. The little red things are aluminum oxide crystals, right?"
"I mean, look inside, Nicky."
He saw then that there was a lens at one end, disguised as a dewdrop in the throat of an asphodel. Gently he took the egg in his hands, closed one eye, and looked. The light of the interior was not, as he had half expected, gold-tinted, but brilliantly white, deriving from some concealed source. A world surely meant for Earth shone within, as though seen from below the orbit of the moon, indigo sea and emerald land. Rivers brown and clear as tea ran down long plains. His mother said, "Isn't it pretty?" Night hung at the corners in funereal purple, and sent long shadows like cold and lovely arms to caress the day, and while he watched, and it fell,
Long-necked birds of so dark a pink that they were nearly red trailed stilt-legs across the sky, their wings making crosses. "They are called flamingos," Dr. Island said, following the direction of his eyes. "Isn't it a pretty word for a pretty bird? But I don't think we'd like them as much if we called them sparrows, would we?" His mother said, "I'm going to take it home and keep it for you. It's too nice to leave with a little boy, but if you ever come home again it will be waiting for you, on your dresser beside your hairbrushes." Nicholas said, "Words just mix you up." "You shouldn't despise them, Nicholas. Besides having great beauty of their own, they are useful in reducing tension. You might benefit from that." "You mean you talk yourself out of it?" "I mean that a person's ability to verbalize his feelings, if only to himself, may prevent them from destroying him. Evolution teaches us, Nicholas, that the original purpose of language was to ritualize men's threats and curses, his spells to compel the gods. Communication came later. Words can be a safety valve."
Nicholas said, "I want to be a bomb. A bomb doesn't need a safety valve." To his mother, "Is that South America, Mama?"
"No, dear, India. The Malabar coast on your left, the Coromandel coast on your right, and Ceylon below." Words. "A bomb destroys itself, Nicholas."
"A bomb doesn't care."
He was climbing resolutely now, his toes grabbing at tree roots in the soft, mossy soil. His position was no longer the wind, but a small brown monkey that followed a stone's throw behind him.
"I hear someone coming," he said.
"Yes."
"Is it Ignacio?"
"No, it is Nicholas. You're close now."
"Close to the point?"
"Yes." He stopped and looked around him. The sounds he had heard, the naked feet padding on soft ground, stopped as well. Nothing seemed strange. The land still rose, and there were large trees, widely spaced, with moss growing in their deepest shade, grass where there was more light.
"The 3 big trees," Nicholas said. "They're just alike. Is that how you know where we are?"
"Yes." In his mind he called the one before him Ceylon. The others were Coromandel and Malabar. He walked toward Ceylon, studying its massive, twisted limbs. A boy, naked as himself, walked out of the forest to his left, toward Malabar. This boy was not looking at Nicholas, who shouted and ran toward him. The boy disappeared. Only Malabar, solid and real, stood before Nicholas. He ran to it, touched its rough bark with his hand, and then saw beyond it a 4th tree, similar to the Ceylon tree, around which a boy peered with averted head. Nicholas watched him for a moment, then said, "I see."
"Do you?"
the monkey chattered.
"It's like a mirror, only backwards. The light from the front of me goes out and hits the edge and comes in the other side, only I can't see it because I'm not looking that way. What I see is the light from my back, sort of, because it comes back this way. When I ran, did I get turned around?" "Yes, you ran out the left side of the segment, and of course we turned immediately from the right." "I'm not scared. It's kind of fun."
He picked up a stick and threw it as hard as he could toward the Malabar tree. It vanished, whizzed over his head, vanished again, slapped the back of his legs.
"Did this scare Diane?"
There was no answer. He strode farther, palely naked boys walking to his left and right, but always looking away from him, gradually coming closer. "Don't go farther," Dr. Island said behind him. "It can be dangerous if you try to pass through the point itself."
"I see it,"
Nicholas said. He saw 3 more trees growing very close together, just ahead of him. Their branches seemed strangely intertwined as they danced together in the wind, and beyond them there was nothing at all.
"You can't actually go through the point,"
Dr. Island Monkey said.
"The tree covers it."
"And why did you warn me about it?" Limping and scarred, the boys to his right and left were no more than 2 meters away now. He had discovered that if he looked straight ahead he could sometimes glimpse their bruised profiles.
"That's far enough, Nicholas. I want to touch the tree."
He took another step, and another, then turned. The Malabar boy turned too, presenting his narrow back on which the ribs and spine seemed welts. Nicholas reached out both arms and laid his hands on the thin shoulders, and as he did, felt other hands, the cool, unfeeling hands of a stranger, dry hands, too small, touch his own shoulders and creep upward toward his neck.
"Nicholas!"
He jumped sidewise away from the tree and looked at his hands, his head swaying.
"It wasn't me!"
"Yes, it was, Nicholas," the monkey said.
It was one of them! You are all of them. In one quick motion, Nicholas snatched up an arm-long section of fallen limb and hurled it at the monkey. It struck the little creature, knocking it down, but the monkey sprang up and fled on 3 legs. Nicholas sprinted after it. He had nearly caught it when it darted to one side. As quickly he turned toward the other, springing for the monkey he saw running toward him there. In an instant it was in his grip, feebly trying to bite. He slammed its head against the ground, then, catching it by the ankles, swung it against the ceylon tree until at the 3rd impact he heard the skull crack, and stopped. He had expected wires, but there were none. Blood oozed from the battered little face, and the furry body was warm and limp in his hands. Leaves above his head said, "You haven't killed me, Nicholas. You never will." "How does it work?" He was still searching for wires, tiny circuit cards holding micrologic. He looked about for a sharp stone with which to open the monkey's body, but could find none. "It is just a monkey," the leaf said. "If you had asked, I would have told you." "How did you make him talk?" He dropped the monkey, stared at it for a moment, then kicked it. His fingers were bloody, and he wiped them on the leaves of the tree. "Only my mind speaks to yours, Nicholas." "Oh," he said, and then, "I've heard of that. I didn't think it would be like this. I thought it would be in my head." "Your record shows no auditory hallucinations, but haven't you ever known someone who had them?" "I knew a girl once." He paused. "Yes?" "She twisted noises, you know?" "Yes." "Like it would just be a service card out on the corridor, but she'd hear the fan and think—" "What?" "Oh, different things. That it was somebody talking, calling her." "Hear them?" "What?" He sat up in his bunk. "Maya?" "They're coming after me." "Maya!" Dr. Island, through the leaves, said, "When I talk to you, Nicholas, your mind makes any sound you hear the vehicle for my thought's content. You may hear me softly in the patter of rain, or joyfully in the singing of a bird. But if I wished, I could amplify what I say until every idea and suggestion I wished to give would be driven like a nail into your consciousness. Then you would do whatever I wished you to." "I don't believe it," Nicholas said. "If you can do that, why don't you tell Diane not to be catatonic?" "First, because she might retreat more deeply into her disease in an effort to escape me. And second, because ending her catatonia in that way would not remove its cause. And thirdly?"
"I did not say thirdly, Nicholas."
"I thought I heard it, when 2 leaves touched."
"Thirdly, Nicholas, because both you and she have been chosen for your effect on someone else. If I were to change her, or you, so abruptly, that effect would be lost."
Dr. Island was a monkey again now, a new monkey that chattered from the protection of a tree 20 meters away. Nicholas threw a stick at him.
"The monkeys are only little animals, Nicholas. They like to follow people, and they chatter."
"I bet Ignacio kills them."
"No, he likes them. He only kills fish to eat."
Nicholas was suddenly aware of his hunger. He began to walk. He found Ignacio on the beach praying. For an hour or more Nicholas hid behind the trunk of a palm watching him, but for a long time he could not decide to whom Ignacio prayed. He was kneeling just where the lacy edges of the breakers died, looking out toward the water, and from time to time he bowed, touching his forehead to the damp sand. Then Nicholas could hear his voice, faintly, over the crashing and hissing of the waves. In general, Nicholas approved of prayer, having observed that those who prayed were usually more interesting companions than those who did not. But he had also noticed that, though it made no difference what name the devotee gave the object of his devotions, it was important to discover how the god was conceived. Ignacio did not seem to be praying to Dr. Island. He would, Nicholas thought, have been facing the other way for that. And for a time he wondered if he were not praying to the waves. From his position behind him he followed Ignacio's line of vision out and out, wave upon wave into the bright, confused sky, up and up, until at last it curved completely around and came to rest on Ignacio's back again. And then it occurred to him that Ignacio might be praying to himself. He left the palm trunk then, and walked about halfway to the place where Ignacio knelt, and sat down. Above the sounds of the sea and the murmuring of Ignacio's voice hung a silence so immense and fragile that it seemed that at any moment the entire crystal satellite might ring like a gong. After a time Nicholas felt his left side trembling. With his right hand he began to stroke it, running his fingers down his left arm, and from his left shoulder to the thigh. It worried him that his left side should be so frightened, and he wondered if perhaps that other half of his brain, from which he was forever severed, could hear what Ignacio was saying to the waves. He began to pray himself, so that the other, and perhaps Ignacio too, could hear, saying not quite beneath his breath, "Don't worry. Don't be afraid. He's not going to hurt us. He's nice. And if he does, we'll get him. We're only going to get something to eat. Maybe he'll show us how to catch fish. I think he'll be nice this time." But he knew, or at least felt he knew, that Ignacio would not be nice this time. Eventually Ignacio stood up. He did not turn to face Nicholas, but waded out to sea. Then, as though he had known Nicholas was behind him all the time, though Nicholas was not sure he had been heard, perhaps, so he thought, Dr. Island had told Ignacio, he gestured to indicate that Nicholas should follow him. The water was colder than he remembered, the sand coarse and gritty between his toes. He thought of what Dr. Island had told him, about floating, and that a part of her must be this sand, under the water, reaching out, how far, into the sea. When she ended, there would be nothing but the clear temper glass of the satellite itself, far down. "Come," Ignacio said. "Can you swim?" Just as though he had forgotten the night before. Nicholas said yes, he could, wondering if Ignacio would look around at him when he spoke. He did not. "And do you know why you are here?" "You told me to come." "Ignacio means here. Does this not remind you of any place you have seen before, little one?" Nicholas thought of the crystal gong and the Easter egg, then of the micro-thin globes of perfumed vapor that at home were sometimes sent floating down the corridors at Christmas to explode in clean dust and a cold smell of pine forests when the children stuck them with their hopping canes. But he said nothing. Ignacio continued, "Let Ignacio tell your story. Once there was a man, a boy actually, on the earth who—" Nicholas wondered why it was always men, most often doctors and clinical psychologists in his experience, who wanted to tell you stories. Jesus, he recalled, was always telling everyone stories, and the Virgin Mary almost never, though a woman he had once known who thought she was the Virgin Mary had always been talking about her son. He thought Ignacio looked a little like Jesus. He tried to remember if his mother had ever told him stories when he was at home, and decided that she had not. She just turned on the comm screen to the cartoons. "Wanted to tell a story," Nicholas finished for him. "How did you know?" Angry and surprised. "It was you, wasn't it? And you want to tell one now?" "What you said was not what Ignacio would have said. He was going to tell you about a fish." "Where is it?" Nicholas asked, thinking of the fish Ignacio had been eating the night before, and imagining another such fish, caught while he had been coming back, perhaps, from the point, and now concealed somewhere waiting the fire. "Is it a big one?" "It is gone now," Ignacio said, "but it was only as long as a man's hand. I caught it in the big river." "Huckleberry." "I know, the Mississippi. It was a catfish, or a sunfish." "Fin." "Possibly that is what you call them. For a time he was as the sun to a certain one." The light from nowhere danced on the water. "In any event, he was kept on that table in the salon in the house where life was lived. In a tank, but not the old kind in which one sees the glass, with metal at the corner, but the new kind in which the glass is so strong but very thin and curved so that it does not reflect, and there are no corners, and a clever device holds the water clear." He dipped up a handful of sparkling water, still not meeting Nicholas's eyes. "As clear even as this, and there were no ripples, and so you could not see it at all. My fish floated in the center of my table above a few stones." Nicholas asked, "Did you float on the river on a raft?" "No, we had a little boat. Ignacio caught this fish in a net, of which he almost bit through the strands before he could be landed. He possessed wonderful teeth. There was no one in the house but him and the other, and the robots, but each morning someone would go to the pool in the patio and catch a goldfish for him. Ignacio would see this goldfish there when he came down for his breakfast, and would think, 'Brave goldfish, you have been cast to the monster. Will you be the one to destroy him? Destroy him, and you shall have his diamond house forever.' And then the fish, who had a little spot of red beneath his wonderful teeth, a spot like a cherry, would rush upon that young goldfish, and for an instant the water would be all clouded with blood." "And then what?" Nicholas asked. and then the clever machine would make the water clear once more, and the fish would be floating above the stones as before, the fish with the wonderful teeth, and Ignacio would touch the little switch on the table and ask for more bread and more fruit. "Are you hungry now?" "No, I am tired and lazy now. If I pursue you, I will not catch you, and if I catch you, through your own slowness and clumsiness, I will not kill you, and if I kill you, I will not eat you." Nicholas had begun to back away, and at the last words, realizing that they were a signal, he turned and began to run, splashing through the shallow water. Ignacio ran after him, much helped by his longer legs, his hair flying behind his dark young face, his square teeth, each white as a bone and as big as Nicholas's thumbnail, showing like spectators who lined the railings of his lips. "Don't run, Nicholas," Dr. Island said with the voice of a wave. "It only makes him angry that you run." Nicholas did not answer, but cut to his left, up the beach and among the trunks of the palms, sprinting all the way because he had no way of knowing Ignacio was not right behind him, about to grab him by the neck. When he stopped, it was in the thick jungle, among the boles of the hardwoods, where he leaned out of breath, the thumping of his own heart the only sound in an atmosphere silent and unwaked as Earth's long pre-human day. For a time he listened for any sound Ignacio might make searching for him. There was none. He drew a deep breath then and said, "Well, that's over," expecting Dr. Island to answer from somewhere. There was only the green hush. The light was still bright and strong and nearly shadowless, but some interior sense told him the day was nearly over, and he noticed that such faint shades as he could see stretched long horizontal distortions of their objects. He felt no hunger, but he had fasted before and knew on which side of hunger he stood. He was not as strong as he had been only a day past, and by this time next day he would probably be unable to outrun Ignacio. He should, he now realized, have eaten the monkey he had killed, but his stomach revolted at the thought of the raw flesh, and he did not know how he might build a fire, although Ignacio seemed to have done so the night before. Raw fish, even if he were able to catch a fish, would be as bad or worse than raw monkey. He remembered his effort to open a coconut. He had failed, but it was surely not impossible. His mind was hazy as to what a coconut might contain, but there had to be an edible core, because they were eaten in books. He decided to make a wide sweep through the jungle that would bring him back to the beach well away from Ignacio. He had several times seen coconuts lying in the sand under the trees. He moved quietly, still a little afraid, trying to think of ways to open the coconut when he found it. He imagined himself standing before a large and raggedly faceted stone, holding the coconut in both hands. He raised it and smashed it down, but when it struck, it was no longer a coconut, but Maya's head. He heard her nose cartilage break with a distinct rubbery snap. Her eyes, as blue as the sky above Madhya Pradesh, the sparkling blue sky of the egg, looked up at him, but he could no longer look into them. They retreated from his own, and it came to him quite suddenly that Lucifer, in falling, must have fallen up, into the fires and the coldness of space, never again to see the warm blues and browns and greens of earth. I was watching Satan fall as lightning from heaven. He had heard that on tape somewhere, but he could not remember where. He had read that on Earth lightning did not come down from the clouds, but leaped up from the planetary surface toward them, never to return. "Nicholas." He listened, but did not hear his name again. Faintly, water was babbling. Had Dr. Island used that sound to speak to him? He walked toward it and found a little rill that threaded away among the trees and followed it. In 100 steps it grew broader, slowed, and ended in a long, blind pool under a dome of leaves. Diane was sitting on moss on the side opposite him. She looked up as she saw him, and smiled. "Hello," he said. "Hello, Nicholas. I thought I heard you. I wasn't mistaken after all, was I?" "I didn't think I said anything." He tested the dark water with his foot and found that it was very cold. "You gave a little gasp, I fancy. I heard it, and I said to myself, 'That's Nicholas,' and I called you. Then I thought I might be wrong, or that it might be Ignacio." "Ignacio was chasing me. Maybe he still is, but I think he's probably given up by now." The girl nodded, looking into the dark waters of the pool, but did not seem to have heard him. He began to work his way around to her, climbing across the snake-like roots of the crowding trees. "Why does Ignacio want to kill me, Diane?" "Sometimes he wants to kill me, too," the girl said. "But why?" "I think he's a bit frightened of us. Have you ever talked to him, Nicholas?" "Today I did a little. He told me a story about a pet fish he used to have."
Ignacio grew up all alone. Did he tell you that? On Earth. On a plantation in Brazil, way up the Amazon. Dr. Island told me.
I thought it was crowded on Earth.
The cities are crowded, and the countryside closest to the cities. But there are places where it's emptier than it used to be. Where Ignacio was, there would have been Red Indian hunters 200 or 300 years ago. When he was there wasn't anyone, just the machines. Now he doesn't want to be looked at. Doesn't want anyone around him.
Nicholas said slowly, Dr. Island said lots of people wouldn't be sick if only there weren't other people around all the time. Remember that?
Only there are other people around all the time? That's how the world is.
Not in Brazil, maybe, Nicholas said. He was trying to remember something about Brazil, but the only thing he could think of was a parrot singing in a straw hat from the Comview cartoons, and then a turtle and a hedgehog that turned into armadillos for the love of God, Montresor. He said, Why didn't he stay here?
Did I tell you about the bird, Nicholas?
She had been not listening again. What bird?
I have a bird. Inside.
She patted the flat stomach below her small breasts, and for a moment Nicholas thought she had really found food.
She sits in here. She has tangled a nest in my entrails, where she sits and tears at my breath with her beak. I look healthy to you, don't I? But inside I'm hollow and rotten and turning brown, dirt and old feathers oozing away. Her beak will break through soon.
Okay. Nicholas turned to go.
I've been drinking water here, trying to drown her. I think I've swallowed so much I couldn't stand up now if I tried. But she isn't even wet. And do you know something, Nicholas? I've found out I'm not really me. I'm her.
Turning back, Nicholas asked, When was the last time you had anything to eat?
I don't know. 2-3 days ago. Ignacio gave me something.
I'm going to try to open a coconut. If I can, I'll bring you back some. When he reached the beach, Nicholas turned and walked slowly back in the direction of the dead fire, this time along the rim of dampened sand between the sea and the palms. He was thinking about machines. There were hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of machines out beyond the belt, but few or none of the sophisticated servant robots of Earth. Those were luxuries. Would Ignacio, in Brazil, whatever that was like, have had such luxuries? Nicholas thought not. Those robots were almost like people, and living with them would be like living with people. Nicholas wished that he could speak Brazilian. There had been the therapy robots at St. John's. Nicholas had not liked them, and he did not think Ignacio would have liked them either. If he had liked his therapy robot, he probably would not have had to be sent here. He thought of the chipped and rusted old machine that had cleaned the corridors. Maya had called it Corridora, but no one else ever called it anything but Hey. It could not, or at least did not, speak, and Nicholas doubted that it had emotions, except possibly a sort of love of cleanness that did not extend to its own person. You will understand, someone was saying inside his head, that motives of all sorts can be divided into 2 sorts. A doctor? A therapy robot? It did not matter. Extrinsic and intrinsic. An extrinsic motive has always some further end in view, and that end we call an intrinsic motive. Thus, when we have reduced motivation to intrinsic motivation, we have reduced it to its simplest parts. Take that machine over there. What machine? Freud would have said that it was fixated at the latter anal stage, perhaps due to the care its builders exercised in seeing that the dirt it collects is not released again. Because of its fixation, it is, as you see, obsessed with cleanliness and order. Compulsive sweeping and scrubbing palliate its anxieties. It is a strength of Freud's theory, and not a weakness, that it serves to explain many of the activities of machines as well as the acts of persons.
Hello there, Corridora.
And hello, Ignacio.
My head, moving from side to side, must remind you of a radar scanner. My steps are measured, slow, and precise. I emit a scarcely audible humming as I walk, and my eyes are fixed as I swing my head, not on you, Ignacio, but on the waves at the edge of sight, where they curve up into the sky. I stop 10 meters short of you, and I stand. You go, I follow, 10 meters behind. What do I want? Nothing. Yes, I will pick up the sticks, and I will follow, 5 meters behind.
Break them, and put them on the fire. Not all of them, just a few.
Yes.
Ignacio keeps the fire here burning all the time. Sometimes he takes the coals of fire from it to start others, but here, under the big palm log, he has a fire always. The rain does not strike it here. Always the fire. Do you know how he made it the first time? Reply to him.
No.
No, patron.
No, patron.
Ignacio stole it from the gods, from Poseidon. Now Poseidon is dead, lying at the bottom of the water. Which is the top? Would you like to see him?
If you wish it, patron.
It will soon be dark, and that is the time to fish. Do you have a spear?
No, patron.
Then Ignacio will get you one.
Ignacio took a handful of the sticks and thrust the ends into the fire, blowing on them. After a moment, Nicholas leaned over and blew too, until all the sticks were blazing.
Now we must find you some bamboo, and there is some back here. Follow me.
The light, still nearly shadowless, was dimming now, so that it seemed to Nicholas that they walked on insubstantial soil, though he could feel it beneath his feet. Ignacio stalked ahead, holding up the burning sticks until the fire seemed about to die, then pointing the ends down, allowing it to lick upward toward his hand and come to life again. There was a gentle wind blowing out toward the sea, carrying away the sound of the surf and bringing a damp coolness, and when they had been walking for several minutes, Nicholas heard in it a faint, dry, almost rhythmic rattle. Ignacio looked back at him and said,
"The music. The big stems talking. Hear it."
They found a cane a little thinner than Nicholas's wrist, and piled the burning sticks around its base, then added more. When it fell, Ignacio burned through the upper end too, making a pole about as long as Nicholas was tall, and with the edge of a seashell scraped the larger end to a point.
"Now you are a fisherman," he said.
Nicholas said, "Yes, patron," still careful not to meet his eyes.
"You are hungry?"
"Yes, patron."
"Then let me tell you something. Whatever you get is Ignacio's. You understand? And what he catches, that is his too. But when he has eaten what he wants, what is left is yours. Come on now, and Ignacio will teach you to fish, or drown you."
Ignacio's own spear was buried in the sand not far from the fire. It was much bigger than the one he had made for Nicholas. With it held across his chest, he went down to the water, wading until it was waist-high, then swimming, not looking to see if Nicholas was following. Nicholas found that he could swim with his spear by putting all his effort into the motion of his legs, holding the spear in his left hand and stroking only occasionally with his right. "You breathe," he said softly, "and watch the spear." And after that he had only to allow his head to lift from time to time. He had thought Ignacio would begin to look for fish as soon as they were well out from the beach, but the Brazilian continued to swim, slowly but steadily, until it seemed to Nicholas that they must be a kilometre or more from land. Suddenly, as though the lights in a room had responded to a switch, the dark sea around them became an opalescent blue. Ignacio stopped, treading water, and using his spear to buoy himself.
"Here," he said, "get them between yourself and the light."
Open-eyed, he bent his face to the water, raised it again to breathe deeply, and dove. Nicholas followed his example, floating belly down with open eyes. All the world of dancing glitter and dark island vanished, as though he had plunged his face into a dream. Far, far below him, Jupiter displayed its broad striped disk, marred with a spreading bright spot, where man-made silicone enzymes had stripped the hydrogen from methane for kindled fusion, a cancer and a burning infant sun. Between that sun and his eyes lay invisible 100,000 kilometers of space, and the temper-glass shell of the satellite, hundreds of meters of illuminated water, and in it the spread body of Ignacio, dark against the light, still kicking downward, his spear a pencil line of blackness in his hand. Involuntarily, Nicholas's head came up, returning to the universe of sparkling waves, aware now that what he had called night was only the shadow cast by Dr. Island when Jupiter and the bright spot slid beneath her. That shadow line, indetectable in air, now lay sharp across the water behind him. He took breath and plunged. Almost at once a fish darted somewhere below, and his left arm thrust the spear forward, but it was far out of reach. He swam after it, then saw another larger fish farther down, and dove for that, passing Ignacio, surfacing for air. The fish was too deep, and he had used up his oxygen, His lungs aching for air, he swam up, wanting to let go of his spear, then realizing at the last moment that he could, that it would only bob to the surface if he released it. His head broke water, and he gasped, his heart thumping. Water struck his face, and he knew again suddenly, as though they had ceased to exist while he was gone, the pulse-beat pounding of the waves. Ignacio was waiting for him. He shouted, "This time you will come with Ignacio, and he will show you the dead sea-god. Then we will fish." Unable to speak, Nicholas nodded. He was allowed 3 more breaths. Then Ignacio dove, and Nicholas had to follow, kicking down until the pressure sang in his ears. Then through blue water he saw, looming at the edge of the light, a huge mass of metal anchored to the tempered-glass hull of the satellite itself. Above it, hanging lifelessly like the stem of a great vine severed from the root, a cable twice as thick as a man's body, and on the bottom, sprawled beside the mighty anchor, a legged god that might have been a dead insect, save that it was at least 6 meters long. Ignacio turned and looked back at Nicholas to see if he understood. He did not, but he nodded, and with the strength draining from his arms, surfaced again. After Ignacio brought up the first fish, they took turns on the surface, guarding their catch, and while the bright spot crept beneath the shelving rim of Dr. Island, they speared 2 more, one of them quite large. Then, when Nicholas was so exhausted he could scarcely lift his arms, they made their way back to shore, and Ignacio showed him how to gut the fish with a thorn in the edge of a shell, and reclose them and pack them in mud and leaves to be roasted by the fire. After Ignacio had begun to eat the largest fish, Nicholas timidly drew out the smallest, and ate for the first time since coming to Dr. Island. Only when he had finished did he remember Diane. He did not dare to take the last fish to her, but he looked covertly at Ignacio and began edging away from the fire. The Brazilian seemed not to have noticed him. When he was well into the shadows, he stood, backed a few steps, then, slowly, as his instincts warned him, walked away, not beginning to trot until the distance between them was nearly 100 meters. He found Diane sitting apathetic and silent at the margin of the cold pool, and had some difficulty persuading her to stand. At last he lifted her, his hands under her arms pressing against her thin ribs. Once on her feet, she stood steadily enough, and followed him when he took her by the hand. He talked to her, knowing that although she gave no sign of hearing, she heard him, and that the right words might wake her to response. "We went fishing. Ignacio showed me how. And he's got a fire, Diane. He got it from a kind of robot that was supposed to be fixing one of the cables that holds Dr. Island. I don't know how. Anyway, listen, we caught 3 big fish, and I ate one, and Ignacio ate a great big one, and I don't think he'd mind if you had the other one. Only say, 'Yes, patron,' and 'No, patron' to him. He likes that, and he's only used to machines. You don't have to smile at him or anything. Just look at the fire. That's what I do. Just look at the fire." To Ignacio, perhaps wisely, he at first said nothing at all, leading Diane to the place where he had been sitting himself a few minutes before, and placing some scraps from his fish in her lap. When she did not eat, he found a sliver of the tender roasted flesh and thrust it into her mouth. Ignacio said, "Ignacio believed that one dead." And Nicholas answered, "No, patron." "There is another fish. Give it to her." Nicholas did, raking the gob of baked mud from the coals to crack with the heel of his hand, and peeling the broken and steaming fillets from the skins and bones to give to her when they had cooled enough to eat. After the fish had lain in her mouth for perhaps half a minute, she began to chew and swallow, and after the 3rd mouthful, she fed herself, though without looking at either of them. "Ignacio believed that one dead," Ignacio said again. "No, patron," Nicholas answered, and then added, "Like you can see, she's alive." "She is a pretty creature, with the firelight on her face, no?" "Yes, patron, very pretty." "But too thin." Ignacio moved around the fire until he was sitting almost beside Diane, then reached for the fish Nicholas had given her. Her hands closed on it, though she still did not look at him. "You see, she knows us after all," Ignacio said. "We are not ghosts." Nicholas whispered urgently, "Let him have it." Slowly Diane's fingers relaxed, but Ignacio did not take the fish. "I was only joking, little one," he said, "and I think not such good joke after all." Then, when she did not reply, he turned away from her, his eyes reaching out across the dark, tossing water for something Nicholas could not see.
"She likes you, patron," Nicholas said. The words were like swallowing filth, but he thought of the bird ready to tear through Diane's skin, and Maya's blood soaking in little round dots in the white cloth, and continued. "She is only shy. It is better that way."
What do you know?"
At least Ignacio was no longer looking at the sea.
Nicholas said, "Isn't it true, patron?"
"Yes, it is true."
Diane was picking at the fish again, conveying tiny flakes to her mouth with delicate fingers. Distinctly, but almost absently, she said, "Go, Nicholas." He looked at Ignacio, but the Brazilian's eyes did not turn toward the girl, nor did he speak. "Nicholas, go away, please."
In a voice he hoped was pitched too low for Ignacio to hear, Nicholas said,
"I'll see you in the morning, all right?"
Her head moved a fraction of a centimetre. Once he was out of sight of the fire. One part of the beach was as good to sleep on as another. He wished he had taken a piece of wood from the fire to start one of his own, and tried to cover his legs with sand to keep off the cool wind. But the sand fell away whenever he moved, and his legs and his left hand moved without volition on his part. The surf, lapping at the rippled shore, said, "That was well done, Nicholas." "I can feel you move," Nicholas said. "I don't think I ever could before, except when I was high up." "I doubt that you can now. My roll is less than 1/100th of a degree." "Yes, I can." "You wanted me to do that, didn't you? About Ignacio." "Do you know what the Harlow effect is, Nicholas?" Nicholas shook his head. "About 100 years ago, Dr. Harlow experimented with monkeys who had been raised in complete isolation. No mothers, no other monkeys at all. Lucky monkeys. When the monkeys were mature, he put them into cages with normal ones. They fought with any that came near them, and sometimes they killed them." "Psychologists always put things in cages. Did he ever think of turning them loose in the jungle instead?" "No, Nicholas, though we have." "Aren't you going to say anything?" "I guess not. Dr. Harlow tried, you see, to get the isolate monkeys to breed. Sex is the primary social function. But they wouldn't. Whenever another monkey of either sex approached, they displayed aggressiveness, which the other monkeys returned. He cured them finally by introducing immature monkeys, monkey children, in place of the mature socialized ones. These needed the isolate adults so badly that they kept on making approaches, no matter how often or how violently they were rejected, and in the end they were accepted, and the isolates socialized. It's interesting to note that the founder of Christianity seems to have had an intuitive grasp of the principle, but it was almost 2,000 years before it was demonstrated scientifically." "I don't think it worked here," Nicholas said. "It was more complicated than that." "Human beings are complicated monkeys, Nicholas." "That's about the first time I ever heard you make a joke. You like not being human, don't you?" "Of course. Wouldn't you?" "I always thought I would, but now I'm not sure. You said that to help me, didn't you? I don't like that." A wave higher than the others splashed chill foam over Nicholas's legs, and for a moment he wondered if this were Dr. Island's reply. Half a minute later another wave wet him, and another, and he moved farther up the beach to avoid them. The wind was stronger, but he slept despite it, and was awakened only for a moment by a flash of light from the direction from which he had come. He tried to guess what might have caused it, thought of Diane and Ignacio throwing the burning sticks into the air to see the arcs of fire, smiled, too sleepy now to be angry, and slept again. Morning came, cold and sullen. Nicholas ran up and down the beach, rubbing himself with his hands. A thin rain, or spume, it was hard to tell which, was blowing in the wind, clouding the light to grey radiance. He wondered if Diane and Ignacio would mind if he came back now, and decided to wait, then thought of fishing so that he would have something to bring when he came. But the sea was very cold, and the waves so high they tumbled him, wrenching his bamboo spear from his hand. Ignacio found him dripping with water, sitting with his back to a palm trunk and staring out toward the lifting curve of the sea.
"Hello, you,"
Ignacio said.
"Good morning, patron."
Ignacio sat down. "What is your name? You told me, I think, when we first met, but I have forgotten. I am sorry."
"Nicholas." Yes. Patron, I am very cold. Would it be possible for us to go to your fire? My name is Ignacio. Call me that.
Nicholas nodded, frightened.
But we cannot go to my fire, because the fire is out.
Can't you make another one, Patron?
You do not trust me, do you? I do not blame you. No, I cannot make another. You may use what I had, if you wish, and make one after I have gone. I came only to say goodbye.
You're leaving?
The wind in the palm frond said,
Ignacio is much better now. He will be going to another place, Nicholas.
A hospital?
Yes, a hospital. But I don't think he will have to stay there long.
But
Nicholas tried to think of something appropriate. At St. John's and the other places where he had been confined, when people left, they simply left, and usually were hardly spoken of once it was learned that they were going, and thus were already tainted by whatever it was that froze the smiles and dried the tears of those outside. At last he said, "Thanks for teaching me how to fish."
"That was all right,"
Ignacio said. He stood up and put a hand on Nicholas's shoulder, then turned away. 4 meters to his left, the damp sand was beginning to lift and crack. While Nicholas watched, it opened on a brightly lit companionway walled with white. Ignacio pushed his curly black hair back from his eyes and went down, and the sand closed with a thump.
"He won't be coming back, will he?"
Nicholas said.
"No."
"He said I could use his stuff to start another fire, but I don't even know what it is." Dr. Island did not answer. Nicholas got up and began to walk back to where the fire had been, thinking about Diane and wondering if she was hungry. He was hungry himself. He found her beside the dead fire. Her chest had been burned away, and lying close by, near the hole in the sand where Ignacio must have kept it hidden, was a bulky nuclear welder. The power pack was too heavy for Nicholas to lift, but he picked up the welding gun on its short cord and touched the trigger, producing a 2-meter plasma discharge which he played along the sand until Diane's body was ash. By the time he had finished, the wind was whipping the palms and sending stinging rain into his eyes, but he collected a supply of wood and built another fire, bigger and bigger until it roared like a forge in the wind.
"He killed her!"
he shouted to the waves.
"Yes!"
Dr. Island's voice was big and wild.
"You said he was better!"
"He is," howled the wind. "You killed the monkey that wanted to play with you, Nicholas, as I believed Ignacio would eventually kill you, who are so easily hated, so different from what it is thought a boy should be. But killing the monkey helped you, remember? Made you better. Ignacio was frightened by women. Now he knows that they are really very weak, and he has acted upon certain fantasies and finds them bitter."
"You're rocking," Nicholas said. "Am I doing that?"
"Your thought."
A palm snapped in the storm. Instead of falling, it flew crashing along the others, its fronded head catching the wind like a sail. "I'm killing you," Nicholas said. "Destroying you." The left side of his face was so contorted with grief and rage that he could scarcely speak. Dr. Island heaved beneath his feet.
"No!"
"One of your cables is already broken. I saw that. Maybe more than one. You'll pull loose. I'm turning this world, isn't that right? The attitude rockets are tuned to my emotions, and they're spinning us around, and the slippage is the wind and the high sea, and when you come loose, nothing will balance anymore."
"No."
"What's the stress on your cables, don't you know?"
"They are very strong."
"What kind of talk is that? You ought to say something like, 'The D12 cable tension is 20 billion kilograms force. Warning, warning. Expected time to failure is 97 seconds. Warning.' Don't you even know how a machine is supposed to talk?" Nicholas was screaming now, and every wave reached farther up the beach than the last, so that the bases of the most seaward palms were awash.
"Get back, Nicholas! Find higher ground! Go into the jungle!"
It was the crashing waves themselves that spoke. "I won't!" A long serpent of water reached for the fire, which hissed and sputtered.
"Get back!"
"I won't!" A second wave came, striking Nicholas calf-high and nearly extinguishing the fire.
"All this will be under water soon. Get back!"
Nicholas picked up some of the still-burning sticks, and tried to carry them, but the wind blew them out as soon as he lifted them from the fire. He tugged at the welder, but it was too heavy for him to lift.
"Get back!"
He went into the jungle, where the trees lashed themselves to leafy rubbish in the wind, and broken branches flew through the air like debris from an explosion. For a while he heard Diane's voice crying in the wind. It became Maya's, then his mother's or Sister Carmela's, and 100 others. In time the wind grew less, and he could no longer feel the ground rocking. He felt tired. He said, "I didn't kill you after all, did I?" But there was no answer. On the beach, when he returned to it, he found the welder half buried in sand. No trace of Diane's ashes, nor of his fire. He gathered more wood and built another, lighting it with the welder. "Now," he said. He scooped aside the sand around the welder until he reached the rough understone beneath it, and turned the flame of the welder on that. It blackened and bubbled. "No," Dr. Island said. "Yes." He was bending intently over the flame, both hands locked on the welder's trigger.
"Nicholas, stop that."
When he did not reply,
"Look behind you."
There was a splashing louder than the crashing of the waves, and a groaning of metal. He whirled and saw the great beetle-like robot Ignacio had shown him on the seafloor. Tiny shellfish clung to its metal skin, and water, faintly green, still poured from its body. Before he could turn the welding gun toward it, it shot forward, hands like clamps, and wrenched it from him. All up and down the beach similar machines were smoothing the sand and repairing the damage of the storm. "That thing was dead," Nicholas said. "Ignacio killed it." He picked up the power pack, shook it clean of sand, and, turning, stalked back toward the sea.
"That is what Ignacio believed, and it was better that he believed so."
"And you said you couldn't do anything, you had no hands."
"I also told you that I would treat you as society will when you are released, that was my nature. After that, did you still believe all I told you? Nicholas, you are upset now because Diane is dead."
"You could have protected her."
"But by dying, she made someone else, someone very important. Well, her prognosis was bad. She really wanted only death, and this was the death I chose for her. You could call it the death of Dr. Island, a death that would help someone else. Now you are alone, but soon there will be more patients in this segment, and you will help them too, if you can, and perhaps they will help you. Do you understand?"
"No," Nicholas said. He flung himself down on the sand. The wind had dropped, but it was raining hard. He thought of the vision he had once had, and of describing it to Diane the day before. "This isn't ending the way I thought," he whispered. It was only a squeak of sound far down in his throat. "Nothing ever turns out right." The waves, the wind, the rustling palm fronds, and the pattering rain, the monkeys who had come down to the beach to search for food washed ashore, answered, "Go away. Go back. Don't move." Nicholas pressed his scarred head against his knees, rocking back and forth. "Don't move." For a long time he sat still, while the rain lashed his shoulders and the dripping monkeys frolicked and fought around him. When at last he lifted his face, there was in it some element of personality, which had been only potentially present before, and with this an emptiness and an expression of surprise. His lips moved, and the sounds were the sounds made by a deaf-mute who tries to speak. "Nicholas is gone," the wave said. "Nicholas, who was the right side of your body, the left half of your brain, I have forced into catatonia. For the remainder of your life he will be to you only what you once were to him, or less. Do you understand?" The boy nodded. "We will call you Kenneth, Silent One, and if Nicholas tries to come again, Kenneth, you must drive him back, or return to what you have been." The boy nodded a second time, and a moment afterward began to collect sticks for the dying fire. As though to themselves the waves chanted, "Seas are wild tonight, stretching over Sorrow Island, silent clouds of stars." There was no reply. Kate Wilhelm, Where Late the Sweet Birds Sang. Kate Wilhelm began publishing in 1956, and first attracted attention with her story The Mile-Long Spaceship in Astounding, a place that would later come to seem like an alien and unlikely milieu for her, considering the political and aesthetic thrust of her mature work. Wilhelm's early work was often thin and rudimentary, and sometimes clumsy. Her work of this period was collected in The Mile-Long Spaceship. Her best-known story of this period was probably The Man Without a Planet, and didn't make much of an impact on the world of the late 50s or early 60s. In retrospect, she can more usefully be thought of as belonging to the New Wave era of the mid-60s instead, in spite of her earlier publications, because that's when her work attained mature levels of power and sophistication, and she began to produce major work. By 1968, she had won a Nebula Award for her short story, The Planners, and her work continued to grow in complexity, ambition, depth of characterization, and maturity of expression, until she was producing some of the best work of the early 70s, particularly at novella length. Somerset Dreams, April Fool's Day Forever, The Infinity Box, The Encounter, The Fusion Bomb, The Plastic Abyss. Or the story that follows, 1974's complex and darkly lyrical Where Late the Sweet Birds Sang. One of Wilhelm's fortes is the exploration of the shifting and elusive borderland between illusion and reality, and of all SF writers, only Philip K. Dick can be said to have covered this territory with a kind of originality, grace, and vividness of insight that Wilhelm has brought to it. Like Dick, she is also perhaps one of the most deeply and genuinely radical of SF writers, all the more so because she doesn't seem to have any one particular political axe to grind. Her 1967 novel, The Killer Thing, is one of the earliest anti-Vietnam analogues in the field, and her short story, The Village, is still one of its strongest. Not surprisingly, politics and illusion are two of the main concerns of the story that follows, a bittersweet and compelling novella that deals with humankind's age-old trait of seeing what they want to see, instead of the unpleasant and uncomfortable truths that are right under their noses. Wilhelm's early SF novels were also somewhat routine, starting in 1965 with The Clone, a weak collaborative effort with Ted Thomas, but she soon worked herself into more complex and original material like 1969's Let the Fire Fall, and by 1971 she was capable of writing the eerie and fascinating Margaret and I, which still strikes me as one of the most underappreciated novels of the 70s. A few years later, she took a Hugo in 1976 for the novel version of Where Late the Sweet Bird Sang, and added another 2 nebulas to her collection in the late 80s, with her stories Forever Yours, Anna, and The Girl Who Fell into the Sky. By this time, she was widely regarded as one of the best of today's writers, outside the genre as well as in it, for her work has never been limited to the strict boundaries of the field, and she has published mysteries, mainstream thrillers, and comic novels as well. Wilhelm's other books include the novels More Bitter Than Death, Fault Lines, The Clewiston Test, Juniper Time, Welcome Chaos, O Susanna, Huysman's Pets, Crazy Time, Cambio Bay, Death Qualified, and the Constance Lytle, Charlie Michael-John mystery novels The Hamlet Trap, Smart House, 7 Kinds of Death, and Sweet, Sweet Poison, as well as the collections The Downstairs Room, Somerset Dreams, The Infinity Box, Listen, Listen, Children of the Wind, and The Angels Sing. Her most recent book is a new mystery novel, Justice for Some. Wilhelm and her husband, writer Damon Knight, ran the Milford Writers' Conference for many years, and both are still deeply involved in the operation of the Clarion Workshop for new young writers. She lives with her family in Eugene, Oregon, and is currently at work on The Best Defense, a sequel to Death Qualified. What David always hated most about the Sumner family dinners was the way everyone talked about him, as if he were not there. "Has he been eating enough meat lately? He looks peaked." "You spoil him, Carrie. He won't eat his dinner. Don't let him go out and play. You were like that, you know. When I was his age, I was husky enough to cut down a tree with a hatchet. He couldn't cut his way out of a fog." David would imagine himself invisible, floating unseen over their heads as they discussed him. Someone would ask if he had a girlfriend yet, and they would tisk-tisk whether the answer was yes or no. From his vantage point he would aim a ray gun at Uncle Clarence, whom he especially disliked because he was fat, bald, and very rich. Uncle Clarence dipped his biscuits in his gravy, or in syrup, or more often in a mixture of sorghum and butter that he stirred together on his plate until it looked like baby shit. "Is he still planning to be a biologist? He should go to med school and join Walt in his practice." He would point his ray gun at Uncle Clarence and cut a neat plug out of his stomach and carefully ease it out, and Uncle Clarence would ooze from the opening and flow all over them.
David? He started with alarm, then relaxed again. David, why don't you go out and see what the other kids are up to? His father's quiet voice saying, actually, that's enough of that. And they would turn their collective mind to one of the other offspring. As David grew older, he learned the complex relationships that he had merely accepted as a child. Uncles, aunts, cousins, second cousins, third cousins. The honorary members, brothers and sisters and parents of those who had married into the family. There were the Sumners and Wistons and O'Grady's and Heinemans, and the Myers and Chopecks and Ritzows, all part of the same river that flowed through the fertile Virginia Valley. He remembered the holidays especially. The old Sumner house was rambling, with many bedrooms upstairs and an attic that was wall-to-wall mattresses, pallets for the children, with an enormous fan in the west window. Someone was forever checking to make certain that they hadn't all suffocated in the attic. The older children were supposed to keep an eye on the younger ones, but what they did, in fact, was to frighten them night after night with ghost stories and inhuman sighs and groans. Eventually the noise level would rise until adult intervention was demanded. Uncle Ron would clump up the stairs heavily, and there would be a scurrying with suppressed giggles and muffled screams until everyone found a bed again, so that by the time he turned on the hall light that illuminated the attic dimly, all the children seemed to be sleeping. He would pause briefly in the doorway, then close the door, turn off the light, and tramp back down the stairs, apparently deaf to the renewed merriment behind him. Whenever Aunt Claudia came up, it was like an apparition. 1 minute pillows would be flying, someone would be crying, someone else trying to read with a flashlight, several of the boys playing cards with another flashlight, some of the girls huddled together, whispering what had to be delicious secrets, judging by the way they blushed and looked desperate if an adult came upon them suddenly. And then the door would snap open, the light would fall on the disorder, and she would be standing there. Aunt Claudia was very tall and thin, her nose was too big, and she was tanned to a permanent old leather color. She would stand there, immobile and terrible, and the children would creep back into bed without a sound. She would not move until everyone was back where he or she belonged. Then she would close the door soundlessly. The silence would drag on and on. The ones nearest to the door would hold their breath, trying to hear breathing on the other side. Eventually someone would become brave enough to open the door a crack, and if she was truly gone, the party would resume. The smells of holidays were fixed in David's memory, all the usual smells, fruitcakes and turkeys, the vinegar that went in the egg dyes, the greenery, and the thick, creamy smoke of bayberry candles. But what he remembered most vividly was the 4th of July smell of gunpowder that permeated their hair, their clothes, that lasted on their hands for days and days. Their hands would be stained purple-black from berry-picking, and the color and smell were one of the indelible images of his childhood. Mixed in with it was the smell of sulphur that was dusted on them liberally to confound the chiggers. If it hadn't been for Celia, his childhood would have been perfect. Celia was his cousin, his mother's sister's daughter. She was 1 year younger than David, and by far the prettiest of all his cousins. When they were very young, they had promised to marry one day, and when they grew older, and it was made abundantly clear that no cousins might ever marry in that family, they had become implacable enemies. He didn't know how they had been told. He was certain that no one ever put it in words, but they knew. When they could not avoid each other after that, they fought. She pushed him out of the hayloft and broke his arm when he was 15, and when he was 16 they wrestled from the back door of the Whiston farmhouse to the fence 50 or 60 yards away. They tore the clothes off each other, and he was bleeding from her fingernails down his back, she from scraping her shoulder on a rock. Then somehow in their rolling and squirming frenzy his cheek came down on her uncovered chest, and he stopped fighting. He suddenly became a melting, sobbing, incoherent idiot, and she hit him on the head with a rock and ended the fight. Up to that point the battle had been in almost total silence, broken only by gasps for breath and whispered language that would have shocked their parents. But when she hit him and he went limp, not unconscious, but dazed, uncaring, inert, she screamed, abandoning herself to anguish and terror. The family tumbled from the house as if they had been shaken out, and their first thought must have been that he had raped her. His father hustled him to the barn, presumably for a thrashing, but in the barn his father, belt in hand, looked at him with an expression that was furious and strangely sympathetic. He didn't touch David.
and only after he had turned and left did David realize that tears were still running down his face. In the family there were farmers, a few lawyers, 2 doctors, insurance brokers and bankers and millers, hardware merchandisers, other shopkeepers. David's father owned a large department store that catered to the upper-middle-class clientele of the valley. The valley was rich. David always supposed that the family, except for a few ne'er-do-wells, was rather wealthy. Of all his relatives, his favorite was his father's brother Walt. Dr. Walt, they all called him. He played with the children and taught them grown-up things, like where to hit if you really meant it, where not to hit in a friendly scrap. He seemed to know when to stop treating them as children long before anyone else in the family did. Dr. Walt was the reason David had decided very early to become a scientist. David was 17 when he went to Harvard. His birthday was in September, and he didn't go home for it. When he did return at Thanksgiving, and the clan had gathered, Grandfather Sumner poured the ritual before-dinner martinis and handed one to him. And Uncle Warner said to him, "What do you think we should do about Bobby?" He had arrived at that mysterious crossing that is never delineated clearly enough to be seen in advance. He sipped his martini, not liking it particularly, and knew that childhood had ended, and he felt a profound sadness and loneliness. The Christmas that David was 23 seemed out of focus. The scenario was the same, the attic full of children, the food smells, the powdering of snow. None of that had changed, but he was seeing it from a new position, and it was not the wonderland it had been, and he knew with regret that the enchantment had vanished and could never be recaptured. When his parents went home, he stayed on at the Whiston farm for a day or 2, waiting for Celia. She had missed the Christmas Day celebration, getting ready for her coming trip to Brazil, but she would be there, her mother had assured Grandmother Whiston, and David was waiting for her. Not happily, not with any expectation of reward, but with a fury that grew and caused him to stalk the old house like a boy being punished for another's sin. When she came home and he saw her standing with her mother and her grandmother, his anger melted. It was like seeing Celia in a time distortion, as she was and would be, or had been. Her pale hair would not change much, but her bones would become more prominent, and the almost emptiness of her face would have written on it a message of concern, of love, of giving, of being decisively herself, of a strength unsuspected in her frail body. Grandmother Whiston was a beautiful old lady, he thought in wonder, amazed that he never had seen her beauty before. Celia's mother was more beautiful than the girl, and he saw the resemblance to his own mother in the trio. Wordlessly, defeated, he turned and went to the rear of the house and put on one of his grandfather's heavy jackets because he didn't want to see her at all now, and his own outdoor clothing was in the front hall closet, too near where she was still standing. He walked a long time in the frosty afternoon, seeing very little, and shaking himself from time to time when he realized that the cold was entering his shoes or making his ears numb. And he found that he was climbing the slope to the antique forest where his grandfather had taken him once a long time ago. He climbed and became warmer, and at dusk he was under the branches of the tiers of trees that had been there since the beginning of time. They or others that were just like them, forever waiting for the day when they would reclaim the land and cover the continent once more. Here were the relics his grandfather had brought him to see. Here was a silver bell, grown to the stature of a large tree, while down the slopes and the lower reaches it remained always a shrub. Here the white basswood grew alongside the hemlock and the bitternut hickory, and the beeches and sweet buckeyes locked arms. "David!" He stopped and listened, certain he had imagined it, but the call came again. "David? Are you up here?" He turned then and saw Celia among the massive tree trunks. Her cheeks were very red from the cold and the exertion of the climb. Her eyes were the exact blue of the scarf she wore. She stopped 6 feet from him and started to speak again, but didn't. Instead, she drew off a glove and touched the smooth trunk of a beech. "Grandfather Whiston brought me up here, too, when I was 12. It was very important to him that we understand this place." David nodded. "Why did you leave like that? They all think we're going to fight again." "We might," he said. She smiled. "I don't think so." "We should start down. It'll be dark in a few minutes." But he didn't move. "David, try to make Mother see, will you? You understand that I have to go, that I have to do something, don't you? She thinks you're so clever. She'd listen to you.
He laughed. They think I'm clever like a puppy dog. Celia shook her head.
You're the one they'd listen to. They treat me like a child and always will.
David shook his head, smiling.
Why are you going, Celia? What are you trying to prove?
Damn it, David, if you don't understand, who will? She took a deep breath. People are starving in South America. Not just a few Indians, but millions of people. And practically no one has done any real research in tropical farming methods. It's all lateritic soil, and no one down there understands it. Well, we trained in tropical farming, and we're going to start classes down there in the field. It's what I trained for. This project will get me a doctorate.
The Wistons were farmers, had always been farmers. Custodians of the soil, Grandfather Whiston had said once. Not its owners, just custodians. Celia reached down and moved aside some matted leaves and muck on the ground, and straightened with her hand full of black dirt.
The famines are spreading. They need so much. And I have so much to give. Can't you understand that? She cried.
She closed her hand hard, compacting the soil into a ball that crumbled again when she opened her fist. She let the soil fall from her hand and carefully pushed the protective covering of leaves back over the bared spot. "You followed me to tell me goodbye, didn't you?" David said suddenly, and his voice was harsh. "It's really goodbye this time, isn't it?" He watched her, and slowly she nodded. "There's someone in your group?"
I'm not sure, David. Maybe.
She bowed her head and started to pull her glove on again.
I thought I was sure. But when I saw you in the hall, saw the look on your face when I came in, I realized that I just don't know.
"Celia, you listen to me. There aren't any hereditary defects that would surface. Damn it, you know that. If there were, we simply wouldn't have children, but there's no reason. You know that, don't you?" She nodded.
I know.
"Come with me, Celia. We don't have to get married right away. Let them get used to the idea first. They will. They always do. We have a resilient family, you and me. Celia, I love you." She turned her head, and he saw that she was weeping. She wiped her cheeks with her glove, then with her bare hand, leaving dirt streaks. David pulled her to him, held her, and kissed her tears, her cheeks, her lips. She finally drew away and started back down the slope, with David following.
I can't decide anything right now. It isn't fair. I should have stayed at the house. I shouldn't have followed you up here. David, I'm committed to going in 2 days. I can't just say I've changed my mind. It's important to me, to the people down there. I can't just decide not to go.
He caught her arm and held her, kept her from moving ahead again. "Just tell me you love me. Say it just once."
I love you,
she said very slowly. "How long will you be gone?"
3 years. I signed a contract.
He stared at her. "Change it. Make it 1 year. I'll be out of grad school then. You can teach here. Let their bright young students come to you."
We have to get back, or they'll send a search party for us, she said. I'll try to change it, she whispered then, if I can.
2 days later she left. David spent New Year's Eve at the Sumner farm with his parents and a horde of aunts and uncles and cousins. On New Year's Day, Grandfather Sumner made an announcement. "We're building a hospital up at Bear Creek, this side of the mill." David blinked. That was a mile from the farm, miles from anything else. "A hospital?" He looked at his Uncle Walt, who nodded. Clarence was studying his eggnog with a sour expression, and David's father, the third brother, was watching the smoke curl from his pipe. "Why up here?" David asked finally. "It's going to be a research hospital," Walt said. "Genetic diseases, hereditary defects, that sort of thing. 200 beds. David shook his head in disbelief. "You have any idea how much something like that would cost? Who's financing it?" His grandfather laughed nastily. "Senator Burke has graciously arranged to get federal funds," he said. His voice became more caustic. "And I cajoled a few members of the family to put a little in the kitty." David glanced at Clarence, who looked pained. "I'm giving the land," Grandfather Sumner went on. "So here and there we got support."
But why would Burke go for it? You've never voted for him in a single campaign in his life.
Told him we'd dig out a lot of stuff we've been sitting on, support his opposition. If he was a baboon, we'd support him, and there's a lot of family these days, David. A heap of family.
Well, hats off, David said, still not fully believing it. You giving up your practice to go into research? He asked Walt. His uncle nodded. David drained his cup of eggnog.
David, Walt said, we want to hire you.
He looked up quickly. Why? I'm not into medical research.
I know what your specialty is, Walt said quietly. We want you for a consultant and later on to head a department of research.
But I haven't even finished my thesis yet, David said, and he felt as if he had stumbled into a pot party.
You'll do another year of donkey work for Selnick, and eventually you'll write the thesis, a bit here, a dab there. You could write it in a month, couldn't you, if you had time?
David nodded reluctantly.
I know, Walt said, smiling faintly. You think you're being asked to give up a lifetime career for a pipe dream.
Grandfather Sumner let out his breath explosively. He was a large man with a massive chest and great bulging biceps. His hands were big enough to grip a basketball in each. But it was his head that you remembered. It was the head of a giant, and although he had farmed for many years and later overseen the others who did it for him, he had found time to read more extensively than anyone else David knew. And he remembered what he read. His library was better than most public libraries. Now he leaned forward and said, You listen to me, David. You listen hard. I'm telling you what the goddamn government doesn't dare admit yet. We're on the first downslope of a slide that is going to plummet the world to a depth that they never dreamed of. I know the signs, David. Pollution's catching up to us faster than anyone knows. There's more radiation in the atmosphere than there's been since Hiroshima. French tests, Chinese tests, leaks, God knows where all it's coming from. We reached zero population growth a couple of years ago, but, David, we were trying. And other nations are getting there too, and they aren't trying. There's famine in a quarter of the world right now. The famines are here, and they're getting worse. There are more diseases than there's ever been since the good Lord sent the plagues to Egypt. And they're plagues that we don't know anything about. There's more drought and more flooding than there's ever been. England's changing into a desert. The bogs and moors are drying up. Entire species of fish are gone. Just damn gone, and in only a year or two. The anchovies are gone. The codfish industry is gone. The cods they are catching are diseased, unfit to use. There's no fishing off the west coast of the Americas, north or south. Every damn protein crop on Earth has some sort of blight that gets worse and worse. We're restricting our exports of food now, and next year we'll stop them for good. We're having shortages no one ever dreamed of. Tin, copper, aluminum, paper, chlorine, by God! And what do you think will happen in the world when we suddenly can't even purify our drinking water? His face was darkening as he spoke, and he was getting angrier and angrier, directing his unanswerable questions to David, who stared at him with nothing at all to say. And they don't know what to do about any of it, his grandfather went on, no more than the dinosaurs knew how to stop their own extinction. We've changed the photochemical reactions of our own atmosphere, and we can't adapt to the new radiations fast enough to survive. There have been hints here and there that this is a major concern, but who listens? The damn fools will lay each and every catastrophe at the foot of a local condition and turn their backs on the fact that this is global, until it's too late to do anything. But if it's what you think, what could they do? David asked, looking to Dr. Walt for support and finding none.
Turn off the factories, ground the airplanes, stop the mining, junk the cars. But they won't. And even if they did, it would still be a catastrophe. It's going to break wide open. Within the next couple of years, David, it's going to break. There's going to be the biggest bust since man began scratching marks on rocks, that's what. And we're getting ready for it. I'm getting ready for it. We've got the land, and we've got the men to farm it, and we'll get our hospital, and we'll do research on ways to keep our animals and our people alive, and when the world goes into a tailspin, we'll be alive, and when it starves, we'll be eating.
Suddenly he stopped and studied David with his eyes narrowed.
I said you'd leave here convinced that we've all gone mad. But you'll be back, David, my boy. You'll be back before the dogwoods bloom, because you'll see the signs.
David returned to school and his thesis and the donkey work Selnick gave him to do. Celia didn't write, and he had no address for her. In response to his questions, his mother admitted that no one had heard from her. In February, in retaliation for the food embargo, Japan imposed trade restrictions that made further United States trade with her impossible. Japan and China signed a mutual aid treaty. In March, Japan seized the Philippines and their fields of rice, and China resumed its long-dormant trusteeship over the Indochina Peninsula, with the rice paddies of Cambodia and Vietnam. Cholera struck in Rome, Los Angeles, Galveston, and Savannah. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, and other Arab bloc nations issued an ultimatum. The United States must guarantee a yearly ration of wheat to the Arab states and discontinue all aid to Israel, or there would be no oil for the United States or Europe. They refused to believe the United States could not meet their demands. Worldwide travel restrictions were imposed immediately, and the United States government, by presidential decree, formed a new department with cabinet status, the Bureau of Information. The redbuds were hazy blurs of pink against the clear, May-softened sky when David returned home. He stopped by his house only long enough to change his clothes and get rid of his boxes of college mementos before he drove out to the Sumner farm where Walt was staying while he oversaw the construction of his hospital. Walt had an office downstairs. It was a clutter of books, notebooks, blueprints, correspondence. He greeted David as if he hadn't been away at all.
"Look," he said, "this research of Semple and Ferrer. Do you know about it? The first generation of cloned mice showed no deviation, no variation in viability or potency, nor did the second or third, but with the fourth the viability decreased sharply. And there was a steady and irreversible slide to extinction. Why?"
David sat down hard and stared at Walt. "How did you get that?"
"Vlasic," Walt said. "We went to med school together. We've corresponded all these years. I asked him."
"You know his work?"
"Yes. His rhesus monkeys show the same decline during the fourth generation and on to extinction."
"It isn't just like that," David said. "He had to discontinue his work last year. No funds. So we don't know the life expectancies of the later strains. But the decline starts in the third clone generation, a decline of potency. He was breeding each clone generation sexually, testing the offspring for normalcy. The third clone generation had only 25% potency. The sexually reproduced offspring started with that same percentage, and in fact potency dropped until the fifth generation of sexually reproduced offspring, and then it started to climb back up and presumably would have reached normalcy again." Walt was watching him closely, nodding now and then. David went on. "That was the Clone 3 strain. With the Clone 4 strain there was a drastic change. Some abnormalities were present, and life expectancy was down 17%. The abnormals were all sterile. Potency was generally down to 48%. It was downhill all the way with each sexually reproduced generation. By the fifth generation, no offspring survived longer than an hour or two. So much for Clone 4 strain. Cloning the 4s was worse. Clone 5 strain had gross abnormalities, and they were all sterile. Life expectancy figures were not completed. There was no Clone 6 strain. None survived."
"A dead end," Walt said.
He indicated a stack of magazines and extracts.
"I had hoped that they were out of date, that there were newer methods, or perhaps an error had been found in their figures."
"It's the third generation that is the turning point, then?"
David shrugged.
"My information could be out of date. I know Vlasic stopped last year, but Semple and Ferrer are still at it, or were last month. They may have something I don't know about. You're thinking of livestock?"
"Of course. You know the rumors? They're just not breeding well. No figures available, but hell, we have our own livestock. They're down by half."
"Can you get materials for the hospital?" David asked.
"For now. We're rushing it like there's no tomorrow, naturally. And we're not worrying about money right now. We'll have things that we won't know what to do with, but I thought it would be better to order everything I can think of than to find out next year that what we really need isn't available."
David went to the window and looked out at the farm. The green was well established by now. Spring would give way to summer without a pause, and the corn would be shiny, silky green in the fields, just like always. "Let me have a look at your lab equipment orders and the stuff that's been delivered already," he said. "Then let's see if we can wrangle me travel clearance out to the coast. I'll talk to Semple. I've met him a few times. If anyone's doing anything, it's that team."
"What is Selnick working on?"
"Nothing. He lost his grant. His students were sent packing." David grinned at his uncle suddenly. "Look, up on the hill you can see a dogwood ready to burst open. Some of the blooms are already showing." David was bone-tired. Every muscle seemed to ache at once. and his head was throbbing. For 9 days he had been on the go, to the coast, to Harvard, to Washington, and now he wanted nothing more than to sleep, even if the world ground to a stop while he was unaware. He had taken a train from Washington to Richmond, and there, unable to rent a car, or buy gasoline if a car had been available, he had stolen a bicycle and pedaled the rest of the way. He had never realized his legs could ache so much. "You're sure that bunch in Washington won't be able to get a hearing?" Grandfather Sumner asked. "No one wants to hear the Jeremiahs," David said. Selnick had been one of the group, and he had talked to David briefly. His committee was trying to force the government to admit the seriousness of the coming catastrophe and take strict measures to alleviate it. The government chose instead to paint glowing pictures of the coming upturn that would be apparent by fall. During the next 6 months, Selnick had warned, those with sense and money would buy everything they could to see them through, because after that period of grace there would be nothing to buy. "Selnick says we should offer to buy his equipment. The school will jump at the chance to unload it right now. Cheap." David laughed. "Cheap? $250,000, possibly." "Make the offer," Grandfather Sumner said. David stood up shakily and went off to bed. People still went to work. The factories were still producing, not as much, and none of the non-essentials, but they were converting to coal as fast as possible. David thought about the darkened cities and the fleets of trucks rusting and the corn and wheat rotting in the fields, and the priority boards that squabbled and fought and campaigned for this cause or that. It was a long time before his twitching muscles relaxed enough for him to lie quietly, and a longer time before he could relax his mind enough to sleep. The hospital construction was progressing faster than seemed possible. There were 2 shifts at work. Again a case of damn the cost. Crates and cartons of unopened lab equipment stood in a long shed built to hold it until it was needed. David went to work in a makeshift laboratory, trying to replicate Ferrer's and Semple's tests. And in early July, Harry Vlasic arrived at the farm. He was short, fat, nearsighted, and short-tempered. David regarded him with the same awe and respect that an undergraduate physics student would have felt toward Einstein. "All right," Vlasic said. "The corn crop has failed as predicted. Monoculture, bah! They'll save 60% of the weed, no more. This winter, just wait until winter. Now, where is the cave?" They took him to the cave entrance 100 yards from the hospital. Inside the cave they used lanterns. The cave was over a mile long in the main section, and there were several branches. Deep in one of them flowed a river that was black and silent. Spring water, good water. Vlasic nodded again and again. When they finished the cave tour, he was still nodding. "It's good," he said. "It'll work. The laboratories go in there. Underground passage from the hospital, safe from contamination. Good." They worked 16 hours a day that summer and into the fall. In October, the first wave of flu swept the country, worse than the outbreak of 1917 and 1918. In November, a new illness swept the country, and here and there it was whispered that it was plague, but the Government Bureau of Information said it was flu. Grandfather Sumner died in November. David learned for the first time that he and Walt were the sole beneficiaries of a much larger estate than he had dreamed of, and the estate was in cash. Grandfather Sumner had converted everything he could into cash during the past 2 years. In December the family began to arrive, leaving the towns and villages and cities scattered throughout the valley to take up residence in the hospital and staff buildings. Rationing, black markets, inflation, and looting had turned the cities into battlegrounds, and the government had frozen the assets of every business. Nothing could be bought or sold without approval. The family brought their stocks with them. Jeremy Strite brought his hardware merchandise in 4 truckloads. Eddie Beecham brought his dental equipment. David's father brought all that he could from his department store. With the failure of radio and television communication, there was no way for the government to cope with the rising panic. Martial law was declared on December 28th, 6 months too late. There was no child left under 8 years of age when the spring rains came, and the original 319 people who had come to the Upper Valley had dwindled to 201. In the cities, the toll had been much higher. David studied the fetal pig he was about to dissect. It was wrinkled and desiccated, its bones too soft, its lymph glands lumpy, hard. Why did the 4th generation decline? Harry Vlasic came to watch briefly, then walked away, his head bowed in thought. Not even he could come up with any answers, David thought, almost with satisfaction. That night, David, Walt, and Vlasic met and went over it all again. They had enough livestock to feed the 200 people for a long time, through cloning and breeding of the fertile animals. They could clone up to 400 animals at a time. Chickens, swine, cattle. If the livestock all became sterile, as seemed likely, then the food supply was limited. Watching the two older men, David knew they were purposely skirting the other question. If the people also became sterile, how long would they need a continuing supply of food? He said, "We should isolate some of the sterile mice, clone them, and test for the re-emergence of fertility with each new generation of clones." Vlasic frowned and shook his head. "If we had a dozen undergraduate students, perhaps," he said. "We have to know," David said, feeling hot suddenly. "You're both acting like this is just a 5-year emergency plan to tide us over a few bad years. What if it isn't that at all? Whatever is causing the sterility is affecting all the animals. We have to know." Walt glanced at David and said, "We don't have the time or the facilities to do any research like that." "That's a lie," David said. "We can generate all the electricity we can use, more than enough power. We have equipment we haven't even unloaded yet."
"Because there's no one who can use it yet," Walt said patiently.
"I can. I'll do it in my free time."
"What free time?"
"I'll find it." In June, David had his preliminary answers. "The A4 strain," he said, "has 25% fertility." Vlasic had been following his work closely for the past 3 or 4 weeks and was not surprised. Walt stared at him in disbelief.
"Are you sure?"
he whispered after a moment. "The 4th generation of cloned sterile mice showed the same degeneracy that all clones show by then," David said, "but they also had a 25% fertility factor. The offspring have shorter lives, but more fertile individuals. This trend continues to the 6th generation, where fertility is up to 94%, and life expectancy starts to climb up again, and then it's on its way to normalcy." He had it all on the charts that Walt now studied. A superscript 1, A superscript 2, A superscript 3, A superscript 4, and then the offspring by sexual reproduction. Lowercase a superscript 1, lowercase a superscript 2. There were no clone strains after A superscript 4. None had survived to maturity. David leaned back and closed his eyes. He thought about bed and a blanket up around his neck and black sleep. Higher organisms must reproduce sexually or die out, and the ability to do so is there. Something remembers and heals itself, he said dreamily. "You'll be a great man when you publish," Vlasic said softly, his hand on David's shoulder. He then moved to sit next to Walt to point out some of the details that Walt might miss. "A marvelous piece of work," he said, his eyes glowing as he looked over the pages. "Marvelous." Then he glanced back at David. "Of course you are aware of the other implications of your work?" David opened his eyes and met Vlasic's gaze. He nodded. Walt, puzzled, looked from one to the other of them. David got up and stretched. "I have to sleep," he said. But it was a long time before he slept. He had a single room at the hospital, more fortunate than most. The hospital had more than 200 beds, but few single rooms. The implications, he mused. He had been aware of them from the start, although he had not admitted it even to himself then, and was not ready to discuss it now. 3 of the women were pregnant, finally, after 1.5 years. Margaret was near term, the baby well and kicking at the moment. 5 more weeks, he thought. 5 more weeks, and perhaps he never would have to discuss the implications of his work. But Margaret didn't wait 5 weeks. In 2 weeks she gave birth to a stillborn child. Zelda had a miscarriage the following week, and in the next week May lost her child. That spring the rains kept them from planting anything more than a truck garden. Walt began testing the men for fertility. He reported to David and Vlasic that no man in the valley was fertile. "So," Vlasic said softly, "we now see the significance of David's work." Winter came early in sheets of icy rain that went on day after day after day. The work in the laboratories increased, and David found himself blessing his grandfather for his purchase of Selnick's equipment, which had come with detailed instructions for making artificial placentas, as well as nearly completed work on computer programs for chemical amniotic fluids. When David had gone to talk to Selnick about the equipment, Selnick had insisted, madly, David had thought at the time, that he take everything or nothing. "You'll see," he had said wildly. "You'll see!" The following week he hanged himself, and the equipment was on its way to the Virginia Valley. They worked and slept in the lab, leaving only for meals. The winter rains gave way to spring rains, and a new softness was in the air. David was hardly aware of the spring until one day his mother found him in the cafeteria. He hadn't seen her for weeks, and would have brushed past her with a quick hello if she hadn't stopped him. She looked strange, childlike. He turned from her to stare out the window, waiting for her to release his arm. "Celia's coming home," she told him. "She's well, she says." David felt frozen. He continued to stare out the window, seeing nothing. "Where is she now?" He listened to the rustle of cheap paper, and when it seemed that his mother was not going to answer him, he wheeled about. "Where is she?" "Miami," she said finally, after scanning the 2 pages. "It's postmarked Miami, I think. It's over 2 weeks old, dated May 28th. She never got any of our mail." David didn't read the letter until his mother had left the cafeteria. "I was in Columbia for a while, 8 months, I think, and I got a touch of the bug that nobody wants to name." The writing was spindly and uncertain. He looked for Walt. "I have to go get her. She can't walk in on that gang at the Whiston place."
"You know you can't leave now."
"It isn't a question of can or can't. I have to." Walt studied him for a moment, then shrugged.
"How will you get there and back? No gas. You know we don't dare use it for anything but the harvest."
"I know," David said impatiently. "I'll take Mike in the cart. I can stay on the back roads with Mike." He knew that Walt was calculating, as he had done, the time involved, and he felt his face tightening, his hands clenching. Walt simply nodded. "I'll leave as soon as it's light in the morning." Again Walt nodded. "Thanks," David said suddenly. He meant, for not arguing with him, for not pointing out what both already knew, that there was no way of knowing how long he would have to wait for Celia, that she might never make it to the farm. 3 miles from the Whiston farm, David unhitched the cart and hid it in thick underbrush. He swept the tracks where he had left the dirt road, then led Mike into the woods. The air was hot and heavy with threatening rain. To his left he could hear the roar of Crooked Creek as it raged out of bounds. The ground was spongy, and he walked carefully, not wanting to sink to his knees in unsuspected mud here in the lowlands. The Whiston farm always had been flood-prone. It enriched the soil, Grandfather Whiston had claimed, not willing to damn nature for its periodic rampages. "God didn't mean for this piece of ground to have to bear year after year after year," he said. "Comes a time when the earth needs a rest, same as you and me. We'll let it be this year, give it some clover when the ground dries out." David started to climb, still leading Mike, who whinnied softly at him now and again. "Just to the knob, boy," David said quietly. "Then you can rest and eat meadow grass until she gets here." The horse whinnied. Grandfather Whiston had taken him to the knob once when David was 12. He remembered the day, hot and still, like this day, he thought, and Grandfather Whiston had been straight and strong. At the knob his grandfather had paused and touched the massive bole of a white oak tree. "This tree saw the Indians in that valley, David, and the first settlers, and my great-grandfather when he came along. It's our friend, David. It knows all the family secrets." "Is it still your property up here, Grandfather?" "Up to and including this tree, son. Other side's national forest land, but this tree, it's on our land. Yours too, David. One day you'll come up here and put your hand on this tree, and you'll know it's your friend, just like it's been my friend all my life. God help us all if anyone ever lays an axe to it." They had gone on that day, down the other side of the knob, then up again, farther and steeper this time, until once more his grandfather had stopped, and his hand on David's shoulder paused for a few moments. "This is how this land looked 1,000,000 years ago, David." Time had shifted suddenly for the boy. 1,000,000 years ago, or 100,000,000, was all the same distant past, and he had imagined the tread of giant reptiles. He had imagined that he smelled the fetid breath of a tyrannosaur. It was cool and misty beneath the tall trees, and under them the saplings grew, their branches spread horizontally, as if to catch any stray bit of sunlight that penetrated the high canopy, and where the sun did find a path through, it was golden and soft, the sun of another time. In even deeper shadows grew bushes and shrubs, and at the foot of it all were the mosses and lichens, liverworts and ferns. The arching, heaving roots of the trees were clothed in velvet emerald plants. David stumbled and caught himself against the giant oak tree that was, somehow, his friend.
He pressed his cheek against the rough bark and stayed there for a few minutes. Then he pushed himself away and looked up through the luxuriant branches. He could see no sky beyond them. When it rained, the tree would protect him from the full force of the storm, but he needed shelter from the fine drops that eventually would make their way through the leaves to fall quietly on the absorbent ground. He examined the farm through his binoculars. Behind the house there was a garden being tended by 5 people, impossible to tell immediately if they were male or female. Long-haired, jeans, barefoot, thin, it didn't matter. He noted that the garden was not producing yet, that the plants were sparse and frail. He studied the east field, aware that it was changed, not certain how. Then he realized that it was planted to corn. Grandfather Whiston had always alternated wheat and alfalfa and soybeans in that field. The lower fields were flooded, and the north field was grown up in grasses and weeds. He studied the people he could see and swung the glasses slowly over the buildings. He spotted 17 of them altogether. No child younger than 8 or 9. No sign of Celia, nor of any recent use of the road. It was also overgrown with weeds. No doubt the people down there were just as happy to let the road hide under weeds. He built a lean-to against the oak where he could lie down and observe the farm. He used fir branches to roof his shelter, and when the storm came half an hour later he stayed dry. Rivulets ran along the garden rows below, and the farmyard turned silver and sparkly from this distance, although he knew that closer at hand it would simply be muddy water, inches deep. The ground was too saturated in the valley to absorb any more water. It would have to run off into Crooked Creek, which was inching higher and higher toward the north field and the vulnerable corn there. By the 3rd day the water had started to invade the cornfield, and he pitied the people who stood and watched helplessly. The garden was still being tended, but it would be a meager harvest. By now he had counted 22 people. He thought that was all of them. During the storm that lashed the valley that afternoon, he heard Mike whinny. He crawled from the lean-to and stood up. Mike, down the slope of the knob, wouldn't mind the rain much, and he was protected from the wind. Still he whinnied again, and then again. Cautiously, holding his shotgun in one hand, shielding his eyes with the other, David edged around the tree. A figure stumbled up the knob haltingly, stopping with bowed head often, not looking up, probably blinded by the rain. Suddenly David threw the shotgun under the lean-to and ran to meet her. "Celia!" he cried. "Celia!" She stopped and raised her head, and the rain ran over her cheeks, plastered her hair to her forehead. She dropped the shoulder bag that had weighed her down and ran toward him, and only when he caught her and held her tight and hard did he realize that he was weeping as she was. Under the lean-to he pulled her wet clothes off and rubbed her dry, then wrapped her in one of his shirts. Her lips were blue, her skin seemed almost translucent. It was an unearthly white. "I knew you'd be here," she said. Her eyes were very large, deep blue, bluer than he remembered, or bluer in contrast to her pale skin. Always before she had been sunburned. "I knew you'd come here," he said. "When did you eat?" She shook her head. "I didn't believe it was this bad here. I thought it was propaganda. Everyone thinks it's propaganda." He lighted the sterno. She sat wrapped in his plaid shirt and watched him as he opened a can of stew. "Who are those people down there?" "Squatters. Grandmother and Grandfather Whiston died last year. That gang showed up. They gave Aunt Hilda and Uncle Eddie a choice, join them or get out. They didn't give Wanda any chance at all. They kept her." She stared down the valley and nodded slowly. "I didn't know it was this bad. I didn't believe it." Without looking back at him, she asked then, "And Mother? Father?" "They're dead, Celia. Flu, both of them, last winter." "I didn't get any letters," she said. "Almost 2 years. They made us leave Brazil, you know. But there wasn't any transportation home. We went to Colombia. They promised to let us go home in 3 months. And then they came one night and said we had to get out immediately. There were riots, you know." He nodded, although she was still staring down at the valley and couldn't see. He wanted to tell her to weep for her parents, to cry out so that he could take her in his arms and try to comfort her. But she continued to sit motionless and speak in a dead voice. "They were coming for us, for the Americans. They blame us for letting them starve. They really believe that everything is still all right here. I did too. No one believed any of the reports, and the mobs were coming for us. We left on a small boat, a skiff, 19 of us.
They shot at us when we got too near Cuba."
David touched her arm, and she jerked and trembled. "Celia, turn around and eat now. Don't talk any longer. Later. You can tell us about it later."
She shook her head. "Never again. I'll never mention any of it again, David. I just wanted you to know there was nothing I could do. I wanted to come home, and there wasn't any way."
The storm was over, and the night air was cool. They huddled under a blanket and sat without talking, drinking hot black coffee. When the cup began to tilt in Celia's hand, David took it from her and gently lowered her to the bed he had prepared. "I love you, Celia," he said softly. "I've always loved you."
"I love you too, David. Always."
Her eyes were closed, and her lashes were very black on her white cheeks. David leaned over and kissed her forehead, pulled the blanket higher about her, and watched her sleep for a long time before he lay down beside her. The next morning they left the oak tree and started for the Sumner farm. She rode Mike until they got to the cart. By then she was trembling with exhaustion, and her lips were blue again, although the day was already hot. There wasn't room for her to lie down in the cart, so he patted the back of the wooden seat with his bedroll and blanket, and let her sit behind him where she could at least put her head back and rest, when the road wasn't too bumpy. She smiled faintly when he covered her legs with another shirt, the one he had been wearing.
"It isn't cold, you know," she said matter-of-factly. "That goddamn bug does something to the heart, I think. No one would tell us anything about it. My symptoms are all in the circulatory system."
"How bad was it? When did you get it?"
18 months ago, just before they made us leave Brazil. It swept Rio. That's where they took us when we got sick. Not many survived it. Hardly any of the later cases. It became more virulent as time went on."
He nodded. "Same here. Something like 60% fatal, increasing up to 80% by now, I guess." There was a long silence then, and he thought perhaps she had drifted off to sleep. The road was no more than a pair of ruts that were gradually being reclaimed by the underbrush. Already grass covered it almost totally, except where the rains had washed the dirt away and left only rocks. Mike walked deliberately, and David didn't hurry him.
"David, how many are up at the northern end of the valley?"
"About 110 now," he said. He thought 2 out of 3 dead, but he didn't say it.
"And the hospital? Was it built?"
"It's there. Walter's running it."
"David, while you're driving, now that you can't watch me for reactions or anything, just tell me about it here. What's been happening? Who's alive? Who's dead? Everything?"
When they stopped for lunch hours later, she said,
"David, will you make love to me now, before the rains start again?"
They lay under a stand of yellow poplars, and the leaves rustled incessantly with a motion that needed no appreciable wind to start. Under the susurrus trees their own voices became whispers. She was so thin and so pale, and inside she was so warm and alive. Her body rose to meet his, and her breasts seemed to lift to seek his touch. Her fingers were in his hair, on his back, digging into his flanks, strong now, then relaxed and trembling, then clenched into fists that opened spasmodically. And he felt her nails distantly, aware that his back was being clawed, but distantly, distantly. And finally there were only the susurrant leaves. "I've loved you for more than 20 years. Did you realize that?" he said. She laughed.
"Remember when I broke your arm?"
Later in the cart again, her voice came from behind him softly, sadly.
"We're finished, aren't we, David? You, I, all of us?"
And he thought, Walt be damned, promises be damned, secrecy be damned. And he told her about the clones developing under the mountain, in the laboratory deep in the Great Bear Cave.
Celia started to work in the laboratory a week later. "It's the only way I'll ever get to see you at all," she said when David protested. "I promised Walt I would work only 4 hours a day to start, okay?" David took her through the lab the following morning. The entrance to the cave was concealed in the furnace room of the hospital basement. The door was steel, set in the limestone bedrock. As soon as they stepped through the doorway, the air was cold, and David put a coat about Celia's shoulders. "We keep them here at all times," he said, taking a second coat from a wall hanger. "Twice government inspectors have come here, and it might look suspicious if we put them on to go down the cellar." "They won't be back," he said. She nodded.
The passageway was dimly lighted, the floor smooth. It went 400 feet to another steel door. This one opened into the first cave chamber, a large, high-domed room. It had been left almost as they had found it, with stalactites and stalagmites on all sides, but now there were many cots and picnic tables and benches, and a row of cooking tables and serving tables. "Our emergency room, for the hot rains," David said, hurrying her through. There was another passage, narrower and rougher than the first. At the end of this passage was the animal experiment room. One wall had been cut through, and the computer installed, looking grotesquely out of place against a wall of pale pink travertine. In the center of the room were tanks and vats and pipes, all stainless steel and glass. On either side of these were the tanks that held the animal embryos. Celia stared without moving for several moments, then turned to look at David with startled eyes. "How many tanks do you have?" "Enough to clone 600 animals of varying sizes," he said. "We took a lot of them out, put them in the other side, and we're not using all that we have here. We're afraid our supplies of chemicals will run out, and so far we haven't come up with alternatives that we can extract from anything at our disposal here." Eddie Beecham came from the side of the tanks, jotting figures in a ledger. He grinned at David and Celia. "Slumming?" he asked. He checked his figures against a dial and adjusted it a fraction, and continued down the road, checking the other dials, stopping now and again to make a minor adjustment. Celia's eyes questioned David, and he shook his head. Eddie didn't know what they were doing in the other lab. They walked past the tanks, row after row of them, all sealed, with only the needles of the meters and gauges to indicate that there was anything inside. They returned to the corridor. David led her through another doorway, another shorter passage, then unlocked a door and took her into the second laboratory. Walt looked up as they entered, nodded, turned again to his desk. Vlasic didn't even look up. Sarah smiled and hurried past them, and sat down before a computer console and began to type. Another woman in the room didn't seem to be aware that anyone had come in. Hilda, Celia's aunt. David glanced at Celia, but she was staring wide-eyed at the tanks, and in this room the tanks were glass-fronted. Each was filled with a pale liquid, a yellow so faint that the color seemed almost illusory. Floating in the liquid were sacks, no larger than small fists. Slender, transparent tubes connected the sacks to the top of the tanks. Each one was attached to a pipe that led back into a large stainless steel apparatus, which seemed to be covered with dials. Celia walked slowly down the aisle between the tanks, stopped midway, and didn't move again for a long time. David took her arm. She was trembling slightly. "Are you all right?" She nodded. It's a shock seeing them. Maybe I didn't quite believe it." There was a film of perspiration on her face. "Better take off the coat now," David said. "We have to keep it pretty warm in here. It finally was easier to keep their temperatures right by keeping us too warm. The price we pay," he said, smiling slightly. "All the lights, the heat, the computer. You can generate that much electricity?" He nodded. "That'll be out too tomorrow, sometime. Like everything else around here, the generating system has bugs in it. We can store enough power for no longer than 6 hours, and we just don't let it go out for more than that." She nodded. 6 hours is a lot. If you stop breathing for 6 minutes, you're dead." With her hands clasped behind her, she stepped closer to the shiny control system at the end of the room. "This isn't the computer. What is it?" "It's a computer terminal. The computer controls the input of nutrients and oxygen, and the output of toxins." He nodded toward the wall. "The animal room is on the other side. Those tanks are linked to it, too. Separate set of systems, but the same machinery." She nodded again. They went through the nursery for the animals, and then the nursery for the human babies. There was the dissection room, several small offices where the scientists could withdraw to work, the stock rooms. In every room, except the one where the human clones were being grown, people were working. "They never saw a Bunsen burner or a test tube before, but they have become scientists and technicians practically overnight," David said, "and thank God for that, or it never would have worked. I don't know what they think we're doing now, but they don't ask questions, they just do their jobs." In August, Avery Hanley got through to a shortwave contact in Richmond, who warned of a band of marauders working up the valley. "They're bad," he said. They took over the Philpott's place, ransacked it, and then burned it to the ground. In September, they fought off the first attack. In October, they learned the band was grouping for a second attack, this time with 30 to 40 men.
"We can't keep fighting them off," Walt said. "They must know we have food here. They'll come from all directions this time. They know we're watching for them."
"We should blow up the dam," Clarence said. "Wait until they're in the upper valley and flood them out." The meeting was held in the cafeteria with everyone present. Celia's hand tightened in David's, but she didn't protest. No one protested. "They'll try to take the mill," Clarence went on. "They'll probably think there's wheat there or something." A dozen men volunteered to stand guard at the mill. 6 more formed a group to set explosives in the dam 8 miles up the river. Others would be a scouting party. David and Celia left the meeting early. He had volunteered for everything and had been turned down. He was not one of the expendable ones. The rains had become hot again, and the people were all sleeping in the cave. David and Celia, Walt, Vlasic, the others who worked in the various labs, all slept there on cots. In one of the small offices, David held Celia's hand, and they whispered before they fell asleep. Their talk was of their childhood. Long after Celia fell asleep, David stared into the blackness, still holding her hand. She had grown even thinner, and earlier that week, when he had tried to get her to leave the lab to rest, Walt had said, "Leave her be." She stirred fitfully, and he knelt by the side of her cot and held her. He could hear her heart flutter wildly for a moment. Then she was still again, and slowly he released her and sat on the stone floor with his eyes closed. Later he heard Walt moving about, the creaking of his cot in the next office. David was getting stiff, and finally he returned to his own bed. The next day the people worked to get everything up to high ground. Nothing could be spared, and board by board they carried a barn up the hillside and stacked the pieces. 2 days later the signal was given, and the dam was destroyed. David and Celia stood in one of the upper hospital rooms and watched together as the wall of water roared down the valley. It was like a jet takeoff, a crowd furious with an umpire's decision, an express train out of control, a roar like nothing he had ever heard, or like everything he had ever heard, recombined to make this noise that shook the building, that vibrated in his bones. A wall of water, 15 feet high, 20 feet high, raced down the valley, accelerating as it came, smashing, destroying everything in its path. They walked back through the empty hospital, through the long, dimly lighted passage, through the large chamber where the people were trying to find comfortable positions on the cots, on the benches, through the smaller passages, and finally into the lab office. "How many people did we kill?" she asked, stepping out of her jeans. She turned her back to lay her clothes on the foot of her cot. Her buttocks were nearly as flat as an adolescent boy's. When she faced him again, her ribs seemed to be straining against her skin. She looked at him for a moment, and then came to him and held his head tight against her chest as he sat on his cot and she stood naked before him. He could feel her tears as they fell onto his cheek. There was a hard freeze in November, and with the valley flooded and the road and bridges gone, they knew they were safe from attack, at least until spring. The people had moved out of the cave again, and work in the lab went on at the same numbing pace. The fetuses were developing, growing, moving now with sudden motions of feet and elbows. David was working on substitutes for the chemicals that already were substituting for amniotic fluids. He worked each day until his vision blurred, or his hands refused to obey his directions, or Walt ordered him out of the lab. Celia was working longer hours now, still resting in the middle of the day for several hours, but she returned after that, and stayed almost as late as David did. David was aware of her, as he always was, even when preoccupied with his own work. He was aware that she stood up, that she didn't move for a moment, and when she said, in a tremulous voice that betrayed disbelief, "David, David," he was already starting to his feet. He caught her as she crumpled. Her eyes were open, her look almost quizzical, asking what he could not answer, expecting no answer. A tremor passed through her, and she closed her eyes, and although her lids fluttered, she did not open them again.
"David, are you going to pull yourself together? You just giving up?"
Walt didn't wait for a reply. He sat down on the only chair in the tiny room and leaned forward, cupping his chin, staring at the floor.
"We've got to tell them," Sarah thinks there'll be trouble. So do I.
David stood at the window, looking at the bleak landscape, done in greys and blacks and mud colors. It was raining, but the rain had become clean. The river was a grey, swirling monster that he could glimpse from up here, a dull reflection of the dull sky.
They might try to storm the lab, Walt went on. God knows what they might decide to do.
I don't care, David said.
You're going to care, because those babies are going to come busting out of those sacks, and those babies are the only hope we have, and you know it. Our genes, yours, mine, Celia's, those genes are the only thing that stand between us and oblivion.
He was white, his lips were pale, his eyes sunken. There was a tick in his cheek that David never had seen before.
Why now? David asked. Why change the plan and tell them now, so far ahead of time? Because it isn't that far ahead of time. Walt rubbed his eyes hard. Something's gone wrong, David. I don't know what it is. Something's not working. I think we're going to have our hands full with prematures.
David couldn't stop the rapid calculations he made.
It's 26 weeks, he said.
We can't handle that many premature babies.
I know that.
Walt put his head back and closed his eyes.
We don't have much choice, he said. We lost one yesterday. 3 today. We have to bring them out and treat them like preemies.
Slowly, David nodded.
Which ones?
He asked, but he knew. Walt told him the names, and again he nodded. He had known that they were not his, not Walt's, not Celia's.
What are you planning? He asked then, and sat down on the side of his bed. I have to sleep, Walt said. Then a meeting, posted for 7. After that, we prepare the nursery for a hell of a lot of preemies. As soon as we're ready, we begin getting them out. That'll be morning. We need nurses, 6, more if we can get them. Sarah says Margaret would be good. I don't know.
David didn't know either. Margaret's 4-year-old son had been one of the first to die of the plague, and she had lost a baby in stillbirth. He trusted Sarah's judgment, however. Think between them they can get enough others, tell them what to do, see that they do it properly? Walt mumbled something, and one hand fell off the chair arm. He jerked upright. "Okay, Walt, you get in my bed," David said, almost resentfully. "I'll go down to the lab, get things rolling there. I'll come up for you at 6:30. Walt didn't protest, but fell onto the bed without bothering to take off his shoes. David pulled them off. Walt's socks were mostly holes, but probably they kept his ankles warm. David left them on, pulled the blanket over him, and went to the lab. At 7, the hospital cafeteria was crowded when Walt stood up to make his announcement.
"There's not a person in this room hungry tonight. We don't have any more plague here. The rain is washing away the radioactivity. We have food stores that will carry us for years, even if we can't plant crops in the spring. We have men capable of doing just about anything we might ever want done."
He paused and looked at them again, from left to right, back again, taking his time. He had their absolute attention.
"What we don't have," he said, his voice hard and flat now, "is a woman who can conceive a child, or a man who could impregnate her if she was able to bear."
There was a ripple of movement, like a collective sigh, but no one spoke.
Walt said, "You know how we are getting our meat. You know the cattle are good, the chickens are good. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our own babies developed the same way."
There was a moment of utter silence, of stillness. Then they broke. Clarence leaped to his feet, shouting at Walt. Vernon fought to get to the front of the room, but there were too many people between him and Walt. One of the women pulled on Walt's arm, almost dragging him over, screaming in his face. Walt yanked free and climbed onto a table.
"Stop this! I'm going to answer any questions, but not this way."
For the next 3 hours they questioned, argued, prayed, formed alliances, reformed them as arguments broke out in the smaller groups. At 10, Walt took his place on the table again and called out, "We will recess this discussion until tomorrow night at 7. Coffee will be served now, and I understand we have cakes and sandwiches." He jumped from the table and moved to the door too fast to let any of them catch up to him. He and David hurried to the cave entrance and went through, locking the massive door behind them.
"Clarence was ugly," Walt muttered. "Bastard."
David's father, Walt, and Clarence were brothers, David reminded himself. But he couldn't help regarding Clarence as an outsider, a stranger with a fat belly and a lot of money who expected instant obedience from the world.
"They might organize," Walt said after a moment. "We'll have to be ready for them."
David nodded. They had counted on delaying this meeting until they had live babies, human babies, that laughed and gurgled and took milk from the bottle. Instead, they would have a room full of not-quite-finished preemies, certainly not human-looking, with no more human appeal than a calf born too soon. They worked all night preparing the nursery. Sarah had enlisted Margaret, Hilda, Lucy, and half a dozen other women. They were all gowned and masked professionally. One of them dropped a basin, and 3 others screamed in unison. David cursed under his breath. They would be all right when they had the babies, he told himself. The bloodless births started at 5:45, and at 12:30 they had 25 infants. 4 died in the first hour. Another died 3 hours later. The rest of them thrived. The only baby left in the tanks was the fetus that would be Celia, 9 weeks younger than the others. The first visitor Walt permitted in the nursery was Clarence. After that there was no further talk of destroying the inhuman monstrosities. There was a celebration party, and a drawing was held to select 11 female names and 10 male. In the record book the babies were labeled R1 strain, repopulation 1. But in David's mind, as in Walt's, the babies were W1, D1, and soon C1. For the next months there was no shortage of nurses, male or female, no shortage of help doing any of the chores that so few had done before. Everyone wanted to become a doctor or a biologist, Walt grumbled. But he was sleeping more now, and the fatigue lines on his face were smoothing out. Often he would nudge David and tow him along, away from the nursery, propel him toward his own room in the hospital, and see to it that he remained there for a night's sleep. One night, as they walked side by side back to their rooms, Walt said, "Now you understand what I meant when I said this was all that mattered, don't you?" David understood. Every time he looked down at the tiny, pink new Celia, he understood more fully. David watched the boys from the window in Walt's office. There was Clarence, already looking too pudgy. He'd be fat in another 3 or 4 years. And a young Walt, frowning in concentration over a problem that he wouldn't put on paper until he had a solution. Mark, too pretty almost, but determinedly manly, always trying harder than the others to endure, to jump higher, run faster, hit harder. And D4, himself. He turned away and pondered the future of the boys, uncles, fathers, grandfathers, all the same age. He was starting a headache again. "They're inhuman, aren't they?" he said bitterly to Walt. "They come and go, and we know nothing about them. What do they think? Why do they hang so close to each other? Why won't they talk to us? Remember that old cliché, generation gap? It's here, I reckon." Walt was looking very old. He was tired, and seldom tried to hide it any longer. He looked up at David and said, "Maybe they're afraid of us." David nodded. He had thought of that, too. "I know why Hilda did it," he said. "I didn't at the time, but now I know." Hilda had strangled the small girl who looked more like her every day. "Me too." Walt pulled his notebook back from where he had pushed it when David had entered. "It's a bit spooky to walk into a crowd that's all you, in various stages of growth. They do cling to their own kind." He started to write then, and David left him. Spooky, he thought, and veered from the laboratory where he had been heading originally. Let the damn embryos do their thing without him. He knew he didn't want to enter because D1 or D2 would be there working. The D4 strain would be the one, though, to prove or disprove the experiment. If 4 didn't make it, then chances were that 5 wouldn't either, and then what? A mistake. Whoops. Wrong, sir. Sorry about that. Behind the hospital, he climbed the ridge over the cave and sat down on an outcrop of limestone that felt cool and smooth. The boys were clearing another field. They worked well together, with little conversation and much laughter that seemed to arise spontaneously. A line of girls came into view from nearer the river. They were carrying baskets of berries. Blackberries and gunpowder, he thought suddenly, and he remembered the ancient celebrations of the 4th of July, with blackberry stains and fireworks, sulphur for the chiggers, and birds, thrushes, meadowlarks, warblers, purple martins. 3 Celias came into view, swinging easily with the weight of the baskets, a stairway succession of Celias. He shouldn't do that, he reminded himself harshly. They weren't Celias. None of them had that name. They were Mary and Anne and something else. He couldn't remember for a moment the third one's name, and he knew it didn't matter. The one in the middle might have pushed him from the loft just yesterday. The one on the left might have been the one who rolled in savage combat with him in the mud. Once, 3 years ago, he had had a fantasy in which Celia 3 had come to him shyly and asked that he take her, and in the fantasy he had taken her. In his dreams for weeks to come he had taken her over and over and over again, and he had awakened weeping for his own Celia. Unable to endure it any longer, he had sought out C3 and asked her haltingly if she would come to his room with him, and she had drawn back quickly, involuntarily, with fear written too clearly on her smooth face for her to pretend it was not there. "David, forgive me. I was startled." They were promiscuous. Indeed, it was practically required of them to be free in their loving. No one could anticipate how many of them eventually would be fertile, what the percentage of boys to girls would be. Walt was able to test the males, but since the tests for female fertility required rabbits, which they did not have, he said the best test for fertility was pregnancy. The children lived together, and promiscuity was the norm, but only with one another. They all shunned the elders. David had felt his eyes burning as the girl spoke, still moving away from him. He had turned and left abruptly, and had not spoken to her again in the intervening years. Sometimes he thought he saw her watching him warily, and each time he glared at her and hurried away. C1 had been like his own child. He had watched her develop, watched her learn to walk, talk, feed herself. His child, his and Celia's. C2 had been much the same, a twin, somewhat smaller, identical nevertheless. But C3 had been different. No, he corrected himself, his perceptions of her had been different. When he looked at her now, he saw Celia, and he ached. He had grown chilled on the ridge, and he realized that the sun had set long ago, and that the lanterns had been lighted below. The scene looked pretty, like a sentimental picture titled Rural Life. The large farmhouse with glowing windows, the blackness of the barn. Closer, the hospital and staff building with the cheerful yellow lights in the windows. Stiffly he descended into the valley again. He had missed dinner, but he was not hungry. "David!" One of the youngest boys, a 5, called to him. David didn't know whom he had been cloned from. There were many people he hadn't known when they were that young. He stopped, and the boy ran to him, then past him, calling as he went, "Dr. Walt wants you!" On Walt's desk, and spread over a table, were the medical charts of the 4 strain. "I've finished," Walt said. "You'll have to double-check, of course." David scanned the final lines quickly. H4 and D4. He didn't look up, but nodded. "Have you told the 2 boys yet?" "I told them all. They understand." Walt rubbed his eyes. "They have no secrets from each other," he said. "They understand about the girls' ovulation periods, about the necessity of keeping records. If any of those girls can conceive, they'll do it." His voice was almost bitter when he looked up at David. "They're taking it over completely from now on." "What do you mean?" "W1 made a copy of my records for his files. He'll follow it through." David nodded. The elders were being excluded again. The time was coming when they wouldn't be needed for anything. Extra mouths to feed, nothing else. He sat down, and for a long time he and Walt sat in companionable silence. In class the following day nothing seemed different. No pair bonding, David thought cynically. They accepted being mated as casually as the cattle did. If there was any jealousy of the 2 fertile males, it was well hidden. He gave them a surprise test and talked about the room as they worried over the answers. They would all pass, he knew. Not only pass, but do well. They had motivation. They were learning in their teens what he hadn't grasped in his 20s. There were no educational frills, no distractions. Work in the classroom, in the fields, in the kitchens, in the laboratories. They worked interchangeably, incessantly. The first really classless society. He pulled his thoughts back when he realized that they were finishing already. He had allowed an hour, and they were finishing in 40 minutes. Slightly longer for the 5s, who, after all, were 2 years younger than the 4s. The 2 oldest Ds headed for the laboratory after class, and David followed them. They were talking earnestly until he drew near. He remained in the laboratory for 15 minutes of silent work, then left. Outside the door he paused, and once more could hear the murmur of quiet voices. Angrily he tramped down the hallway. In Walt's office he raged. "Damn it, they're up to something! I can smell it!" Walt regarded him with a detached thoughtfulness. David felt helpless. There was nothing he could point to, nothing he could attach significance to, but there was a feeling, an instinct that wouldn't be quieted. "All right," David said, almost in desperation. "Look at how they took the test results. Why aren't the boys jealous? Why aren't the girls making passes at the 2 available studs?" Walt shook his head. "I don't even know what they're doing in the lab anymore," David said, "and Harry has been relegated to caretaker for the livestock." He paced the room in frustration. "They're taking over!" "We knew they would, one day," Walt reminded him gently. "But there are only 17 5s, 18 4s. Out of the lot there might be 6 or 7 fertile ones, with a decreased life expectancy, with an increased chance of abnormality. Don't they know that?" "David, relax. They know all that. They're living it. Believe me, they know." Walt stood up and put his arm about David's shoulders. "We've done it, David. Can't you understand that? We made it happen. Even if there are only 3 fertile girls now, they could have up to 30 babies, David. And the next generation will have more who will be fertile. We have done it, David. Let them carry it now if they want to." By the end of summer, 2 of the 4 girls were pregnant. There was a celebration in the valley that was as frenetic as any 4th of July holiday any of the older people could remember. The apples were turning red on the trees when Walt became too ill to leave his room. 2 more girls were pregnant. One of them was a 5. Every day David spent hours with Walt, no longer wanting to work at all in the laboratory, feeling an outsider in the classrooms, where the 1s were gradually taking over. "You might have to deliver those babies come spring," Walt said, grinning. "Might start a class in delivery procedures. Walt 3 is ready, I guess." "We'll manage," David said. "Don't worry about it. I expect you'll be there." Maybe. Walt closed his eyes for a moment and said, "You were right about them, David. They're up to something." David leaned forward and involuntarily lowered his voice. "What do you know?" Walt looked at him and shook his head. "About as much as you did when you first came to me early this summer. David, find out what they're doing in the lab, and find out what they think about the pregnant girls. Harry tells me they have devised a new immersion suspension system that doesn't require artificial placentas. They're adding them as fast as they can." He sighed. "Harry is cracked, David. Senile or crazy. W1 can't do anything for him." David stood up, but hesitated. "Walt, I think it's time you told me. What's wrong with you?" "Get out of here, damn it!" Walt said, but the timbre of his voice was gone. The force that should have propelled David from the room was not there. David walked by the river for a long time. Find out. How? He hadn't been in the lab for weeks, months perhaps. No one needed him there any longer. The winters were getting colder, starting earlier, lasting longer, with more snows than he could remember from childhood. As soon as man stopped adding his megatons of filth to the atmosphere, he thought, the atmosphere had reverted to what it must have been long ago. Moister weather summer and winter, more stars than he had ever seen before, the sky a clear, endless blue by day, velvet blue-black at night, with blazing stars that modern man had never seen. The hospital wing where W1 and W2 were working now was ablaze with lights when David turned toward it. As he neared the hospital, he began to hurry. There were too many lights, and he could see people moving behind the windows. Too many people. Elders. Margaret met him in the lobby. She was weeping silently, oblivious of the tears that ran erratically down her cheeks. She wasn't yet 50, but she looked older. She looked like an elder, David thought with a pang. When had they started calling themselves that? Was it because they had to differentiate somehow, and none of them had permitted himself to call the others what they were? Clones, he said to himself vehemently. Clones! Not quite human. What happened, Margaret? She clutched his arm, but couldn't speak, and he looked over her head at Warren, who was pale and shaking. What happened? Accident down at the mill. Jeremy and Eddie are dead. A couple of the young people were hurt. Don't know how bad. They're in there. He pointed toward the operating room wing. They left Clarence, just walked away and left him. We brought him up, but I don't know. He shook his head. They just left him there and brought up their own. David put Margaret aside and ran down the hall toward the emergency room. Sarah was working over Clarence, while several of the elders moved back and forth to keep out of her way without leaving entirely. David breathed a sigh of relief. Sarah had worked with Walt for years. She would be the next best thing to a doctor. He flung his coat off and hurried to her. What can I do? It's his back, she said tightly. She was very pale, but her hands were steady as she swabbed a long gash on Clarence's leg and put a heavy pad over it. This needs stitches, but I'm afraid it's his back. Broken? I think so. Internal injuries. Where the hell is W1 or W2? With their own. They have 2 injuries, I think. She put his hand over the pad. Hold it tight a minute. She used her stethoscope deliberately, peered into Clarence's eyes, and finally straightened and said, I can't do a thing for him. Stitch his leg. I'm going to get W1. David strode down the hall fast, not seeing any of the elders who moved out of his way. At the door to the operating room, he was stopped by 3 of the young men. He saw an H3 and said to him, We have a man who's probably dying. Where's W2? Who? H3 asked, almost innocently. David couldn't think of the name immediately. He stared at the young face, and he felt his fist tighten. You know damn well who I mean. We need a doctor, and you have 1 or 2 in there. I'm going to bring one of them out. He became aware of movement, and turned to see 4 more of them approaching, 2 girls, 2 boys. Interchangeable, he thought. It didn't matter which ones did what. Tell him I want him, he said harshly. One of the newcomers was a CL2, he realized, and still more harshly he said, It's Clarence. Sarah thinks his back is broken. CL2 didn't change his expression. They had moved very close. They encircled him, and behind him H3 said, As soon as they're through in there, I'll tell them, David. And David knew there was nothing he could do. Nothing at all. He stared at their smooth young faces, so familiar, living memories every one of them, like walking through his own past, seeing his aged and aging cousins rejuvenated, but with something missing. Familiar and alien, known and unknowable. Behind H3, the swinging door opened, and W1 came out, still in surgical gown and mask, now down about his throat. I'll come now, he said, and the small group opened for him. He didn't look at David, after dismissing him with 1 glance. David followed him to the emergency room and watched his deft hands as he felt Clarence's body, tested for reflexes, probed confidently along the spinal column. I'll operate, he said, and that same confidence came through with the words. He motioned for S1 and W2 to bring Clarence, and left once more. Sarah had moved back out of the way, and now she slowly turned and stripped off the gloves she had put on in preparing to stitch up the leg wound. Warren watched the 2 young people cover Clarence, strap him securely, and wheel him out the door. No one spoke. Sarah methodically started to clean up the emergency room equipment. Sarah finished her tasks and looked uncertainly about for something else to do. "Will you take Margaret home and put her to bed?" David asked. She looked at him gratefully and nodded. When she was gone, David turned to Warren. "Someone has to see to the bodies, clean them up, prepare for burial." "Sure, David," Warren said in a heavy voice. "I'll get Avery and Sam. We'll take care of it. I'll just go get them now, and we'll take care of it. David, what have we done?" and his voice that had been too heavy, too dead, became almost shrill. "What are they?" "What do you mean?" "When the accident happened, I was down to the mill, having a bite with Avery. He was just finishing up down there. A section of the floor caved in, you know that old part where we should have put in a new floor last year, or year before. It gave way somehow, and suddenly there they were, the kids, out of nowhere. No one had time to go get them, to yell for them. Nothing, but there they were. They got their own two out of there and up to the hospital like their tails was on fire, David. Out of nowhere!" Several of the elders were still in the waiting room when David went there. Lucy and Vernon were sitting near the window, staring out at the black night. Since Clarence's wife had died, he and Lucy had lived together, not as man and wife, but for companionship, because as children they had been as close as brother and sister, and now each needed someone to cling to. Sometimes sister, sometimes mother, sometimes daughter, Lucy had fussed over him, sewed for him, fetched and carried for him, and now, if he died, what would she do? David went to her and took her cold hand. She was very thin, with dark hair that hadn't started to grey, and deep blue eyes that had twinkled with merriment once, a long, long time ago. "Go on home, Lucy. I'll wait, and as soon as there is anything to tell you, I promise I'll come." She continued to stare at him. David turned toward Vernon helplessly. Vernon's brother had been killed in the accident, but there was nothing to say to him. "Let her be," Vernon said. "She has to wait." David sat down, still holding Lucy's hand. After a moment or so, she pulled it free gently, and clutched it herself until both of her hands were white-knuckled. None of the young people came near the waiting room. David wondered where they were waiting to hear about the condition of their own. Or maybe they didn't have to wait anywhere. Maybe they would just know. He pushed the thought aside angrily, not believing it, not able to be rid of it. A long time later, W1 entered and said to no one in particular, "He's resting. He'll sleep until tomorrow afternoon. Go on home now." Lucy stood up. "Let me stay with him, in case he needs something or there's a change." "He won't be left alone," W1 said. He turned toward the door, paused and glanced back, and said to Vernon, "I'm sorry about your brother." Then he left. Lucy stood undecided until Vernon took her arm. "I'll see you home," he said, and she nodded. David watched them leave together. He turned off the light in the waiting room and walked slowly down the hall, not planning anything, not thinking about going home or anywhere else. He found himself outside the office that W1 used, and he knocked softly. W1 opened the door. He looked tired, David thought, and wasn't sure that his surprise was warranted. Of course he should be tired. 3 operations. He looked like a young, tired Walt, too keyed up to go to sleep immediately, too fatigued to walk off the tension. "Can I come in?" David asked, hesitantly. W1 nodded and moved aside, and David entered. He never had been inside this office. "Clarence will not live," W1 said suddenly, and his voice, behind David, because he had not yet moved from the door, was so like Walt's that David felt a thrill of something that might have been fear, or more likely, he told himself, just surprise again. "I did what I could," W1 said. He walked around his desk and sat down. W1 sat quietly, with none of the nervous mannerisms that Walt exhibited, none of the finger-tapping that was as much a part of Walt's conversation as his words. No pulling his ears or rubbing his nose. A Walt with something missing, David thought. They all had something missing, a dead area. Now, with fatigue drawing his face, W1 sat unmoving, waiting patiently for David to begin, much the same way an adult might wait for a hesitant child to initiate a conversation. "How did your people know about the accident?" David asked. "No one else knew." W1 shrugged. A time-consumer question, he seemed to imply. "We just knew." "What are you doing in the lab now?" David asked, and heard a strained note in his voice. Somehow he had been made to feel like an interloper. His question sounded like idle chatter. "Perfecting the methods," W1 said. "The usual thing." And something else, David thought, but he didn't press it.
The equipment should be in excellent shape for another 10 years or more, he said. And the methods, while probably not the best conceivable, are efficient enough. Why tamper now when the experiment seems to be proving itself? For a moment he thought he saw a flicker of surprise cross W1's face, but it was gone too swiftly, and once more the smooth mask revealed nothing. Remember when one of your women killed one of us a long time ago, David? Hilda murdered the child of her own likeness. We all shared that death, and we realized that each of you was alone. We're not like you, David. I think you know it, but now you must accept it. He stood up. And we won't go back to what you have. David stood up also, and his legs felt curiously weak. He gripped the edge of the desk. What exactly do you mean? Sexual reproduction isn't the only answer. Just because the higher organisms evolved to it doesn't mean it's the best. Each time a species has died out, there has been another higher one to replace it. Cloning is one of the worst ways for a higher species, David said. It stifles diversity. The weakness in his legs seemed to be climbing, and he felt his hands start to tremble. He clenched the desk harder. That's assuming diversity is beneficial. Perhaps it isn't, W1 said. You pay a high price for individuality. There is still the decline and the inevitable slide to extinction. Have you got around that? David wanted suddenly to end this conversation, to hurry from the sterile office and the smooth, unreadable face with the sharp eyes that seemed to know what he was feeling. Not yet, W1 said slowly, but we have the fertile members to fall back on until we do. He moved around his desk and walked toward the door. I have to check my patients, he said, and held the door open for David. Before I leave, David said, will you tell me what is the matter with Walt? Don't you know? W1 shook his head. I keep forgetting you don't tell each other things, do you? He has cancer. Inoperable. It metastasized. He's dying, David. I thought you knew that. David walked blankly for an hour or more, and finally found himself in his room, exhausted, unwilling yet to go to bed. He sat at his window until dawn, and then he went to Walt's room. When Walt woke up, he reported what W1 had told him. They'll use the fertile ones only to replenish their supply of clones, he said. The humans among them will be pariahs. They'll destroy what we worked so hard to create. Don't let them do it, David. For God's sake, don't let them do it. Walt's color was bad, and he was too weak to sit up. Vlasik's mad, so he'll be of no help. You have to stop them somehow. Bitterly he said, They want to take the easy way out, give up now when we know everything will work. David didn't know if he was sorry or glad that he had told Walt. No more secrets, he thought. Never again. I'll stop them somehow, he said. I don't know how or when, but soon. A 4 brought Walt's breakfast, and David returned to his room. He rested and slept fitfully for a few hours, then showered and went to the cave entrance, where he was stopped by a 2. I'm sorry, David, he said. Jonathan says that you need a rest, that you are not to work now. Wordlessly, David turned and left. Jonathan. W1. If they had decided to bar him from the lab, they could do it. He and Walt had planned it that way. The cave was impregnable. He thought of the elders, 44 of them left, and 2 of that number terminally ill. One of the remaining elders insane. 41 men. 29 women. 11 able-bodied men. 94 clones. He waited for days for Harry Vlasik to appear, but no one had seen him in weeks, and Vernon thought he was living in the lab. He had all his meals there. David gave that up. He found D1 in the dining room and offered his help in the lab. I'm too bored doing nothing, he said. I'm used to working 12 hours a day or more. You should rest now that there are others who can take the load off you, D1 said pleasantly. Don't worry about the work, David. It is going quite well. He moved away, and David caught his arm. Why won't you let me in? Haven't you learned the value of an objective opinion? D1 pulled away, and still smiling easily said, You want to destroy everything, David. In the name of mankind, of course. But still, we can't let you do that.
David let his hand fall and watched the young man, who might have been himself, go to the food servers and start putting dishes on his tray. "I'm working on a plan," he lied to Walt again and again in the weeks that followed. Daily Walt grew feebler, and now he was in great pain. David's father was with Walt most of the time now. He was grey and aged, but in good health. He talked of their boyhood, of the coming hunting season, of the recession he feared might reduce his profits, of his wife who had been dead for 15 years. He was cheerful and happy, and Walt seemed to want him there. In March, W1 sent for David. He was in his office. "It's about Walt," he said. "We should not let him continue to suffer. He has done nothing to deserve this." "He is trying to last until the girls have their babies," David said. "He wants to know." "But it doesn't matter any longer," W1 said patiently, "and meanwhile he suffers." David stared at him with hatred. W1 continued to watch him for several more moments, then said, "We will decide." The next morning it was found that Walt had died in his sleep. It was greening time. The willows were the first to show nebulous traceries of green along the graceful branches. Forsythias and flaming bushes were in bloom, brilliant yellows and scarlets against the grey background. The river was high with spring runoffs up north and heavy March rains, but it was an expected high, not dangerous, not threatening this year. The air had a balminess that had been missing since September. The air was soft and smelled of wet woods and fertile earth. David sat on the slope overlooking the farm. There were calves in the field, and they looked the way spring calves always looked, thin legs, awkward, slightly stupid. No fields had been worked yet, but the garden was green, pale lettuce, blue-green kale, green spears of onions, dark green cabbage. The newest wing of the hospital, not yet painted, crude compared to the finished brick buildings, was being used already, and he could even see some of the young people at the windows studying. They had the best teachers, themselves, and the best students. They learned amazingly well from one another, better than they had in the early days. They came out of the school in matched sets, 4 of this, 3 of that, 2 of another. He sought and found 3 Celias. He could no longer tell them apart. They were all grown-up Celias now, and indistinguishable. He watched them with no feeling of desire. No hatred moved him, no love. They vanished into the barn, and he looked up over the farm into the hills on the other side of the valley. The ridges were hazy and had no sharp edges anywhere. They looked soft and welcoming. Soon, he thought, soon, before the dogwoods bloomed. The night the first baby was born, there was another celebration. The elders talked among themselves, laughed at their own jokes, drank wine. The clones left them alone and partied at the other end of the room. When Vernon began to play his guitar and dancing started, David slipped away. He wandered on the hospital grounds for a few minutes, as though aimlessly, and then, when he was certain no one had followed him out, he began to trot toward the mill and the generator. 6 hours, he thought. 6 hours without electricity would destroy everything in the lab. David approached the mill cautiously, hoping the rushing creek would mask any sound he might make. The building was 3 stories high, very large, with windows 10 feet above ground, on the level where the offices were. The ground floor was filled with machinery. In the back, the hill rose sharply. David could reach the windows by bracing himself on the steep incline and steadying himself with one hand on the building. He found a window that went up easily when he pushed it, and in a moment he was inside a dark office. He closed the window, and then, moving slowly with his hands outstretched to avoid any obstacle, crossed the room to the door and opened it a crack. The mill was never left unattended, but he hoped that those on duty tonight would be down with the machinery. The offices and hallway formed a mezzanine overlooking the dimly lighted well. Grotesque shadows made the hallway strange, with deep pools of darkness and places where he would be clearly visible should anyone happen to look up at the right moment. Suddenly David stiffened. Voices. He slipped his shoes off and opened the door wider. The voices were below him. Soundlessly he ran toward the control room, keeping close to the wall.
He was almost to the door when the lights came on all over the building. There was a shout, and he could hear them running up the stairs. He made a dash for the door and yanked it open, slammed it behind him. There was no way to lock it. He pushed a file cabinet an inch or so, gave up, and picked up a metal stool by its legs. He raised it and swung it hard against the main control panel. At the same moment he felt a crushing pain in his shoulders, and he stumbled and fell forward as the lights went out. He opened his eyes painfully. For a moment he could see nothing but a glare. Then he made out the features of a young girl. She was reading a book, concentrating on it. Dorothy? She was his cousin Dorothy. He tried to rise, and she looked up and smiled at him. "Dorothy, what are you doing here?" He couldn't get off the bed. On the other side of the room a door opened, and Walt came in, also very young, unlined, with his nice brown hair ruffled. David's head began to hurt, and he reached up to find bandages that came down almost to his eyes. Slowly memory came back, and he closed his eyes, willing the memory to fade away again, to let them be Dorothy and Walt. "How do you feel?" W1 asked. David felt the cool fingers on his wrist. "You'll be all right. A slight concussion, badly bruised, I'm afraid. You're going to be pretty sore for a while." Without opening his eyes, David asked, "Did I do much damage?" "Very little," W1 said. 2 days later, David was asked to attend a meeting in the cafeteria. His head was still bandaged, but with little more than a strip of adhesive now. His shoulder ached. He went to the cafeteria slowly, with 2 of the clones as escorts. Most of them were in the cafeteria. D1 stood up and offered David a chair at the front of the room. David accepted it silently and sat down to wait. D1 remained standing. "Do you remember our class discussions about instinct, David?" D1 asked. "We ended up agreeing that probably there are no instincts, only conditioned responses to certain stimuli. We have changed our minds about that. We agree now that there is still the instinct to preserve one's species. Preservation of the species is a very strong instinct, a drive, if you will." He looked at David and asked, "What are we to do with you?" "Don't be an ass," David said sharply. "You are not a separate species." D1 didn't reply. None of them moved. They were watching him quietly, intelligently, dispassionately. David stood up and pushed his chair back. "Then let me work. I'll give you my word of honor that I won't try to disrupt anything again." D1 shook his head. "We discussed that, but we agreed that this instinct of preservation of the species would override your word of honor, as it would our own." David felt his hands clench, and he straightened his fingers, forced them to relax. "Then you have to kill me." "We talked about that, too," D1 said gravely. "We don't want to do it. We owe you too much. In time we will erect statues to you, Walt, Harry. We have very carefully recorded all of your efforts in our behalf. Our gratitude and affection for you won't permit us to kill you." David looked about the room again, picking out familiar faces. Dorothy, Walt, Vernon, Margaret, Herbie, Celia. They all met his gaze without flinching. Here and there one of them smiled at him faintly. "You tell me, then," he said finally. "You have to go away," D1 said. "You will be escorted for 3 days downriver. There is a cart loaded with food, seeds, a few tools. The valley is fertile. The seeds will do well. It is a good time of year for starting a garden." W2 was one of the 3 who accompanied him for the first 3 days. They didn't speak. The boys took turns pulling the cart of supplies. David didn't offer to pull it. At the end of the 3rd day, on the other side of the river from the Sumner farm, they left him. W2 lingered a moment and said, "They wanted me to tell you, David. One of the girls you call Celia has conceived. One of the boys you call David impregnated her. They wanted you to know." Then he turned and joined the others. They vanished among the trees very quickly. David slept where they had left him, and in the morning he continued south, leaving the cart behind, taking only enough food for the next few days. He stopped once to look at a maple seedling sheltered among the pines. He touched the soft green leaves very gently. On the 6th day he reached the Whiston farm. Alive in his memory was the day he had waited there for Celia. The white oak tree that was his friend was the same, perhaps larger. He couldn't tell. He could not see the sky through its branches covered with new, vivid green leaves. He made a lean-to, and slept under the tree that night, and the next morning he told it good-bye solemnly, and began to climb the slopes overlooking the farm. The house was still there, but the barn was gone, and the other outbuildings, swept away by the flood they had made so long ago. He reached the antique forest late in the afternoon. He watched a flying insect beat its wings almost lazily, and remembered his grandfather telling him that even the insects here were primitive, slower than their more advanced cousins, less adaptable to hot weather, dry spells. It was misty and very cool under the trees. The insect had settled on a leaf spread out horizontally to catch what sun it could. In the golden sunlight, the insect was also golden. For a brief moment, David thought he heard a bird's trill, a thrush. It was gone too fast to be certain, and he shook his head. Wishful thinking. No more than wishful thinking. In the antique forest, a cove forest, the trees waited, keeping their genes intact, ready to move down the slopes when the conditions were right for them again. David stretched out on the ground under the great trees and slept, and in the cool, misty milieu of his dream, saurians walked, and a bird sang. Joanna Russ. Souls. Like Kate Wilhelm and R.A. Lafferty, Joanna Russ began selling in the late 50s, but did not become widely known until the late 60s. Unlike Wilhelm, who served a long apprenticeship while learning her craft, even Russ's early work displayed the same kind of wit, sophistication, and elegance of style that would characterize her later work. And the best of it, stories like My Dear Emily, There Is Another Shore, You Know Upon the Other Side, and The New Men, holds up well even today. Almost all of Russ's early work is fantasy, much of it about vampires. 1962's My Dear Emily remains one of the most stylish and fascinating vampire stories of modern times, and she might have established a reputation years earlier than she did if she had steadily continued to produce work like this. But her output was sparse throughout the first half of the decade, and mostly overlooked. Even at her peak of production, Russ was never a prolific writer, even when compared to a careful craftsman like Wilhelm, let alone to the high-production sausage factories that have always been common in the genre. By 1967, Russ began attracting attention with her Alex stories, which at first seemed to be merely better-than-usual sword and sorcery stories, featuring a tough-minded and wily female cut-purse, rather than the usual male hero, sort of the Grey Mouser in drag. This may seem an obvious enough reversal now, when the fantasy genre is flooded with sword-swinging Amazons and swashbuckling women adventurers, but it was radical stuff at the time, with even Damon Knight saying that before Russ he would have thought that nobody could get away with a series of heroic fantasies of prehistory in which the central character, the barbarian adventurer, is a woman. The Alex stories veered suddenly into science fiction, with The Barbarian in Orbit 3, in which Alex outwits a degenerate time-traveler, and then Alex herself was snatched out of the past and thrown into a decadent and fascinating future for Russ's first novel, 1968's Picnic on Paradise, the work with which she made her first significant impact on the field, and a work which even now strikes me as one of the best novels of the late 60s. By the early 70s, Russ had published her complex second novel, And Chaos Died, by turns brilliantly effective and opaque almost to the point of deliberate obscurity, won a Nebula Award for her controversial feminist story, When It Changed, and was producing work like the brilliant Nobody's Home, a sleek, sly, and blackly witty story that was more sophisticated in its depiction of what the society of the future was going to be like, and, more importantly, what the people who lived in it were going to be like, than anything else the genre would see until the best work of young Turks such as William Gibson and Bruce Sterling in the mid-'80s. By the early 70s, Russ was also, in some circles at least,
one of the most hated writers in the business. I'm not quite sure why, since there were other writers around who were producing work that ostensibly seemed much further from the aesthetic center of the field. Perhaps it was her large body of critical work. She was the regular reviewer for F&SF at one point, in which she would express a lot of unpopular opinions, although her often incisive criticism can be shown to have had a demonstrable effect on other writers, such as Le Guin. Maybe it was just that she was an uppity woman who wouldn't stay in her place. Later, when she published her fierce and passionate feminist novel The Female Man in 1975, she became a bête noire of unparalleled blackness, practically the Antichrist. Perhaps all this furor, added to the general malaise of the late 70s, contributed to her slow drift out of the field. She published 2 more books in the next 3 years, including her weakest novel, 1977's We Who Are About To, and then fell silent for several years. She returned to SF in 1982 with a stunning novella that follows, The Intricate, Compassionate, and Tough-Minded Souls, which won her a well-deserved Hugo Award. Souls was generally received with great enthusiasm, as were the other stories that went into making up her novel, Extraordinary People. It's really a short story collection, in my opinion, in spite of the perhaps overly clever interstitial bits that are supposed to knit it into a novel, and contains one other marvelous story, The Mystery of the Young Gentleman, that I like almost as well as Souls. But it seems that Russ is doomed always to be a controversial author. This time, ironically, instead of the conservative wing, it was the young leftist radical new writers who fiercely attacked her, with Souls in particular coming in for some exceptionally fierce and sneering criticism. Russ, it seemed, was suddenly a card-carrying member of the fat and complacent establishment, and proving it by winning Hugo Awards. Almost nothing has been heard of from Russ in SF since then, perhaps not surprisingly, but I personally miss her work, and hope that she will decide to take another tour of duty on the barricades sometime in the 90s. At her best, she was one of the best writers ever to work in the field, and one of those who helped to shape it the most profoundly. Russ's other books include the novel The Two of Them, the collections The Zanzibar Cat, The Adventures of Alex, and The Hidden Side of the Moon, and the critical works Magic Mamas, Trembling Sisters, Puritans and Perverts, and How to Suppress Women's Writing. Deprived of other banquet, I entertained myself. Emily Dickinson. This is the tale of the Abbess Radegunda, and what happened when the Norsemen came. I tell it not as it was told to me, but as I saw it. For I was a child then, and the abbess had made a pet and errand-boy of me, although the stern old wardress, Cunnigant, who had outlived the previous abbess, said I was more in the abbey than out of it, and a scandal. But the abbess would only say mildly, "Dear Cunnigant, a scandal at the age of 7?" which was turning it off with a joke, for she knew how harsh and disliking my new stepmother was to me, and my father did not care, and I with no sisters or brothers. You must understand that joking and calling people dear and my dear was only her manner. She was in every way an unusual woman. The previous abbess, Herada, had found that Radegunda, who had been given to her to be fostered, had great gifts, and so sent the child south to be taught, and that has never happened here before. The story has it that the abbess Herada found Radegunda seeming to read the great illuminated book in the abbess's study. The child had somehow pulled it off its stand and was sitting on the floor with the volume in her lap, sucking her thumb and turning the pages with her other hand, just as if she were reading. "Little 2 years," said the abbess Herada, who was a kind woman. "What are you doing?" She thought it amusing, I suppose, that Radegunda should pretend to read this great book, the largest and finest in the abbey, which had many, many books, more than any other nunnery or monastery I have ever heard of. A full 40, then, as I remember. And then little Radegunda was doing the book no harm. "Reading, mother," said the little girl. "Oh, reading," said the abbess, smiling. "Then tell me, what are you reading?" And she pointed to the page. "This," said Radegunda, "is a great D, with flowers and other beautiful things about it. which is to show that Dominus, our Lord God, is the greatest thing and the most beautiful, and makes everything to grow and be beautiful. And then it goes on to say, Domine nobis pacem, which means, give peace to us, O Lord.
Then the abbess began to be frightened, but she said only,
Who showed you this? Thinking that Radagunda had heard someone read and tell the words, or had been pestering the nuns on the sly. No one, said the child. Shall I go on? And she read page after page of the Latin, in each case telling what the words meant.
There is more to the story, but I will say only that after many prayers, the Abbess Harada sent her foster daughter far southwards, even to Poitiers, where Saint Radagunda had ruled an abbey before, and some say even to Rome. And in these places Radagunda was taught all learning, for all the learning there is in the world remains in these places. Radagunda came back a grown woman, and nursed the abbess through her last illness, and then became abbess in her turn. They say that the great folk of the church down there in the south wanted to keep her because she was such a prodigy of female piety and learning, there where life is safe and comfortable and less rude than it is here. But she said that the grey skies and flooding winters of her birthplace called to her very soul. She often told me the story when I was a child, how headstrong she had been and how defiant, and how she had sickened so desperately for her native land that they had sent her back, deciding that a rude life in the mud of a northern village would be a good cure for such a rebellious soul as hers.
And so it was, she would say, patting my cheek or tweaking my ear. See how humble I am now?
For you understand, all this about her rebellious girlhood, 20 years back, was a kind of joke between us.
Don't you do it, she would tell me, and we would laugh together.
I so heartily at the very idea of my being a pious monk full of learning that I would hold my sides and be unable to speak. She was kind to everyone. She knew all the languages, not only ours, but the Irish too, and the tongues folk speak to the north and south, and Latin and Greek also, and all the other languages in the world, both to read and write. She knew how to cure sickness, both the old women's way with herbs or leeches, and out of books also. And never was there a more pious woman. Some speak ill of her now she's gone, and say she was too merry to be a good abbess. But she would say, merriment is God's flowers, and when the winter wind blew her headdress awry and showed the grey hair, which happened once, I was there and saw the shocked faces of the sisters with her, she merely tapped the band back into place, smiling and saying, Impudent wind, thou showest thou hast power which is more than our silly human power, for it is from God. And this quite satisfied the girls with her. No one ever saw her angry. She was impatient sometimes, but in a kindly way, as if her mind were elsewhere. It was in heaven, I used to think, for I have seen her pray for hours or sink to her knees, right in the marsh, to see the wild duck fly south, her hands clasped and a kind of wild joy on her face, only to rise a moment later, looking at the mud on her habit and crying half ruefully, half in laughter, Oh, what will Sister Laundress say to me? I am hopeless. Dear child, tell no one. I will say I fell. And then she would clap her hand to her mouth, turning red and laughing even harder, saying, I am hopeless, telling lies. The town thought her a saint, of course. We were all happy then, or so it seems to me now, and all lucky and well, with this happiness of having her amongst us, burning and blooming in our midst like a great fire around which we could all warm ourselves, even those who didn't know why life seemed so good. There was less illness, the food was better, the very weather stayed mild, and people did not quarrel as they had before her time and do again now. Nor do I think, considering what happened at the end, that all this was nothing but the fancy of a boy who's found his mother, for that's what she was to me. I brought her all the gossip and ran errands when I could, and she called me Boy News in Latin. I was happier than I have ever been. And then, one day, those terrible beaked prows appeared in our river. I was with her when the warning came in the main room of the Abbey Tower, just after the first fire of the year had been lit in the great hearth. We thought ourselves safe, for they had never been seen so far south, and it was too late in the year for any sensible shipman to be in our waters. The Abbey was host to 3 Irish priests, who turned pale when young Sister Shibid burst in with the news, crying and wringing her hands. One of the brothers exclaimed a thing in Latin, which means, God protect us, for they had been telling us stories of the terrible sack of the monastery of St. Columbanus, and how everyone had run away with the precious manuscripts or had hidden in the woods, and that was how Father Cairbre and the 2 others had decided to go walk the world. For this, the abbess had been telling it all to me, for I had no Latin, is what the Irish say when they leave their native land to travel elsewhere. God protects our souls, not our bodies, said the Abbess Radagunda briskly. She had been talking with the priests in their own language, or in the Latin, but this she said in ours, so even the women workers from the village would understand. Then she said, Father Cairbre, take your friends and the younger sisters to the underground passages. Sister Demoud, open the gates to the villagers. Half of them will be trying to get behind the abbey walls, and the others will be fleeing to the marsh. You, Boy News, down to the cellars with the girls. But I did not go, and she never saw it. She was up and looking out one of the window slits instantly. So was I. I had always thought the Norsemen's big ships came right up on land, on legs, I supposed, and was disappointed to see that after they came up our river they stayed in the water like other ships, and the men were coming ashore by wading in the water, just as if they had been like all other folk. Then the abbess repeated her order, Quickly, quickly! And before anyone knew what had happened, she was gone from the room. I watched from the tower window. In the turmoil, nobody bothered about me. Below, the abbey grounds and gardens were packed with folk, all stepping on the herb plots and the abbess's pestum roses, and great logs were being dragged to bar the door set in the stone walls round the abbey. Not high walls, to tell truth, and Radagunda was going quickly through the crowd, crying, Do this, do that! Stay, thou! Go, thou! And like things. Then she reached the door and motioned Sister Otta, the doorkeeper, aside. The old sister actually fell to her knees in entreaty. And all this, you must understand, was wonderfully pleasant to me. I had no more idea of danger than a puppy. There was some tumult by the door. I think the men with the logs were trying to get in our way, and Abbess Radagunda took out from the neck of her habit her silver crucifix, brought all the way from Rome, and shook it impatiently at those who would keep her in. So, of course, they let her through at once. I settled into my corner of the window, waiting for the abbess's crucifix to bring down God's lightning on those tall, fair men who defied our Saviour and the law, and were supposed to wear animal horns on their heads, though these did not. And I found out later that's just a story. That is not what the Norse do. I did hope that the abbess of our Lord would wait just a little while before destroying them, for I wanted to get a good look at them before they all died, you understand. I was somewhat disappointed, as they seemed to be wearing breeches with leggings under them, and tunics on top like ordinary folk, and cloaks also, though some did carry swords and axes, and there were round shields piled on the beach at one place. But the long hair they had was fine, and the bright colours of their clothes, and the monsters growing out of the heads of the ships were splendid and very frightening, even though one could see that they were only painted, like the pictures in the abbess's books. I decided that God had provided me with enough edification, and could now strike down the impious strangers. But he did not. Instead, the abbess walked alone towards these fierce men, over the stony river-bank, as calmly as if she were on a picnic with her girls. She was singing a little song, a pretty tune that I repeated many years later, and a well-travelled man said it was a Norse cradle song. I didn't know that then, but only that the terrible fair men, who had looked up in surprise at seeing one lone woman come out of the abbey, which was barred behind her, I could see that, now began a sort of whispering astonishment among themselves. I saw the abbess's gaze go quickly from one to the other. We often said that she could tell what was hidden in the soul from one look at the face. And then she picked the skirt of her habit up with one hand, and daintily went among the rocks to one of the men, one older than the others, as it proved later, though I could not see so well at the time, and said to him in his own language, "Welcome, Turval Einarsson. And what do you, good farmer, so far from your own place, with the harvest ripe and the great autumn storms coming on over the sea?" You may wonder how I knew what she said when I had no Norse. The truth is that Father Cairbre, who had not gone to the cellars after all, was looking out the top of the window while I was barely able to peep out the bottom, and he repeated everything that was said for the folk in the room, who all kept very quiet.
Now you could see that the pirates were dumbfounded to hear her speak their own language, and even more so that she called one by his name. Some stepped backwards and made strange signs in the air, and others unsheathed axes or swords and came running towards the abbess. But this Torvald Einarsson put up his hand for them to stop, and laughed heartily.
"Think," he said. "There's no magic here, only cleverness. What pair of ears could miss my name with a lot of you bawling out, 'Torvald Einarsson, help me with this oar! Torvald Einarsson, my leggings are wet to the knees! Torvald Einarsson, this stream is as cold as a Fimbulvinter!'"
The Abbess Radagunda nodded and smiled. Then she sat down plump on the river-bank. She scratched behind one ear, as I had often seen her do when she was deep in thought. Then she said, and I am sure that this talk was carried on in a loud voice so that we in the Abbey could hear it, "Good friend Torvald, you are as clever as the tale I heard of you from your sister's son Ranulf, from whom I learnt the Norse when I was in Rome. And to show you it was he always swore by his grey horse Lamefoot, and he had a difficulty in his speech. He could not say the sounds as we do, and so spoke of you always as Torvald. Is that not so?" I did not realize it then, being only a child, but the abbess was, by this speech, claiming hospitality from the man, and had also picked by chance or inspiration the cleverest among these thieves and robbers, for his next words were,
"I am not the leader. There are no leaders here."
He was warning her that they were not his men to control, you see. So she scratched behind her ear again and got up. Then she began to wander, as if she did not know what to do. From one to the other of these uneasy folk, for some backed off and made signs at her still, and some took out their knives, singing her little tune again and walking slowly, more bent over and older and infirm-looking than we had ever seen her, one helpless little woman in black before all those fierce men. One wild young pirate snatched the headdress from her as she passed, leaving her short grey hair bare to the wind. The others laughed, and he that had done it cried out, "Grandmother, are you not ashamed?" "Why, good friend, of what?" she said mildly.
"Thou art married to thy Christ," he said, holding the headdress covering behind his back. "But this bridegroom of thine cannot even defend thee against the shame of having thy head uncovered. Now, if thou wert married to me—" There was much laughter. The Abbess Radagunda waited until it was over. Then she scratched her bare head and made as if to turn away, but suddenly she turned back upon him with the age and infirmity dropping from her as if they had been a cloak, seeming taller and very grand, as if lit from within by some great fire. She looked directly into his face. This thing she did was something we had all seen, of course, but they had not, nor had they heard that great, grand voice with which she sometimes read the Scriptures to us or talked with us of the wrath of God. I think the young man was frightened for all his daring, and I know now what I did not then, that the Norse admire courage above all things, and that, to be blunt, everyone likes a good story, especially if it happens right in front of your eyes. "Grandson," and her voice tolled like the great bell of God. I think folk must have heard her all the way to the marsh. "Little grandchild, thinkest thou that the Creator of the world, who made the stars and the moon and the sun and our bodies too, and the change of the seasons and the very earth we stand on, yea, even unto the shit in thy belly, thinkest thou that such a being has a big house in the sky where he keeps his wives and goes in to fuck them as thou wouldst thyself, or like the King of Turkey? Do not dishonour the wit of the mother who bore thee. We are the servants of God, not his wives, and if we tell our silly girls they are married to the Christ, it is to make them understand that they must not run off and marry Otto Farmer or Eckhart Blacksmith, but stick to their work as they promised. If I told them they were married to an idea, they would not understand me, and neither dost thou." Here Father Cairbre, above me in the window, muttered in a protesting way about something. Then the abbess snatched the silver cross from around her neck and put it into the boy's hand, saying, "Give this to thy mother with my pity. She must pull out her hair over such a child." But he let it fall to the ground. He was red in the face and breathing hard.
"Take it up," she said more kindly. "Take it up, boy. It will not hurt thee, and there's no magic in it. It's only pure silver and good workmanship. It will make thee rich." When she saw that he would not, his hand went to his knife. She titched to herself in a motherly way, or I believe she did, for she waved one hand back and forth, as she always did when she made that sound, and got down on her knees, with more difficulty than was truth, I think, saying loudly, "I will stoop, then, I will stoop," and got up, holding it out to him, saying, "Take. 2 sticks tied with a cord would serve me as well." The boy cried, his voice breaking, "My mother is dead, and thou art a witch!" And in an instant he had one arm around the abbess's neck, and with the other his knife at her throat. The man Turval Einarsson roared, "Thorfinn!" But the abbess only said clearly, "Let him be. I have shamed this man, but did not mean to. He is right to be angry." The boy released her and turned his back. I remember wondering if these strangers could weep. Later I heard, and I swear that the abbess must have somehow known this or felt it, for although she was no witch, she could probe at a man until she found the sore places in him, and that very quickly, that this boy's mother had been known for an adulteress, and that no man would own him as a son. It is one thing among those people for a man to have what the abbess called a concubine, and they do not hold the children of such in scorn as we do. But it is a different thing when a married woman has more than one man. Such was Thorfinn's case. I suppose that was what had sent him Viking, but all this came later. What I saw then, with my nose barely above the window slit, was that the abbess slipped her crucifix over the hilt of the boy's sword. She really wished him to have it, you see, and then walked to a place near the walls of the abbey, but far from the Norsemen. I think she meant them to come to her. I saw her pick up her skirts like a peasant woman, sit down with legs crossed, and say in a loud voice, "Come, who will bargain with me?" A few strolled over, laughing, and sat down with her. "All," she said, gesturing them closer. "And why should we all come?" said one who was farthest away. "Because you will miss a bargain," said the abbess. "Why should we bargain when we can take?" said another. "Because you will only get half," said the abbess. "The rest you will not find." "We will ransack the abbey," said a third. "Half the treasure is not in the abbey," said she. "And where is it, then?" said yet another. She tapped her forehead. They were drifting over by 2s and 3s. I have heard since that the Norse love riddles, and this was a sort of riddle. She was giving them good fun. "If it is in your head," said the man Turval, who was standing behind the others, arms crossed, "we can get it out, can we not?" And he tapped the hilt of his knife. "If you frighten me, I shall become confused and remember nothing," said the abbess calmly. "Besides, do you wish to play that old game? You saw how well it worked the last time. I am surprised at you, Ranulf's mother's brother." "I will bargain, then," said the man Turval, smiling. "And the rest of you?" said Radagunda. "It must be all or none. Decide for yourselves whether you wish to save yourselves trouble and danger, and be rich." And she deliberately turned her back on them. The men moved down to the river's edge and began to talk among themselves, dropping their voices so that we could not hear them any more. Father Cairbre, who was old and short-sighted, cried, "I cannot hear them. What are they doing?" And I cleverly said, "I have good eyes, Father Cairbre," and he held me up to see. So it was just at the time that the Abbess Radagunda was facing the abbey tower that I appeared in the window. She clapped one hand across her mouth. Then she walked to the gate and called, in a voice I had learned not to disregard, it had often got me a smacked bottom, "Boy News down! Come down to me here at once, and bring Father Cairbre with you." I was overjoyed. I had no idea that she might want to protect me if anything went wrong. My only thought was that I was going to see it all from wonderfully close by, so I wormed my way, half suffocated, through the folk in the tower room, stepping on feet and skirts, and having to say every few seconds, "But I have to. The abbess wants me." And meanwhile she was calling outside like an empress, "Let that boy through! Make a place for that boy!"
"Let the Irish priest through," until I crept and pushed and complained my way to the very wall itself. No one was going to open the gate for us, of course, and there was a great fuss, and finally someone brought a ladder. I was over at once, but the old priest took a longer time, although it was a low wall, as I've said, the builders having been somewhat of two minds about making the abbey into a true fortress. Once outside it was lovely, away from all that crowd, and I ran, gloriously pleased, to the abbess, who said only, "Stay by me, whatever happens," and immediately turned her attention away from me. It had taken so long to get Father Cairbre outside the walls that the tall foreign men had finished their talking and were coming back, all 20 or 30 of them, towards the abbey and the abbess Radagunda, and most especially of all, me. I could see Father Cairbre tremble. They did look grim close by, with their long wild hair and the brightness of their strange clothes. I remember that they smelled different from us, but cannot remember how, after all these years. Then the abbess spoke to them in that outlandish language of theirs, so strangely light and lilting to hear from their bearded lips. And then she said something in Latin to Father Cairbre, and he said to us with a shake in his voice, "This is the priest, Father Cairbre, who will say our bargains aloud in our own tongue so that my people may hear. I cannot deal behind their backs, and this is my foster baby, who is very dear to me, and who is now having his curiosity rather too much satisfied, I think." I was trying to stand tall like a man, but had one hand secretly holding on to her skirt, so that was what the foreign men had chuckled at. The talk went on, but I will tell it as if I had understood the Norse, for to repeat everything twice would be tedious. The abbess Radagunda said, "Will you bargain?" There was a general nodding of heads, with a look of, after all, why not? "And who will speak for you?" said she. A man stepped forward. I recognized Turval Einarsson. "Ah, yes," said the abbess dryly, "the company that has no leaders. Is this leaderless company agreed? Will it abide by its word? I want no treachery planners, no break-words here." There was a great mutter at this. The Turval man, he was big, close up, said mildly, "I sail with none such. Let's begin." We all sat down. "Now," said Turval Einarsson, raising his eyebrows, "according to my knowledge of this thing, you begin. And according to my knowledge, you will begin by saying that you are very poor." "But no," said the abbess. "We are rich." Father Cairbre groaned. A groan answered him from behind the abbey walls. Only the abbess and Turval Einarsson seemed unmoved. It was as if these two were joking in some way that no one else understood. The abbess went on, saying, "We are very rich. Within is much silver, much gold, many pearls, and much embroidered cloth, much fine woven cloth, much carved and painted wood, and many books with gold upon their pages and jewels set into their covers. All this is yours. But we have more and better. Herbs and medicines, ways to keep food from spoiling, the knowledge of how to cure the sick. All this is yours. And we have more and better even than this. We have the knowledge of Christ and the perfect understanding of the soul, which is yours too any time you wish. You have only to accept it." Turval Einarsson held up his hand. "We will stop with the first," he said, "and perhaps a little of the second. That is more practical." "And foolish," said the abbess politely, "in the usual way." And again I had the odd feeling that these two were sharing a joke no one else even saw. She added, "There is one thing you may not have, and that is the most precious of all." Turval Einarsson looked inquiring. "My people. Their safety is dearer to me than myself. They are not to be touched, not a hair on their heads, not for any reason. Think. You can fight your way into the abbey easily enough, but the folk in there are very frightened of you, and some of the men are armed. Even a good fighter is cumbered in a crowd. You will slip and fall upon each other without meaning to, or knowing that you do so. Heed my counsel. Why play butcher when you can have treasure poured into your laps like kings without work? And after that there will be as much again when I lead you to the hidden place. An earl's mountain of treasure. Think of it. And to give all this up for slaves, half of whom will get sick and die before you get them home, and will need to be fed if they are to be any good. Shame on you for bad advice-takers. Imagine what you will say to your wives and families. Here are a few miserable bolts of cloth with blood spots that won't come out. Here are some pearls and jewels smashed to powder in the fighting. Here is a torn piece of embroidery, which was whole until someone stepped on it in the battle. And I had slaves, but they died of illness, and I fucked a pretty young nun and meant to bring her back, but she leapt into the sea. And, oh yes, there was twice as much again, and all of it whole, but we decided not to take that. Too much trouble, you see. This was a lively story, and the Norsemen enjoyed it. Radagunda held up her hand. "People," she called in German, adding, "Sea rovers, hear what I say. I will repeat it for you in your tongue." And so she did. "People, if the Norsemen fight us, do not defend yourselves, but smash everything. Wives, take your cooking knives and shred the valuable cloth to pieces. Men, with your axes and hammers, hew the altars and the carved wood to fragments. All, grind the pearls and smash the jewels against the stone floors. Break the bottles of wine, pound the gold and silver to shapelessness. Tear to pieces the illuminated books. Tear down the hangings and burn them." "But," she added, her voice suddenly mild, "if these wise men will accept our gifts, let us heap untouched and spotless at their feet all that we have and hold nothing back, so that their kinsfolk will marvel and wonder at the shining and glistering of the wealth they bring back, though it leave us nothing but our bare stone walls." If anyone had ever doubted that the Abbess Radagunda was inspired by God, their doubts must have vanished away, for who could resist the fiery vigor of her first speech, or the beneficent unction of her second? The Norsemen sat there with their mouths open. I saw tears on Father Cairbrae's cheeks. Then Torvald Einarsson said, "Abbess." He stopped. He tried again, but again stopped. Then he shook himself as a man who has been under a spell, and said, "Abbess, my men have been without women for a long time." Radagunda looked surprised. She looked as if she could not believe what she had heard. She looked the pirate up and down, as if puzzled, and then walked around him as if taking his measure. She did this several times, looking at every part of his big body as if she were summing him up while he got redder and redder. Then she backed off and surveyed him again, and with her arms akimbo like a peasant announced very loudly in both Norse and German, "What? Have they lost the use of their hands?" It was irresistible, in its way. The Norse laughed. Our people laughed. Even Torvald laughed. I did too, though I was not sure what everyone was laughing about. The laughter would die down, and then begin again behind the abbey walls, helplessly, and again die down, and again begin. The abbess waited until the Norsemen had stopped laughing, and then called for silence in German until there were only a few snickers here and there. She then said, "These good men, Father Cairbrae, tell the people, these good men will forgive my silly joke. I meant no scandal, truly, and no harm, but laughter is good. It settles the body's waters, as the physicians say. And my people know that I am not always as solemn and good as I ought to be. Indeed, I am a very great sinner and scandal-maker. Torvald Einarsson, do we do business?" The big man, who had not been so pleased as the others, I can tell you, looked at his men and seemed to see what he needed to know. He said, "I go in with 5 men to see what you have. Then we let the poor folk on the grounds go, but not those inside the abbey. Then we search again. The gate will be locked and guarded by the rest of us. If there's any treachery, the bargain's off." "Then I will go with you," said Radagunda. "That is very just, and my presence will calm the people. To see us together will assure them that no harm is meant. You are a good man, Torvald. Forgive me, I call you as your nephew did so often. Come, boy news, hold on to me." "Open the gate," she called them. "All is safe." And with the 5 men, one of whom was that young Thorfinn who had hated her so, we waited while the great logs were pulled back. There was little space within, but the people shrank back at the sight of those fierce warriors and opened a place for us. I looked back, and the Norsemen had come in and were standing just inside the walls, on either side the gate, with their swords out and their shields up. The crowd parted for us more slowly as we reached the main tower, with the abbess repeating constantly, "Be calm, people, be calm, all is well," and deftly speaking by name to this one or that. It was much harder when the people gasped upon hearing the big logs pushed shut with a noise like thunder, and it was very close on the stairs. I heard her say something like an apology in the queer foreign tongue, something that probably meant, "I'm sorry that we must wait." It seemed an age until the stairs were even partly clear, and I saw what the abbess had meant by the cumbering of a crowd. A man might swing a weapon in the press of people, but not very far, and it was more likely he would simply fall over someone and crack his head. We gained the great room with a big crucifix of painted wood and the little one of pearls and gold, and the scarlet hangings worked in gold thread that I had played robbers behind so often before I learned what real robbers were. These tall, frightening men, whose eyes glistened with greed at what I had fancied every village had. Most of the sisters had stayed in the great room, but somehow it was not so crowded as the folk had huddled back against the walls when the Norsemen came in. The youngest girls were all in a corner, terrified. One could smell it, as one can in people, and when that young Turfin went for the little gold and pearl cross, Sister Shibid cried in a high, cracked voice, "It is the body of our Christ!" and leapt up, snatching it from the wall before he could get to it. "Shibid," exclaimed the abbess, in as sharp a voice as I had ever heard her use, "put that back, or you will feel the weight of my hand, I tell you." Now, it is odd, is it not, that a young woman, desperate enough not to care about death at the hands of a Norse pirate, should none the less be frightened away at the threat of getting a few slaps from her abbess? But folk are like that. Sister Shibid returned the cross to its place, from whence young Turfin took it, and fell back among the nuns, sobbing, "He desecrates our Lord God." "Foolish girl," snapped the abbess. "God only can consecrate or desecrate. Man cannot. That is a piece of metal." Turval said something sharp to Turfin, who slowly put the cross back on its hook with a sulky look which said, plainer than words, "Nobody gives me what I want." Nothing else went wrong in the big room, or the abbess's study, or the storerooms, or out in the kitchens. The Norsemen were silent and kept their hands on their swords, but the abbess kept talking in a calm way in both tongues. To our folk she said, "See, it is all right, but everyone must keep still. God will protect us." Her face was steady and clear, and I believed her a saint, for she had saved Sister Shibid and the rest of us. But this peacefulness did not last, of course. Something had to go wrong in all that press of people. To this day I do not know what. We were in a corner of the long refectory, which is the place where the sisters or brothers eat in an abbey, when something pushed me into the wall, and I fell, almost suffocated by the abbess's lying on top of me. My head was ringing, and on all sides there was a terrible roaring sound, with curses and screams, a dreadful tumult, as if the walls had come apart and were falling on everyone. I could hear the abbess whispering something in Latin over and over in my ear. There were dull, ripe sounds, worse than the rest, which I know now to have been the noise steel makes when it is thrust into bodies. This all seemed to go on forever, and then it seemed to me that the floor was wet. Then all became quiet. I felt the abbess Radagunda get off me. She said, "So this is how you wash your floors up north." When I lifted my head from the wet rushes and saw what she meant, I was very sick into the corner. Then she picked me up in her arms and held my face against her bosom so that I would not see, but it was no use. I had already seen. All the people lying about, sprawled on the floor with their bellies coming out like heaps of dead fish. Old Valafrit, with an axe-handle standing out of his chest. He was sitting up with his eyes shut in a press of bodies that gave him no room to lie down. And the young beekeeper, Uta, from the village, who had been so merry, lying on her back with her long braids and her gown all dabbled in red dye and a great stain of it on her belly. She was breathing fast and her eyes were wide open. As we passed her, the noise of her breathing ceased. The abbess said mildly, "Thy people are thorough housekeepers, Earl Splitgut." Torval Einarsson roared something at us, and the abbess replied softly, "Forgive me, good friend. You protected me and the boy, and I am grateful. But nothing betrays a man's knowledge of the German like a word that bites, is it not so? And I had to be sure." It came to me then that she had called him Torvald, and reminded him of his sister's son, so that he would feel he must protect us if anything went wrong. But now she would make him angry.
I thought, and I shut my eyes tight. Instead he laughed and said in odd, light German, "I did no housekeeping but to stand over you and your pet. Are you not grateful?" "Oh, very, thank you," said the abbess, with such warmth that she might show to a sister who had brought her a rose from the garden, or another who copied her work well, or when I told her news, or if Ita the cook made a good soup. But he did not know that the warmth was for everyone, and so seemed satisfied. By now we were in the garden, and the air was less foul. She put me down, although my limbs were shaking, and I clung to her gown, crumpled, stiff, and blood-reeking though it was. She said, "Oh, my God, what a deal of washing hast thou given us!" She started to walk towards the gate, and Torvald Einarsson took a step towards her. She said, without turning round, "Do not insist, Torvald. There is no reason to lock me up. I am 40 years old, and not likely to be running away into the swamp, what with my rheumatism and the pain in my knees and the folk needing me as they do." There was a moment's silence. I could see something odd come into the big man's face. He said quietly, "I did not speak, Abbess." She turned, surprised. "But you did. I heard you." He said strangely, "I did not." Children can guess sometimes what is wrong and what to do about it without knowing how. I remember saying very quickly, "Oh, she does that sometimes. My stepmother says old age has addled her wits." And then, "Abbess, may I go to my stepmother and my father?" "Yes, of course," she said. "Run along, boy news," and then stopped, looking into the air as if seeing in it something we could not. Then she said very gently, "No, my dear, you had better stay here with me." And I knew as surely as if I had seen it with my own eyes that I was not to go to my stepmother or my father, because both were dead. She did things like that, too, sometimes. For a while it seemed that everyone was dead. I did not feel grieved or frightened in the least, but I think I must have been, for I had only one idea in my head, that if I let the abbess out of my sight, I would die. So I followed her everywhere. She was let to move about and comfort people, especially the mad Shibud, who would do nothing but rock and wail, but towards nightfall, when the abbey had been stripped of its treasures, Torvald Einarsson put her and me in her study, now bare of its grand furniture, on a straw pallet on the floor, and bolted the door on the outside. She said, "Boy news, would you like to go to Constantinople, where the emperor is, and the domes of gold, and all the splendid pagans? For that is where this man will take me to sell me." "Oh, yes," said I, and then, "But will he take me too?" "Of course," said the abbess, and so it was settled. Then in came Torvald Einarsson, saying, "Thorfinn is asking for you." I found out later that they were waiting for him to die. None other of the Norse had been wounded, but a farmer had crushed Thorfinn's chest with an axe, and he was expected to die before morning. The abbess said, "Is that a good reason to go?" She added, "I mean that he hates me. Will not his anger at my presence make him worse?" Torvald said slowly, "The folk here say you can sit by the sick and heal them. Can you do that?" "To my knowledge, not at all," said the abbess Radagunda. "But if they believe so, perhaps that calms them and makes them better. Christians are quite as foolish as other people, you know." "I will come if you want." And though I saw that she was pale with tiredness, she got to her feet. I should say that she was in a plain brown gown, taken from one of the peasant women, because her own was being washed clean, but to me she had the same majesty as always, and for him too, I think. Torvald said, "Will you pray for him or damn him?" She said, "I do not pray, Torvald, and I never damn anybody. I merely sit." She added, "Oh, let him. He'll scream your ears off if you don't." And this meant me, for I was ready to yell for my life if they tried to keep me from her. They had put Thorfinn in the chapel, a little stone room with nothing left in it now but a plain wooden cross not worth carrying off. He was lying, his eyes closed, on the stone altar with furs under him, and his face was grey. Every time he breathed there was a bubbling sound, a little thin, reedy sound, and as I crept closer I saw why, for in the young man's chest was a great red hole with pink things sticking out of it, all crushed, and in the hole one could see something jump and fall, over and over again. It was his heart beating. Blood kept coming from his lips in a froth.
I do not know, of course, what either said, for they spoke in the Norse, but I saw what they did, and heard much of it talked of between the abbess and Turval Einarsson later, so I will tell it as if I knew.
The first thing the abbess did was to stop suddenly on the threshold and raise both hands to her mouth as if in horror. Then she cried furiously to the two guards, "Do you wish to kill your comrade with the cold and damp? Is this how you treat one another? Get fire in here and some woolen cloth to put over him. No, not more skins, you idiots. Wool to mold to his body and take up the wet. Run now." One said sullenly, "We don't take orders from you, Grandma." "Oh, no," said she. "Then I shall strip this wool dress from my old body and put it over that boy, and then sit here all night in my flabby naked skin. What will this child's soul say to God when it departs this flesh? That his friends would not give up a little of their booty so that he might fight for life? Is this your fellowship? Do it, or I will strip myself and shame you both for the rest of your lives."
"I'll take it from his share," said the one in a low voice, and the other ran out. Soon there was a fire on the hearth, and russet-coloured woolen cloth. "From my own share," said one of them loudly, though it was a colour the least costly, not like blue or red, and the abbess laid it loosely over the boy, carefully putting it close to his sides, but not moving him. He did not look to be in any pain, but his colour got no better. But then he opened his eyes and said in such a little voice as a ghost might have, a whisper as thin and reedy and bubbling as his breath, "You old witch, but I beat you in the end."
"Did you, my dear?" said the abbess. "How?"
"Treasure," he said, "for my kinfolk, and I lived as a man at last, fought, and had a woman. The one here with the big breasts, Shibid, whether she liked it or not, that was good."
"Yes, Shibid," said the abbess mildly. "Shibid has gone mad. She hears no one and speaks to no one. She only sits and rocks and moans and soils herself and will not feed herself, although if one puts food in her mouth with a spoon she will swallow." The boy tried to frown.
"Stupid," he said at last. "Stupid nuns. The beasts do it."
"Do they?" said the abbess, as if this were a new idea to her. "Now that is very odd. For never yet heard I of a gander that blacked the goose's eye, or hit her over the head with a stone, or stuck a knife in her entrails when he was through. When God puts it into their hearts to desire one another, she squats and he comes running, and a bitch in heat will jump through the window if you lock the door. Poor fools! Why didn't you camp 3 hours down river and wait? In a week half the young married women in the village would have been slipping away at night to see what the foreigners were like. Yes, and some unmarried ones, and some of my own girls, too, but you couldn't wait, could you?"
"No,"
said the boy, with the ghost of a brag.
"Better this way."
"This way," said she. "Oh, yes, my dear. Old Granny knows about this way. Pleasure for the count of 3 or 4, and the rest of it as much joy as rolling a stone uphill." He smiled a ghostly smile.
"You're a whore, Grandma."
She began to stroke his forehead. "No, grandbaby," she said. "But all Latin is not the Church Fathers, you know, great as they are. One can find a great deal in those strange books written by the ones who died centuries before our Lord was born. Listen." And she leaned closer to him and said quietly, "Syrian dancing girl, how subtly you sway those sensuous limbs, half drunk in the smoky tavern, lascivious and wanton, your long hair bound back in the Greek way, clashing the castanets in your hands." The boy was too weak to do anything but look astonished. Then she said this, "I love you so that anyone permitted to sit near you and talk to you seems to me like a god. When I am near you, my spirit is broken, my heart shakes, my voice dies, and I can't even speak. Under my skin I flame up all over, and I can't see. There's thunder in my ears, and I break out in a sweat as if from fever. I turn paler than cut grass and feel that I am utterly changed. I feel that death has come near me." He said, as if frightened, "Nobody feels like that." "They do," she said. He said in feeble alarm, "You're trying to kill me." She said, "No, my dear, I simply don't want you to die a virgin." It was odd, his saying those things, and yet holding on to her hand, where he had got it through the woolen cloth. She stroked his head, and he whispered, "Save me, old witch." "I'll do my best," she said. "You shall do your best by not talking, and I by not tormenting you any more, and we'll both try to sleep." "Pray," said the boy. "Very well," said she, "but I'll need a chair." And the guards, seeing, I suppose, that he was holding her hand, brought in one of the great wooden chairs from the abbey, which were too plain and heavy to carry off, I think. Then the abbess Radagunda sat in the chair and closed her eyes. Turfin seemed to fall asleep. I crept nearer her on the floor, and must have fallen asleep myself almost at once, for the next thing I knew a grey light filled the chapel, the fire had gone out, and someone was shaking Radagunda, who still slept in her chair, her head leaning to one side. It was Turval Einarsson, and he was shouting with excitement in his strange German, "Woman, how did you do it? How did you do it?" "Do what?" said the abbess thickly. "Is he dead?"
"Dead?" exclaimed the Norseman. "He is healed! Healed! The lung is whole, and all is closed up about the heart, and the shattered pieces of the ribs are grown together. Even the muscles of the chest are beginning to heal."
"That's good," said the abbess, still half asleep. "Let me be." Turval shook her again. She said again, "Oh, let me sleep." This time he hauled her to her feet, and she shrieked, "My back! My back! Oh, the saints, my rheumatism!" And at the same time a sick voice from under the blue woolens, a sick voice, but a man's voice, not ghost's, said something in Norse. "Yes, I hear you," said the abbess. "You must become a follower of the White Christ right away, this very minute. But, Dominus Noster, please do you put it into these brawny heads that I must have a tub of hot water with pennyroyal in it. I am too old to sleep all night in a chair, and I am one ache from head to foot." Turfin got louder. "Tell him," said the abbess Radagunda to Turval in German, "that I will not baptize him, and I will not shrive him until he is a different man. All that child wants is someone more powerful than your Odin god or your Thor god to pull him out of the next scrape he gets into. Ask him, will he adopt Shibid as his sister? Will he clean her when she soils herself, and feed her, and sit with his arm about her, talking to her gently and lovingly until she is well again? The Christ does not wipe out our sins, only to have us commit them all over again, and that is what he wants and what you all want. A God that gives and gives and gives, but God does not give. He takes and takes and takes. He takes away everything that is not God until there is nothing left but God, and none of you will understand that. There is no remission of sins. There is only change, and Turfin must change before God will have him.
"Abbess, you are eloquent," said Turval, smiling. "But why do you not tell him all this yourself?"
"Because I ache so," said Radagunda. "Oh, do get me into some hot water." And Turval half led and half supported her as she hobbled out. That morning, after she had had her soak, when I cried they'd let me stay just outside the door, she undertook to cure Shibid, first by rocking her in her arms and talking to her, telling her she was safe now, and promising that the Northmen would go soon, and then when Shibid became quieter, leading her out into the woods with Turval as a bodyguard to see that we did not run away, and little dark sister Helvik, who had stayed with Shibid and cared for her. The abbess would walk for a while in the mild autumn sunshine, and then she would direct Shibid's face upwards by touching her gently under the chin and say, "See, there is God's sky still." And then, "Look, there are God's trees. They have not changed," and telling her that the world was just the same, and God still kindly to folk. Only a few more souls had joined the blessed, and were happier waiting for us in heaven than we could ever be, or even imagine being, on the poor earth. Sister Helvik kept hold of Shibid's hand.
No one paid more attention to me than if I had been a dog, but every time poor Sister Shibud saw Turval, she would shrink away, and you could see that Helvik could not bear to look at him at all. Every time he came in her sight, she turned her face aside, shut her eyes hard, and bit her lower lip. It was a quiet, almost warm day, as autumn can be sometimes, and the abbess found a few little blue late flowers growing in a sheltered place against a log, and put them into Shibud's hand, speaking of how beautifully and cunningly God had made all things. Sister Shibud had enough wit to hold on to the flowers, but her eyes stared, and she would have stumbled and fallen if Helvik had not let her. Sister Helvik said timidly,
"Perhaps she suffers because she has been defiled, abbess,"
and then looked ashamed. For a moment the abbess looked shrewdly at young Sister Helvik, and then at the mad Shibud. Then she said, "Dear daughter Shibud, and dear daughter Helvik, I am now going to tell you something about myself that I have never told to a single living soul but my confessor. Do you know that as a young woman I studied at Avignon, and from there was sent to Rome, so that I might gather much learning? Well, in Avignon I read mightily our Christian fathers, but also in the pagan poets. For, as it has been said by Ermenric of Ellwangen, as dung spread upon a field enriches it to good harvest, thus one cannot produce divine eloquence without the filthy writings of the pagan poets. This is true, but perilous. Only I thought not so, for I was very proud, and fancied that if the pagan poems of love left me unmoved, that was because I had the gift of chastity right from God himself, and I scorned sensual pleasures, and those tempted by them. I had forgotten, you see, that chastity is not given once and for all, like a wedding ring that is put on never to be taken off, but is a garden which each day must be weeded, watered, and trimmed anew, or soon there will be only brambles and wilderness. As I have said, the words of the poets did not tempt me, for words are only marks on the page with no life save what we give them. But in Rome there were not only the old books, daughters, but something much worse. There were statues. Now you must understand that these are not such as you can imagine from our books, like St. John or the Virgin. The ancients wrought so cunningly in stone that it is like magic. One stands before the marble holding one's breath, waiting for it to move and speak. They are not statues at all, but beautiful, naked men and women. It is a city of sea gods pouring water, daughter Shibud and daughter Helvik, of athletes about to throw the discus, and runners and wrestlers and young emperors and the favourites of kings, but they do not walk the streets like real men, for they are all of stone. There was one Apollo, all naked, which I knew I should not look on, but which I always made some excuse to my companions to pass by, and this statue, although 3 miles distant from my dwelling, drew me as if by magic. Oh, he was fair to look on, fairer than any youth alive now in Germany, or in the world, I think. And then all the old loves of the pagan poets came back to me, Dido and Aeneas, the taking of Venus and Mars, the love of the moon, Diana, for the shepherd boy, and I thought that if my statue could only come to life, he would utter honeyed love words from the old poets, and would be wise and brave too, and what woman could resist him? Here she stopped and looked at Sister Shibud, but Shibud only stared on, holding the little blue flowers. It was Sister Helvik who cried, one hand pressed to her heart, "Did you pray, abbess?" "I did," said Radagunda solemnly, "and yet my prayers kept becoming something else. I would pray to be delivered from the temptation that was in the statue, and then, of course, I would have to think of the statue itself, and then I would tell myself that I must run like the nymph Daphne, to be armoured and sheltered within a laurel tree. But my feet seemed to be already rooted to the ground, and then at the last minute I would flee and be back at my prayers again. But it grew harder each time, and at last the day came when I did not flee."
"Abbess, you?"
cried Helvik with a gasp. Turval, keeping his watch a little way from us, looked surprised. I was very pleased. I loved to see the abbess astonish people. It was one of her gifts, and at 7 I had no knowledge of lust, except that my little thing felt good sometimes when I handled it to make water.
And what had that to do with statues coming to life or women turning into laurel trees? I was more interested in Mad Shibid, the way children are. I did not know what she might do, or if I should be afraid of her, or if I should go mad myself, what it would be like. But the abbess was laughing gently at Helvik's amazement. "Why not me?" said the abbess. "I was young and healthy, and had no special grace from God any more than the hens or the cows do. Indeed, I burned so with desire for that handsome young hero, for so I had made him in my mind, as a woman might do with a man she has seen a few times on the street, that thoughts of him tormented me, waking and sleeping. It seemed to me that because of my vows I could not give myself to this Apollo of my own free will. So I would dream that he took me against my will. And oh, what an exquisite pleasure that was!" Here Helvik's blood came all to her face, and she covered it with her hands. I could see Turval grinning back where he watched us. "And then," said the abbess, as if she had not seen either of them, "a terrible fear came to my heart that God might punish me by sending a ravisher who would use me unlawfully, as I had dreamed my Apollo did, and that I would not even wish to resist him, and would feel the pleasures of a base lust, and would know myself a whore and a false nun for ever after. This fear both tormented and drew me. I began to steal looks at young men in the streets, not letting the other sisters see me do it, thinking, will it be he, or he, or he? And then it happened. I had lingered behind the others at a melon-seller's, thinking of no Apollos or handsome heroes, but only of the convent's dinner, when I saw my companions disappearing round a corner. I hastened to catch up with them, and made a wrong turning, and was suddenly lost in a narrow street. And at that very moment a young fellow took hold of my habit and threw me to the ground. You may wonder why he should do such a mad thing, but as I found out afterwards, there are prostitutes in Rome who affect our way of dress, to please the appetites of certain men who are depraved enough to— Well, really, I do not know how to say it. Seeing me alone, he had thought I was one of them, and would be glad of a customer and a bit of play. So there was a reason for it. Well, there I was on my back with this young fellow sent as a vengeance by God, as I thought, trying to do exactly what I had dreamed night after night my statue should do. And do you know, it was nothing in the least like my dream. The stones at my back hurt me, for one thing, and instead of melting with delight, I was screaming my head off in terror, and kicking at him as he tried to pull up my skirts, and praying to God that this insane man might not break any of my bones in his rage. My screams brought a crowd of people, and he went running, so I got off with nothing worse than a bruised back and a sprained knee. But the strangest thing of all was that, while I was cured forever of lusting after my Apollo, instead I began to be tormented by a new fear, that I had lusted after him, that foolish young man with the foul breath and the one tooth missing. And I felt strange creepings and crawlings over my body that were half like desire, and half like fear, and half like disgust and shame, with all sorts of other things mixed in. I know that is too many halves, but it is how I felt, and nothing at all like the burning desire I had felt for my Apollo. I went to see the statue once more before I left Rome, and it seemed to look at me sadly, as if to say, "Don't blame me, poor girl. I'm only a piece of stone." And that was the last time I was so proud as to believe that God had singled me out for a special gift like chastity, or a special sin either, or that being thrown down on the ground and hurt had anything to do with any sin of mine, no matter how I mixed the two together in my mind. I dare say you did not find it a great pleasure yesterday, did you? Helvik shook her head. She was crying quietly. She said, "Thank you, Abbess," and the abbess embraced her. They both seemed happier, but then all of a sudden Shibid muttered something so low that one could not hear her. She whispered, and then she brought it out, but still in a whisper. "The blood." "What, dear, your blood?" said Radagunda. "No, mother," said Shibid, beginning to tremble. "The blood, all over us. Valafrit and Uta and Sister Hildegarda, and everyone broken and spilled out like a dish. And none of us had done anything, but I could smell it all over me, and the children screaming because they were being trampled down, and those demons come up from hell, though we had done nothing, and
I understand, Mother, about the rest, but I will never, ever forget it. Oh, Christ, it is all around me now. Oh, Mother, the blood!"
Then Sister Shibud dropped to her knees on the fallen leaves and began to scream, not covering her face as Sister Helvig had done, but staring ahead with her wide eyes as if she were blind or could see something we could not. The abbess knelt down and embraced her, rocking her back and forth, saying, "Yes, yes, dear, but we are here now. That is gone now." But Shibud continued to scream, covering her ears as if the scream was someone else's and she could hide herself from it. Turval said, looking, I thought, a little uncomfortable, "Cannot your Christ cure this?" "No," said the abbess, "only by undoing the past, and that is the one thing he never does, it seems. She is in hell now, and must go back there many times before she can forget."
"She would make a bad slave,"
said the Norseman, with a glance at Sister Shibud, who had fallen silent and was staring ahead of her again.
"You need not fear that anyone will want her."
"God," said the Abbess Radagunda calmly, "is merciful." Turval Einarsson said,
"Abbess, I am not a bad man."
"For a good man," said the Abbess Radagunda, "you keep surprisingly bad company."
He said angrily, "I did not choose my shipmates. I have had bad luck."
"Ours has," said the Abbess, "been worse, I think."
"Luck is luck," said Turval, clenching his fists. "It comes to some folk and not to others."
"As you came to us," said the Abbess mildly. Yes, I see, Turval Einarsson. One may say that luck is Thor's doing or Odin's doing, but you must know that our bad luck is your own doing and not some god's. You are our bad luck, Turval Einarsson. It's true that you're not as wicked as your friends, for they kill for pleasure, and you do it without feeling, as a business, the way one hews down grain. Perhaps you have seen today some of the grain you have cut. If you had a man's soul, you would not have gone Viking, luck or no luck, and if your soul were bigger still, you would have tried to stop your shipmates, just as I talk honestly to you now, despite your anger, and just as Christ himself told the truth and was nailed on the cross. If you were a beast, you could not break God's law, and if you were a man, you would not. But you are neither, and that makes you a kind of monster that spoils everything it touches, and never knows the reason, and that is why I will never forgive you until you become a true man with a true soul. As for your friends—" Here Turval Einarsson struck the abbess on the face with his open hand and knocked her down. I heard Sister Helvig gasp in horror, and behind us Sister Shibud began to moan. But the abbess only sat there, rubbing her jaw and smiling a little. Then she said, "Oh, dear, have I been at it again? I am ashamed of myself. You are quite right to be angry, Torvald. No one can stand me when I go on in that way, least of all myself. It is such a bore. Still, I cannot seem to stop it. I am too used to being the Abbess Radagunda, that is clear. I promise never to torment you again. But you, Turval, must never strike me again, because you will be very sorry if you do." He took a step forward. "No, no, my dear man," the abbess said merrily. "I mean no threat. How could I threaten you? I mean only that I will never tell you any jokes. My spirits will droop, and I will become as dull as any other woman. Confess it now. I am the most interesting thing that has happened to you in years, and I have entertained you better, sharp tongue and all, than all the skalds at the court of Norway. And I know more tales and stories than they do, more than anyone in the whole world, for I make new ones when the old ones wear out. Shall I tell you a story now?"
"About your Christ?" said he, the anger still in his face.
"No," said she, "about living men and women. Tell me, Torvald, what do you men want from us women?"
"To be talked to death,"
said he, and I could see there was some anger in him still, but he was turning it to play also. The abbess laughed in delight. "Very witty," she said, springing to her feet and brushing the leaves off her skirt. "You are a very clever man, Torvald. I beg your pardon, Turval. I keep forgetting.
But as to what men want from women, if you asked the young men, they would only wink and dig one another in the ribs. But that is only how they deceive themselves. That is only body calling to body. They themselves want something quite different, and they want it so much that it frightens them. So they pretend it is anything and everything else, pleasure, comfort, a servant in the home. Do you know what it is they want?
What?
Said Torvald. The mother, said Radagunda, as women do too. We all want the mother. When I walked before you on the river bank yesterday, I was playing the mother. Now you did nothing, for you are no young fool, but I knew that sooner or later one of you, so tormented by his longing that he would hate me for it, would reveal himself. And so he did. Turfin, with his thoughts all mixed up between witches and grannies and what-not. I knew I could frighten him, and through him most of you. That was the beginning of my bargaining. You Norse have too much of the father in your country, and not enough mother, with all your honouring of your women. That is why you die so well, and kill other folks so well, and live so very, very badly.
You are doing it again, said Torvald, but I think he wanted to listen all the same.
Your pardon, friend, said the abbess. You are brave men, I don't deny it. But I know your sagas, and they are all about fighting and dying, and afterwards not heavenly happiness, but the end of the world. Everything, even the gods, eaten by the Fenris wolf and the Midgard snake. What a pity, to die bravely only because life is not worth living. The Irish knew better. The pagan Irish were heroes, with their queens leading them to battle as often as not, and Father Cairbre, God rest his soul, was complaining only 2 days ago that the common Irish folk were blasphemously making a goddess out of God's mother. For do they build shrines to Christ, or our Lord, or pray to them? No. It is Our Lady of the Rocks, and Our Lady of the Sea, and Our Lady of the Grove, and Our Lady of this or that, from one end of the land to the other. And even here it is only the abbey folk who speak of God the Father and of Christ. In the village, if one is sick or another in trouble, it is Holy Mother, save me, and Mariam Virginem, intercede for me, and Blessed Virgin, blind my husband's eyes, and Our Lady, preserve my crops, and so on, men and women both. We all need the mother.
You too?
More than most, said the abbess.
And I?
Oh, no, said the abbess, stopping suddenly, for we had all been walking slowly back towards the village as she spoke. No, and that is what drew me to you at once. I saw it in you, and knew you were the leader. It is followers who make leaders, you know, and your shipmates have made you leader, whether you know it or not. What you want is— how shall I say it? You are a clever man, Torvald. Perhaps the cleverest man I have ever met, more even than the scholars I knew in my youth. But your cleverness has had no food. It is a cleverness of the world, and not of books. You want to travel and know about folk and their customs, and what strange places are like, and what has happened to men and women in the past. If you take me to Constantinople, it will not be to get a price for me, but merely to go there. You went seafaring because this longing itched at you until you could bear it not a year more. I know that.
Then you are a witch,
said he, and he was not smiling. No, I only saw what was in your face when you spoke of that city, said she. Also there is gossip that you spent much time in Göteborg as a young man, idling and dreaming and marvelling at the ships and markets when you should have been at your farm. She said, Torvald, I can feed that cleverness. I am the wisest woman in the world. I know everything, everything. I know more than my teachers. I make it up, or it comes to me, I don't know how, but it is real, real, and I know more than anyone. Take me from here as your slave if you wish, but as your friend also, and let us go to Constantinople, and see the domes of gold, and the walls all inlaid with gold, and the people so wealthy you cannot imagine it, and the whole city so gilded it seems to be on fire. and pictures as high as a wall, set right in the wall, and all made of jewels, so there is nothing else like them, redder than the reddest rose, greener than the grass, and with a blue that makes the sky pale.
"You are indeed a witch," said he, "and not the Abbess Radagunda."
She said slowly, "I think I am forgetting how to be the Abbess Radagunda."
"Then you will not care about them any more,"
said he, and pointed to Sister Helvik, who was still leading the stumbling Sister Shibud. The abbess's face was still and mild. She said, "I care. Do not strike me, Turval, not ever again, and I will be a good friend to you. Try to control the worst of your men, and leave as many of my people free as you can. I know them, and will tell you which can be taken away with the least hurt to themselves or others. And I will feed that curiosity and cleverness of yours, until you will not recognize this old world any more for the sheer wonder and awe of it. I swear this on my life."
"Done," said he, adding, "But with my luck your life is somewhere else, locked in a box on top of a mountain like the trolls in the story, or you will die of old age while we are still at sea."
"Nonsense," she said. "I am a healthy mortal woman with all my teeth, and I mean to gather many wrinkles yet." He put his hand out, and she took it. Then he said, shaking his head in wonder,
"If I sold you in Constantinople, within a year you would become queen of the place."
The abbess laughed merrily, and I cried in fear, "Me too! Take me too!" And she said, "Oh, yes, we must not forget little boy News," and lifted me into her arms. The frightening tall man, with his face close to mine, said in his strange sing-song German, "Boy, would you like to see the whales leaping in the open sea, and the seals barking on the rocks, and cliffs so high that a giant could stretch his arms up and not reach their tops, and the sun shining at midnight?"
"Yes,"
said I. "But you will be a slave," he said, "and may be ill-treated, and will always have to do as you are bid. Would you like that?"
"No,"
I cried lustily from the safety of the abbess's arms.
"I'll fight."
He laughed a mighty roaring laugh and tousled my head, rather too hard, I thought,
and said, "I will not be a bad master, for I am named for Tur Redbeard, and he is strong and quick to fight, but good-natured too. And so am I."
And the abbess put me down, and so we walked back to the village, Turval and the Abbess Radagunda talking of the glories of this world, and Sister Helvik saying softly, "She is a saint, our abbess, a saint, to sacrifice herself for the good of the people." And all the time behind us, like a memory, came the low, witless sobbing of Sister Shibud, who was in hell. When we got back, we found that Turfin was better, and the Norsemen were to leave in the morning. Turval had a second pallet brought into the abbess's study, and slept on the floor with us that night. You might think his men would laugh at this, for the abbess was an old woman, but I think he had been with one of the young ones before he came to us. He had that look about him. There was no bedding for the abbess, but an old brown cloak with holes in it, and she and I were wrapped in it when he came in, and threw himself down whistling on the other pallet. Then he said, "Tomorrow before we sail, you will show me the old abbess's treasure." "No," said she. "That agreement was broken." He had been playing with his knife, and now ran his thumb along the edge of it.
"I can make you do it."
"No," said she patiently, "and now I am going to sleep."
"So you make light of death," he said. "Good. That is what a brave woman should do, as the skalds sing, and not move even when the keen sword cuts off her eyelashes. But what if I put this knife here, not to your throat, but to your little boy's? You would tell me then, quick enough."
The abbess turned away from him, yawning and saying, "No, Turval, because you would not. And if you did, I would despise you for a cowardly oath-breaker, and not tell you for that reason. Good night." He laughed and whistled again for a bit. Then he said, "Was all that true?" "All what?" said the abbess. "Oh, about the statue. Yes, but there was no ravisher. I put him in the tale for poor Sister Helvik."
Turval snorted, as if in disappointment. "Tale? You tell lies, abbess."
The abbess drew the old brown cloak over her head and closed her eyes. It helped her. Then there was a silence, but the big Norseman did not seem able to lie still. He shifted this way and that, stared at the ceiling, turned over, shifted his body again as if the straw bothered him, and again turned over. He finally burst out, "But what happened?" She sat up. Then she shut her eyes. She said, "Maybe it does not come into your man's thoughts that an old woman gets tired and that the work of dealing with folk is hard work, or even that it is work at all." Well, nothing happened to a vow. Must something happen only if this one fucks that one or one bangs in another's head? I desired my statue to the point of such foolishness that I determined to find a real human lover. But when I raised my eyes from my fancies to the real human men of Rome, and unstopped my ears to listen to their talk, I realized that the thing was completely and eternally impossible. Oh, those younger sons with their skulking, jealous hatred of the rich, and the rich ones with their noses in the air because they thought themselves of such great consequence because of their silly money, and the timidity of the priests to their superiors, and their superiors' pride, and the artisans' hatred of the peasants, and the peasants being worked like animals from morning until night, and half the men I saw beating their wives, and the other half out to cheat some poor girl of her money, or her virginity, or both. This was enough to put out any fire. And the women doing less harm only because they had less power to do harm, or so it seemed to me then. So I put all away, as one does with any disappointment. Men are not such bad folk when one stops expecting them to be gods, but they are not for me. If that state is chastity, then a weak stomach is temperance, I think. But whatever it is, I have it, and that's the end of the matter.
"All men?"
said Turval Einarsson, with his head to one side, and it came to me that he had been drinking, though he seemed sober. "Turval," said the abbess, "what you want with this middle-aged wreck of a body I cannot imagine. But if you lust after my wrinkles and flabby breasts and lean, withered flanks, do whatever you want, quickly, and then for heaven's sake let me sleep. I am tired to death." He said in a low voice, "I need to have power over you." She spread her hands in a helpless gesture. "Oh, Turval, Turval, I am a weak little woman over 40 years old. Where is the power? All I can do is talk."
He said, "That's it. That's how you do it. You talk and talk and talk, and everyone does just as you please. I have seen it."
The abbess said, looking sharply at him, "Very well, if you must. But if I were you, Norseman, I would as soon bed my own mother. Remember that as you pull my skirts up." That stopped him. He swore under his breath, turning over on his side away from us. Then he thrust his knife into the edge of his pallet time after time. Then he put the knife under the rolled-up cloth he was using as a pillow. We had no pillow, so I tried to make mine out of the edge of the cloak, and failed. Then I thought that the Norseman was afraid of God working in Radagunda. And then I thought of Sister Helvit's changing colour, and wondered why. And then I thought of the leaping whales and the seals, which must be like great dogs because of the barking. And then the seals jumped on land and ran to my pallet and lapped at me with great icy tongues of water, so that I shivered and jumped. And then I woke up. The Abbess Radagunda had left the pallet. It was her warmth I had missed, and was walking about the room. She would step and pause, her skirts making a small noise as she did so. She was careful not to touch the sleeping Turval. There was a dim light in the room from the embers that still glowed under the ashes in the hearth, but no light came from between the shutters of the study window, now shut against the cold. I saw the abbess kneel under the plain wooden cross which hung on the study wall, and heard her say a few words in Latin. I thought she was praying. But then she said in a low voice, "Do not call upon Apollo and the Muses, for they are deaf things and vain. But so are you, pierced man, deaf and vain." Then she got up and began to pace again. Thinking of it now frightens me, for it was the middle of the night, and no one to hear her, except me, but she thought I was asleep. And yet she went on in that low, even voice, as if it were broad day and she were explaining something to someone.
as if things that had been in her thoughts for years must finally come out. But I did not find anything alarming in it then, for I thought that perhaps all abbesses had to do such things, and besides, she did not seem angry or hurried or afraid. She sounded as calm as if she were discussing the profits from the abbey's beekeeping, which I had heard her do, or the accounts for the wine-cellars, which I had also heard, and there was nothing alarming in that. So I listened as she continued walking about the room in the dark. She said, "Talk, talk, talk, and always to myself. But one can't abandon the kittens and puppies. That would be cruel. And being the Abbess Radagunda at least gives one something to do. But I am so sick of the good Abbess Radagunda. I have put on Radagunda every morning of my life as easily as I put on my smock, and then I have had to hear the stupid creature praised all day. Sainted Radagunda. Just Radagunda, who is never angry or greedy or jealous. Kindly Radagunda, who sacrifices herself for others, and always the talk, 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 bubbling and boiling in my head with no one to hear or understand, and no one to answer. No, not even in the South, only a line here or a line there, and all written by the dead. Did they feel as I do? That the world is a giant nursery full of squabbles over toys, and the babes thinking me some kind of goddess because I'm not greedy for their dolls or bits of straw or their horses made of tied-together sticks? Poor people. If only they knew. It's so easy to be temperate when one enjoys nothing, so easy to be kind when one loves nothing, so easy to be fearless when one's life is no better than one's death, and so easy to scheme when the success or failure of the scheme doesn't matter. Would they be surprised, I wonder, to find out what my real thoughts were when Turfin's knife was at my throat? Curiosity. But he would not do it, of course. He does everything for show. And they would think I was twice holy, not to care about death. Then why not kill yourself, impious Sister Radagunda? Is it your religion which stops you? Oh, you mean the holy wells, and the holy trees, and the blessed saints with their blessed relics, and the stupidity that shamed Sister Helvet, and the promises of safety that drove poor Shibud mad when the blessed body of our Lord did not protect her, and the blessed love of the blessed Mary turned away the sharp point of not one knife? Trash! Idle leaves and sticks, reeds and rushes, filth we sweep off our floors when it grows too thick. As if holiness had anything to do with all of that. As if every place were not as holy as every other, and everything as holy as every other, from the shit in Turfin's bowels to the rocks on the ground. As if all places and things were not clouds placed in front of our weak eyes to keep us from being blinded by that glory, that eternal shining, that blazing all about us, that torrent of light that is everything and is in everything. That is what keeps me from the river, but it never speaks to me, or tells me what to do. And to it good and evil are the same. No, it is something else than good or evil. It is only. So it is not God. That I know. So, people, is your Radagunda a witch or a demon? Is she full of pride, or is Radagunda abject? Perhaps she is a witch. Once, long ago, I confessed to old Gerbertus that I could see things that were far away merely by closing my eyes, and I proved it to him, too, and he wept over me, and gave me much penance, crying, "If it come of itself, it may be a gift of God, daughter, but it is more likely the work of a demon, so do not do it." And then we prayed, and I told him the power had left me to make the poor old puppy less troubled in its mind. But that was not true, of course. I could still see Turkey as easily as I could see him, and places far beyond, the squat wild men of the plains on their ponies, and the strange tall people beyond that with their great cities and odd eyes, as if one pulled one's eyelid up on a slant, and then the seas, with the great wild lands, and the cities more full of gold than Constantinople, and then the water again, until one comes back home, for the world's a ball, as the ancients said. But I did stop somehow, over the years. Radagunda never had time, I suppose. Besides, when I opened that door, it was only pictures, as in a book, and all to no purpose, and after a while I had seen them all, and no longer cared for them.
It is the other door that draws me, when it opens itself but a crack, and strange things peep through, like Ranulph's sister's son in the name of his horse. That door is good, but very heavy. It always swings back after a little. I shall have to be on my deathbed to open it all the way, I think. The fox is asleep. He is the cleverest yet. There is something in him so that at times one can almost talk to him, but still a fox, for the most part. Perhaps in time. But let me see. Yes, he is asleep, and the shipped puppy is asleep, though it will be having a bad dream soon, I think, and the Turfin kitten is asleep, as full of fright as when it wakes, with its claws going in and out, lest something strangle it in its sleep.
Then the abbess fell silent, and moved to the shuttered window, as if she were looking out. So I thought that she was indeed looking out, but not with her eyes, at all the sleeping folk, and this was something she had done every night of her life, to see if they were safe and sound. But would she not know that I was awake? Should I not try very hard to get to sleep before she caught me? Then it seemed to me that she smiled in the dark, although I could not see it. She said in that same low, even voice, "Sleep or wake, boy News, it is all one to me. Thou hast heard nothing of any importance, only the silly abbess talking to herself, only Radagunda saying good-bye to Radagunda, only Radagunda going away. Don't cry, boy News. I am still here. But there, Radagunda has gone. This Norseman and I are alike in one way. Our minds are like great houses with many of the rooms locked shut. We crowd in a miserable huddled few like poor folk, when we might move freely among them all, as gracious as princes. It is fate that locked away so much of the Norseman from the Norseman. See, boy News, I do not say his name, not even softly, for that wakes folks. But I wonder if the one who bolted me in was not Radagunda herself. She and old Gerbertus, whom I partly believed, they and the years and years of having to be Radagunda, and do the things Radagunda did, and pretend to have the thoughts Radagunda had, and the endless, endless lies Radagunda must tell everyone, and Radagunda's utter and unbearable loneliness. She fell silent again. I wondered the abbess's talk this time, saying she was not there when she was, and about living locked up in small rooms, for surely the abbey was the most splendid house in all the world, and the biggest, and how could she be lonely when all the folk loved her? But then she said in a voice so low that I could hardly hear it, "Poor Radagunda! So weary of the lies she tells, and the fooling of men and women with the collars round their necks, and bribes of food for good behaviour, and a careful twitch of the leash that they do not even see or feel. And with the Norsemen it will be all the same. Lies and flattery, and all of it work that never ends, and no one ever even sees, so that finally Radagunda will lie down like an ape in a cage, weak and sick from hunger, and will never get up. Let her die now. There. Radagunda is dead. Radagunda is gone. Perhaps the door was heavy only because she was on the other side of it, pushing against me. Perhaps it will open all the way now. I have looked in all directions, to the east, to the north and south, and to the west, but there is one place I have never looked, and now I will. Away from the ball, straight up. Let us see." She stopped speaking all of a sudden. I had been falling asleep, but this silence woke me. Then I heard the abbess gasp terribly, like one mortally stricken, and then she said in a whisper so keen and thrilling that it made the hair stand up on my head, "Where art thou?" The next moment she had torn the shutters open and was crying out with all her voice, "Help me! Find me! Oh, come, 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 or I die!" This waked Turval. With some Norse oath he stumbled up and flung on his sword-belt, and then put his hand to his dagger. I had noticed this thing with a dagger was a thing Norsemen liked to do. The abbess was silent. He let out his breath in an oof, and went to light the tallow dip at the live embers under the hearth-ashes. When the dip had smoked up, he put it on its shelf on the wall. He said in German, "What the devil, woman? What has happened?" She turned round. She looked as if she could not see us, as if she had been dazed by a joy too big to hold, like one who has looked into the sun and is still dazzled by it, so that everything seems changed, and the world seems all God's, and everything in it like heaven. She said softly, with her arms around herself, hugging herself, "My people. The real people."
"What are you talking of?" said he.
She seemed to see him then, but only as Shibud had beheld us. I do not mean in horror, as Shibud had, but beholding through something else, like someone who comes from a vision of bliss which still lingers about her. She said in the same soft voice, "They are coming for me, Torval. Is it not wonderful? I knew all this year that something would happen, but I did not know it would be the one thing I wanted in all the world."
He grasped his hair. "Who is coming?"
"My people," she said, laughing softly. "Do you not feel them? I do. We must wait 3 days, for they come from very far away. But then, oh, you will see."
He said, "You've been dreaming. We sail tomorrow."
"Oh, no," said the abbess simply. "You cannot do that, for it would not be right. They told me to wait. They said if I went away, they might not find me."
He said slowly, "You've gone mad. Or it's a trick."
"Oh, no, Torval," said she. "How could I trick you? I am your friend. And you will wait these 3 days, will you not, because you are my friend also?"
"You're mad,"
he said, and started for the door of the study, but she stepped in front of him and threw herself on her knees. All her cunning seemed to have deserted her, or perhaps it was Radagunda who had been the cunning one. This one was like a child. She clasped her hands, and tears came out of her eyes. She begged him, saying, "Such a little thing, Torval, only 3 days, and if they do not come, why then we will go anywhere you like, but if they do come, you will not regret it, I promise you. They are not like the folk here, and that place is like nothing here. It is what the soul craves, Torval."
He said, "Get up, woman, for your God's sake."
She said, smiling in a sly, frightened way through her blubbered face, "If you let me stay, I will show you the old abbess's buried treasure, Torval."
He stepped back, the anger clear in him. "So this is the brave old witch who cares nothing for death," he said.
Then he made for the door, but she was up again as quick as a snake, and had flung herself across it. She said, still with that strange innocence, "Do not strike me. Do not push me. I am your friend."
He said, "You mean that you lead me by a string round the neck like a goose? Well, I am tired of that."
"But I cannot do that any more," said the abbess breathlessly. "Not since the door opened. I am not able now." He raised his arm to strike her, and she cowered, wailing, "Do not strike me! Do not push me! Do not, Torval!"
He said, "Out of my way, then, old witch!"
She began to cry in sobs and gulps. She said, "One is here, but another will come. One is buried, but another will rise. She will come, Torval." And then, in a low, quick voice, "Do not push open this last door. There is one behind it who is evil, and I am afraid." But one could see that he was angry and disappointed, and would not listen. He struck her for a second time, and again she fell, but with a desperate cry, covering her face with her hands. He unbolted the door and stepped over her, and I heard his footsteps go down the corridor. I could see the abbess clearly. At that time I did not wonder how this could be, with the shadows from the tallow dip half hiding everything in their drunken dance. But I saw every line in her face, as if it had been full day, and in that light I saw Radagunda go away from us at last. Have you ever been at some great king's court or some earl's and heard the storytellers? There are those so skilled in the art that they not only speak for you what the person in the tale said and did, but they also make an action with their faces and bodies as if they truly were that man or woman, so that it is a great surprise to you when the tale ceases, for you almost believe that you have seen the tale happen in front of your very eyes, and it is as if a real man or woman had suddenly ceased to exist, for you forget that all this was only a teller and a tale. So it was with the woman who had been Radagunda. She did not change. It was still Radegunda's grey hairs and wrinkled face and old body and the peasant woman's brown dress, and yet at the same time it was a stranger who stepped out of the Abbess Radagunda as out of a gown dropped to the floor. This stranger was without feeling, though Radegunda's tears still stood on her cheeks, and there was no kindness or joy in her. She got up without taking care of her dress, where the dirty rushes stuck to it. It was as if the dress were an accident and did not concern her. She said in a voice I had never heard before, one with no feeling in it, as if I did not concern her, or Turval Einarsson either, as if neither of us were worth a second glance. Turval turned around. Far up in the hall something stirred. Now come back, this way. There were footsteps coming closer. Then the big Norseman walked clumsily into the room, jerk, 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 at every step as if he were being pulled by a rope. Sweat beaded his face. He said, "You, how?" "By my nature," she said. "Put up the right arm, Fox. Now the left. Now both down. Good."
"You troll!"
he said. "That is so," she said. "Now listen to me, you. There's a man inside you, but he's not worth getting at. I tried moments ago when I was new-hatched, and he's buried too deep. But now I have grown beak and claws and care nothing for him. It's almost dawn, and your boys are stirring. You will go out and tell them that we must stay here another 3 days. You are weather-wise. Make up some story they will believe. And don't try to tell anyone what happened here tonight. You will find that you cannot."
"Folk, come,"
said he, trying to turn his head, but the effort only made him sweat. She raised her eyebrows. "Why should they? No one has heard anything. Nothing has happened. You will go out and be as you always are, and I will play Radagunda. For 3 days only. Then you are free." He did not move. One could see that to remain still was very hard for him. The sweat poured, and he strained until every muscle stood out. She said, "Fox, don't hurt yourself, and don't push me. I am not fond of you. My hand is light upon you only because you still seem to me a little less unhuman than the rest. Do not force me to make it heavier. To be plain, I have just broken Turfin's neck, for I find that the change improves him. Do not make me do the same to you."
"No worse than death," Turval brought out.
"Ah, no," said she, and in a moment he was screaming and clawing at his eyes. She said, open them, your sight is back." And then, "I do not wish to bother myself thinking up worse things, like worms in your guts. Or do you wish dead sons and a dead wife? Now go."
"As you always do," she added sharply, and the big man turned and walked out.
One could not have told from looking at him that anything was wrong. I had not been sorry to see such a bad man punished, one whose friends had killed our folk and would have taken them for slaves. Yet I was sorry, too, in a way, because of the seals barking and the whales. And he was splendid, after a fashion. And yet, truly, I forgot all about that the moment he was gone, for I was terrified of this strange person, or demon, or whatever it was, for I knew that whoever was in the room with me was not the Abbess Radagunda. I knew also that it could tell where I was and what I was doing, even if I made no sound, and was in a terrible riddle as to what I ought to do when soft fingers touched my face. It was the demon reaching swiftly and silently behind her. And do you know, all of a sudden everything was all right. I don't mean that she was the abbess again. I still had very serious suspicions about that. But all at once I felt light as air, and nothing seemed to matter very much, because my stomach was full of bubbles of happiness, just as if I had been drunk, only nicer. If the Abbess Radagunda were really a demon, what a joke that was on her people. And she did not, now that I come to think of it, seem a bad sort of demon, more the frightening kind than the killing kind, except for Turfin, of course, but then Turfin had been a very wicked man. And did not the angels of the Lord smite down the wicked? So perhaps the abbess was an angel of the Lord, and not a demon. But if she were truly an angel, why had she not smitten the Norsemen down when they first came, and so saved all our folk? And then I thought that, whether angel or demon, she was no longer the abbess,
and would love me no longer. And if I had not been so full of the silly happiness which kept tickling about inside me, this thought would have made me weep. I said, "Will the bad Turval get free, demon?" "No," she said, "not even if I sleep." I thought, but she does not love me. "I love thee," said the strange voice, but it was not the Abbess Radegunda's, and so was without meaning, but again those soft fingers touched me, and there was some kindness in them, even if it was a stranger's kindness. "Sleep," they said. So I did. The next 3 days I had much secret mirth to see the folk bow down to the demon and kiss its hands and weep over it, because it had sold itself to ransom them. That is what Sister Helvet told them. Young Turfin had gone out in the night to piss, and had fallen over a stone in the dark and broken his neck, which secretly rejoiced our folk, and his comrades did not seem to mind much either, save for one young fellow who had been Turfin's friend, I think, and so went about with a long face. Turval locked me up in the abbess's study with the demon every night, and went out, or so folk said, to one of the young women. But on those nights the demon was silent, and I lay there with a secret tickle of merriment in my stomach, caring about nothing. On the 3rd morning I woke sober. The demon, or the abbess, for in the day she was so like the Abbess Radegunda that I wondered, took my hand and walked us up to Turval, who was out picking the people to go aboard the Norsemen's boats at the river bank to be slaves. Folk were standing about weeping and wringing their hands. I thought this strange, because of the abbess's promise to pick those whose going would hurt least, but I know now that least is not none. The weather was bad, cold rain out of mist, and some of Turval's companions were speaking sourly to him in the Norse, but he talked them down, bluff and hearty, as if making light of the weather. The demon stood by him and said in German, in a low voice, so that none might hear, "You will say we go to find the abbess's treasure, and then you will go with us into the woods." He spoke to his fellows in Norse, and they frowned, but the end of it was that 2 must come with us, for the demon said it was such a treasure as 3 might carry. The demon had the voice and manner of the Abbess Radegunda, all smiles, so they were fooled. Thus we started out into the trees behind the village, with the rain worse and the ground beginning to soften underfoot. As soon as the village was out of sight, the 2 Norsemen fell behind, but Turval did not seem to notice this. I looked back and saw the first man standing in the mud with 1 foot up like a goose, and the second with his head lifted and his mouth open so that the rain fell in it. We walked on, the earth sucking at our shoes, and all of us getting wet. Turval's hair stuck fast against his face, and the demon's old brown cloak clinging to its body. Then, suddenly, the demon began to breathe harshly, and it put its hand to its side with a cry. Its cloak fell off, and it stumbled before us between the wet trees, not weeping, but breathing hard. Then I saw, ahead of us, through the pelting rain, a kind of shining among the bare tree trunks. And as we came nearer, the shining became more clear, until it was very plain to see, not a blazing thing like a fire at night, but a mild and even brightness, as though the sunlight were coming through the clouds pleasantly, but without strength, as it often does at the beginning of the year. And then there were folk inside the brightness, both men and women, all dressed in white, and they held out their arms to us, and the demon ran to them, crying out loudly and weeping, but paying no mind to the tree branches which struck it across the face and body. Sometimes it fell, but it quickly got up again. When it reached the strange folk, they embraced it, and I thought that the filth and mud of its gown would stain their white clothing, but the foulness dropped off, and would not cling to those clean garments. None of the strange folk spoke a word, nor did the abbess. I knew then that she was no demon, whatever she was, but I felt them talk to one another as if in my mind, although I know not how this could be, nor the sense of what they said. An odd thing was that as I came closer I could see they were not standing on the ground, as in the way of nature, but higher up, inside the shining, and that their white robes were nothing at all like ours, for they clung to the body so that one might see the people's legs all the way up to the place where the legs joined, even the women's. And some of the folk were like us, but most had a darker color, and some looked as if they had been smeared with soot. There are such persons in the far parts of the world, you know, as I found out later. It is their own natural color. And there were some with the odd eyes the abbess had spoken of, but the oddest thing of all I will not tell you now. When the abbess had embraced and kissed them all, and all had wept, she turned and looked down upon us.
Torval standing there as if held by a rope, and I, who had lost my fear and had kept close in pure awe, for there was such a joy about these people, like the light about them, mild as spring light, and yet as strong as in a spring where the winter has gone forever. "Come to me, Torval," said the abbess, and one could not see from her face if she loved or hated him. He moved closer. Jerk, jerk, and she reached down and touched his forehead with her fingertips, at which one side of his lip lifted as a dog's does when it snarls. "As thou knowest," said the abbess quietly, "I hate thee, and would be revenged upon thee. Thus I swore to myself 3 days ago, and such vows are not lightly broken." I saw him snarl again, and he turned his eyes from her. "I must go soon," said the abbess, unmoved, "for I could stay here long years only as Radagunda, and Radagunda is no more. None of us can remain here long as our proper selves, or even in our true bodies, for if we do, we go mad like Shibid, or walk into the river and drown, or stop our own hearts. So miserable, wicked, and brutish does your world seem to us. Nor may we come in large companies, for we are few, and our strength is not great, and we have much to learn and study of thy folk, so that we may teach and help without marring all in our ignorance. And ignorant or wise, we can do naught except thy folk aid us. Here is my revenge, said the abbess, and he seemed to writhe under the touch of her fingers, for all they were so light. Henceforth be not Torval farmer, nor yet Torval seafarer, but Torval peacemaker, Torval war-hater. Put into anguish by bloodshed and agonized at cruelty, I cannot make long thy life, that gift is beyond me, but I give thee this. To the end of thy days, long or short, thou wilt know that it is neither good nor evil, as I do, and this knowing will trouble and frighten thee always, as it does me. And so about this one thing, as about many another, Torval peacemaker will never have peace. Now, Torval, go back to the village and tell thy comrades I was assumed into the company of the saints, straight up to heaven. Thou mayest believe it if thou wilt. That is all my revenge. Then she took away her hand, and he turned and walked from us like a man in a dream, holding out his hands as if to feel the rain, and stumbling now and again, as one who wakes from a vision. Then I began to grieve, for I knew she would be going away with the strange people, and it was to me as if all the love and care and light in the world were leaving me. I crept close to her, meaning to spring secretly on to the shining place, and so go away with them, but she spied me and said, Silly Rodolphus, you cannot. And that you hurt me more than anything else, so that I began to bawl. Child, said the abbess, come to me. And loudly weeping I leaned against her knees. I felt the shining around me, all bright and good and warm, that wiped away all grief, and then the abbess's touch on my hair. She said, Remember me, and be content. I nodded, wishing I dared to look up at her face, but when I did she had already gone with her friends. Not up into the sky, you understand, but as if they moved very swiftly backwards among the trees, although the trees were still behind them somehow. And as they moved, the shining and the people faded away into the rain until there was nothing left. Then there was no rain. I do not mean that the clouds parted or the sun came out. I mean that one moment it was raining and cold, and the next the sky was clear blue from side to side, and it was splendid, sunny, breezy, bright sailing weather. I had the oddest thought that the strange folk were not agreed about doing such a big miracle, and it was hard for them, too, but they had decided that no one would believe this more than all the other miracles folk speak of, I suppose. And it would surely make Torval's lot easier when he came back with wild words about saints and heaven, as indeed it did later. Well, that is the tale, really. She said to me, Be content. And so I am. They call me Rodolphe the Happy now. I have had my share of trouble and sickness, but always somewhere in me there is a little spot of warmth and joy to make it all easier, like a traveller's fire burning out in the wilderness on a cold night. When I am in real sorrow or distress, I remember her fingers touching my hair, and that takes part of the pain away somehow. So perhaps I got the best gift after all. And she said also, Remember me, And thus I have every little thing, although it all happened when I was the age my own grandson is now, and that is how I can tell you this tale today. And the rest? 3 days after the Norsemen left, Shibid got back her wits, and no one knew how, though I think I do. And as for Turval Einarsson, I have heard that after his wife died in Norway, he went to England and ended his days there as a monk. But whether this story be true or not, I do not know. I know this. They may call me Happy Rodolph all they like, but there is much that troubles me. Was the Abbess Radagunda a demon, as the new priest says? I cannot believe this, although he called half our sayings nonsense, and the other half blasphemy when I asked him. Father Cairbre, before the Norse killed him, told us stories about the Sidhe, that is, the Irish fairy people, who leave changelings in human cradles, and for a while it seemed to me that Radagunda must be a woman of the Sidhe, when I remembered that she could read Latin at the age of 2, and was such a marvel of learning when so young. For the changelings the fairies leave are not their own children, you understand, but one of the fairy folk themselves, who are hundreds upon hundreds of years old, and the other fairy folk always come back for their own in the end. And yet this could not have been. For Father Cairbre said also that the Sidhe are wanton and cruel and without souls, and neither the Abbess Radagunda nor the people who came for her were one blessed bit like that, although she did break Turfin's neck. But then it may be that Turfin broke his own neck by chance, just as we all thought at the time, and she told this to Turval afterwards, as if she had done it herself, only to frighten him. She had more of a soul with a soul's griefs and joys than most of us, no matter what the new priest says. He never saw her, or felt her sorrow and lonesomeness, or heard her talk of the blazing light all around us. And what can that be but God himself? Even though she did call the crucifix a deaf thing in vain, she must have meant not Christ, you see, but only the piece of wood itself, for she was always telling the sisters that Christ was in heaven and not on the wall. And if she said the light was not good or evil, well, there is a travelling Irish scholar who told me of a holy Christian monk named Augustinus, who tells us that all which is good, and evil is only a lack of the good, like an empty place not filled up. And if the abbess truly said there was no God, I say it was the sin of despair, and even saints may sin, if only they repent, which I believe she did at the end. So I tell myself, and yet I know the Abbess Radagunda was no saint. For are the saints few and weak, as she said? Surely not. And then there is a thing I held back in my telling, a small thing, and it will make you laugh, and perhaps mean nothing one way or the other, but it is this. Are the saints bald? These folk in white had young faces, but they were like eggs. There was not a stitch of hair on their domes. Well, God may shave his saints if he pleases, I suppose. But I know she was no saint. And then I believe that she did kill Turfin, and the light was not God, and she not even a Christian, or maybe even human. And I remember how Radagunda was to her only a gown to step out of at will, and how she truly hated and scorned Turval, until she was happy and safe with her own people. Or perhaps it was like her talk about living in a house with the rooms shut up. When she stopped being Radagunda, first one part of her came back, and then the other, the joyful part that could not lie or plan, and then the angry part, and then they were all together when she was back among her own folk. And then I give up trying to weigh this matter, and go back to warm my soul at the little fire she lit in me, that one warm, bright place in the wide and windy dark. But something troubles me even there, and will not be put to rest by the memory of the abbess's touch on my hair. As I grow older, it troubles me more and more. It was the very last thing she said to me, which I have not told you, but will now. When she had given me the gift of contentment, I became so happy that I said, "Abbess, you said you would be revenged on Turval, but all you did was change him into a good man. That is no revenge." What this saying did to her astonished me, for all the colour went out of her face and left it grey. She looked suddenly old, like a death's head, even standing there among her own true folk, with love and joy coming from them so strongly that I myself might feel it. She said, "I did not change him. I lent him my eyes. That is all." Then she looked beyond me, as if at our village, at the Norsemen loading their boats with weeping slaves, at all the villages of Germany and England and France, where the poor folks sweat from dawn to dark, so that the great lords may do battle with one another, at castles under siege, with the starving folk within eating mice and rats, and sometimes each other, at the women carried off, or raped, or beaten, at the mothers wailing for their little ones, and beyond this, at the great wide world itself, with all its battles which I had used to think so grand, and the misery and greediness and fear and jealousy and hatred of folk one for the other, save, perhaps, for a few small bands of savages. But they were so far from us that one could scarcely see them. She said, "No revenge? Thinkest thou so, boy?" And then she said, as one who believes absolutely, as one who has seen all the folk at their living and dying, not for 1 year, but for many, not in one place, but in all places, as one who knows it all over the whole wide earth, "Think again."